The goddess encompasses the lands of Huaxia, Europe, Russia, South America, the Middle East, Africa, and beyond. The protagonist unexpectedly awakens a consumption rebate multi-female binding system, wherein only through continuous expenditure and subjugation can one gain wealth and strength. Without hesitation, he decides to act. System, I require a lottery draw. Lin Yu silently invokes. Understood, host. Currently, you possess 200 goddess points, allowing for 2 lottery draws. Before Lin Yu's eyes, an enormous virtual screen materializes, adorned with myriad question mark squares, a red light frame pulsating rapidly within, dazzling to behold. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn a skill book and a dating artifact. Mastery of Combat Skill Book. Upon use, you will automatically comprehend various combat skills. Dating Artifact. An extraordinary app that, with the host's authorization, can be downloaded onto the phone, allowing for seamless binding changes that IT automatically filters real and valid dating information. System, I wish to utilize this skill book. Lin Yu declares without a trace of hesitation. Swish. The skill book transforms into a stream of light and vanishes, a surge of unfamiliar memories flooding into his mind. Boxing, mixed martial arts, free fighting, Jeet-Kune-Do, various combat techniques assimilate into his being instinctively. At that moment, Lin Yu feels as if he's become a living weapon unarmed. He could easily take on 10 opponents, even against those wielding weapons. He even harbors the illusion that he could fell a cow with a single punch. His prowess rivals that of an invincible Bruce Lee. This skill book is truly exceptional. Lin Yu muses inwardly, and then turns his attention to the dating artifact. Easily downloaded to his phone, it requires no registration for immediate access. Upon opening it, Lin Yu's eyes widen in astonishment. What divine beauty is displayed here? A plethora of fair-skinned, stunning women with long legs, stockings, lace, and more. Overwhelming his senses and quickening his heartbeat, he finds a secluded corner to clandestinely explore this new tool, his focus sharp, reminiscent of his intense study sessions before the college entrance examination. First step, second step. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu finally grasps the usage method. This device is far more convenient than ordering a princess at a karaoke bar. All one needs to remember is to provide payment offline. It's time to test the results. Lin Yu rubs his hands together and activates the local feature, instantly revealing 10 photographs on the homepage. One photo captures his attention immediately. The woman in uniform and stockings is none other than Zhang Ting, the lobby manager of the Intercontinental Hotel. Lin Yu admires her photo. Repeatedly, she exudes a mature charm that transcends youthful innocence, akin to a ripe peach, making one yearn to take a bite. Can we exchange WeChat? I am Lin Yu, the one who recharged 1 million at your establishment. Do you recall me? Seeing Zhang Ting online, Lin Yu boldly reveals his identity. He pondered to himself. After all, Zhang Ting was already bound to him, and which young man could possibly resist the allure of a mature woman? Ah, it's you. What a pleasure to meet you. My WeChat ID is XXX. The other party swiftly replied. The news of Lin Yu's 1 million recharge had already spread throughout the Intercontinental Hotel. The staff were privately speculating about this young, affluent heir and which family he hailed from. Zhang Ting had certainly heard the rumors. Although she was already 31 and had a first-grade son, she still yearned for romance deep within her heart. Having grown up in a rural setting, Zhang Ting came from a humble background. Her father was a compulsive gambler, while her mother suffered from chronic ailments, working 3 jobs to support her and her brother's education. After graduating from high school, Zhang Ting attempted various small businesses, from street vending to selling clothing, but none proved profitable. Later, her youthful beauty attracted the attention of a local delinquent, and they became romantically involved, frequently frequenting nightclubs. Eventually, her boyfriend went to prison for fighting, and she caught the eye of the nightclub owner at the time, who is now the chairman of the Intercontinental Hotel, Zhao Taizhan. Following a passionate encounter in his car, Zhang Ting became his mistress. Zhao Taizhan, leveraging his wife's connections, established the Intercontinental Hotel, naturally appointing the socially adept Zhang Ting as the lobby manager to keep her close. However, ever since Zhang Ting joined the hotel, their opportunities to meet dwindled. On one hand, Zhao Tieshan's social circle became increasingly elite. On the other, there were too many eyes from his wife's side within the hotel, making him hesitant to act recklessly. Zhang Ting understood her situation, and given her outstanding capabilities and the high benefits of her position, she eventually became the true lobby manager. Upon reaching marriageable age, she married a small restaurant owner. After adding Zhang Ting on WeChat, Lin Yu quickly typed, "Hello there, beautiful. Don't call me beautiful, call me sister," playful emoji. "Beautiful sister, not working today? Today's my day off. How about you? Not on a date with your little girlfriend? What girlfriend? She just a classmate. Do you think I believe that?" Mischievous emoji. "Beautiful sister, would you do me the honor of joining me for afternoon tea?" Lin Yu reminisced about the sight of Zhang Ting's beautiful legs, unable to suppress a gulp. "Sure, today's sister will give this little friend a chance." Zhang Ting had always desired a high, rich, and handsome man, so she readily agreed. They arranged a meeting place, and Lin Yu summoned a luxury taxi to attend the rendezvous. Upon meeting, Lin Yu noticed that Zhang Ting was clad in a finely striped shirt and form-fitting white pants, complemented by a pair of transparent wedge sandals. The material of the white pants was so thin that it subtly revealed the contours beneath. After they sat down, Lin Yu ordered 2 cups of coffee. "The dating app one used requires a ladder to access. Can you believe I managed to meet you through it? Don't you think that's a stroke of fate?" Lin Yu had no idea what software the other party was using, but he was certain it could not rival the capabilities offered by the system. Yes, today is my first time, and I actually managed to match with you. Dear sister," he feigned surprise. For the next hour, they engaged in lively conversation. Lin Yu discovered that Zhang Ting was quite loquacious. She confided in him about her past and her unfortunate marriage. It was then that Lin Yu learned that Zhang Ting's husband was perpetually preoccupied with the restaurant business, often neglecting to return home. At the age of 35, a time typically characterized by vitality and vigor, she had become a victim of circumstance truly pitiable. Ultimately, the couple divorced, with the children remaining in Zhang Ting's custody. A gambling father, ailing mother, a younger brother in school, and a shattered home. If I do not assist her, who will? A profound sense of justice ignited within Lin Yu. "Then allow me to accompany you on a shopping spree to lift your spirits," Lin Yu suggested at an opportune moment, eager to facilitate her expenditure as the month was drawing to a close, and he aimed to fulfill his KPI, ideally spending $1 million today. Wouldn't that be a burden on my dear brother? Zhang Ting blinked playfully. "Not at all, as long as you are happy, dear sister." Lin Yu smiled, albeit somewhat frivolously. "You know, countless young girls must adore your charming words." Zhang Ting laughed lightly, playfully nudging Lin Yu as they exited the CF together. At the entrance of the CAF, the afternoon sun shone just right. Lin Yu gazed at Zhang Ting, her profile illuminated by the sunlight, creating a striking outline. "Come, let's go buy a few garments and bags," he declared, hailing a taxi while relaying the name of a commercial center. As the vehicle set off, Zhang Ting absent-mindedly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "No need, dear brother. I have enough clothes," she replied. "How could that be? You are so beautiful that no attire could ever do you justice," Lin Yu asserted, silently adding that he needed to hasten the process of spending to earn. Zhang Ting smiled faintly, no longer refusing his offer. The taxi halted in front of a luxury shopping mall. Lin Yu exited, moving to the other side to open the door for Zhang Ting. She grasped his arm gracefully as she alighted from the vehicle. Inside the mall, the air conditioning provided a refreshing contrast to the heat outside. They entered an opulently decorated clothing store. Zhang Ting slowed her pace, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. The prices displayed on the tags made her inwardly gasp. "Which one do you fancy? Feel free to try on anything," Lin Yu said, hands tucked in his pockets, his tone casual. Zhang Ting scanned the room, her gaze lingering on a black dress. The dress featured a minimalist design, adorned at the waist with a circle of delicate diamonds that sparkled under the lights. "This dress looks quite appealing," she remarked, her fingers lightly gliding over the hem. "Then give it a try," Lin Yu encouraged, signaling to a nearby sales associate. The salesgirl was a young woman with impeccable makeup, though her eyes betrayed a hint of arrogance. She approached slowly, casting a scrutinizing glance at Zhang Ting. "This dress is a new arrival and is not subject to discounts." The shop assistant's tone was somewhat indifferent. Zhang Ting's fingers recoiled, a hint of embarrassment flitting across her face. "That's all right. Please let me try it on." Lin Yu noticed the shift in Zhang Ting's expression and felt a twinge of displeasure. The shop assistant curled her lip, retrieved the dress, and led Zhang Ting toward the fitting room. Lin Yu settled onto the sofa in the lounge area, perusing the magazine in his hands. Before long, another shop assistant entered, escorting a customer adorned in opulent attire. The lady was resplendent in jewels, her wrist adorned with a jade bracelet that exuded considerable worth. "Mrs. Wang, welcome. Please, take a seat." The previous shop assistant immediately donned a sycophantic smile and approached her. "Let me see what new arrivals you have." "Mrs." Wang's voice was commanding, laced with a hint of arrogance. "How about this dress? It just arrived and would beautifully complement your elegance," the shop assistant eagerly presented. Lin Yu glanced up. The dress bore a striking resemblance to the one Zhang Ting was trying on, differing only in color. A slight smile tugged at his lips. The fitting room door swung open, and Zhang Ting emerged. The black dress accentuated her fair skin, perfectly outlining her curvaceous figure. The diamonds at her waist sparkled, adding an air of allure. Lin Yu set the magazine aside, captivated by her beauty. "Absolutely stunning," he exclaimed sincerely. Zhang Ting smiled shyly, twirling before the mirror. "What do you think, brother?" "Perfect." Lin Yu gave a thumbs up. The shop assistant stood nearby, her expression still devoid of emotion. "How much is this dress?" Lin Yu inquired. 88,000. The shop assistant replied. "Wrap it up." Lin Yu's tone was decisive. The shop assistant paused, seemingly taken aback by his promptness. "Sir, are you certain?" she asked again. "Why? Do you doubt my ability to afford it?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Not at all. I will have it wrapped for you immediately." The shop assistant quickly backtracked. At that moment, Mrs. Wang approached. "I'll take that dress as well," she declared, pointing at the one Zhang Ting wore. "Apologies, Mrs. Wang, but we only have one piece in each color," the shop assistant explained with a forced smile. "Only one? Then that dress she is wearing should be mine." Mrs. Wang's tone brooked no argument as she pointed at Zhang Ting. "This." The shop assistant's face reflected her discomfort. "Is my status not sufficient to warrant such a request?" Mrs. Wang's voice rose, sharp and piercing. "Mrs. Wang, please don't be upset. I will speak with her right away." The shop assistant hastily reassured her and turned to approach Zhang Ting. "I'm terribly sorry, madam, but this dress has also caught Mrs. Wang's eye. Would you mind?" "Absolutely not." Lin Yu interrupted the shop assistant. "This dress has already been purchased." "But," the shop assistant seemed inclined to say more. "There is no but. Just swipe the card." Lin Yu promptly produced his bank card and handed it to the assistant. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the card and processed the transaction on the POS machine. With a beep, the transaction was successful. The assistant's expression shifted. She had not anticipated that this young man was indeed quite affluent. "Sir, please hold on while I prepare your receipt." Her tone had grown respectful, and she even bent slightly at the waist. Mrs. Wang's face darkened. She had not expected to be overshadowed by a younger man. "What's so impressive? It's merely a dress, nouveau riche." She scoffed and turned to leave, her voice tinged with disdain. Lin Yu paid no heed to Mrs. Wang and approached Zhang Ting. "Sister, let's pick out a few more items." "No need, brother. One is sufficient." Zhang Ting shook her head. "That's not acceptable today. It's all about treating you to a shopping spree. Spend freely. Money is no object. Use my card, and whatever you buy is on me," Lin Yu declared with confidence. "Come on, sister. Today you're the queen." He took Zhang Ting's hand and headed toward another store, exuding a sense of vigor and enthusiasm. In the following hours, Lin Yu and Zhang Ting indulged in a shopping spree within the mall. Designer handbags, exquisite jewelry, luxurious cosmetics. Whatever Zhang Ting desired, Lin Yu purchased without hesitation. The demeanor of the staff transformed dramatically. They vied to serve Lin Yu and Zhang Ting, nodding and bowing, anxious not to offend these two patrons of fortune there. Eagerness palpable as if they wished to clear the entire store for them. Other shoppers in the mall cast envious and jealous glances at Lin Yu and Zhang Ting, with several young ladies whispering amongst themselves, speculating about Lin Yu's identity. After hours of fervent shopping, Lin Yu and Zhang Ting returned laden with treasures. Lin Yu carried several luxurious shopping bags, his arms slightly weary, while Zhang Ting radiated an unprecedented glow, akin to a love-struck maiden, her steps noticeably lighter. The bank app continuously pinged with incoming alerts. Lin Yu glanced at it. 6 million credited, his mood elevated. Though he initially wished to continue the spree, the sheer volume of purchases had rendered his hands overloaded, and Zhang Ting, concerned for him, persistently urged him to. Stop that, my dear brother. I cannot thank you enough for today. How can I repay you? Zhang Ting's enchanting eyes sparkled, her full lips curling into a subtle smile, her words laced with a hint of flirtation. Today, she truly witnessed Lin Yu's remarkable financial prowess as he effortlessly cleared her shopping cart without a flicker of hesitation. Such extravagance and indulgence, what woman could possibly resist? How about pledging yourself to me? Lin Yu unabashedly expressed his desires, his gaze fixed upon Zhang Ting with an intense fervor. He had not forgotten the platform through which they had met, having spent so lavishly. He felt entitled to reap some form of interest. Did he not? You little rascal, your words are as sweet as honey. She giggled, her laughter causing her ample bosom to sway gently, exuding an irresistible charm. I speak with utmost sincerity. Lin Yu's atoms apple bobbed slightly. Such a mischievous imp, your audacity grows by the day. But I must admit, I rather enjoy it. Zhang Ting cast him a flirtatious glance. Chapter 18. Sly glances, open hearts. Zhang Ting, with her alluring gaze and slightly parted crimson lips, exhaled softly. Sister is going to the restroom to freshen up and perhaps find a private moment. If you dare to follow, I might just grant you a favor. With that, she swayed her waist and sauntered toward the restroom, casting a provocative glance back at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with challenge. Lin Yu's heart raced, blood surging to his head. He conceded that he was somewhat intoxicated by the moment. After a brief hesitation, he resolved to follow her. After all, such an opportunity was rare. He quickly scanned his surroundings and chose a counter where he had previously shopped, depositing his shopping bag with urgency. Ladies, please take good care of these treasures for me. I assure you, your tip will be generous. He handed 10 crisp 100 yuan bills to the 3 astonished attendants, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. Once he confirmed the safety of his belongings, Lin Yu glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and in one swift motion, he dashed toward the women's restroom. This marked his inaugural venture into a ladies' facility, an exhilarating mix of nerves and thrill. Fortunately, he did not encounter any women exiting, for even the Yellow River would not cleanse him of the scandal. He quickly surveyed the row of closed stalls, his gaze falling upon the narrow gaps beneath the doors. Soon enough, a pair of familiar white sandals came into view. He gently pushed open the ajar door, and indeed, Zhang Ting awaited him inside. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's audacious entrance, Zhang Ting remained unflustered, her arms crossed, a playful smile gracing her lips as she regarded him silently. After tidying up, Zhang Ting confirmed the absence of onlookers and beckoned Lin Yu to exit the restroom with her. Feeling a lingering desire for more, she invited him to her home. Little brother, would you care to join me at my place? She inquired softly. Sure, Lin Yu readily agreed, relieved to have somewhere to go. They picked up several dishes from a restaurant in the mall and purchased 2 bottles of red wine for a late-night snack. Once settled in a taxi, Zhang Ting provided the driver with her home address. Before long, the taxi halted outside Zhang Ting's residence, and Lin Yu followed her into an aging apartment building. The corridor was permeated with a damp odor, and the walls were plastered with small advertisements, a stark contrast to Zhang Ting's glamorous exterior. Upon entering her room, Lin Yu surveyed the modest layout. The living room was small and simply furnished, yet it was tidily maintained. In one corner lay a collection of children's toys, while the coffee table held several elementary school textbooks. Make yourself comfortable. I'll fetch you a glass of water, Zhang Ting said. Slipping into her slippers as she headed to the kitchen, Lin Yu looked around, somewhat surprised. He had anticipated that a woman like Zhang Ting would reside in a luxurious apartment, yet this was a rather ordinary space. Would you like something to drink? Plain water or a beverage? Zhang Ting's voice called out from the kitchen. Just plain water is fine, Lin Yu replied. Zhang Ting approached, holding 2 glasses of water, and handed one to Lin Yu. I apologize, my home is a bit disordered, she said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. It's quite cozy, Lin Yu replied with a smile. After a brief silence, Zhang Ting broke the quietude. Come, let us open the takeout box. The food is getting cold. Let us eat while it's hot. As she spoke, she poured wine for both herself and Lin Yu. As the evening wore on and the wine flowed, Zhang Ting began to share her thoughts. In truth, my relationship with my husband has long been troubled, she sighed. He is perpetually preoccupied with the restaurant business, leaving early and returning late, with scarcely any time for me and our child. Moreover, he has taken a mistress outside our marriage. I cannot endure it any longer. I have not felt the warmth of family in ages. Lin Yu listened intently, refraining from interjecting. I know that a woman in my position should not complain. Zhang Ting said with a self-deprecating smile. After all, choosing this path was my own decision. Yet, I am still a woman, yearning for love and care. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lin Yu offered her a tissue, which she accepted to wipe the tears from her eyes. My mother's health is poor and requires expensive medication to sustain her. My younger brother, 9 years my junior, is still in university, and I bear the burden of his tuition and living expenses. Do you understand? She continued, her voice breaking. The person I feel most remorseful for is my son. I have not provided him with a complete family or a joyful childhood. I can't even fathom how he will perceive me when he grows up. Lin Yu felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Is this why you continue to work part-time after hours? He asked suddenly, recalling information he had seen earlier on a dating app. Zhang Ting paused, her expression turning awkward. Actually, I used to earn advertising revenue through images. Recently, due to my mother's hospitalization and surgery, which demands a substantial sum, I had no choice but to take on offline work. I never expected my first client would be you. Seeing the sincerity in her words, Lin Yu chose not to question the truth of her statements. After a moment of silence, Zhang Ting slowly revealed, in truth, I was once the mistress of Zhao Tai's Han, the chairman of the Intercontinental Hotel. When I was young and naive, I was deceived by his sweet words. Later, I discovered he was already married and wished to leave him. But he refused to let me go. To extricate myself from him, I married an honest man. Listening to Zhang Ting's account stirred complex emotions within Lin Yu. Do you think I am tarnished? She asked, looking up at him with a mixture of emotions in her eyes. Not at all, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. You are also a victim. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Ting could no longer contain her tears. They flowed freely. She collapsed into Lin Yu's embrace, sobbing openly as he gently patted her back. After weeping for a while, Zhang Ting gradually calmed her emotions. She lifted her head, feeling a bit embarrassed as she gazed at Lin Yu. I'm so sorry for losing my composure, she said. It's perfectly all right. Sometimes, tears are necessary. Lin Yu reassured her. Having each consumed a bottle of red wine, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, causing a rosy hue to bloom on Zhang Ting's cheeks. To be honest, I have never been able to forget Zhao Tai's Han, she suddenly confessed. I know I shouldn't feel this way. After all, he is a married man and significantly older than I am. Yet, I cannot seem to erase him from my mind. Perhaps it is not him that I love, but rather the vanity and sense of satisfaction he provides. Lin Yu observed Zhang Ting with a sense of helplessness. Perhaps time will alleviate everything. He attempted to comfort her. Maybe, Zhang Ting replied, shaking her head. In truth, the person I despise the most is not Zhao Tai's Han, but myself. I loathe my own vanity and foolishness. I resent having ruined my own life. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes once more. Lin Yu silently remained by her side. Zhang Ting began to feel the effects of the alcohol, her gaze becoming unfocused, her words increasingly disjointed. I truly miss him, she murmured. Seeing this, Lin Yu swiftly took the wine glass from her hand. No more. You've had enough. No, I want to drink. I want to indulge, Zhang Ting protested, struggling to reclaim her glass. With no other option, Lin Yu gently helped her to the bed. Lying there, she continued to murmur Zhao Tieshan's name. With a sigh, Lin Yu prepared to leave. Just as he turned, Zhang Ting suddenly grasped his hand. Don't go, she slurred, her voice laced with a hint of pleading and an almost imperceptible pout. The room was instantly enveloped in an atmosphere of intimacy. Congratulations to the host for captivating Zhang Ting, earning 100 goddess points. Chapter 19. The Secret Lover. Gaming at the internet. CAF morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Lin Yu opened his eyes to find the space beside him empty, save for a faint, lingering fragrance and a slight indentation. He sat up, rubbing his sleepy eyes. The bedroom door was ajar, and soft sounds emanated from the kitchen, clattering utensils and the sizzling of eggs. Lin Yu rose from the bed and approached the doorway, where he found Zhang Ting standing at the stove, clad in a loose-fitting white loungewear, her long hair cascading freely. The sunlight highlighted the gentle contours of her profile. This scene was warm and ordinary, reminiscent of a typical morning for a couple. A wave of inexplicable warmth surged within Lin Yu. The passion and madness of the previous night seemed to settle into something deeper. You're awake? Hurry and freshen up. Breakfast will be ready shortly, Zhang Ting said, turning to him with a smile. Her voice was soft, stripped of the previous night's disarray, yet imbued with a touch of intimacy. Lin Yu nodded and entered the bathroom. After washing up, he found Zhang Ting had set the breakfast table, fried eggs, bacon, toasted bread, and 2 cups of hot milk. Come and eat. Taste my culinary skills. Zhang Ting beckoned him to sit down, her tone infused with anticipation. Lin Yu picked up his knife and fork, remarking, "Indeed, the flavor is exquisite." After finishing breakfast, Lin Yu accompanied Zhang Ting to the hospital, paying over 400,000 yuan in medical expenses on her behalf. "Thank you, Lin Yu. My mother is saved." Upon leaving the hospital, Zhang Ting expressed her gratitude earnestly. Her voice soft. "There's no need for thanks, sister. Given our current relationship, it is my obligation. Please do not take it to heart." Lin Yu stated this outwardly. Yet inwardly he mused, "It is I who should be thanking you, for I have managed to earn 4 million before the month concludes, fulfilling my financial goals." Gazing at the over 30 million in his account, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Had he not acted impulsively that day, he could have amassed 40 million by now. However, these were merely subsidies for profit, and he knew when to save and when to spend. This maneuver was undoubtedly a win-win. "Little brother, would you consider having me as your secret lover? Would you find me too old?" Zhang Ting regarded Lin Yu, as if she had reached a decisive conclusion. This man, handsome and affluent, was also warm-hearted. Crucially, he was youthful and vigorous. His performance the previous night had left Zhang Ting utterly captivated, making it difficult to resist. "Of course not. How could I ever think you old? You resemble a fairy now, not old in the slightest," Lin Yu eagerly replied, his heart soaring at the sweet words he had longed to hear. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon him. No, it was as if a celestial being had descended. Zhang Ting chuckled, her heart fluttering with delight. "Your words are truly sweet, bringing me such joy." Secretly pleased, she thought her charm had not waned with time. Winning over this young man was effortless. The two lingered in affectionate banter for a while longer, and Zhang Ting insisted on escorting Lin Yu downstairs. In the elevator, she took the initiative to link her arm with his, leaning gently against him like a docile kitten. Lin Yu could sense her faint fragrance and the subtle dependence she exuded. Upon exiting the community, Zhang Ting stood by the roadside, her gaze following Lin Yu, her eyes brimming with reluctance. The sunlight bathed her in a golden hue, rendering her exceptionally gentle. "You should head back. It's hot outside," Lin Yu said with a smile, reaching out to smooth her hair, which had been tousled by the wind. "Be careful on your way," Zhang Ting softly advised. Unable to resist rising on her toes to peck his cheek quickly, then blushingly turning away to dash back into the community. Lin Yu touched his cheek, his heart fluttering. It seemed her affections were now his. He chuckled and shook his head, hailing a taxi straight to school. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was nearly noon. As he opened the door, a cacophony of voices greeted him. "Damn it! Xiao Yu, you fool! You've sent another head." Note: the dorm leader is Li Chong. Lin Yu is the second, Wang Peng is the third, and Xiao Yu is the fourth. "Stop the insults. Didn't I just get stuck? Stuck? You are simply a novice." Lin Yu glanced over and was amused to see his 3 roommates seated around the computer, utterly engrossed in the screen, their fingers dancing across the keyboard in an intense battle. "Hey, esteemed gamers, how goes the skirmish?" Lin Yu approached with a grin. "Lindsay, you actually remembered to come back. Where were you last night? Off gallivanting again?" Li Chong inquired without turning his head, his fingers continuing their rapid movements. "Indeed. You've forsaken your friends for romance. Now that you have a partner, you've forgotten your brothers." Wang Peng chimed in, adding to the teasing. "Lindsay, confess and be lenient. Resist and face the consequences." Xiao Yu, the 4th member of the group, quipped while sacrificing his character in the game, yet still found time to interrogate Lin Yu. Lin Yu found their antics amusing. He knew these fellows were merely jesting. Deep down, they genuinely cared about him. "All right, enough banter. I just heard Xiao Yu mention the internet is lagging. My treat. Let's hit the internet CAF. I'll cover all expenses today," Lin Yu declared grandly, waving his hand with flair. "Really, Father of Honor?" Wang Peng was the first to leap up, his face lighting up with excitement. "Absolutely. And let us add a snack platter, grilled sausages, chicken legs, and cola. Order whatever you fancy." Lin Yu patted his chest in assurance. "Wow. Long live Father of Honor." Li Chong and Xiao Yu cheered in unison. "Wait a moment, Lindsay. You haven't become like that pretty boy Zhou Zihao, clinging to a wealthy woman, have you?" Xiao Yu leaned in, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Get out of here. You're the one who would cling to a wealthy woman," Lin Yu retorted with a laugh. "However, Lindsay, you have been acting a bit strangely lately," Wang Hao remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "What strangeness? I am who I am, a firework of different colors." Lin Yu feigned nonchalance. "Cut it out. The three shot him a disdainful look in unison. All right, let us go. 5 seats at the Internet CAF. Losers pay for the winner. Lin Yu took the lead and pushed open the dormitory door. Charge. I'll be mid-lane Yasuo. If you don't give me my due, I'll deliver. Wang Peng yelled as he hurried after him. I'll support with Blitzcrank. Whoever I hook will be in for a surprise. Li Chong chuckled. I'm Jungle Li Sin. I'll carry. Zhao Yu rolled up his sleeves, eager. The 4 of them linked arms, excitedly making their way to the Internet CAF. As they entered, a cacophony of deafening music and the clamorous voices of patrons greeted them. The sounds of keyboards clattering, mice clicking, and in-game effects melded together, creating a unique symphony of battle. The air was thick with the pungent aromas of smoke, sweat, instant noodles, and an array of unidentifiable scents. Lin Yu frowned. He was not particularly fond of such a chaotic environment. Yet, for the happiness of his friends, he endured. Boss, 5 seats. Lin Yu approached the counter, addressing the network administrator. Just a moment, let me check, the administrator replied, typing on the computer. Area 1519, 5 seats. Deposit 50, you're good to go. The administrator handed Lin Yu 5 cards. Lin Yu took the cards and led his friends to their designated area. As Lin Yu settled into his seat, he immediately noticed a familiar figure beside him, Lin Jejia. She was engrossed in the screen, her fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard. Oh, what a delightful coincidence to see Lin Jejia here. Chapter 20, Injustice Observed. Jejia's downfall. Lin Yu greeted her with a smile. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Jejia turned her head, her face lighting up in surprise. Lin Yu, are you here to surf the internet too? Indeed. I've come with a few friends for some gaming. What about you? I'm just playing casually by myself, Lin Jejia replied, somewhat shyly lowering her gaze. Playing alone can be rather dull. Why not join us for a 5-man team? We happen to be missing a top laner, Lin Yu invited. Lin Jejia hesitated for a moment. Is that really okay? I might bring you down. Not at all. We're not picky. Winning or losing doesn't matter. As long as we have fun, Lin Yu assured her confidently. Exactly. Don't worry, we'll help you shine. Wang Peng chimed in enthusiastically. All right then, thank you all. Lin Jejia finally consented. The group donned their headsets and entered the game. Lin Yu selected Darius, while Lin Jejia chose Fiora. As the game commenced, Lin Yu showcased his exceptional reflexes and skills, dominating the lane with aggressive play. He pressed the advantage at level 1, leaving his opponent utterly helpless. A kill at level 3, another at level 6. Within 10 minutes, Lin Yu was on a rampage. Lin Jejia also performed admirably. While she didn't reach Lin Yu's level of prowess, she played steadily, avoiding any deaths. The other lanes were thriving as well, resulting in a one-sided, overwhelming match. The morale on Lin Yu's side soared, with flashy plays abounding. Brothers, we got this one in the bag. Haha, I've completely overrun the enemy. Lin Yu shouted over the voice chat, charging into the fray. With a flurry of actions, he secured a pentakill. The system notification echoed, and the entire Internet CAF erupted in cheers. Wow, a pentakill. Incredible, exclaimed players around him. This Darius is phenomenal. Please carry us. Envious glances were cast in his direction, and Lin Jejia's face flushed with excitement. Lin Yu, you're amazing, she exclaimed earnestly. Lin Yu chuckled. It's just a simple feat, nothing too impressive. At that moment, an unwelcome voice interrupted the camaraderie. Oh, beautiful lady, your skills are quite impressive. Who taught you? A brazen young man approached Lin Jejia, grinning as he spoke. His gaze roamed over her with a blatant disregard, lingering particularly on her chest and inner thighs. Lin Jejia felt a wave of disgust wash over her. She frowned and chose to ignore him. Don't be shy, beautiful. Let us add each other as friends so we can play together in the future. The young man, noticing Lin Jejia's silence, grew bolder and reached out to touch her face. Lin Yu's gaze turned icy as he seized the young man's wrist. Get lost, he uttered coldly. The young man winced in pain, baring his teeth in a snarl. Who the hell are you to meddle in my business? I am her friend. If you dare to harass her again, do not blame me for being impolite. Lin Yu's voice was chilling. Oh, quite bold, aren't we? You think I'm afraid of you? The young man wriggled free from Lin Yu's grip, pointing a finger at him as he cursed. Do you believe I can take you down? You may certainly try, Lin Yu replied, his expression unwavering. How dare you? You're asking for it. The young man, incensed by Lin Yu's demeanor, swung a fist at him. Lin Yu easily dodged, delivering a swift kick to the young man's abdomen. The latter cried out in agony and collapsed to the ground. With such pitiful skills, you dare to roam these streets? Lin Yu scoffed. You'll regret this. The young man clutched his belly, scrambling to his feet and leaving with a parting threat. Stumbling out of the internet CAF. Thank you, Lin Yu, Lin Jijia said gratefully, looking at him. It was nothing, merely a small favor. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. However, do be cautious. That fellow is clearly no good and may return for revenge. Yes, I understand, Lin Jijia nodded. Li Chong, Wang Peng, and Zhao Yu stood in stunned silence, astonished by Lin Yu's prowess. Lin, when did you become so formidable? Wang Peng asked curiously. I've always been quite capable. It's just that you were unaware, Lin Yu replied with a faint smile. The game resumed, but the atmosphere had shifted, the group now lacking enthusiasm. Before long, a commotion echoed from the CAF entrance as a dozen young men swaggered in with an air of menace. Some sported tattoos, others had bleached hair or crew cuts, each more peculiar than the last, all with cigarettes dangling from their lips, indicating they were not to be trifled with. The leader was none other than the previous ruffian. That's him. Make sure he has finished, he bellowed, pointing at Lin Yu. The group of young men immediately closed in on Lin Yu. Li Chong, Wang Peng, and Zhao Yu paled, their legs trembling. They had never encountered such a scene before. Lin, what should we do? Wang Peng asked, his voice quaking. Do not fear. I am here, Lin Yu reassured them, standing before his friends. Boy, weren't you quite the fighter? Today, I shall show you that there are always greater forces at play. The ruffian declared triumphantly. Is this ragtag bunch supposed to intimidate me? Lin Yu retorted with a cold laugh. Onward. Beat him into submission, commanded the ruffian. And the group surged forward. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened, and his body sprang into action. He moved through the crowd with the grace of a cheetah. Each strike, punches, kicks, elbow jabs, knee thrusts, was delivered with precision and decisiveness, devoid of any hesitation. In less than a minute, a dozen young men lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. The rogue among them was so terrified that he wet his pants, collapsing in a trembling heap. Do you still wish to continue? Lin Yu inquired as he stood over him, looming with an air of authority. And no, please don't. I've learned my lesson. I swear I won't do it again. The rogue pleaded, his face a mask of despair. Ignoring him, Lin Yu turned and returned to his seat. Let us continue our game, he said nonchalantly. Li Chong, Wang Peng, and Zhao Yu looked at Lin Yu, their eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Lin Jijia was utterly captivated. To her, Lin Yu was the embodiment of her princely ideal, exuding charm and an undeniable sense of security. Congratulations, host, you have successfully triggered the binding condition. Binding target, Lin Jijia. A system notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind, bringing a surge of joy. He had successfully formed another bond. Although Lin Jijia was a close friend of Lu Ruyan, their relationship was superficial. Lin Jijia was also a materialistic girl, making her a convenient ally for financial gain. It appeared that the age-old tactic of rescuing a damsel in distress was indeed infallible. As the game concluded, Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight. It's getting late. Let us head back, he announced to the group. All right, they replied, rising to leave the internet CAF. Just as they reached the entrance, Lin Jijia called out to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, let us add each other as friends, she said, her cheeks flushed and her voice barely above a whisper. Sure, Lin Yu replied with a smile, pulling out his phone. They exchanged contact information, solidifying their newfound connection. Chapter 21. Compensating for losses. A beauty like honey, the internet CAF was in disarray. The floor was littered with shattered keyboards and mice, while monitors hung precariously from their desks. The acrid scent of burning plastic filled the air. The CAF owner sat on the ground, cradling his head and wailing like a wounded animal. My computers. My computers. It's all ruined. All of it. Lin Yu approached the owner and produced his bank card. Charge it, he said, pointing to the machine with an impassive expression. The owner looked up at Lin Yu and then at Lin Jijia standing beside him. Lin Yu smiled. It's on her account. He handed over the card. The owner was taken aback for a few seconds before accepting the card, his hands trembling as he operated the machine. With a beep, the transaction was successful. The receipt printed, revealing a staggering amount, 140,000. Without a glance, Lin Yu stuffed the receipt into his pocket. Congratulations, host, a rebate of 1.4 million has been credited. The system notification chimed again, and Lin Yu smiled faintly. Lin Jijia stood to the side, admiring Lin Yu's profile. So handsome, she softly exclaimed, her voice filled with admiration and affection. Let us go. Lin Yu turned and addressed Lin Jijia and the others. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Chong, Wang Peng, and Zhao Yu surrounded Lin Yu. That kick you just delivered was incredible. Li Chong gestured excitedly, mimicking Lin Yu's movements. And that punch sent that guy flying. Wang Peng chimed in, equally exhilarated. Lin Yu, have you trained before? How are you so strong? Zhao Yu inquired curiously. I'm fierce in the game, but even fiercer in reality. Li Chong clapped Lin Yu on the shoulder. I suppose it's all right, Lin Yu chuckled modestly. That evening, the roommates ordered takeout and sat around the table, chatting as they ate. Lin Yu, are we playing mahjong tonight? Li Chong asked. No, I've eaten too much. I'd like to take a walk to digest, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. All right, come back early, Li Chong said. After dinner, Lin Yu stepped out of the dormitory and strolled along the quiet path of the campus. The nighttime campus was serene, illuminated only by the soft glow of the streetlights. Wandering aimlessly, Lin Yu reflected on the events of the day. Suddenly, his phone rang. He pulled it out to see it was Lin Jejia calling. Hello? He answered. Lin Yu, help me, came Lin Jejia's faint voice, tinged with tears. What's wrong? Lin Yu's heart sank. I'm in room 601 at the hotel. That group from the internet CAF has kidnapped me, Lin Jejia stammered. Wait for me, I'm coming right away. Lin Yu hung up and dashed towards the school gate. He burst out of the campus, hailing a taxi. Driver, here's a 100 yuan tip. To the hotel, quickly. Lin Yu urged anxiously. The taxi sped down the road, Lin Yu's heart racing. He gripped his fists tightly, his palms clammy with sweat. Finally, they arrived at the hotel entrance. Lin Yu paid the fare and rushed into the lobby. He dashed to the elevator, pressed the button, and stepped inside as the doors opened, selecting the 6th floor and watching the numbers ascend. During this brief wait, Lin Yu pondered why Lin Jejia hadn't called the police but had instead reached out to him. Moreover, though her voice had been weak, the surrounding area had been eerily quiet, as if no assailants were nearby. A flicker of doubt crept into Lin Yu's mind. Was she perhaps trying to play some sort of trick? Ding! The elevator doors opened. Lin Yu exited and approached the door to room 601. He knocked, but received no response. Trying the doorknob, he discovered the door was unlocked. A surge of urgency gripped him as he pushed the door open and swiftly entered. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a solitary bedside lamp. Upon the bed lay a figure, Lin Jejia. She was clad in a delicate camisole nightgown, her hair tousled, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Lin Yu was taken aback. What was happening? Lin Jejia was clearly not abducted. As she caught sight of him, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. Lin Yu, you're here, she said, sitting up and adjusting her nightgown. Didn't you say you were kidnapped? Lin Yu approached the edge of the bed. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Jejia. She lowered her head. I'm sorry, Lin Yu, I deceived you, her voice barely a whisper. Why? Lin Yu's tone was somewhat frigid. I just wanted to see you. Lin Jejia lifted her gaze, tears welling in her eyes. Lin Yu, I like you. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. I knew you were with Lu Ruyan before, and I didn't want to disrupt your relationship, so I kept my feelings hidden. But now that you've broken up, I can't wait any longer. I fear that if I don't speak up now, I may lose my chance forever. As she spoke, her emotions surged, and tears streamed down her face. Lin Yu, I know I'm selfish, but I truly can't help myself. She threw herself into Lin Yu's embrace, holding him tightly. Lin Yu's body stiffened. He had not anticipated such a declaration from Lin Jejia. What was this? A beauty's ploy? Or a scheme of self-sacrifice? Lin Yu, please don't be angry, Lin Jejia implored, gazing up at him. She gently rose on her toes and kissed him. Congratulations, the host has captivated Lin Jejia, earning 100 points in the goddess ranking. Chapter 22. Unqualified. The burden of happiness. Brother Lin, does this mean I am now your girlfriend? Lin Yu's expression remained clear, devoid of any lingering affection. I'm sorry, I have never professed my feelings for you. He picked up his phone and transferred 1 million to Lin Jejia. What does this mean? Lin Jejia's eyes widened in confusion. Lin Yu's voice was devoid of emotion. I don't believe you are qualified to be my girlfriend. You, Lu Ruyan, and even Su Shui, none of you are. However, you may be my woman. I have never shortchanged my women. I can provide you with ample funds each month. Enough for your indulgence. Now, you can decide whether to accept this million and become my woman, or refuse. If you refuse, I will retract the money. Think carefully, and let me know your decision. With that, Lin Yu stood and left the room without a backward glance. When dealing with women who would stop at nothing for money and status, taking things seriously would only lead to defeat. He called for a cab without any hesitation. Departing with resolve, Lin Jejia remained seated on the bed, staring at the 1 million transfer on her phone, her heart racing. Without a moment's hesitation, she promptly accepted the transaction. What a jest! With such a sum of money, who would decline? She initially wished to immediately acquiesce to Lin Yu's proposal, yet feared that such a response would render her too frivolous and diminish her worth. Thus, she stifled her excitement, waiting until Lin Yu departed before eagerly sending a message. Brother Lin, I am willing to be your woman, as long as you provide me with funds. I am utterly unconcerned about how many other women you may have. Humph, Lin Yu has directly gifted himself 1 million. It seems I am not regarded any less than Lu Ruyan in his eyes. Lin Jijia thought proudly. To be the woman of a man like Lin Yu is a fortune that many could only dream of. She even began to fantasize about receiving substantial bank transfers each month, indulging in various luxury handbags, clothing, and cosmetics, living a life of opulence. Meanwhile, Lin Yu sat in a taxi, perusing the message from Lin Jijia while glancing at the newly credited 8.6 million in his account, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, the allure of wealth is irresistible. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, the yellow streetlights flickered to life, elongating Lin Yu's shadow. He carried several takeout boxes, the steam rising, the aroma of food wafting through the cool air. The dormitory door was ajar, the clattering of keyboards and mice punctuated by the excited shouts of his roommates. I'm down. Quick, cover me. Over here. Over here. Someone. Chicken dinner. Lin Yu pushed the door open, placing the late-night snacks on the table. His voice laced with weariness. Stop playing, come over, and eat something first. Only then did they reluctantly set down their mice, their gazes instantly drawn to the food. Wow. Lin Yu, you're so generous. Grilled skewers. My favorite. And crawfish, this late at night. How delightful. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, walking over to his bed, shedding his shoes and socks, and lying down. The mattress was soft, yet he felt utterly exhausted, yearning to close his eyes. His phone screen lit up, the WeChat icon flashing with striking red notifications. He tapped it, and an avalanche of unread messages cascaded forth. Lu Ruyan's avatar appeared at the top, her messages filled with concerned inquiries. Lin Yu, I heard from Lin Jijia that you got into a fight this afternoon. Are you all right? Not injured, I hope? Lu Ruyan had now become Lin Yu's devoted admirer. He chose not to reply, continuing to scroll down. Lin Jijia's messages were imbued with a hint of flirtation and provocation. Brother Lin, you were amazing today. I also mentioned you to Ruyan. It turns out she too. Should we invite her next time? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, his fingertip hovering over the screen, yet he refrained from responding. Further down, he encountered messages from Zhang Ting and Su Shuer. Zhang Ting, ding ding. What are you up to? Mischievous, Su Shuer. Lin Yu, I miss you. What have you been up to these past few days? You haven't been responding to me. Lin Yu rubbed his temples, tossing his phone aside, and pulled the blanket over his head. He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Having so many women around was indeed bothersome. They all seemed to be in a frantic pursuit, yet I am not your boyfriend. I merely regard you as instruments. Hoping to earn a bit more money. Do you harbor some misunderstanding? Would it not be more delightful to simply receive your monthly payments and gifts, then cheerfully purchase what you desire? Everyone benefits in their own way. Why take it so seriously? Lin Yu, aren't you going to eat? A roommate's voice suddenly broke the silence. Lin Yu pulled down the blanket slightly, revealing his eyes. I'm not hungry. You all go ahead. Really not eating? The crayfish is delicious. I'm not eating. Lin Yu's voice was muffled. His roommate shrugged, said nothing further, and continued to indulge in the meal. Lin Yu sat on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his mind a void. 10 minutes passed, each second dragging on, yet he remained in that position. Perhaps it was pointless to overthink. Matters of the future could be dealt with later. Lin Yu muttered to himself, then suddenly slapped his forehead. All right. I still have 100 goddess points. Let us try my luck with a draw. He silently chanted. System, I wish to draw. Host acknowledged. You currently possess 100 goddess points and can draw once. The system's cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Before Lin Yu's eyes, a vast virtual screen materialized, filled with question mark boxes, a red light frame darting among them. Spirits of heaven and earth, great emperor of smoke, grant me a grand prize. Lin Yu clasped his hands together, eyes closed, murmuring incantations. 1 second, 2 seconds, time seemed to elongate, each moment agonizingly prolonged. Finally, the red frame halted on a question mark box, and a shimmering pink card appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a virtual romance card. Virtual romance card, one-time item upon use. You will acquire a wealthy girlfriend from an online romance lasting 3 years. Wow. Upon reading this, Lin Yu leapt from his bed. Bang. His head collided painfully with the ceiling. His dormitory featured a lofted bed design, and at a height of 185 meters, he struck the ceiling while standing. Ouch. Lin Yu clutched his head, grimacing in pain. Chapter 23. The roommates disband, online romance cough. Lin, what on earth are you doing? You scared me. Zhao Yu, who had been stuffing peeled crayfish into his mouth, was nearly choked by Lin Yu's sudden movement, and he gulped down a large sip of drink to recover. All good. All good. You continue eating. Lin Yu waved his hand, somewhat awkwardly. Li Chong and Wang Peng were engrossed in a World of Warcraft raid, with Li Chong serving as the leader, directing the battle. He glanced back at Lin Yu's commotion. Wang Peng, playing as a healing paladin, was responsible for restoring health. But his distraction resulted in a wipe, leading to their party's demise. What the hell? Peng, what are you doing? Can't you see I'm tanking? Where's the healing? The roar of the team echoed in his headphones, loud enough for Lin Yu to hear. Okay, everyone, let's head back to repair our gear. We'll continue in 10 minutes. Li Chong typed helplessly in the team channel, removed his headphones, and turned to Lin Yu. Wang Peng also took off his headphones, apologizing to the team with a few words before joining Li Chong by Lin Yu's bedside. Lindsay, are you all right? You seem startled. Weren't you just sleeping? If you can't rest, why not join us for the raid? I can help you log in. Li Chong asked with concern, his hand instinctively reaching to pat Lin Yu's head, but ultimately resting on his shoulder. Yeah, Lindsay, why not lie down a bit longer? You don't look too well. Wang Peng added, worry evident in his gaze. I'm fine really. I just suddenly thought of something happy, Lin Yu said vaguely. Knowing he couldn't reveal that he had won a wealthy girlfriend in a lottery. Who would believe that? Something happy? What is it? Share it with the brothers so we can all enjoy it. Zhao Yu's curiosity was piqued as he asked, his mouth full of crayfish. It's a secret. Lin Yu scratched his head, his eyes darting. Humph, a secret? It can't be anything good. Zhao Yu scoffed, returning to his meal. By the way, you mentioned a raid? What raid? Lin Yu quickly shifted the topic. What else could it be but in World of Warcraft? The Wrath of the Lich King just released on the classic server. We have to relive those passionate days. Li Chong said, pointing at the computer screen. Oh, Lin Yu replied. He preferred competitive games like League of Legends, Honor of Kings, and PUBG. Large-scale games like this didn't pique his interest. Lindsay, are you really not coming? We need a mage in our raid, and if you join, you can take any gear you want. Wang Peng persisted, trying to entice Lin Yu. No. You all know I'm not interested in these types of games. You guys have fun, Lin Yu said with a smile, shaking his head. All right then, make sure to rest well. Li Chong and Wang Peng accepted Lin Yu's disinterest and donned their headphones again, diving back into the gaming world. Honestly, I should start calling you Brother Tongzi. What good things are there? But it seems like you don't need them anymore. You're handsome, healthy, and financially secure. Why would you need a wealthy girlfriend? I'm not like Zhou Zihao, Lin Yu thought to himself. System, how do I use the online dating card? He asked aloud, sounding confident, but inside he was quite earnest. The host simply needs to silently recite the command to use the online dating card. The system responded succinctly. Is it really that simple? Lin Yu found it hard to believe. Happiness had come so unexpectedly that it left him a bit flustered. Should I give it a try? He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not resist the temptation. Use the online dating card. Lin Yu silently recited. Online dating card successfully activated. Matching host with an online romantic partner. Match successful. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a wealthy girlfriend with whom you have been in a relationship for 3 years. The details have been sent to your mobile device. Please check. Buzz. As the system's voice faded, Lin Yu felt a jolt in his mind. As if struck by Cupid's arrow, a wave of unfamiliar memories flooded in. These memories were overwhelmingly sweet, detailing his 3-year online romance with a mysterious affluent woman. During his freshman year, Lin Yu encountered a female online friend. Their conversations ignited like a passionate collision of souls. Before long, in a moment of fervor, they boldly embarked on an online romance, and they became utterly ensnared. 3 years. From their naive beginnings to an ardent love, and then to a profound mutual appreciation, they were not merely lovers, but also each other's emotional pillars, possessing an unspoken harmony that surpassed even the most renowned duos. The narrative was filled with twists and turns, ample romance, and could be summarized as, having confirmed our connection. You are the woman destined to captivate my heart. Lin Yu had to commend the system for its remarkable prowess. This was a dreamlike experience of love, one that would be impossible to find in reality. What moved Lin Yu even more was the system's extraordinary ability to mend emotional wounds. Since acquiring these delightful memories of his online romance, the distressing memories of his infatuation with Lu Rian began to fade, as if erased by an eraser from a pencil sketch. System, you are my rebirth, my cybernetic savior. Lin Yu shouted within, vowing to meet its expectations, to forge connections with goddesses, and to engage in heartfelt exchanges. Whenever the system required his assistance, he would surely bestow upon it a 5-star review, along with a rocket and a carnival. Lin Yu paid no mind to whether the system could perceive his effusive gratitude. In his heart, he was overwhelmed with appreciation. Ding! His phone vibrated in his pocket, and his heart skipped a beat, as if a gentle hand were teasing him. He quickly grabbed the phone from the table, fearing he might miss an important message. Indeed, a new unread message awaited him, its profile picture a vibrant orchid, resplendent against lush green leaves. He opened the message to find a simple yet poignant line. Blossoming wealth. Darling, what are you up to? I miss you, heart. In this day and age, someone using an orchid as a profile picture and bearing the name Blossoming Wealth could only be a seasoned individual. Lin Yu stared at the orchid, feeling it was a black hole, threatening to engulf him. His hands trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He felt as if he were being roasted over an open flame. After all, he was just 22, still a young man who enjoyed playing basketball, watching anime, and joking around with his friends in the dormitory. He was still youthful, with a wealth of time ahead and a future brimming with potential. Reflecting on those youthful and vibrant underclassmen, and contemplating the romances yet to be explored, how can I, at such a tender age, resign myself to being ensnared by a woman who could very well be older than my own mother? It is utterly unacceptable. This scenario resembles emerging from a novice village only to encounter a fully leveled player. How can one continue in such a game? It is imperative to part ways. Even the counsel of Jesus would be in vain. Not even if she arrived in a Rolls-Royce Phantom to collect me would I look back. I, Lin Yu, would rather leap from this precipice than continue any further with this woman of wealth and extravagance. He hurled his phone onto the table, preferring not to see or think about it. Chapter 24. A Blossoming Wealth, requesting a meeting. Ding. Blossoming Wealth. Darling, why are you ignoring me? The term darling struck Lin Yu's heart like a pair of tiny hammers, each blow unsettling his thoughts. Ding. Blossoming Wealth. When are you free? I would like to discuss what we previously agreed upon. Upon reading this message, Lin Yu nearly toppled from his chair. What agreement could possibly exist between us? Could it be that she intends to support me financially? An image flashed in his mind. Himself driving a sports car, residing in a lavish mansion, idly passing the days while merely accompanying a wealthy woman on shopping sprees, dining, and watching films. Ugh, what am I thinking? Lin Yu abruptly shook his head, dispelling those chaotic thoughts. I, Lin Yu, am a man of integrity. How could I resort to such a life of dependency? He grasped his phone, fingers dancing swiftly across the screen as he prepared to respond. No, it wouldn't be due to directly state a breakup. What if she were to react in a volatile manner? I must be more tactful. Yes, tactful. Lin Yu took a deep breath, deleting and rewriting, revising repeatedly until he finally crafted a message worthy of sending. Blossoming Wealth. Darling, you once told me that you trained in martial arts since childhood, mastering various combat techniques, capable of taking on 10 opponents at once, even more formidable than a soldier. Is that true? Lin Yu nearly spat blood onto the screen, his heart skipping a beat. Who am I? Where am I? Is this truly the persona being attributed to me? It appears I have boasted about my prowess quite a bit, haven't I? Before consuming genetic enhancements, let alone facing 10 opponents. I would have been brought to my knees by a single trained fighter. But now, 10 seems like a mere trifle. I've certainly tested that in the internet CAF before. Let's see. Indeed, my skills have always been quite impressive. I look forward to demonstrating them for you someday. Lin Yu hastily deleted the breakup message he had intended to send, replacing it with this. As soon as he dispatched it, the responses from the other party cascaded in like a rapid-fire barrage. Blossoming Wealth. My dear, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Blossoming Wealth. For so many years, I have longed to find a strong man to rely upon. Only such a man can protect me and provide a sense of security. Blossoms of Wealth. My dear, you are not only amusing but also remarkably talented. You are truly the embodiment of my dreams. Blossoms of Wealth. Darling, let us meet in person. Lin Yu could hardly contain his laughter. What on earth was happening? Could it be that his online romantic interest was a desperate older woman? It was only the first day of engaging with the system. How could she be so eager to meet in person after just a few exchanges? This was far too hasty. No. A breakup was imperative. A resolute breakup. Flustered, Lin Yu hurriedly retrieved the previously deleted breakup message. The reasons for ending things had been far too gentle. This time he needed to be brutally honest. To be as direct as possible, making her face the reality of the situation and give up hope sooner rather than later. We are not suited for each other. You are too old for my taste. And I am certain you are quite unattractive. A handsome individual like myself could never be interested in you. I already have a girlfriend. Farewell. As he hastily composed the message, suddenly, several photographs popped up in the chat window. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly drooling. The images revealed a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her skin fair and flawless, exuding a mature allure with a captivating presence that shifted from the icy elegance of a queen to the gentle warmth of a neighborly sister, all the while radiating an air of intellectual charm. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, adding to her enchantment. The sea breeze danced around her as she wore a blue dress that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, making her the epitome of beauty in the slightly plump realm. This visage, this physique, this aura, she was a veritable goddess among mortals. She rivaled the youthful Lin Qiling, if not surpassing her. No, she was even more Lin Qiling than Lin Qiling. Oh, my dear friend, could you perhaps provide a photo for verification the next time you introduce a wealthy woman? I nearly missed the chance to meet such a stunning rich lady. If I let this slip away, I would regret it for a lifetime. Lin Yu silently shouted in exhilaration, nearly leaping from his chair in joy. Gratefulness washed over him for his benefactor, the system, his guiding light, the dawn illuminating the darkness. The system was magnificent and formidable, a true titan in the realm of technology, an everlasting deity. To repay this kindness, once he achieved great success, he vowed to introduce a beautiful and charming woman to his benefactor, so that he too could savor the sweetness of love. May the system endure eternally, never faltering, forever thriving. In his mind, Lin Yu showered praises upon his benefactor, expressing an outpouring of admiration, wishing to relay every compliment he could conceive. He cautiously clicked on the profile of Blossoms of Wealth, only to discover that the individual was 38 years old. Previously, the system merely alluded to the individual being a wealthy bachelor, untouched by the embrace of a man. Now, with the revelation of age, Lin Yu's anxieties have finally dissipated. 38 years? In the photograph, she appears no older than 28. Her skin is as flawless and pale as milk, devoid of any wrinkles. How much must she have invested in her upkeep? Lin Yu gazes intently at the picture, his eyes widening, nearly allowing drool to escape. Indeed, wealth can work wonders, granting eternal youth to those who possess it. Lin Yu is filled with a myriad of thoughts, his interest in the illustrious Huakai Fu Gui growing ever more fervent. His mind is now saturated with delightful visions of meeting a wealthy woman in person, leaving behind any prior thoughts of a breakup, which have been cast aside like remnants of a forgotten dream. Brother Chong, may I inquire about something? Zhang Yu took a sip of his beer, his gaze drifting to the industrious Li Chong. Wang Fong from the English department, isn't she part of your club? I have a buddy who has taken a liking to her and wants to know what she's like in reality. Without glancing up, Li Chong's fingers danced across the keyboard. His game character engaged in fierce combat on the screen. Ask her yourself. Here's my phone. You can see her photos. Zhang Yu accepted the phone, the screen displaying a myriad of Wang Fong's selfies, fair-skinned, beautiful, long legs, embodying the quintessential goddess. Wow, her beauty is extraordinary. I must inform my friend immediately so he can seize the opportunity. Wait. Li Chong set down his mouse, donning the expression of someone who has been through it all. Do you really believe in these photos? They could be deceiving. In reality, she is just an ordinary girl with glasses, her skin a tad darker. You wouldn't recognize her without makeup. However, if your friend pursues her, it should be quite manageable. Girls like her are generally easier to woo. The conversation between Li Chong and Zhao Yu struck Lin Yu like a bolt of lightning. He smote his thigh, his heart plummeting. Of course. How could he have overlooked this? Huakai Fu Gui might very well be a mere illusion. The photographs sent earlier could have been pilfered from the internet or excessively edited with filters. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. In the realm of the internet, who can discern reality from deception? On platforms like Weibo, Xiaohongshu, and Douyin, aren't all those internet celebrities surviving on beauty and filters? There are countless examples of failed encounters. Lin Yu felt a surge of agitation. He loathed the notion of being deceived in matters of the heart. No, he must verify the truth. What if she turned out to be an old hag? Wouldn't his 3 years of online romance be squandered in vain? He grabbed his phone, opened the conversation with Hua Kai Fu Gui, his finger hovering over the video call button, hesitating to press it. Within him, 2 inner voices clashed. One whispered, "What if she truly is a beauty? How regrettable it would be to miss out." The other retorted, "What if she is a dinosaur?" 3 years of affection wasted. Lin Yu was torn, feeling as though he were gambling with fate. One stroke could lead to paradise, another to despair. He even began to imagine how he would gracefully and politely propose a breakup if the other party turned out to be an elderly lady. Chapter 25, Video Call. Offline date. Lin Yu found himself in turmoil, yearning for the enchanting beauty depicted in the photographs, while simultaneously fearing the possibility of deceit. Ultimately, he resolved to conduct a video call for verification. The call connected almost instantaneously. On the screen, a breathtaking face appeared, rendering him momentarily breathless. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. He could even discern the delicate flutter of her eyelashes and the shimmering light within her large, glistening eyes. Wasn't this the very woman from the photos? No, she was even more stunning in reality. If the woman in the photos was a meticulously crafted work of art, the one now gracing his screen was a living embodiment of celestial beauty. Lin Yu felt his heart racing wildly within his chest, akin to a drum reverberating in battle. He could hear the thundering beat of his heart, a sound that seemed to numb his eardrums. His mind went blank, every thought vacated, leaving only one lingering question. Is this real? Not a deception? Not a dinosaur? Not an old hag? Truly, a magnificent beauty? He pinched his thigh hard, wincing in pain. Ouch, that hurt. This is not a dream, he murmured to himself, gazing at the screen like a fool. Hello? Can you hear me? The woman on the screen gently spoke, her voice sweet and soft, akin to cotton candy, melting into Lin Yu's heart. He jolted, snapping back to reality. Can you hear me? He stammered, his tongue stumbling over the words. My dear, you great deceiver. Is this really you? So young and handsome. On the other end, the woman, adorned with the name of Flower Blooming in Prosperity, gazed at Lin Yu in the video with a tremor in her voice, reminiscent of Columbus discovering a new world or a lottery winner overwhelmed with joy. Her excitement was indescribable. She never imagined that the mature, composed, and humorous soul she had conversed with for 3 years would be concealed within such a youthful and handsome exterior. This was more thrilling than a television drama, more extraordinary than a novel. Those earlier photos? Who cared about them now? In her eyes, all that mattered was Lin Yu, with his striking looks, impressive physique, and the essence of youth, truly a divine gift from above. Wait, what prompted you to video call me? Are you prepared to meet me in person? Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, infused with an unmistakable sense of anticipation. It was deep, magnetic, and alluring, scratching at Lin Yu's heart like a cat's paw. Lin Yu was taken aback by this sudden surge of enthusiasm. He had approached the call with a mindset of verification, only to find himself being assessed instead. The plot twist was more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride. As the flowers bloom with prosperity, Hua Kaigwa couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Yu's adorably naive demeanor. She understood men exceedingly well, especially young ones. What is this? Are you doubting whether my photos are genuine, prompting this video call? She teased playfully, her tone laced with both jest and affection. Lin Yu, caught off guard, felt his cheeks flush but mustered the courage to admit, Ahem, I was indeed a bit concerned. Hua Kaigwa's laughter grew more joyous. She found Lin Yu's candidness utterly endearing. What were you worried about? That your sister is a dinosaur? Or perhaps a wicked old hag? No, not at all. Lin Yu hastily refuted, though his gaze wandered involuntarily. Realizing it was time to showcase her allure, Hua Kaigwa seized her playful banter. She gently tossed her hair, revealing her delicate collarbone, and flashed a subtle smile at the camera, saying, Are you reassured now? Your sister is not a catfish. As Lin Yu beheld the stunning visage on the screen and listened to her enticing voice, he felt his hormones surge uncontrollably. Reassured indeed. He grinned foolishly, his eyes transfixed. The awkward atmosphere dissipated instantly, and the distance between them seemed to shrink significantly. With the prospect of meeting in person, they exchanged phone numbers and added each other on WeChat. Hua Kaigwa took the initiative to shift the conversation. By the way, what do you enjoy doing in your free time? Where do you live? Gradually relaxing, Lin Yu began to share his daily life with her, discussing everything from his studies to hobbies, and from school to dormitory matters, leaving no topic untouched. Hua Kaigwa extended an invitation for dinner, sending him the location of the restaurant. When Lin Yu opened the link, he discovered it was the renowned Michelin 3-star restaurant, Black Pearl, located in the city center. He had only seen it in videos by food bloggers, showcasing exquisite plating and carefully selected ingredients, not to mention the jaw-dropping prices. Such an establishment was hardly within the reach of an ordinary person. The following afternoon, after lunch, Lin Yu strolled into a lavish luxury goods store. The interior gleamed with opulence, adorned with a plethora of sparkling luxury items cherished by affluent ladies and socialites. And, of course, not forgetting a few mistresses. The store manager, with a keen eye, immediately recognized that Lin Yu was no ordinary young man. Tall and handsome, his attire suggested a considerable value. She approached him with a radiant smile, her voice sweet enough to be cloying. "Sir, what would you like to see?" Initially indecisive about his purchase, Lin Yu decided to take advantage of the professional assistance and pulled out a thick wad of cash, approximately 3,000 yuan, placing it in the manager's hand. "A tip. Please help me choose a gift." The manager's eyes widened. Such generous young patrons were a rarity these days. She eagerly began to make her recommendations. After deliberating for quite some time, Lin Yu's gaze settled upon an exquisite Van Cleef Arpels ladies' watch, priced at 2.73 million. This was the one. Without even a flicker of hesitation, Lin Yu produced his card. Note: the online dating card comes with a built-in goddess binding feature. The transaction was successful. The store manager was elated. This was a substantial sale. Observing Lin Yu's unwavering demeanor as he swiped his card, it was evident he was indeed a man of considerable wealth. Young, handsome, and affluent, he was the epitome of a perfect son-in-law. The store manager's mind began to race with thoughts of how to reel in such a remarkable catch. Lin Yu noticed that the store manager possessed an appealing appearance and a captivating physique, yet the absence of a binding system extinguished his desire to continue spending. He had no intention of becoming a fool. At 6:30 in the evening, Lin Yu, in high spirits and humming a tune, entered the Black Pearl restaurant, clutching a delicately crafted bag embossed with the Van Cleef Arpels logo. After announcing his private room number to the attendant at the entrance, a tall waitress clad in a cheapao greeted him with a warm smile and escorted him upstairs. The private room exuded opulence and elegance, with grand floor-to-ceiling windows revealing a breathtaking view of the shimmering river. Seated by the window was a woman, elegantly adorned in a well-tailored Chanel suit. Her long hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, her makeup meticulously applied, radiating the allure of a mature woman whose beauty was simply captivating. Chapter 26. Mutual Satisfaction. The emergence of a rival inside the room. The crystal chandelier cast a soft glow. Lin Yu's gaze fell upon Bai Bing, as though he were admiring a masterpiece. Bai Bing, too, was discreetly assessing Lin Yu. Standing at 185 centimeters, he was a natural model, further accentuated by his near-perfect physique. His facial features were chiseled, with eyebrows that elegantly arched into his temples, a pair of deep, enchanting eyes, a prominent nose, and thinly pressed lips, exuding an indescribable charisma. Dressed in a British-style suit, Lin Yu paired it with a black shirt, deliberately leaving a few buttons undone to reveal a delicate platinum collarbone necklace, adding an air of rebellious sensuality. Bai Bing felt her heart race uncontrollably. However, it was not merely his appearance that stirred her emotions. When Lin Yu casually removed his suit jacket and draped it over the back of a chair, Bai Bing's breath nearly caught in her throat. The fitted black shirt accentuated his muscular physique perfectly. His broad chest, defined pectorals, and the faint outline of an 8-pack abdomen radiated an intense masculine energy that was utterly intoxicating. Bai Bing's gaze shifted from surprise to satisfaction and then to fascination. Lin Yu also sensed the shifting emotions in Bai Bing's eyes, and a confident smile crept onto his lips. As their eyes locked, a palpable electricity filled the air. "You are even more striking than in the photographs," Lin Yu initiated, his voice deep and magnetic. "And you, more stylish than I had imagined," Bai Bing replied. Bai Bing, feeling a touch of shyness, lowered her head and spoke softly. With the foundation of 3 years of online romance, coupled with their first meeting in reality, they had left each other with splendid impressions. It seemed that an endless array of topics lay between them. As their conversation flowed, the atmosphere gradually became warm and inviting. Lin Yu sensed that the moment was ripe. He carefully retrieved an exquisite box from the gift bag he had brought, placing it gently on the table. He nudged the box towards Bai Bing. His gaze tenderly fixed upon her, and softly said, "As a token for our first meeting, I hope you will like this gift." Bai Bing was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her face, before she broke into a gentle smile. She reached beside her seat to produce a similarly beautifully wrapped box. Mirroring Lin Yu's gesture as she pushed it towards him with a playful tone. "What a coincidence. I have prepared a gift for you as well." They exchanged knowing smiles and simultaneously opened their respective boxes. Upon revealing the contents, both could not suppress their delighted gasps, each holding a watch box. "It seems we truly are in sync, having chosen similar gifts," Bai Bing remarked, her smile blossoming like a flower in spring, radiant and enchanting. She was the first to unveil the gift from Lin Yu, discovering a stunning Van Cleef Arpels lady's watch adorned with delicate diamonds, resting gracefully on a velvet cushion. She was astonished, recognizing it as a limited edition from Van Cleef Arpels, quite a luxurious piece. Yet, during their earlier conversation, Lin Yu had never hinted at his affluent background, which intrigued her. Meanwhile, Lin Yu opened the box from Bai Bing, and his astonishment deepened. Inside lay a limited edition Patek Philippe watch. He had seen this model in magazines, its market value estimated at over 3 million. A warm wave of emotion surged within him. It was the first time a woman had given him such an extravagant gift. "I am thoroughly pleased with your gift." Lin Yu unabashedly expressed his joy, immediately fastening the Patek Philippe watch onto his left wrist, admiring it closely, growing fonder with each glance. "Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I adore the watch you chose as well," Bai Bing replied with a smile, adorning her delicate, fair wrist with the Van Cleef Arpels timepiece. It must be said that the watch perfectly complemented Bai Bing's elegant demeanor and her attire for the day, accentuating her noble and graceful aura. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow upon the exquisite tableware and vibrant roses. The two sat across from each other, engaging in soft conversation, occasionally clinking glasses, producing a crisp sound. Bai Bing, who was not accustomed to drinking, felt a flush creep to her fair cheeks after a few glasses of red wine, her gaze becoming somewhat dreamy. "This wine has quite a kick," she remarked, rubbing her temples as a slight heaviness settled in her head. Lin Yu set down his wine glass, a look of concern crossing his face. "Are you all right? Do you need some water?" "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. I'll go to the restroom," Bai Bing replied, supporting herself against the table as she rose with slightly unsteady steps. Lin Yu instinctively reached out to help her, but Bai Bing waved him off, signaling her independence. She staggered towards the restroom, the sound of her high heels echoing crisply against the marble floor. Just as she emerged from the stall, a tall figure blocked her path. Sun Yi, Bai Bing's suitor, glared at her with a sullen expression. "Bai Bing, how could you go out with another man behind my back?" His voice dripped with anger and jealousy. Bai Bing furrowed her brow and took a step back, increasing the distance between them. "Sun Yi, please step aside. I have made it very clear that we are not suited for each other." "Not suited? Is it because I lack money? What does that pretty boy have to offer you?" Sun Yi pressed closer, his words laced with provocation. Bai Bing felt irritation rising within her. She inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. "Sun Yi, please respect me. Who I choose to be with is my own decision, and it is none of your business. I have a boyfriend now, so please do not harass me any further." "Boyfriend? That pretty boy? Does he truly deserve you?" Sun Yi sneered, contempt evident in his eyes. He seized Bai Bing's wrist, pulling her towards him. "Bai Bing, come with me. I promise I'll treat you 100 times better than that pretty boy." Bai Bing struggled fiercely, but she could not break free from Sun Yi's grip. "Let go of me. You're hurting me." A hint of desperation tinged her voice. Instead of releasing her, Sun Yi tightened his hold. "Hurting? You didn't seem to mind when you were with that pretty boy?" A vicious smile spread across his face. "Today, I will make you realize who truly cares for you." Lin Yu, growing increasingly anxious at Bai Bing's prolonged absence, rose to search for her. Upon nearing the restroom, he heard her cries for help. Following the sound, he spotted Bai Bing entangled with a man. His expression instantly hardened, an icy demeanor enveloping him. He strode over, gripping Sun Yi's wrist and twisting it forcefully. "Ah!" Sun Yi yelped in pain, forced to release Bai Bing. Lin Yu positioned himself protectively behind her, glaring coldly at Sun Yi. "Who do you think you are, daring to lay hands on my woman?" His voice was deep and frigid, imbued with an unyielding authority. Sun Yi, nursing his aching wrist and confronted by a man even larger and stronger than himself, felt a flicker of fear. Yet he was unwilling to concede, especially in front of Bai Bing. I am her boyfriend. Who are you? He shouted defiantly. You are spouting nonsense. When did I ever claim to be your girlfriend? Bai Bing retorted vehemently. Bai Bing, filled with indignation, remarked, this Sun E is utterly shameless. Lin Yu scoffed, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. You, of all people, think you are worthy of being my girlfriend's boyfriend? What did you say? Sun E, incensed by Lin Yu's words, swung his fist at him. Lin Yu deftly sidestepped, delivering a swift kick to Sun Yi's abdomen. Sun E let out a muffled groan, staggering backward, clutching his stomach, his complexion ashen. With your meager skills, you dare to play the hero? Lin Yu regarded Sun E with disdain. Let me make this clear, Bai Bing is mine. Keep your distance from her, or I shall not hesitate to be unkind. Sun E opened his mouth to retort, but the icy glare from Lin Yu silenced him. He recognized that he was no match for Lin Yu. Continuing this confrontation would only lead to further humiliation. You wait. Sun E spat defiantly before turning and fleeing in disarray. Lin Yu observed Sun Yi's retreating figure, his expression devoid of any emotion. He then turned to Bai Bing, his gaze softening. Are you all right? Bai Bing shook her head, a lingering hint of fear reflected in her eyes. Thank you, Lin Yu, she said, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Yu gently pulled her into an embrace, patting her back reassuringly. It's all right now. With me here, no one can bully you. Bai Bing nestled against Lin Yu's broad chest, inhaling the faint scent of tobacco on him, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. In that moment, she believed that this man might truly be someone she could rely upon. Chapter 27. A delightful date at the arcade. A leisurely stroll is an excellent remedy for sobriety. Lin Yu took Bai Bing to the pedestrian street. The vibrant neon lights flickered, and the throng of people bustled about, mingling with the enticing aromas of street food and the calls of vendors. The two walked side by side, maintaining an appropriate distance. Bai Bing held a skewer of candied hawthorn, glistening with syrup, and upon tasting it, the sweet and sour flavors spread delightfully across her palate, causing her eyes to twinkle. Lin Yu, catching a glimpse of her joy, couldn't help but smile. What would you like to do? Lin Yu inquired. Bai Bing's gaze wandered and landed on the nearby arcade. Let us go catch some plush toys. Though Lin Yu had little interest in claw machines, he nodded in agreement. All right, I'll follow your lead. As they entered the arcade, the vibrant music and flashing lights of the games enveloped them. Bai Bing confidently approached the coin exchange machine, withdrew 200 yuan, and exchanged it for 300 game tokens, half of which she handed to Lin Yu. Let us have a competition. Whoever catches more toys gets to make the other agree to a condition. Bai Bing winked playfully. Lin Yu accepted the tokens and weighed them in his hand. Very well, I shall not go easy on you. Bai Bing chuckled lightly. Who wins and who loses remains to be seen. She approached a claw machine brimming with an array of adorable plush toys, inserted a token, skillfully maneuvered the joystick, and carefully positioned the claw over a pink pig plush before pressing the button. The claws tightened, grasping the little pig, and slowly ascended. Bai Bing held her breath, her eyes fixed on the claws. Just as the little pig was about to reach the exit, the claws suddenly loosened, and the pig fell. Ah! Bai Bing exclaimed in frustration. Unwilling to concede, she inserted another coin, attempting once more. Once, twice, thrice, her tokens dwindled, yet she failed to seize even one plush toy. Pouting in disappointment, she felt a twinge of defeat. Lin Yu, standing nearby, observed Bai Bing's repeated failures and relentless spirit. He approached another claw machine, inserted a coin, and attempted his luck, only to fail as well. 1, 2, 3, his tokens swiftly diminished, yet his expression remained unperturbed, even cheerful. Soon, both of their tokens were exhausted, leaving them empty-handed before the machine. Darn it! Bai Bing stamped her foot, glaring at the claw machine. The grip was far too weak. Lin Yu shrugged, moving beside her and speaking in a tone only they could hear. This owner is incompetent. There's not even a guarantee for a win. No repeat customers left. Bai Bing chuckled, her earlier frustration dissipating somewhat. Forget it, let us try something else, she said, pulling Lin Yu away. Within the arcade, beyond the claw machine, a plethora of games awaited. They immersed themselves in dinosaur battles, racing, and basketball, reveling in the joy of play. Lin Yu, usually appearing aloof, displayed remarkable talent in gaming, effortlessly mastering both the dinosaur game and racing. Bai Bing watched, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After a while, they settled down in the relaxation area. Lin Yu went to fetch drinks and returned with a cup of iced tea. Here, he said, handing it to Bai Bing. She She took a sip, the cool liquid gliding down her throat, refreshing her. Thank you, she smiled. Lin Yu sat beside her, his gaze drifting towards the nearby dance machine. A group of young girls was dancing on it, their movements fluid and vibrant. Bai Bing noticed Lin Yu's attention. Lin Yu, can you dance? She inquired. He withdrew his gaze and looked at her. I know a little. Would you like to see? Bai Bing nodded eagerly. Lin Yu chuckled lightly, rising to his feet. All right, I shall indulge you. He approached the dance machine, inserted a coin, and selected a song with a vigorous beat. As the music played, Lin Yu moved his body in rhythm, executing each motion with precision and grace, hitting every beat flawlessly. Bai Bing stood at the periphery, watching Lin Yu sweat it out on the dance machine, surprised to discover this side of him. The performance concluded, and his score registered at the highest. The dance machine erupted with cheerful music, flashing words on the screen. Applause and cheers erupted around them. Several young girls gathered around, excitedly watching Lin Yu. Wow, you're amazing. Can we add you on WeChat? What kind of dance was that? So cool. Surrounded by the girls' enthusiasm, Lin Yu politely declined their requests for WeChat, then made his way through the crowd back to Bai Bing. Bai Bing gazed at Lin Yu, a hint of jealousy lacing her tone. You are quite popular, aren't you? Lin Yu chuckled softly, reaching out to touzle Bai Bing's hair. What's this? Are you feeling envious? Bai Bing turned her head away. Of course not. Observing her childlike demeanor, Lin Yu felt a surge of tenderness. My dear, we've had our fun. Perhaps it's time we return home to rest? He leaned closer to Bai Bing, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Bai Bing shivered slightly, a rosy hue creeping up her ears and cheeks. She understood the implication in Lin Yu's words. A long-suppressed yearning churned within her chest, yet at this moment, she felt utterly flustered. Lowering her gaze, she nervously twisted the hem of her dress. Lin Yu, witnessing her unease, gently encircled her slender waist with his hand. The warmth of his palm seeped through the thin fabric, warming her skin. Let us go, my love. Lin Yu's voice was low and husky. Bai Bing remained silent, obediently nodding her head as she allowed Lin Yu to hold her, leading her towards the parking lot. The city at night sparkled with neon lights, casting elongated shadows of the two. Chapter 28. Crushing revenge. Uncontrollable emotions upon arriving at the parking lot, as they slipped into Bai Bing's Bentley. A group of burly men swiftly surrounded them, led by Sun Yi. You little brat, I caught you off guard earlier, but this time, I'll see where you can run. Sun Yi sneered, his yellowed teeth prominently visible as the flesh beneath his chin quivered. With a wave of his hand, a dozen muscular men, adorned with sinister tattoos, vibrant hair, and wielding steel pipes and bats, closed in. Lin Yu furrowed his brows, shielding Bai Bing behind him, his gaze sweeping across the group. Stay back, my dear. I wouldn't want you to get splattered with blood, he warned in a low voice. Bai Bing's heart raced, gripping the hem of Lin Yu's shirt tightly. Lin Yu, be careful, she whispered, her voice trembling. Don't worry. They are merely a bunch of thugs, Lin Yu reassured, patting her hand. Seeing Lin Yu's composed demeanor only fueled Sun Yi's rage. He pointed a finger at Lin Yu, cursing, you dare to act tough even when death is imminent. If I don't cripple you today, I want to bear the surname Sun. Brothers, attack. Break one of his arms and legs. Sun Yi bellowed. The hulking men brandished their weapons, charging at Lin Yu, with a sharp glint in his eyes. Lin Yu sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick to the chest of the foremost man, sending him crashing into several others. Swiftly, Lin Yu sidestepped the steel pipe, grasped the assailant's wrist, and with a forceful twist, the sound of cracking bones echoed sharply. The man howled in agony, dropping the pipe. Lin Yu executed a spinning kick, sending another man flying. His movements were rapid, precise, and ruthless, each strike aimed at vital points. Though outnumbered, the burly men stood no chance against Lin Yu, each one collapsing to the ground, moaning in pain. Sun Yi's smile froze upon his face as he watched the individuals he had paid to come, one by one, being defeated by Lin Yu. A mixture of shock and anger swelling within him. Don't come any closer. Sun Yi's voice trembled, his body instinctively retreating. Lin Yu advanced, his gaze devoid of warmth. Now you know fear? Sun Yi's legs quivered, and he collapsed onto the ground. I was wrong, big brother, I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. He pleaded, his face contorted in despair. Lin Yu seized Sun Yi by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. Sun Yi shivered like a lamb destined for slaughter. Wife, how should we deal with him? Lin Yu turned to Bai Bing. Her complexion was pale, her eyes brimming with terror and indignation. Call the police, she uttered, her voice hoarse. It would be too lenient on him. Lin Yu scoffed, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Sun Yi. Since you take such pleasure in dismembering others, let us allow you a taste of that very torment. With a swift motion, Lin Yu twisted Sun Yi's arm at an unnatural angle, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, Lin Yu was not finished. He placed a foot upon Sun Yi's leg. Another crack resounded, and Sun Yi's leg shattered. He writhed on the ground in agony, howling in despair. Bai Bing observed the scene before her, torn between relief and fear. She understood Lin Yu was avenging her, yet she worried he might attract trouble. Lin Yu, that's enough. She implored, her voice quivering. Lin Yu gazed at her, his expression softening. All right, I shall heed your wishes. He released Sun Yi, allowing him to collapse onto the ground. Bai Bing retrieved her phone, dialing a number. Hello, Secretary Li? It's me. There's been an incident here. Please bring a few people to handle it. Her voice was low, yet her tone brooked no argument. After ending the call, she turned her gaze toward Lin Yu, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Lin Yu. He smiled warmly, wrapping her in his embrace. Fool, why be so formal with me? Before long, several black sedans sped into the scene, from which emerged a group of men clad in dark suits, their expressions unreadable as they swiftly gathered the fallen individuals. One of the leaders approached Bai Bing and respectfully inquired, Ms. Bai, are you unharmed? Bai Bing shook her head. I am fine. Please hand these individuals over to the police. Additionally, she cast a cold glance at the unconscious Sun Yi. Ensure he is taken to a reputable hospital. I cannot have him roaming freely to harm others. Understood, the leader nodded, turning to leave. The parking lot returned to tranquility, leaving only Lin Yu and Bai Bing. As the night breeze blew, Bai Bing shivered slightly. Lin Yu removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Let us depart. It is time to return home. He wrapped his arm around Bai Bing's shoulders and made his way to his car. Bai Bing nestled against Lin Yu, enveloped in the warmth radiating from him, her heart brimming with a profound sense of security. She gazed up at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with tenderness. Once seated in the vehicle, Lin Yu ignited the engine, and the sedan glided out of the parking lot. Inside the car, Bai Bing turned her head to observe Lin Yu, whose profile appeared particularly captivating under the dim light. Lin Yu, what did you do before? She could not help but inquire, as she was truly impressed by his remarkable skills. Lin Yu chuckled softly, opting not to directly address her question. Oh, I used to lead a rather aimless existence, though my approach to idleness may have been somewhat unique. Bai Bing seemed unconvinced by his words. Then how did you become so formidable? Are you, perchance, the legendary Soldier King? Lin Yu laughed heartily. A Soldier King? I would never dare claim such a title. My prowess is merely a product of learning from street toughs. In a brawl, the most crucial element is the aura you exude. Did I not resemble a warrior just now? Bai Bing found herself amused by Lin Yu's playful banter and lightly punched him. Cease your self-adulation. Yet, I must admit, you were indeed quite dashing. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow in triumph. Of course, one must consider whose husband I am. Bai Bing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she fell silent, her heart swelling with joy. The sedan swiftly returned to their abode. Upon entering the bedroom, Bai Bing's gaze fell upon the expansive double bed, her heartbeat quickening. Stealing a glance at Lin Yu, she noticed he was also observing her, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. Bai Bing felt her cheeks grow warm, and she hastily lowered her head. Too shy to meet his gaze. I'll go take a shower, she declared, before fleeing into the bathroom. Lin Yu watched her flustered retreat, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Congratulations, host, on winning over Bai Bing. You have earned 100 goddess points. Chapter 29. Frivolous Spending and the Three-Person Ludo. A new month has dawned. Lin Yu stood on the balcony of his dormitory, basking in the sunlight, feeling utterly at ease. After a night of revelry, he discovered that his companion was still untouched. Indeed, the products of the system are always of premium quality. He retrieved his phone and opened WeChat, where messages from Lu Ruyin and Lin Jiajia appeared simultaneously. What schemes might these two women be concocting? Lin Yu mused as he clicked on Lu Ruyin's profile. Master, it's the weekend. Could you accompany Jiajia and me for a shopping excursion? Shopping? Lin Yu felt a surge of delight. This was precisely what he desired. He then opened Lin Jiajia's profile. Lin Yu, I have splendid news. After my relentless efforts and diligent teachings, Lu Ruyin has agreed to a game of three-person Ludo. You must think of a way to express your gratitude. Three-person Ludo? Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was an excellent opportunity, not merely to earn money, but also to indulge in delightful escapades. He immediately replied, "Sure. Where shall we meet? How about at the In-Time department store in the city center?" Lin Jejia responded, "Wait for me." Lin Yu put down his phone and began getting dressed. Upon arriving at the In-Time department store, Lin Yu spotted Lu Ruyan and Lin Jejia at a glance. The two girls stood in the center of the plaza, one as pure as water, the other charmingly adorable, capturing the attention of many passers-by. "Master." Upon seeing Lin Yu, Lu Ruyan promptly approached him. "Please refrain from calling me master in public," Lin Yu reminded her. "All right, Master Lin Yu." She wore a white dress today, the hem swaying gently with her steps, resembling a blooming lily. "Lin Yu." Lin Jejia also bounced over energetically, dressed in a pink top and denim shorts. She revealed her long, fair legs, exuding youthful exuberance. "Let's go, choose whatever you want." Lin Yu waved his hand grandly. "Wow, Lin Yu, you are the best," Lin Jejia exclaimed joyfully, linking her arm with his. Lu Ruyan also linked her other arm with Lin Yu, and the three of them entered the mall together. Accompanying the two girls, Lin Yu strolled from the first floor to the top floor, then back down again. The girls tried on one outfit after another, while Lin Yu was responsible for the payments. As long as the girls were pleased, Lin Yu blinked not an eye. After finishing with the clothing stores, they moved on to cosmetics, and then to luxury goods. The two girls purchased an abundance of items, while Lin Yu remained relaxed. He sat on a sofa in the resting area, watching the girls excitedly select their goods, his mind calculating the upcoming game of Ludo that evening. Lu Ruyan's figure. Her skin. TSK. Lin Yu's gaze lingered on Lu Ruyan, his eyes somewhat fervent. "Jejia, that mischievous girl, I wonder what trick she will think of next." He then turned his attention to Lin Jejia, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Sir, may I assist you with anything?" A sweet voice interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. He looked up to see a female attendant in professional attire standing before him. "Oh, I'm just browsing," Lin Yu responded, slightly embarrassed. "Very well, sir. If you require anything, feel free to call for me." The attendant smiled gently before turning to leave. Lin Yu watched her retreating figure, thinking that her service attitude was indeed commendable. "Lin Yu, what do you think of this dress?" Lu Ruyan held up a dress, modeling it in front of him. "It looks great, buy it," Lin Yu said without hesitation. "Lin Yu, do you think this lipstick suits me?" Lin Jejia pouted, showing him her lips. "It looks lovely. Buy it," Lin Yu replied succinctly. Hearing his words, both girls displayed radiant smiles. They are aware that Lin Yu genuinely cares for them, as he is remarkably willing to spend on himself. After an afternoon of wandering, both women felt a bit fatigued. "Lin Yu, shall we grab a bite to eat?" proposed Lin Jejia. "Sure, what would you like to eat?" Lin Yu inquired. "I desire a candlelit dinner," Lin Jejia replied with a playful blink. "A candlelit dinner?" Lin Yu paused for a moment, then comprehended Lin Jejia's intention. "All right, let us have a candlelit dinner." He nodded in agreement. He took out his phone and called the Intercontinental Hotel to request the reserved candlelit dinner package to be brought to their room. Subsequently, he escorted the two women to the Intercontinental Hotel. Upon entering the presidential suite, both women were astounded by the room's opulence. "Wow, what an enormous room," exclaimed Lin Jejia. "And this bed is so grand," Lu Ruyan remarked, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed at the massive bed. Lin Yu smiled, choosing to remain silent. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window and drew back the curtains. Outside, the city's nightscape unfolded before their eyes. "How beautiful!" The two women joined Lin Yu, marveling at the scenery outside. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lin Yu walked over to open the door, and a waiter wheeled in a dining cart. "Sir, here is your reserved candlelit dinner package," the waiter announced. "Great, please place it here." Lin Yu indicated the dining table. The waiter arranged the dishes from the cart onto the table and then exited the room. Lin Yu approached the table and lit the candles. The flickering candlelight illuminated the faces of the two women, casting an intimate ambience. "Come, let us savor our meal," Lin Yu said, picking up a knife and fork. The two women followed suit, indulging in their dinner. After the meal, Lin Yu produced a set of Ludo. "Come, let us commence the Ludo battle tonight," he said with a smile. The two women exchanged shy glances, both displaying bashful smiles. Lin Yu set up the Ludo board, and the three of them gathered on the carpet. The dice twirled in Lin Yu's hand before he tossed it lightly. 6. Haha, I take off first, Lin Yu exclaimed triumphantly. Lin Jejia pouted, somewhat reluctant, and rolled the dice. 3. She mumbled. Lu Ruyan smiled gently and rolled the dice as well. 5. Lu Ruyan said softly. Under the night sky in the presidential suite of the Intercontinental Hotel, with the candlelight flickering, an extraordinary Ludo battle was just beginning. Lin Yu chuckled as he prepared to roll the dice again. Chapter 30. Utterly romantic. Schwerer is moved. Su Schwerer opened Lin Yu's moments, curious about his recent activities. The latest post from Lin Yu, dated 3 days ago, featured a photo of the infinity pool on the top floor of the Intercontinental Hotel, with the city's dazzling night lights in the distance. Su Schwerer recognized the place. Did he go alone, or was he accompanied by some enchanting little sprite? A pang of bitterness welled up within her as she closed her moments and opened the chat window with her close friend, Zhang Qian. Qian, do you think Lin Yu? Su Schwerer typed a lengthy message, only to erase it one character at a time, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. Fearful of missteps. What is it? Dilly-dallying, like a chronic case of constipation. Zhang Qian replied instantly, accompanied by an eye-roll emoji. Su Schwerer's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. I feel that Lin Yu has been rather distant lately. He bought me a heap of gifts. Yet he never spends time with me. What does that even mean? I've also heard that he's been getting close to Lu Ruyan and Lin Jejia. Do you think he might have someone on the side? She poured out her grievances, exhaling deeply after finishing her message. Is that all? Zhang Qian's response was concise and impactful. Su Schwerer was taken aback. Could it be that she was overthinking? You, my dear, simply take yourself too seriously. Zhang Qian sent a voice message, laced with a tone of exasperation. What kind of person is Lin Yu? Young, handsome, and wealthy. Can a man like him possibly lack female attention? He is like a coveted prize. And you're acting all high and mighty, presenting yourself as a goddess waiting for worship. Why should he continually offer his warmth to your cold demeanor? Zhang Qian's words struck Su Schwerer like a blunt force, making her pause. What should I do then? Panic set in as she felt she might have indeed erred. Silly girl. Of course, you must take the initiative. Zhang Qian's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. Isn't your birthday approaching? This presents a splendid opportunity. Invite him for dinner, perhaps a movie, and then, you know what happens next. Zhang Qian left her sentence unfinished, yet Su Schwerer grasped her intent, her cheeks flushing crimson. Is that appropriate? Doubt lingered in Su Schwerer's heart. After all, girls should maintain a sense of decorum. What is inappropriate about it? Do you wish to stand idly by while he is swept away by another woman? You'll have no place to weep when that happens. Zhang Qian countered. Su Schwerer fell silent, images of Lu Ruyan and Lin Jejia flashing through her mind. The cunning glint in Lu Ruyan's eyes and Lin Jejia's innocent demeanor filled her with trepidation. If Lin Yu truly. Su Schwerer dared not contemplate it. A chill creeping into her heart. All right, I'll throw caution to the wind. She bit her lip, steeling her resolve. Closing the chat with Zhang Qian, she opened the dialogue with Lin Yu. Lin Yu, my birthday is the day after tomorrow. Do you have time? I would like to invite you to dinner. Su Schwerer composed a message, sent it, then tossed her phone aside, too anxious to look. She paced her room, a restless ant on a hot pan. Moments ticked by, yet Lin Yu had not replied. Su Schwerer was on edge, repeatedly picking up her phone to refresh WeChat, only to set it down again. Ding dong. The sound of a notification from WeChat suddenly pierced the air, causing Su Schwerer's heart to momentarily halt. She hastily grasped her phone, discovering a message from Lin Yu. What do you want to eat? His reply was succinct, yet it brought a wave of relief to Su Schwerer, illuminating her world. You decide. I'm open to anything. She responded, unable to suppress a smile. She turned off her phone and rushed to her wardrobe, pulling out garments one by one, draping them over herself before discarding them onto the bed. Which outfit would be suitable? This one was too revealing, while that one felt overly modest. Su Schwerer stood before the mirror, deeply conflicted. Should she apply makeup? Which lipstick shade to choose? Was it the seductive red or the subtle nude? She began preparing for her birthday date in 2 days, feeling a blend of anticipation, anxiety, and a hint of excitement. On the evening of her birthday, at 7 p.m., Su Schwerer stood outside the Starry Night restaurant, inhaling deeply before pushing open the glass door. Soft melodies flowed through the air, mingling with the fragrance of lilies, creating a romantic ambience that was utterly enchanting. Her eyes quickly found Lin Yu, standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, clad in a deep blue suit that accentuated his tall, handsome figure, even more striking than usual. Her heart raced, and she felt a wave of breathlessness wash over her. In her high heels, she made her way towards Lin Yu, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the tranquil restaurant. You've arrived. Lin Yu turned, a smile gracing his face. Yes. Su Schwerer replied softly, her gaze cast downward. Happy birthday, Shuer. Lin Yu's voice was deep and warm as he presented her with a magnificent bouquet of vibrant red roses, glistening with droplets of water. These are for you. Su Shuer lifted her head, surprise flickering in her eyes as she accepted the roses, inhaling their intoxicating scent. Do you like them? Lin Yu inquired. Yes, I adore them. Her voice trembled slightly. I'm glad to hear that, Lin Yu chuckled, gesturing for her to take a seat. Shall we move to the table? As Su Shuer followed Lin Yu to the dining table, she noticed the restaurant was entirely empty, leaving just the two of them in an intimate setting. A grand crystal chandelier cast a brilliant light over the table, adorned with exquisite silver cutlery and elegant goblets, luxurious and romantic. This is stunning, Su Shuer marveled. I reserved the entire place, Lin Yu said, pulling out a chair for her. You reserved it? Su Shuer's eyes widened in disbelief. How much did that cost? This is too extravagant. Every penny spent on you is worth it. As long as you're happy, Lin Yu replied calmly, yet his words sent her heart racing. Su Shuer took her seat, placing the roses on the chair beside her. Lin Yu settled across from her and snapped his fingers, summoning a waiter who approached with a dining cart. On the dining cart lay a meticulously crafted cake, adorned with flickering candles that cast a gentle glow. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, the waiter softly sang. Su Shuer gazed at the dancing flames. Her heart stirred with emotion. Make a wish, Lin Yu suggested. Su Shuer closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and silently made a wish in her heart. She hoped that she and Lin Yu could remain together forever, never to part. Upon opening her eyes, she blew out the candles. Let us cut the cake, Lin Yu said, picking up a knife and fork. The cake's layers were filled with pink strawberry cream, emanating a delightful fragrance. Try this, it's custom-made just for you. Lin Yu offered a slice to Su Shuer. She accepted the piece, taking a small bite with her fork. The sweet and tangy flavor of the strawberries intertwined with the silky cream, creating an exquisite taste. Is it delicious? Lin Yu inquired. It's delightful. This is the best cake I've ever had, Su Shuer replied, nodding with a smile. Lin Yu gazed at her with tenderness. From his pocket, he produced a small velvet box, placing it on the table and sliding it towards Su Shuer. Open it and see, he said. Her heart raced as she anticipated the contents of the box. Upon lifting the lid, a radiant diamond necklace lay inside, its brilliance dazzling her eyes. This is too precious. I can't accept it, Su Shuer hastily declined. This is your birthday gift from me. Do you like it? Lin Yu asked. Su Shuer nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. Although she had encountered expensive gifts before, the significance of this one from Lin Yu was unparalleled. I'll help you put it on, Lin Yu said, taking the necklace and gently draping it around her neck, fastening it securely. The cool sensation made Su Shuer shiver slightly. When Lin Yu's fingers brushed against her skin, an electric thrill coursed through her. It's beautiful, Lin Yu remarked, his gaze filled with admiration. The diamond necklace sparkled under the light, accentuating the fairness of Su Shuer's skin. Thank you, she murmured, her voice thick with emotion. Silly girl, why be so formal with me? Lin Yu gently caressed her hair, his touch tender as if handling a precious porcelain piece. Su Shuer lifted her gaze to meet Lin Yu's eyes, which were deep and gentle, like a whirlpool drawing her in. Come, have some cake, he said with a smile, lifting a forkful of cake to her lips. Su Shuer opened her mouth and savored the cake. The sweet flavor spread in her mouth, embodying the essence of happiness. Is it good? Lin Yu asked. Su Shuer nodded, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Delicious, she exclaimed. Lin Yu chuckled as he grasped a napkin, gently wiping the cream from the corner of Su Shuer's mouth. She did not shy away, allowing his tender gesture. Her heart raced like a startled fawn. Lin Yu gazed at her, his eyes glowing with increasing intensity. He slowly leaned closer to Su Shuer, their proximity diminishing, breaths becoming palpable. Upon exiting the restaurant, an unspoken understanding enveloped them as they silently proceeded towards the evening's most romantic destination. Congratulations to the host for winning over Su Shuer, earning 100 goddess points. Chapter 31. Shenbao and the Disney Companion. Host, Lin Yu. Current rebate multiplier, 10. Personal assets, 100 million. Bound individuals, Li Mengyao, Lu Ruyan, Lin Zhejia, Su Shuer. Zhang Ting, by Bing, goddess points, 200 lottery. Lin Yu rubbed his hands together, his face alight with excitement. The mechanical voice of the system resonated. 200 goddess points. Eligible for 2 draws. Before him materialized an enormous virtual screen, adorned with question mark squares, a red light frame pulsating swiftly, reminiscent of childhood slot machines. Stop, Lin Yu called out. As the lights danced, 2 items appeared on the screen. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a bottle of Huiyuan Shenbao. Huiyuan Shenbao. After consumption, it can enhance kidney function. Wow. Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a remarkable find, having recently engaged frequently with several goddesses. He had been worried about his stamina, and now the system had provided him with a supplement, truly a timely boon. He seized the Shenbao and gulped it down eagerly. A warm sensation surged from his lower abdomen, radiating throughout his waist, as if his kidneys had been fitted with miniature motors, brimming with vitality. He grinned widely, relieved that he would no longer have to fret about feeling inadequate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Blink. Blink, upon learning. It allows instantaneous movement over a distance of 400 yards, approximately 36,576 meters, with a cooldown period of 1 day. Blink. Lin Yu was astonished. This was akin to a divine skill from a video game. The description of the skill mirrored that of the game, save for the cooldown period being adjusted to 1 day. Lin Yu stroked his chin, pondering the potential applications of this ability. Escape? Pursuit? Both seemed advantageous. Suddenly, a bold idea surged into his mind. A mischievous smile crept across Lin Yu's face as he contemplated employing this skill in certain unique situations. Cough, cough. He quickly dismissed such thoughts. This was a life-saving skill, and he must not let his imagination wander astray. His phone screen illuminated, displaying Zhang Ting's name along with a series of missed call notifications. Lin Yu rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache, but decided to return the call. Lin Yu, you finally answered. Zhang Ting's voice radiated joy, tinged with a hint of reproach. What is the matter? Sister Ting, is something wrong? Lin Yu inquired calmly. My mother is well now. The surgery was a resounding success, and the doctor has assured us that she is out of danger. Zhang Ting's voice was filled with relief. That's wonderful, Lin Yu exhaled in relief. Thank you, Lin Yu. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Zhang Ting's voice trembled with emotion. It's all right, just don't cry. Auntie has a guardian angel watching over her, Lin Yu reassured her, though a flicker of impatience crossed his mind. I want to cry. Lin Yu, why haven't you contacted me lately? I miss you. Zhang Ting's voice was sweet and suggestive. I've been a bit busy. The pressure from my studies has been overwhelming, he replied evasively, steering the conversation away. Oh, I see. Zhang Ting's tone dipped slightly in disappointment, but she quickly rallied. By the way, Lin Yu, Xiao Fei has been clamoring to visit Disneyland. When do you have some free time? Could you accompany us? Disneyland? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, the image of Xiao Fei's innocent face flashing through his mind. Yes, all of Xiao Fei's classmates have been. And he keeps mentioning it. I was wondering if you could. Zhang Ting's voice trailed off, laced with a plea. Lin Yu fell silent, comprehending Zhang Ting's implication. Was she suggesting he take on the role of a surrogate father? A joke. He was merely 22, in the prime of his youth, and certainly did not wish to inherit an additional burden. Lin Yu, I understand you're busy, but Xiao Fei genuinely wishes to go. Just consider it a chance to spend time with me, please? Zhang Ting's tone was almost desperate. Lin Yu felt a surge of irritation. He was particularly averse to such emotional appeals from women. All right, when are we going? I'll see if I can carve out some time, he conceded. Not so much out of compassion, but rather to fulfill his obligations for the month. After all, Zhang Ting was one of his designated partners. Really? That is wonderful. Lin Yu, you are truly amazing. Zhang Ting's mood instantly brightened. Let us plan for this weekend. I will book the hotel and tickets, and you can just come over. Lin Yu interrupted impatiently. Fine, it's all up to you. Zhang Ting's voice was brimming with sweetness. After hanging up, Lin Yu let out a long sigh. He opened his phone and began searching for hotels near Disneyland. Since he was going, he intended to indulge fully. He wished to experience the most luxurious suite, the most thrilling rides, and the most delectable local delicacies. He didn't want to miss a single thing. After all, it wasn't his money being spent. With a tenfold return, it was merely a drop in the bucket. The weekend arrived swiftly. From a distance, he spotted Zhang Ting and Zhang Xiaofei. Zhang Ting was dressed in a loose shirt and casual jeans, her long hair cascading down, appearing gentle and beautiful. Zhang Xiaofei was clad in sports attire, bouncing excitedly with a cartoon backpack. Lin Yu. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Zhang Ting's eyes lit up, and she hurried over. Uncle. Zhang Xiaofei also spotted Lin Yu and exclaimed with enthusiasm, for his mother often spoke of how wonderful and impressive this uncle was. Unbeknownst to him, he had unconsciously accepted Lin Yu. Lin Yu's body stiffened momentarily, his face wearing an awkward yet polite smile. Xiaofei is truly well-behaved. He gently patted Zhang Xiaofei's head, his heart a tumult of emotions. Lin Yu drove Zhang Ting's car, spending nearly 3 hours to reach the hotel parking lot near Disneyland. "Let us go inside," Zhang Ting said, linking her arm with Lin Yu's, as the three of them cheerfully entered the enchanting realm of Disneyland. They traversed the carousel, roller coaster, and pirate ship, with Lin Yu accompanying Zhang Xiaofei through each delightful ride. The sound of Zhang Xiaofei's laughter echoed in his ears, and witnessing the excitement on his small face brought a sense of ease to Lin Yu's demeanor. At noon, Lin Yu treated them to a meal at the most expensive restaurant within Disneyland. The table was adorned with exquisite dishes, each more lavish than the last. Zhang Xiaofei, with his mouth full, eagerly offered food to Lin Yu, exclaiming, "Uncle, you must try this. It's delicious." Lin Yu glanced at the greasy piece of braised pork in his bowl, his lips twitching. "You eat it yourself, Xiaofei. I prefer lighter fare," he managed to smile weakly. "Come on, Lin Yu, you should eat too. Don't just focus on us," Zhang Ting gently insisted, offering him a pair of chopsticks laden with food. "All right." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, they enjoyed a few more attractions and watched the parade of floats. Exhausted from the day's adventures, Zhang Xiaofei leaned against Lin Yu's shoulder and drifted into slumber. Lin Yu held him close, feeling the weight of his small body. As a wave of inexplicable emotions surged within him, this little fellow was surprisingly heavy. On their way back, Lin Yu purchased a plethora of toys for Zhang Xiaofei, an extravagant collection of Lego bricks worth over 100,000 and a limited edition Transformer robot. Clutching his toys, Zhang Xiaofei beamed with uncontainable joy. "Daddy," he exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Lin Yu's neck and planting a loud kiss on his cheek. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Had their relationship just escalated? That evening, Zhang Ting dropped Lin Yu off at his grandmother's house. "Thank you for today, Lin Yu. Xiaofei had such a wonderful time," she said, lingering by the car, her gaze filled with reluctance as she looked at him. "It was nothing. It's my pleasure," Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. "Make sure to rest early," she added, biting her lip and turning to leave. "Wait," Lin Yu called out, halting her. "What is it?" Zhang Ting turned back, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. "Could you give me the hotel room key?" Lin Yu requested. Zhang Ting's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, retrieving the key card from her bag and handing it to him. "I'll be waiting for you in the room," she stammered before hastily departing. Chapter 32, Bugatti. A visit at home the night had yet to wane when Bai Bing's call arrived as expected. "Darling, have you checked the car?" Bai Bing's voice carried the unique languor of the morning, yet remained tender. Lin Yu absent-mindedly held the candy wrapper Zhang Ting had given him the previous night, adorned with a childish and charming Mickey Mouse design. He snapped back to reality, replying, "Not yet. I was just about to go." Upon receiving a message from Bai Bing, he quickly responded, "Allow me to introduce a boutique owned by a friend of mine, renowned for its exquisite offerings, thus saving you the trouble of wandering about aimlessly." Bai Bing's voice exuded a familiarity. "What a wonderful gesture. Thank you, Sister Bai," Lin Yu replied sweetly, naturally not wishing to decline such a delightful opportunity. "No need for thanks. It's a trivial matter," Bai Bing chuckled lightly. "The new Bugatti has arrived. You might want to take a look. It's quite impressive. Priced at 20 million, though it's just average." The following day, Lin Yu took a taxi to the luxury car gallery on the outskirts of the city. Rather than merely a car gallery, it resembled an exhibition space for art. The glass façade shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, with several extravagant sports cars parked at the entrance, exuding an air of distinction. Upon entering the gallery, Lin Yu was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of opulence, the air thick with the scent of affluence. The polished marble floor, avant-garde display stands, and luxury cars glimmering under the lights stimulated the senses. A stunning store manager dressed in a fitted black dress and high heels awaited him. Her makeup was exquisite, and her smile enchanting. Upon noticing Lin Yu, she approached with graceful steps. "Good day, Mr. Lin. I am the store manager, Li Feier. Sister Bai has already given me a heads up about your visit. It is truly an honor to have you here." Li Feier's voice was sultry, her tone rising slightly at the end. She extended her slender, fair hand, its nails painted a vivid crimson, contrasting beautifully with her porcelain skin. Lin Yu shook her hand, feeling the silky smoothness and a hint of her delicate perfume. "You are too kind, Manager Li," he smiled, his gaze sweeping over her figure. Li Feier was undoubtedly a vision of beauty. The black dress accentuated her alluring curves, her full bosom enticingly prominent, and her waist was slender enough to be grasped delicately. The hem of her skirt revealed long, graceful legs clad in black stockings, paired with a captivatingly lovely face, making her the epitome of a man's dream lover. Congratulations, host, you have successfully triggered the binding condition. Binding object. Li Feier appeared pleased with Lin Yu's gaze. She smiled and, almost imperceptibly, leaned closer, her breath fragrant. Mr. Lin, Sister Bai mentioned you wish to see the cars. May I inquire if you have any specific preferences? Not particularly. I merely intend to browse, Lin Yu replied, his gaze lingering on her bosom for a fleeting moment before he quickly diverted his eyes, feigning nonchalance. Just browsing? Li Feier's ruby lips curled into a playful smile as she swayed her hips towards a striking red Ferrari, tracing her fingers delicately along its body. Mr. Lin, you truly possess a sense of humor. How could one visit a place like this merely to browse? As she spoke, she turned, her body nearly brushing against Lin Yu's, and an intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, even allowing him to feel the warmth radiating from her. Lin Yu felt a rush of heat surge to his head. This woman was undeniably skilled in her craft. He cleared his throat and said, managerly, you jest. I speak only the truth. Is that so? What a pity then. Li Feier feigned disappointment with a sigh, but quickly shifted her tone, declaring that since Mr. Lin had arrived, she would ensure that his visit would be worthwhile. She cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Yu and swayed her hips as she guided him through the car showroom. As she walked, she eloquently described the performance and features of various luxury vehicles, her voice melodious and captivating, occasionally brushing against Lin Yu's side. His heart raced. This was not merely a car viewing, but rather an enchanting encounter. He felt as though he had fallen into a web spun by a beguiling spider. And this enchantress was formidable. Ultimately, Lin Yu opted for the new Bugatti recommended by Bai Bing, to which Li Feier remarked that since it was introduced by Sister Bai, a 10% discount could be applied, bringing the price to 19 million. Lin Yu mused that Bai Bing's influence was considerable. A mere discount equated to 1 million. The transaction was seamless as he swiped his card to complete the payment. Lin Yu discreetly slipped Li Feier 100,000 yuan as a gesture of appreciation. Seeing his thoughtfulness, Li Feier beamed with joy, her commission and tip promising to make this month exceptionally profitable. Internally, she reveled in her success, her smile growing more alluring. Holding the folder containing the car keys and purchase documents, Lin Yu felt lighthearted. Mr. Lin is indeed a straightforward person. It is a pleasure doing business with you, Li Feier said, her smile radiant. Lin Yu responded with a grin, his gaze lingering on her alluring figure for a moment. She was undeniably captivating. Oh, it is merely my duty, Li Feier replied playfully, then abruptly changed the subject. By the way, Mr. Lin, since it is still early, why not come to my home for a visit? I shall personally prepare a meal to express my gratitude for your patronage. A jolt of excitement ran through Lin Yu at her invitation. Observing Li Feier's enchanting smile and suggestive gaze, he could not help but comprehend her intentions. This woman was indeed intriguing, and he found no reason to decline such an enticing offer. Very well, then, it would be my pleasure, he responded, a smile gracing his lips. He gathered his wallet and the folder, following Li Feier out of the luxury car showroom, contemplating that the evening would likely culminate in an exhilarating encounter. Chapter 33, A Warm Reception. Soft jade in embrace, the car glided smoothly along the expansive road as night fell, with neon lights casting playful reflections on her face through the windows, creating a dance of light and shadow. Lin Yu gazed at Li Feier beside him, the illumination highlighting her striking features, an oval face, a delicate chin, slightly pouting lips, a prominent nose, and radiant apple cheeks. Her visage was indeed impeccable, every detail perfectly crafted. Lin Yu pondered that any traces of enhancement were nearly imperceptible. Such natural beauty suggested exceptional aesthetic expertise. Regardless of whether her allure was innate or cultivated, what lay before him was undeniably a captivating and sophisticated woman. The car entered an upscale residential area, halting beneath a high-rise apartment building overlooking the river. Li Feier led Lin Yu into the elevator and pressed the button for the 25th floor. As the elevator ascended, the numbers illuminated in succession until they reached their destination. Upon exiting the elevator, one is greeted by a spacious and brightly lit corridor adorned with elegant decor. Li Feier opened the door and invited, Mr. Lin, please come in and make yourself comfortable. The living room was expansive, and through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, the river shimmered with reflections, while the opposite bank sparkled with lights. A gentle river breeze wafted in, bringing a refreshing coolness. The room was decorated in a modern minimalist style, featuring smooth lines and vibrant colors, yet the details exuded warmth. The beige sofa, the uniquely designed floor lamp, and the abstract paintings on the walls all contributed to a homely ambience. Lin Yu approached the balcony, leaning against the railing to gaze out at the panoramic river view. The scenery here is truly remarkable. Indeed, I share your sentiments, Li Feier replied, joining him with a hint of pride. Gazing at the river every day greatly lifts my spirits. She gestured around the room. I did all the decorating myself. It's quite cozy, wouldn't you say? Lin Yu surveyed the surroundings, nodding appreciatively. It's beautiful. You possess exquisite taste. Li Feier chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. I merely arranged it for my own comfort. She placed a fruit platter, filled with freshly washed fruits, on the coffee table. Mr. Lin, would you care to try some? Thank you, Lin Yu responded, picking up a piece of honeydew melon and savoring its sweet, juicy flavor. It's delicious. I'm glad you like it, she replied. Moving to the tea set, Li Feier skillfully began brewing floral tea. As hot water filled the teapot, the fragrant aroma of the tea enveloped the air, refreshing and delightful. I've prepared some floral tea. Would you like to have a cup, Mr. Lin? Certainly, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Li Feier poured a cup and handed it to him. Give it a taste. It's a gift from a friend and quite pleasant. Lin Yu accepted the teacup and took a gentle sip, the floral infusion offering a fragrant entrance followed by a sweet aftertaste. It's exquisite. That is wonderful to hear. Li Feier smiled with satisfaction. She approached the refrigerator and retrieved some vegetables and fish. Please hold on a moment, Mr. Lin. I shall prepare dinner. She made her way to the kitchen. Dinner? There's no need to go through such trouble. You're being too kind, Manager Li, Lin Yu expressed, somewhat surprised. What trouble could this possibly be? Li Feier glanced back with a charming smile. Today, Mr. Lin is a valued client, and I must express my gratitude properly. Her light-hearted tone, tinged with a playful allure, was hard to resist. Besides, I haven't had a meal myself yet. Lin Yu watched her enter the kitchen. Her graceful silhouette illuminated by the light, captivating in its elegance. He lifted his teacup, relishing another sip of the floral tea. This Li Feier was indeed remarkable, exuberant, enchanting, and adept at navigating social nuances. Each step she took was impeccably measured. With the commission from selling luxury cars, plus the generous tip of 100,000, she had profited immensely, and now she was personally attending to the cooking. What lay behind such enthusiasm? A subtle smile crept across Lin Yu's lips. This little enchantress was clearly up to something. He found himself not only unbothered by her fervor, but rather enjoying it. Since she was inclined to pursue this interaction, he felt no hesitation in accompanying her to the end. A faint sound emanated from the kitchen, where Li Feier was diligently occupied. Shortly thereafter, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Lin Yu approached the kitchen doorway, leaning against the frame as he observed the industrious Li Feier, clad in a homey apron. She radiated an air of grace. Her movements were swift and adept as she handled the ingredients, chopped vegetables, and stir-fried with a skill that bespoke familiarity. It seems Chef Li possesses quite the culinary talent. It appears I shall be in for a treat today, Lin Yu remarked with a smile. Turning her head, Li Feier caught sight of Lin Yu at the entrance, her expression playfully reproachful. Mr. Lin, you only tease me. I'm merely preparing some simple home-cooked dishes. Though her words were modest, a hint of pride colored her tone. This is hardly just simple fare, Lin Yu countered, stepping into the kitchen to survey the array of dishes that had already been prepared on the stove, their vibrant colors and delightful fragrance inviting. The delightful combination of color, aroma, and flavor made it impossible not to salivate merely from the scent. Really? That is splendid. Li Feier beamed. I'll quickly stir-fry the last dish. It will be ready shortly. She quickened her pace, and soon enough, the final dish was completed. Removing her apron and wiping her hands, she declared, all done. We can now enjoy our meal. She brought the array of dishes to the dining table, setting it with care. Braised fish, spicy crab, garlic broccoli, sautéed seasonal vegetables, and a steaming pot of soup. Wow, what a feast! Lin Yu exclaimed, marveling at the spread before him. These are merely home-cooked dishes. I hope Mr. Lin will not find them lacking, Li Feier replied with a disarming smile, her demeanor humble. How could I possibly find fault? Just the sight of it whets the appetite. Lin Yu responded sincerely. Suddenly, Li Feier flashed a mysterious smile and turned to retreat to her room, leaving Lin Yu pondering her intentions. Moments later, She emerged clad in a sensuous red gown, the neckline daringly low, her movements graceful and alluring. Approaching the wine cabinet, she opened the door and retrieved a bottle of red wine. "Since Mr. Lin is our esteemed guest today, let us indulge in some red wine," she said, presenting the bottle to him. "Certainly, I defer to your judgment." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Li Feier uncorked the wine and procured a decanter, gently pouring the ruby liquid into it with an elegance that captivated Lin Yu. The wine swirled within the decanter, releasing an intoxicating bouquet. Observing her, Lin Yu's admiration for this woman grew even deeper. "Mr. Lin, I propose a toast." Li Feier raised her goblet toward him. The gown accentuated her alluring figure, and in her every gesture, there was a blend of mature elegance and subtle seduction. Lin Yu thought to himself, this woman certainly possesses a certain depth. With a smile, he raised his glass in return. "Cheers. However, Ms. Li, do you not think your attire is rather extravagant for the occasion?" He paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping over her. "I fear I might forget to eat amidst such distraction." Li Feier erupted into soft laughter, her voice melodic and charming. "Mr. Lin truly knows how to jest. What a grand occasion this is. I often dress like this at home. It is quite comfortable." She winked and added, "Besides, beauty is a feast for the eyes. Mr. Lin, if you find it hard to eat, simply gaze upon me, and it will suffice." Lin Yu laughed heartily. "Managerly, you are indeed irresistible." He took a sip of red wine and remarked, "However, this wine is delightful, and the dishes are fragrant. I shall indulge in my meal first, otherwise I might find myself at a loss after a few drinks." Li Feier covered her mouth and chuckled. "Mr. Lin, you truly possess a sense of humor. Please enjoy your meal. I will prepare the decanter." She turned gracefully towards the wine cabinet, her waist swaying with enchanting elegance. "Mr. Lin, the view from the balcony is splendid at night. Would you care for my company?" "Certainly." On the balcony, the gentle evening breeze caressed their hair. In the distance, neon lights outlined the city's silhouette, while a cruise ship glided gracefully across the river, leaving shimmering trails in its wake. Li Feier turned to lean against the balcony railing, her body arching slightly, showcasing her exquisite curves. Pretending to be affected by the wine, she gently rested her head on Lin Yu's shoulder. The warmth and softness evoked a rapid heartbeat within Lin Yu. He could distinctly feel the warmth emanating from her and the faint scent of her perfume. He recognized that this woman was silently inviting him. "Congratulations, host, on captivating Li Feier, earning 100 goddess points." Chapter 34, The Clever Woman. A journey to the magic city. After their tender moments, the air was imbued with a sense of joy. Li Feier languidly nestled in Lin Yu's embrace, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on his chest, while Lin Yu gently stroked her long hair, his gaze wandering. "Lin Yu, what occupies your thoughts?" Li Feier lifted her head, her crimson lips slightly pouting. Lin Yu snapped back to reality, pinching her cheek playfully. "I was contemplating how to accommodate you." Li Feier blinked. "Accommodate? Do you have other women?" Lin Yu candidly admitted, "Indeed, and not just one." Li Feier's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, sitting up and adjusting her dress. "So, are you suggesting we part ways?" Lin Yu shook his head. "Part ways? No, I merely wish to clarify. I like you, but I also have feelings for them. I do not intend to deceive anyone." Li Feier scoffed. "You are quite forthright. Are you not concerned I might be upset?" Lin Yu smiled as he pulled her closer. "Upset? Would you be?" His voice was deep and magnetic. Li Feier shivered slightly, remaining silent. Lin Yu continued, "I could deposit 1 million into your account each month or acquire anything you desire, as long as you choose to remain by my side." Li Feier abruptly lifted her head, shock flickering in her eyes. 1 million each month? This figure was undeniably a colossal temptation for her. She worked at a luxury car dealership, earning a modest salary of merely 20,000 a month, while her expenses were substantial, leaving her with little savings at the end of the year. A monthly income of 1 million would suffice for her to live the extravagant life she had always dreamed of. Her gaze turned complex as she looked at Lin Yu. "Are you serious?" Lin Yu nodded, his expression earnest. "Of course, I never joke about such matters." After a brief silence, Li Feier seemed to weigh her options. "But aren't you afraid they'll find out?" Lin Yu chuckled, a hint of irreverence in his smile. "Afraid? Why should I be? This is my freedom." Li Feier bit her lip. "You're truly a madman." Lin Yu did not deny it. Instead, he pulled her closer. "Man, perhaps, but I relish this feeling." Li Feier spoke softly yet firmly. "All right, I agree." A flicker of admiration passed through Lin Yu's eyes. I knew you were a wise woman. Li Fei smiled alluringly. Of course, I wouldn't want to miss such a wonderful opportunity. Rest assured, I will never betray you. She nestled into Lin Yu's embrace. A swell of pride surged within him. Li Fei turned out to be the most perceptive one, easily won over, saving him considerable effort. Now, he could continue his pursuit of pleasure. Lin Yu's Bugatti Veyron came to a steady stop in a secluded parking lot near the university. In the second semester of his junior year, the sparse professional classes felt almost irrelevant to him, having already ingratiated himself with the principal and smoothed the necessary channels. He could rest easy as long as his roommate assisted with attendance. A child raised in the water towns of Jiangnan, he felt embarrassed to admit he had never visited the bustling metropolis. Lin Yu resolved to indulge himself thoroughly during this trip to the city. The car's sound system blared with pulsating dance music, and the Bugatti roared like a beast as it surged onto the highway, pressing the accelerator to the floor. He relished the exhilarating rush of speed. 3 hours later, the Bugatti glided into a service area in the metropolis. At midday, Lin Yu planned to take a brief respite and satisfy his hunger. Prior to his departure, he had already transferred funds to the Yangyun Aman Hotel and reserved a room in advance. The Yangyun Aman in the metropolis was renowned for its elegance. It was said that the ancient residences within had been relocated from other regions and boasted a history of over 400 years, making a night's stay rather expensive. The hotel's architectural style was minimalist yet grand, exuding understated luxury. Lin Yu was filled with anticipation for this journey to the metropolis. Finally, he was close. Lin Yu sighed with relief as the car slowly exited the service area and entered the city. While waiting at a traffic light, an unexpected incident occurred. A flamboyant red Maserati suddenly changed lanes without signaling, cutting in front of him. Caught off guard, Lin Yu instinctively slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. He collided with the rear of the other vehicle. The front of the Bugatti was slightly indented, while the rear of the Maserati suffered a more severe dent. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. This was going to be quite a spectacle. He leisurely shifted gears, turned off the engine, and then pulled out his phone to dial the traffic police. The crowd erupted in excitement, gathering in layers around the scene. After all, a collision involving two luxury cars was not an everyday occurrence. This young man must not be skilled at driving such a fine vehicle, an elderly gentleman remarked, shaking his head. Hey, what do you know? This is simply a case of wealth enabling reckless behavior. A young man retorted nearby. That Maserati is going to cost a fortune to repair. Someone speculated. Not necessarily. Did you see that female driver? Amidst the murmurs, a strikingly beautiful woman emerged from the driver's seat of the Maserati. She possessed fair skin and an alluring figure, with long legs that could dazzle anyone. Her sleek black ponytail cascaded down to her waist, swaying as she walked. A faint blush graced her porcelain oval face. She wore a sheer top that subtly revealed a black ensemble beneath and denim shorts that accentuated her voluptuous shape. Hey, how could you drive like that? Do you not have eyes? She approached Lin Yu's car, hands on her hips, her voice laced with indignation yet tinged with a playful tone, revealing her Shanghai accent. Lin Yu lowered his window, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Oh dear, miss, please temper your temper. Let us not escalate this. The traffic police will arrive shortly, and we shall see how they adjudicate this matter. However, your lane change without signaling was rather inappropriate, don't you think? According to traffic regulations, you bear full responsibility. Chapter 35. Enormous Compensation. Yungun Anman. Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered the binding condition. Binding target. Mu Qianqian. The girl who had swerved into Lin Yu's path was named Mu Qianqian, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old. Her delicate features flushed with anger. How could you do this? I just bought this new car. Mu Qianqian exclaimed, pointing at her dented pink Maserati in frustration. The crowd continued to swell, with some recognizing Lin Yu's vehicle and exclaiming, Goodness, that's a Bugatti. That young lady is in for a hefty bill. Miss, you're in serious trouble. The other party is driving a Bugatti. The repairs will easily cost hundreds of thousands. A man adorned with a gold chain warned, his tone tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian's face turned pale. Soon, a police motorcycle with flashing lights approached, and two traffic officers dismounted. One officer walked over to Lin Yu, momentarily taken aback by the striking blue-black Bugatti. Upon observing Lin Yu's distinguished demeanor and designer attire, he began to form a judgment. Comrade, please present your driver's license, the officer stated in a professional manner. Lin Yu willingly handed over his driver's license and vehicle registration to the officer. The experienced traffic officer, having skillfully completed the verification of documents and taken photographs, instructed the two individuals to move their vehicle to the roadside. At this moment, the traffic police department had already retrieved the surveillance footage of the incident and sent it to the officers on site. After reviewing the footage, the officer cast a sympathetic glance at Mu Qianqian, who was inside the Maserati. "Officer, will he compensate for my car, or shall I compensate for his?" Mu Qianqian asked anxiously, her voice trembling slightly. Not wishing to deliver the harsh news directly, the officer, noticing her youth and beauty, replied gently, "I hope your car insurance coverage is sufficiently high." Mu Qianqian was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief as if she had heard a fantastical tale. "The other driver is entirely at fault. I will prepare the accident report for you," the officer stated, producing the report to begin filling it out. "Why am I at fault? I refuse to accept this," Mu Qianqian exclaimed, springing up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, tears glistening in her eyes. "Crossing the solid line while changing lanes, what is there to argue about?" The officer furrowed his brow, having handled hundreds of similar incidents. He was well aware that the footage left little room for dispute. But why didn't he slow down? If he didn't slow down, then he bears some responsibility too. Mu Qianqian attempted to argue, her voice diminishing. "Excuse me, miss, you were approaching too quickly. I had no time to slow down." Would that explanation suffice? Lin Yu observed her unreasonable behavior with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Left speechless, Mu Qianqian found herself ignored as the officer completed the accident report, instructing the two to drive to the repair shop if their vehicle was operable, or to call for a tow truck if it was not. With that, he mounted his motorcycle and departed. As Mu Qianqian watched the officer's retreating figure, her gaze fell upon the accident report in her hands. A veil of tears clouded her beautiful eyes as she bit her lip tightly, striving to hold back her tears. Lin Yu, witnessing her tearful countenance, felt a pang of compassion. "Would you like me to help you call the insurance company?" he offered. "What do you care?" Mu Qianqian wiped a tear away, shooting him a fierce glare before taking out her phone to dial the insurance company, her voice choked with emotion. "Hello, my car has been hit." She stumbled over her words, struggling to articulate even the address. Lin Yu observed her flustered demeanor, reflecting on how this fiery girl had transformed into a sobbing child. He shook his head and returned to his car, occupied with his phone while waiting for the insurance company's arrival. Approximately 15 minutes later, a damage assessment vehicle from the insurance company slowly approached and came to a halt at the scene of the accident. The door opened, and 3 individuals emerged. At the forefront was a seasoned assessor, flanked by 2 young assistants, who briskly made their way to the vehicle. "Miss Mu, today you have purchased third-party liability insurance worth 1 million. Regarding the damage to your vehicle, you will be informed in detail later when it is sent to the 4th repair shop." The claims adjuster seemed somewhat hesitant regarding the other party's car. "What's the matter?" Mu Qianqian's heart raced, and she anxiously inquired. "The other party's vehicle is a Bugatti. The specific model remains uncertain, but judging by the front end, it appears to require significant repairs." The adjuster pointed at the disfigured front of the Bugatti, explaining that the body is made entirely of carbon fiber, which cannot be repaired domestically and must be returned to the factory. The estimated cost would be no less than 3 to 4 million. Mu Qianqian felt as though the world was spinning around her. 3 to 4 million? Even if the insurance company covered the entire cost, she would still be left with at least 2 million out of pocket. This does not even account for the repair costs of her own vehicle. She bit her lip tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her flesh. The adjuster turned to Lin Yu and said, "Mr. Lin, we will first tow the vehicle to the repair shop, then contact the manufacturer to decide whether to return it for repairs or send an engineer to assess the damage." Lin Yu nodded, retrieving his suitcase and some personal items from the car. He counted out 2,000 yuan from his wallet, handed it to the adjuster, and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your efforts. Please use this for some refreshments." The adjuster politely declined a few times, but ultimately accepted the money, assuring him that they would handle everything promptly. Once the insurance company's vehicle departed, only Mu Qianqian and Lin Yu remained at the scene. Mu Qianqian glared coldly at the source of her troubles, the weight of the impending debt pressing heavily upon her heart. She shot Lin Yu a frosty glance and turned to leave. Suddenly, Lin Yu spoke. "Hey, beautiful, after crashing into my Bugatti, you're not planning to just walk away, are you? You should at least leave a contact number so we can discuss compensation." His words were reasonable, leaving Mu Qianqian with no choice but to take out her phone and exchange contact information with Lin Yu. "My name is Lin Yu. What's yours? Lin Yu immediately dialed her number, hung up once the call connected, and then asked, Mu Qianqian. She was unwilling to say another word. Let us discuss this later. After saying that, Lin Yu waved goodbye and got into a taxi, departing swiftly. Watching his retreating figure, Mu Qianqian felt a surge of resentment. After Lin Yu exited the vehicle, a refreshing breeze carrying the scent of greenery enveloped him, invigorating his spirit. He looked up to see the understated sign of the Yangyuan Amon Hotel, discreetly nestled among lush bamboo, exuding an air of secluded elegance. Lin Yu stepped into the lobby, which was distinct from the ostentatious decor of typical hotels, instead radiating a sense of rustic charm and grace. The warm wooden tones, the elegantly simple furniture, and the faint aroma of incense all contributed to a serene atmosphere. He nodded to himself, acknowledging that the taste of the affluent was indeed refined. This place was truly conducive to tranquility. Hello, sir. Welcome to the Yangyuan Amon Hotel. How may I assist you? The front desk attendant's voice was sweet, and her smile perfectly balanced, making one feel as if they were basking in the spring breeze. I have reserved a room in this ancient mansion. Here is my identification card. Lin Yu handed over his ID with a neutral tone, not wishing to appear like a country bumpkin, gazing around in confusion. Very well, sir. Please follow me. The staff took the document, registered it, and led Lin Yu towards the courtyard. As soon as he stepped out of the hall, Lin Yu's attention was captured by a towering ancient tree at the center of the courtyard. This tree must surely be several hundred years old, he mused. Its branches were lush and abundant, casting a vast shadow that shielded from the sun. Surrounding this ancient tree, the buildings were arranged in a harmonious manner, resembling stars encircling the moon. Lin Yu could not help but marvel inwardly. The designer of this hotel truly possessed exceptional skill, seamlessly blending nature with culture. As he ventured further, Lin Yu felt as though he had entered a forest. The rooms were enveloped by verdant trees, each clearly meticulously maintained. A variety of flora flourished at varying heights, creating a stunning tapestry that dazzled the eyes. Lin Yu thought to himself, this is not merely a hotel stay. It is akin to residing in a royal garden. He even experienced the illusion that he had not come for a vacation, but rather to assume the role of an emperor. The mere thought of this caused the corners of his mouth to curve upwards. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the fragrant air filled with the essence of diverse plants, refreshing and invigorating. He felt an immediate sense of relaxation wash over him, dispelling the fatigue of his journey. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Lin Yu reflected appreciatively. The money spent was well worth it. He even began to contemplate whether to bring his family along on his next visit to indulge in this experience. Turning to the staff, he remarked, the environment here is truly delightful, akin to residing in a park. I presume your service fees are quite substantial? Sir, you have a wonderful sense of humor. It is our privilege to satisfy your needs. The staff member replied with a sweet smile, her response impeccably polished. Haha, I tend to speak my mind. I hope you don't take offense. Lin Yu chuckled, thinking to himself how the joys of the wealthy are indeed simple yet mundane. Chapter 36. The Mu sisters discuss reductions after casually surveying the surroundings. Lin Yu felt his stomach rumble and mused aloud, well, I should head to the restaurant to appease my hunger. Just as he was about to rise, his phone rang at an inopportune moment. A string of unfamiliar numbers flashing on the screen. Hello? Who is this? Lin Yu answered the call, his tone tinged with curiosity. Good day. May I inquire if this is Mr. Lin Yu? I am Mu Shiying, Mu Qianqian's sister. A captivating voice resonated from the other end, rich and magnetic, imbued with an almost imperceptible hint of regret. I sincerely apologize for what transpired with my sister today. The mere sound of her voice sent a shiver down his spine. There's no need for a meal. I would be delighted to treat both of you to dinner instead. Lin Yu paused momentarily before continuing. I am currently at the Amon Hotel in Iyun, which has a restaurant. When you arrive, we can decide what to eat together. On the other end of the line, Mu Shiying was momentarily taken aback, before responding, all right, we'll be there shortly. After hanging up, her younger sister Mu Qianqian eagerly leaned in, exclaiming, Sister, he actually resides at Yangyuan Amon. Such extravagance, he must be a true scion of wealth. Mu Shiying chose not to comment, merely urging her sister, enough chatter. Hurry and get ready to meet him. Having just finished a day at work, Mu Shiying was still clad in a form-fitting professional outfit that accentuated her figure. Standing at 1.75 meters, her silhouette was strikingly defined. Her chestnut waves cascaded casually over her shoulders, and her delicate oval face bore light makeup. The combination of black stockings and high heels elongated her already graceful legs, exuding an ineffable mature charm. In contrast, Mu Qianqian appeared far more casual, dressed in an ensemble worth around 2,000, embodying a cute aesthetic. Both sisters were ardent admirers of Maserati, and Mu Shiying's vehicle was no exception. Inside the car, Mu Qianqian clasped her hands together, gazing at her sister with a pitiful expression. "Sister, my lifelong happiness depends entirely on you." Mu Shiying sighed in resignation. "I will do my best, but 2 million in compensation is truly excessive. I've only been working for less than 4 years. I simply cannot afford such a sum." Immediately, Mu Qianqian launched into flattery. "Sister, you have always been exceptional. Now, as the department head at a publicly listed media company, earning a 6-figure salary, 2 million is but a trifle for you, isn't it?" Mu Shiying felt a bitter smile creep onto her face. She was well aware of her own savings. Despite her impressive salary, both sisters held remarkably extravagant spending habits, indulging in high-end clothing and luxuries. Their Maserati was financed through a loan, and while future earnings might mitigate these expenses, producing such a large sum on short notice was utterly unrealistic. Lin Yu had no intention of pondering the sisters' trivial concerns. He had already ordered a steak for himself to satisfy his hunger. After all, it would be absurd to compromise his own meal for the sake of 2 unrelated women. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the sisters were likely hoping to persuade him to waive the repair costs, or even to cover them entirely. Dream on. Lin Yu smirked. Unless they could somehow compel him to acquiesce, the notion of waiving the repair fee was far-fetched. "Mr. Lin, we have arrived." Mu Shiying's voice resonated from the phone, tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. "All right, I will come out to greet you." After ending the call, a faint smile crept across Lin Yu's lips. At the hotel entrance, Lin Yu instantly spotted the pair of sisters. Mu Shiying, adorned in a sleek black professional suit that accentuated her curves, had her chestnut waves cascading over her shoulders. Though her delicate oval face bore a hint of fatigue, it only amplified her mature allure. The combination of black stockings and high heels heightened her already statuesque presence. In contrast, Mu Qianqian donned an adorable outfit, radiating youthful exuberance. However, when standing beside her sister, she appeared somewhat diminished. The moment Mu Shiying caught sight of Lin Yu, a flicker of astonishment danced in her eyes. She had initially perceived Lin Yu as merely an ordinary scion of wealth, yet was taken aback by his towering stature and striking handsomeness, accentuated further by his designer attire that underscored his extraordinary charisma. Mu Qianqian was utterly captivated, secretly rejoicing that her sister's endeavors might indeed bear fruit this time. Lin Yu surveyed the 2 enchanting women before him, inwardly marveling at the Mu sisters, each possessing their own unique charm. Particularly Mu Shiying, whose sensuous and mature attire rendered her utterly mesmerizing. Suddenly, an unexpected prompt resonated within his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered the binding condition." Binding target, Mu Shiying. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of elation. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. The trio entered the hotel, deliberated briefly, and ultimately opted for a French restaurant. In the exquisite private dining room, they settled into their seats. Soon, an array of exquisite French dishes was presented before them. Lin Yu elegantly sliced into his steak, savoring the culinary delights with an air of tranquility. The Mu sisters, however, were entirely devoid of appetite. Exchanging glances, Mu Shiying spoke up. "Mr. Lin, my sister is quite young and naive. Could we possibly discuss the repair costs?" Lin Yu set down his cutlery and dabbed his lips with a napkin. "Did your sister inform you of the repair expenses?" "She did." Mu Shiying's voice trembled slightly. "She mentioned it would certainly exceed 3 million. Lin Yu smiled faintly. "Let us dispense with the roundabout. Simply convey your thoughts." Taking a deep breath, Mu Shiying summoned her courage. "We would like to request that Mr. Lin waive the repair costs, as Qianqian has just entered university and has no income. We were wondering if you could perhaps grant us some leniency," or, the last phrase proved difficult for Mu Shiying to articulate, as she was acutely aware that such a request was excessive and would likely be dismissed outright. Feigning surprise, Lin Yu widened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Mu Shiying. "Miss Mu, do you believe my money is conjured by the wind or stumbled upon by the roadside? Do you think earning a living is so effortless? You think it can simply be waived?" The Mu sisters silently scoffed. "You, a rich heir. Is your wealth not merely bestowed by your family? What difference does it make whether it comes from the wind?" Yet, they dared not voice such thoughts, steeling themselves to plead their case. "Mr. Lin, You may not be aware, but our parents passed away early, and we have lost contact with relatives and friends. We truly cannot procure any funds, Mu Shiying said, her eyes beginning to glisten with tears. Mu Qianqian followed suit, dabbing at her eyes with a pitiful expression. Lin Yu observed their performance with an inward smirk. He was no philanthropist. He was acutely aware of the intentions of these two women. He is now preoccupied with how to seize this opportunity to win over the Mu sisters. With the support of the system, coupled with the leverage of the car repair costs, he is confident of his impending success. Chapter 37, Methodically Advancing. In dire straits, dim lighting cascaded over the exquisite dinner plates, the clash of cutlery resonating with a crisp sound. Lin Yu leisurely sliced through the tender steak, its succulent texture glistening enticingly under the light. He savored a morsel, chewing thoughtfully as if wholly immersed in the realm of culinary delight. Oblivious to the events unfolding around him, Mu Shiying tightly clenched the napkin in her hand, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. She gazed at Lin Yu, whose enigmatic smile suggested that he had everything under control. Mr. Lin, my sister and I have truly endured much. Please, have mercy and show us kindness. Mu Shiying's voice carried a note of desperation, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian bowed her head, her shoulders quivering slightly as she seemed to weep silently. Endured much? Lin Yu raised his head, wiping the corner of his mouth with the napkin, his gaze piercing. Who hasn't faced challenges? Every penny I earn is a result of my own hard work. He paused, his tone growing more solemn. I built my fortune from the ground up, step by step. Do you comprehend the hardships and sufferings I have endured? Mu Shiying and Mu Qianqian exchanged a glance, both astonished by the revelation. They had assumed Lin Yu was merely a privileged heir, but it turned out he had risen from nothing. Mr. Lin, are you implying that all this wealth is self-earned? Mu Shiying ventured, her voice tinged with disbelief. Certainly. Lin Yu set down his cutlery, slightly reclining in his chair. Not only do I refrain from using my family's money, but I also provide them with a substantial sum to ensure their comfortable retirement. A hint of pride graced his features. Despite the system's assistance, it was indeed true that he had profited from binding with the goddess and had provided for his parents. The Mu sisters were utterly stunned. They had never anticipated that this young and handsome man possessed such formidable strength and resolve. Then what about the car repair costs? Mu Shiying's voice dropped to a whisper, having abandoned all hope, simply wishing to minimize her losses. Lin Yu regarded her, a slight smile curving his lips. The repair cost will not diminish by a single cent. He lifted the glass of red wine from the table, gently swirling it. The crimson liquid danced within the glass, mirroring Mu Shiying's current state of anxiety and restlessness. However, Lin Yu's tone shifted, igniting a flicker of hope in Mu Shiying's heart. But what? She asked eagerly, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Lin Yu contemplated for a moment before dismissing any fleeting sympathy, turning instead to Mu Qianqian. The Maserati involved in the accident belonged to Miss Mu Qianqian, correct? Mu Qianqian lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes nodding in acknowledgement. I have already consulted the insurance company. Lin Yu set down his glass, his hands clasped on the table. Leaning slightly forward, his gaze fixed intently on Mu Qianqian. If you refuse to compensate, I shall proceed with legal action, he declared, pausing for emphasis. In that case, the summons will be sent directly to the school. I believe, Miss Mu Qianqian, you would not wish to gain notoriety within the academic sphere, would you? At once. Mu Qianqian's complexion drained of color, her lips pressed tightly together as her body trembled slightly. As a freshman, the prospect of her school learning of this incident could utterly ruin her future. Mu Shiying, having navigated the complexities of society for many years as a department head in a publicly traded company, was not easily intimidated by Lin Yu's tactics. With a glare directed at him, she reproached, Mr. Lin, we have approached you with the utmost civility, and if you choose not to assist, that is your prerogative. But there is no need to frighten Qianqian. Mu Qianqian pouted, looking at Lin Yu with a wounded expression, as though she had suffered a grave injustice. Observing that Lin Yu remained unmoved, Mu Shiying steeled herself and declared, what is a mere few million? I shall cover it. What is so remarkable about that? Lin Yu, understanding the dynamics of the sisters' contrasting approaches, feigned indifference, shrugging his shoulders and saying, since Miss Mu has taken that stance, I shall not press the matter further. However, the meal has been served. It would be a shame to waste it. It is not too late to dine before departing. The Mu sisters, lacking any appetite, hastily concocted an excuse and left in a hurry. On their way back, Mu Qianqian wore a troubled expression, repeatedly muttering Lin Yu's ominous words, clearly shaken. Sister, do you think I could truly afford such a sum? What if he really does sue me? What should I do? Mu Shiying reassured her, do not fear. I am here to support you. I will find a way to gather the funds and repay that scoundrel. Meanwhile, the following day, Lin Yu contacted the Bugatti branch in the city. The insurance company had already liaised with them following his accident. The branch promptly dispatched a professional engineer to assess the damages, ultimately estimating the cost at around 4 million. Aside from the front end, the engine had also sustained some damage requiring repair. Upon hearing this figure, Lin Yu was filled with elation. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. He had been pondering how to compel the sisters to comply. This meant that even if Mu Qianqian's insurance company covered the costs, she would still be liable for over 3 million. Now, let us see how they would maintain their arrogance. Lin Yu swiftly forwarded the preliminary estimate to Mu Qianqian. The sisters, upon seeing the astronomical figure, nearly fainted on the spot. 3,400,000. Mu Shiying's voice quivered with disbelief. How could it possibly be so much? Mu Qianqian, overwhelmed with despair, burst into tears. Sister, where would I find such an immense sum? Although Mu Shiying earned a 6-figure salary, her expenses were considerable. Various cosmetics, designer handbags, clothing, and the social engagements necessary to maintain interpersonal relationships, all of these come at a price. Coupled with the burden of car loans and the exorbitant rent in the bustling metropolis, managing to save 200,000 to 300,000 in a year is already a remarkable feat. The request for her to produce 3 million seemed nearly insurmountable. Suppressing the turmoil within, she sent a message to Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, isn't this price a bit steep? Could we possibly negotiate? As Lin Yu read Mu Qianqian's message, the pitiable tone evoked a vivid image of her with tear-filled eyes. He chuckled to himself, thinking, oh, this is just the beginning. Deliberately leaving her in suspense, he eventually replied with a curt refusal before abruptly ending the call. On the other end, Mu Shiying observed her sister's anxious demeanor with rising irritation. Gritting her teeth, she dialed her supervisor's number. Hello, Mr. Wang. I find myself in a bit of a financial bind. Could I possibly request an advance on my salary? Her voice trembled slightly as she braced herself for rejection. An advance on your salary? Mr. Wang's tone was tinged with amusement. Shiying, you are the face of our company, known for your lavish spending. How could you be short on funds? Mu Shiying felt a sinking sensation. She recognized the predatory glint in his words. Please, Mr. Wang, spare me the mockery. I truly have urgent needs. She endeavored to maintain a calm facade. Urgent needs? What sort of urgency? Do share, perhaps I can assist. His tone dripped with condescension. Taking a deep breath, Mu Shiying steeled herself and confessed, there's been a family issue that requires a substantial sum. Oh, how much do you need? 3 million. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, heat flooding her cheeks. 3 million? Mr. Wang erupted into laughter. Shiying, you do have a flair for humor. However, we might be able to negotiate. Understanding the implications of his offer, Mu Shiying fought against her revulsion and replied, Mr. Wang, what are your terms? Terms? Quite simple. Only you. His voice lowered, becoming laden with innuendo. Fists clenched, Mu Shiying realized that acquiescing to Mr. Wang would plunge her into a perilous abyss. Yet, the thought of refusing gnawed at her. What would happen to her sister? The staggering debt of over 3 million was beyond her means. She attempted to reach out to colleagues and friends with whom she shared decent rapport, but the responses ranged from tales of hardship to outrageous demands. Some, who appeared respectable on the surface, brazenly suggested lending money in exchange for intimate favors. It dawned on Mu Shiying that she had been living in a deceptive bubble. Those she thought were friends and colleagues were merely wolves in sheep's clothing. She recalled that it had been 4 years since her graduation from university, and she had yet to enter into a romantic relationship. It was not that she did not desire companionship, but rather that she believed herself to possess commendable qualities and thus was reluctant to compromise her worth. She had always harbored dreams of finding a wealthy and handsome partner who would provide her with a life free from financial worries. However, reality had dealt her a harsh blow. The men who coveted her beauty were either lecherous old men like Mr. Wang or impoverished individuals incapable of alleviating her troubles. She felt as if she stood on the precipice of a cliff, caught in a dilemma. On one hand, the burden of over 3 million in debt weighed heavily upon her heart, making it difficult to breathe. On the other hand, she did not wish to sell her body and dignity for monetary gain. Moreover, even if she were to take such a drastic step, There was no guarantee that she would raise enough funds. And even if she succeeded, what then? Would she be discarded once she had been exhausted? Left to bear the weight of her debts? She gazed at her sister's innocent face, a pang of anguish coursing through her. She had once boasted in front of her sister, claiming she would surely find a solution. Now it seemed she had been extraordinarily naive. Chapter 38. Tang Cheniping. A sister's longing unwilling to concede defeat, Mu Shiying dialed the insurance company, clinging to her last shred of hope that they might negotiate a reduction in the compensation amount. The insurance company responded promptly, arranging a meeting at the designated Bugatti repair facility. Within the cold, metallic confines of the workshop, her spirit sank further into despair. The Bugatti repair team, clad in immaculate uniforms, emotionlessly enumerated the parts that required replacement: the carbon fiber body, bespoke tires, precision sensors. Each component's cost was astronomical. The engine also needed extensive repairs, with some parts requiring air transport from the headquarters in France. The mechanic's voice was devoid of emotion, as if he were merely relaying the most mundane of facts. He handed Mu Shiying a lengthy list and invoice, which starkly proclaimed 600,000 euros. Converted to Chinese yuan, it amounted to more than 4 million. Mu Shiying felt as though all her strength had been drained, collapsing into a chair. Even if she sold herself, it would scarcely cover a fraction of this sum. This is the lawsuit drafted by my lawyer. Take a look and consider how you intend to resolve this matter. Lin Yu's voice was icy as he pushed a document across the table towards Mu Shiying. Numbly, she accepted the file and flipped through a few pages, her heart racing as she saw her sister Mu Qianqian's name glaring back at her in the defendant section. She abruptly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Lin Yu. Her eyes ablaze with fury. Do you think you have us two sisters cornered? Lin Yu, I would never hand over Mu Shiying to you. Lin Yu stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of confidence, a slight smile playing on his lips. He was aware that he had successfully hooked this big fish. In Mu Shiying's mind, a tumult of confusion swirled. She recalled her lecherous supervisor, Mr. Wang, who always gazed at her with unwelcome intent, along with a few male colleagues who had long harbored ulterior motives towards her. Was she truly to sacrifice her body and dignity for the sake of this money? As Mu Shiying wrestled with her inner turmoil, Lin Yu leisurely withdrew another document from his bag and presented it before her. What is this? Mu Shiying queried, perplexed, as she took the document and began to skim through its contents. This is my proposal. Lin Yu's tone remained calm, yet it bore an undeniable authority. The more Mu Shiying read, the more her heart raced. The proposal seemed tailor-made for her. If she consented to become Lin Yu's kept woman, she would immediately receive a luxurious apartment in the bustling metropolis, along with a monthly allowance of 1 million yuan. As for the car maintenance expenses, Lin Yu would naturally cover those entirely. Mu Shiying could scarcely believe her eyes. How could such a stroke of fortune possibly befall her? She had heard tales of such arrangements. One of her attractive female colleagues was kept by an elderly man, reportedly receiving 20,000 yuan monthly, and she reveled in her good fortune. Yet, compared to the terms Lin Yu offered, that seemed utterly trivial. She lifted her gaze to Lin Yu's handsome face, which bore a hint of mockery, and a tumult of emotions surged within her. Was he toying with her? Did he genuinely possess such benevolence? Or was there a far greater pitfall awaiting her? Suppressing her rising excitement, Mu Shiying began to scrutinize the clauses and details regarding the property purchase, and indeed, the devil lay in the details. Lin Yu had chosen a lavish residence in the Thompson Riviera, valued at 1 billion yuan, spanning over 600 square meters, an enticing prospect. However, Lin Yu had only covered the down payment of 30 million yuan. Once she signed the contract, although the property would belong to her, Mu Shiying would be encumbered with a 20-year loan totaling approximately 80 million yuan. This amounted to monthly repayments exceeding 330,000 yuan. Upon realizing this, Mu Shiying gasped. Lin Yu's tactics were astoundingly cunning. It was a meticulously laid trap, one where she, the unfortunate little lamb, could scarcely hope to escape the clutches of this wily old fox. What was infuriating was that, despite knowing it was a trap, she felt compelled to leap into it. And perhaps even with a sense of eagerness. After all, when calculated, she would still have 670,000 yuan left as spending money each month, a sum not to be underestimated. She toiled for an entire year, laboring tirelessly to barely scrape together 1 million. This immense temptation loomed before her like a powerful magnet, firmly ensnaring her heart. She admitted to herself that she was wavering. The terms were undeniably favorable, almost too good to be true. with the last vestiges of defiance. Mu Shiying said to Lin Yu, "Let us first go see the apartment." Lin Yu nodded in agreement, instructing her to bring along her identification and mobile phone, then summoned a taxi, setting course for the Thompson Riviera. "Esteemed guests, good afternoon and welcome to Tang Chin Pin. How may I assist you today?" The sales representative greeted with a sweet smile and a melodious voice. Lin Yu mentioned that he had previously visited, selected a property, and paid the deposit. Upon hearing this, the sales representative promptly contacted Manager Chun, who, upon realizing that his valued client Lin Yu had arrived, hurried over with a broad smile. "Ah, Mr. Lin, what an honor to have you here. Please, allow me to show you and this young lady the property." The trio arrived at the luxurious duplex residence, spanning over 600 square meters, featuring 6 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 7 bathrooms, offering a breathtaking 360-degree panoramic view. Standing several stories high, one could behold the splendid scenery of the Huangpu River. The entire abode was exquisitely furnished, ready for immediate occupancy. "How beautiful!" exclaimed Mu Shiying, as she stood on the expansive terrace, gazing dreamily at the vista outside. The river breeze tousled her hair, and she felt as though she were standing upon the clouds. The entire world laid out beneath her feet. A sense of dizziness washed over her, not from a fear of heights, but rather from the overwhelming opulence that had suddenly enveloped her. She had never imagined that one day she would reside in such a magnificent home. Previously, Tang Chin Pin had seemed an unattainable dream, a mere symbol existing within the confines of television and magazines. Yet now, this dream was astonishingly within her grasp. Her heart raced, and she felt as though she might suffocate from the intensity of her emotions. She yearned to possess this home fiercely, unwilling to let anyone take it from her. Turning her gaze to Lin Yu, she noticed the sunlight gracing his face, casting a golden hue upon his handsome profile. Suddenly, Mu Shiying perceived that the conditions Lin Yu presented were akin to manna from heaven. No, they were even more delectable. To have such a strikingly handsome partner, residing in Tang Chin Pin, with a monthly allowance nearing 700,000, such fortune was rare indeed. Who else could possibly deserve such a prize if not herself? Surely, she could not rely on those who merely painted empty dreams, the old lechers, or the impoverished souls. The more she contemplated, the more she felt the situation was advantageous. Even beginning to devise strategies in her mind to secure Lin Yu's unwavering devotion, her gaze toward him transformed. Where there had once been a hint of hesitation and resistance, now there lingered an unmistakable desire, or perhaps an insatiable determination. Mu Shiying clenched her fists resolutely, silently affirming to herself, "Mu Shiying, you must secure this residence. And this man, you shall claim as well." Chapter 39, Romantic Affections, Meeting Mu Qianqian. After Lin Yu completed the 30 million down payment, Manager Chun beamed as he escorted the couple to the VIP room of the sales office. "Mr. Lin, here is your deposit guarantee mortgage contract, securing your loan for Ms. Mu." Manager Chun handed a document to Lin Yu. Lin Yu glanced at it, and, with a flourish, affixed his signature. To an onlooker, it might have appeared as though he were signing some trivial document. "Ms. Mu, this is the purchase agreement for the property. Please take a look," Manager Chun said, turning his attention to Mu Shiying. As Mu Shiying received the hefty stack of contracts, she felt its weight. She understood that this was not merely a document, but a safeguard for her future life. Each word she perused seemed to shimmer with significance. Subsequently, Mu Shiying was required to sign repeatedly and provide her fingerprints. However, she relished the process, for with every signature, she drew closer to her long-cherished dream of owning a luxurious home. "Mr. Lin, Ms. Mu, all procedures have been completed. We will liaise with the bank for the follow-up. As this is a ready property, the real estate ownership certificate will be delivered to Ms. Mu in a few days. Now, please register for the fingerprint lock and other move-in details, and allow me to introduce you to the amenities of Tang Chin Pin." Manager Chin spoke with utmost respect. The services at Tang Chin Pin were indeed exemplary. The rooms were meticulously cleaned by dedicated staff, allowing for a seamless move-in experience, with all surrounding facilities readily available. At that moment, Mu Shiying resembled a gentle kitten, nestled in Lin Yu's embrace, gazing at the dazzling night view of the Huangpu River. She felt a surge of emotion, thinking, "This immense wealth has finally come my way." Upon witnessing Mu Shiying sign the financial agreement and behave so obediently, Lin Yu was in high spirits and promptly transferred 1 million yuan to her. Ding dong. Mu Shiying's phone chimed. "You have received 1,000. 000 yuan in your bank account ending in 6958. Ding dong. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's phone also sounded. You have received 10,000 yuan in your bank account ending in 2678. Lin Yu felt a secret thrill. He had acquired yet another lucrative tool. Upon seeing the message, Mu Shiriying's eyes sparkled. This was 1,000,000 yuan. She excitedly turned and wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck, bestowing a passionate kiss upon him. In her heart, she silently expressed gratitude to her benefactor, pledging to perform splendidly that evening. Congratulations, host, for subduing Mu Shiriying, earning 100 goddess points. Another goddess had been effortlessly won over. Current tally: 8 individuals: Lu Rian, Su Shuer, Li Mengyao, Zhang Ting, Lin Jiejia, Bai Bing, Li Feier, Mu Shiriying. Lin Yu felt elated. If each goddess were to generate 10 million gold coins monthly, that would amount to 80 million in total. Lin Yu resolved to continue striving to conquer 10 goddesses, as that was the only way to upgrade the system. On the other side, in Mu Shiriying's apartment, Mu Qianqian curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, her eyes anxiously fixated on the phone on the coffee table. Her sister had not returned home all night. A first for them. She dialed Mu Shiriying's number repeatedly, only to be met with the cold tone of a busy signal. As time ticked by, the wall clock's hands pointed to 2 in the morning. Mu Qianqian's patience finally waned, and she dialed the number once more. Lin Yu was engrossed in his work, completely oblivious to the incessant ringing of his phone. It was not until an hour had passed that he finally answered the call. "Sister, you finally picked up." Mu Qianqian's voice trembled, laced with a hint of tears. "Are you all right? Where have you been? Why haven't you answered your phone for so long?" "I'm all alone at home." Before Lin Yu could respond, he was met with Mu Qianqian's distraught voice, which softened his heart. "Do not fear. Your sister is perfectly fine. She is well." Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, Mu Qianqian was momentarily stunned. Fear swiftly morphed into anger and concern. "Lin Yu, why are you the one on the phone? Where's my sister? How did her phone end up in your hands?" Just as Lin Yu was about to clarify the situation, Mu Shiriying snatched the phone from him. Having just endured a tumultuous experience, her body was still recovering, and she was further exhausted by Lin Yu's antics. As she finally caught her breath, her sister's anxious and accusatory tone startled her, prompting her to quickly take the call. "Hello, Qianqian." Mu Shiriying's voice was slightly weak. "Sister is fine, so please don't worry. Everything has been resolved, rest assured. I will return home shortly. Just stay put and don't overthink things." Mu Shiriying endeavored to maintain her usual calm tone, though a trace of panic seeped through. She did not wish for her innocent sister to know the full extent of her experiences. They could discuss their affairs later, Lin Yu suggested. "All right." Mu Shiriying nodded gently. It was better to be forthright than to conceal the truth. The two embraced, relishing a moment of tranquility before tidying themselves and descending the stairs. As the clock struck 6, Lin Yu recalled that Mu Qianqian must be hungry. He decided to grab a few signature dishes from a renowned restaurant near Tangshan. Afterward, he hailed a taxi and headed straight to the sister's apartment. Inside the vehicle, Mu Shiriying nestled against Lin Yu, who tenderly grasped her hand. "Dear sister, it's wonderful that you're back." As soon as the apartment door swung open, Mu Qianqian, like a jubilant fawn, leapt into Mu Shiriying's embrace. "Ah, Lin Yu, what are you doing here?" Mu Qianqian finally noticed Lin Yu following Mu Shiriying and was immediately taken aback, her voice stuttering. Mu Shiriying exchanged an awkward glance with her sister. Chapter 40. Unburdening hearts and packing bags. Mu Shiriying remained silent, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Yu, however, wrapped his arms around Mu Shiriying's slender waist, assertively declaring, "Indeed, Shiriying is now my partner." Mu Qianqian was momentarily speechless before suddenly bursting into tears, throwing herself into Mu Shiriying's arms like a lost child. "Sister, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I've caused you trouble." Mu Shiriying was startled by her sister's unexpected outburst and hurriedly patted her back, softly reassuring her. "Qianqian, it's not your fault. I chose this willingly. Lin Yu is a good person." As Mu Shiriying spoke of good people, her voice involuntarily lowered, imbued with a subtle complexity of emotion. After finally soothing her younger sister, Mu Shiriying beckoned the two to dine. The meal they had brought back today was exceptionally lavish, featuring not only Mu Qianqian's favorite sweet and sour ribs, but also the much-coveted steamed base, along with a small bowl of bird's nest soup. The dishes still emitted steam, indicating they had just been prepared. Mu Qianqian's attention was swiftly captured by the delectable food, But after only a few bites, she noticed her sister incessantly serving Lin Yu, almost piling his bowl into a miniature mountain. "Hey, you big bad guy." Mu Qianqian could no longer contain herself, putting down her chopsticks and glaring at Lin Yu. "Did you give my sister some sort of love potion? Why is she suddenly so nice to you? She used to serve me first." Lin Yu set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and smiled at Mu Qianqian. "Little girl, mind your manners. I have a name, it's Lin Yu, and from now on, you ought to treat me with a bit more respect, or else." He deliberately elongated his voice, a hint of mischief in his gaze. Mu Qianqian immediately tensed, cautiously inquiring, "Or else what?" Lin Yu, does this mean we don't have to pay any money?" Lin Yu burst into laughter. "Pay? Of course not. Not only do you not have to pay, but your good days as sisters are just beginning. As for your allowance..." He paused, observing Mu Qianqian's eager expression before leisurely continuing, "It will only increase." During this time, Mu Qianqian had lost weight due to the stress of the compensation issue, living in a state of anxiety and guilt. Now, hearing Lin Yu's promise, the heavy stone pressing on her heart finally lifted. She sprang up in excitement and hugged Mu Shuriying. "Sister, we don't have to pay. This is wonderful." Then she dashed in front of Lin Yu and made a face. "Humph, at least you know what's good for you." With that, she began to bounce around the room like a joyful little bird. Watching her sister's happiness, Mu Shuriying's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet her lips could not help but curve upward. Stealing a glance at Lin Yu, her heart was a tumult of emotions. "All right, Shuriying, you and your sister gather the essentials. Tonight, let us move to the new house. After all, everything is ready there. Why linger in this cramped space?" Lin Yu surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, the rented home of the Mu sisters was small, cluttered with belongings, making the passageway feel somewhat congested. He contemplated how the new house was spacious and bright, furnished with all necessary appliances. Why should they endure the discomfort of this small, run-down place? "I think the same," he replied. "You sit for a while, have some fruit, and I'll prepare the things. It won't take long." Mu Shuriying smiled radiantly, responding with remarkable decisiveness. As she spoke, she pulled her still-dazed sister Mu Qianqian into the bedroom. With a click, the door closed, shutting Lin Yu's curiosity outside. Mu Qianqian was utterly bewildered by her sister's sudden actions, her big eyes blinking in confusion, her face adorned with a question mark. "Sister, where are we going? Are we staying at a hotel again? Which one this time? A luxurious suite or a seaside villa?" Mu Qianqian excitedly rubbed her little hands together, her imagination already painting a picture of herself reclining on a lavish bed, indulging in top-tier service. Mu Shuriying smiled mysteriously, lowering her voice deliberately. "This time is far more thrilling than staying at a hotel." "Can you guess? More thrilling than staying at a hotel?" Mu Qianqian's eyes widened even further, her mind racing through a whirlwind of possibilities. Could it be a global adventure? A luxury cruise? A private jet? "Oh my! Sister, you are incredible." Mu Shuriying couldn't help but chuckle at her sister's naive excitement, pinching her chubby cheek affectionately. "What are you thinking, little money grubber? It's even better than all that. You'll find out soon enough. But for now, stop asking questions and pack your things." Despite her confusion, Mu Qianqian obeyed, dutifully starting to gather her cherished belongings. She hummed a little tune as she stuffed her beloved clothes, cosmetics, and snacks into her suitcase, her heart bubbling with anticipation for the surprise that awaited her. Meanwhile, Mu Shuriying meticulously organized her own things, unlike her sister, who was more carefree. In addition to the essential clothing, she packed some necessary daily items. Lin Yu sat on the couch, idly scrolling through his phone. The recent short videos had become increasingly dull. He mindlessly flipped through them until fatigue overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, the sky outside had darkened, and a soft pink blanket, imbued with a gentle fragrance, covered him. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and glanced at his phone. 2 whole hours had slipped by. Indeed, the notion of quick as described by women proved to be unreliable. Akin to a man's promise of arriving shortly, forever residing in an alternate dimension. Lin Yu silently scoffed at the 2 women, thinking how their packing took longer than a pilgrimage to the West. After a considerable time, he finally beheld the fruits of their labor: 2 bulging suitcases, 2 nearly bursting backpacks, and an impressively large cloth bag, resembling a small mountain piled before him. Mu Shuriying and Mu Qianqian, noticing Lin Yu's astonishment, felt no guilt whatsoever. Instead, they confidently chimed in unison, "What are you staring at? Women's belongings are just this plentiful." Lin Yu twitched his mouth, pondering how so much stuff could be moved. He had initially intended to let the two women carry the luggage at their own pace, but suddenly changed his mind. "No need. I'll handle it myself," he said coolly. He slung the two backpacks in front and behind him, draped the large bag over his right shoulder, and effortlessly lifted a suitcase in each hand as he exited, heading towards the elevator. The sisters knew all too well the weight of the luggage, particularly those two suitcases. If they attempted to carry them, they would struggle to lift even one, panting heavily in the process. "Sister, he is so strong." Mu Qianqian widened her eyes and whispered in Mu Shiying's ear, marveling at the sight. "He is not merely strong, he is practically a beast." The thought of certain images made Mu Shiying instinctively tighten her legs, her voice trembling slightly. "Wow, sister, does that mean you will soar to the heavens in the future?" Although Mu Qianqian was just a freshman and had not experienced romantic matters, in this digital age, what had she not seen? She instantly grasped the deeper meaning behind her sister's words, her tone laced with excitement and envy. "You silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting?" Mu Shiying's cheeks flushed as she gently tapped her sister's head. "I'm not talking nonsense. Books and movies say that it's quite pleasurable, and you must be thoroughly enjoying it." Mu Qianqian giggled. "If you say another word, I'll ignore you." Mu Shiying feigned anger. All right. I won't say anything more." Mu Qianqian stuck out her tongue, thinking to herself, "Sister is so shy." Yet, imagining Lin Yu's robust physique, she couldn't help but chuckle quietly. If Lin Yu had heard Mu Qianqian's words, he would certainly exclaim how open today as female college students are. Lin Yu effortlessly moved all the luggage into the trunk, leaving barely any space remaining. He clapped his hands and said to the two sisters, who were still in a daze, "Why are you standing there? Get in the car. Do you want me to carry you both inside?" Only then did Mu Shiying and Mu Qianqian snap back to reality and hurriedly climbed into the car. Chapter 41. Choosing a Room. The couple's bath. Lin Yu drove Mu Shiying's Maserati at a brisk pace, finally stopping in front of the grand entrance of Tangchini Pin. Mu Qianqian sat in the back seat, nervously clenching her small hands, her eyes wide open, fearing she might miss any detail. The security guard meticulously verified the information, while Lin Yu skillfully entered Mu Qianqian's fingerprint and facial recognition. Observing her sister's naive demeanor, Mu Shiying felt both amused and sympathetic. All set. Lin Yu snapped his fingers lightly, then parked the car steadily in the exclusive spot he had purchased for 1.8 million yuan. This parking space cost more than many people's homes. Mu Qianqian silently marveled. After getting out of the car, Lin Yu took the initiative to carry the bags, with the Mu sisters trailing behind him. The three took the private elevator, ascending directly to their new home on the upper floors. When the elevator doors opened with a chime, Mu Qianqian felt her heart nearly stop. Being nighttime, she could not recognize her surroundings in this magical city, only knowing that their destination was extraordinary, and she followed her sister with eager anticipation. Reaching the door, Mu Shiying unlocked it using facial recognition. The door slowly opened, and soft light poured out from within. She turned to the side, bent slightly, and gestured elegantly to Mu Qianqian, her voice tinged with pride and affection. "Qianqian, welcome to Tangchini Pin." Tangchini Pin. Mu Qianqian felt her tongue tie in disbelief. She pinched the back of her hand with force, and it hurt. This was no dream. Stammering, she asked, "Sister, is this the surprise you mentioned?" "This is simply too beautiful." Mu Shiying smiled silently, merely taking her sister's hand and wandering into the room. Lin Yu placed the luggage at the entrance, smiling but choosing not to disturb the two sisters. Mu Qianqian was utterly speechless, feeling as though she were in a dream, an extraordinarily lavish dream. She surveyed her surroundings, the spacious living room, the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, the exquisite decor. Each detail left her utterly mesmerized. Observing her sister's wide-eyed wonder, Mu Shiying raised her eyebrows with a sense of pride. She recalled her own first step through that door, feeling even less composed than her sister, her eyes darting about like a country bumpkin unaccustomed to such splendor. Even now, she occasionally found herself lost in reverie, questioning whether she was indeed dreaming. She contemplated that even if she toiled relentlessly to climb the corporate ladder and earned millions annually, owning such a luxurious residence was but a fantasy, not to mention the arduous journey it entailed, a feat more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Who could fathom the effort and sacrifices required? "Sister, just how vast is this house?" After trailing her sister through the villa, Mu Qianqian felt her legs were about to give way, and she plopped down onto the soft sofa in the living room, breathlessly inquiring. "Over 600 square meters. With 6 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 7 bathrooms. Mu Shiriying glanced at the clock, noticing it was nearly 10 in the evening. What do you think? Quite impressive. Isn't it? By the way, Qianqian, with so many rooms, have you thought about which one you'd like to stay in? As she spoke, she opened her suitcase to retrieve some essential toiletries and a change of clothes, planning to tidy up a bit before organizing the rest tomorrow. Can I still share a room with you? Mu Qianqian clutched a cushion, looking pitifully at her sister. Ever since their parents' tragic accident, the sisters had relied on each other, sharing a bed throughout their childhood. It wasn't until Mu Qianqian entered high school that they began sleeping in separate beds, albeit still in the same room. Suddenly having to sleep alone was quite an adjustment for her. The emptiness felt unsettling, causing her heart to race. Mu Shiriying understood her sister's feelings all too well. But now that she was with Lin Yu, it was rather inconvenient to continue sharing a space with her sister. Certain matters simply could not be addressed in front of her. Lin Yu, lounging comfortably with his legs crossed and enjoying an energy drink, nearly choked upon hearing Mu Qianqian's words. He widened his eyes, staring at her with a look of disbelief. Seeing her sister's awkward expression and the mischievous grin from Lin Yu, Mu Qianqian quickly grasped the situation. For the sake of her sister's happiness, perhaps it was best for her to step back. She feigned annoyance, puffing out her cheeks, and said, all right. I understand that you two need your privacy. I was thinking of staying next door, but it seems I'll settle for the room just beyond that. This way, I won't overhear anything inappropriate and disrupt my studies. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. His sister-in-law exhibited an extraordinary level of awareness. Internally, he applauded Mu Qianqian, thinking to himself, little girl, how perceptive you are. In light of your understanding, I shall strive diligently to ensure that you and your sister can enjoy a delightful union. He cleared his throat and, feigning seriousness, declared, Qianqian, while studying is undoubtedly important, one must also remember to balance work and leisure. Occasionally relaxing and listening to music can be quite beneficial. Mu Shiriying, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, felt both amused and exasperated. This fellow was becoming increasingly unrestrained. She shot Lin Yu an admonishing glance and turned to Mu Qianqian, saying, Qianqian, do not listen to his nonsense. Choose whichever room you prefer, and do not concern yourself with us. However, Mu Qianqian, with a playful grin, replied to Lin Yu, brother-in-law, I understand completely. I will ensure my ears are tightly blocked so that I hear nothing. She then made a silly face. Lin Yu burst into hearty laughter and said to Mu Shiriying, see, your sister is quite sensible. You ought to be grateful to me. Without me, would you have such a wonderful sister? Mu Shiriying, bemused, thought to herself how absurd the conversation was. Nevertheless, witnessing the harmonious interaction between her sister and Lin Yu brought her a sense of relief and contentment. Once the rooms were decided, Lin Yu attentively assisted the two women in carrying their bags into their respective rooms before kindly suggesting they take their time to unpack. Mu Shiriying, having tidied her clothing briefly, was then pulled into the bathroom by Lin Yu, who proclaimed, conserving water starts with me. The spacious bathtub was enveloped in a steamy haze as Mu Shiriying sat in front of Lin Yu, the warm water cascading over her skin. She gently helped him wash, moving from his neck down to his chest, delicately attending to every inch of his skin. Lin Yu reclined comfortably against the edge of the bathtub, savoring this rare moment of intimacy. After their bath, they donned soft pajamas and lay side by side on the comfortable bed. The room was filled with the fragrant essence of their post-bath freshness, and they nestled close, sharing warmth. Lin Yu's hand began to wander, playfully exploring Mu Shiriying's form. She playfully protested, pressing down on his mischievous hand, and teased, but I am an injured party. Can you truly be so cruel? Lin Yu chuckled, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Oh dear sister, just help me a little. Mu Shiriying sighed in resignation, observing his eager demeanor, torn between irritation and amusement. She knew she ultimately could not resist him. After all, his skills in charming her had only grown stronger. She rose, gathering her long, flowing hair, which she tied up carelessly with a hair tie. As Lin Yu beheld her lustrous, dark locks, he was reminded of her hair cascading down to her waist, causing his throat to involuntarily swallow. What is this? A different form of allure? Lin Yu jested. Mu Shiriying shot him a disapproving glance, remaining silent, yet resolutely contemplative. The next morning, Lin Yu awoke to find it was already 9:30. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the disheveled bed. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. Mu Shiriying had long departed for work, and Mu Qianqian had gone to school. Lin Yu, stifling a yawn and scratching his scalp, made his way to the living room. On the dining table lay a heart-shaped sandwich, quietly resting in its plate, accompanied by half a cup of unbrewed milk powder and a white note inscribed with Mu Shiying's elegant handwriting. There aren't many ingredients at home. Make do with this. Heart. A wave of warmth surged through Lin Yu's heart. This little woman was indeed quite considerate. A slight smile graced his lips as he devoured the sandwich, the warm milk gliding down his throat, dispelling the last remnants of morning drowsiness. After freshening up and dressing, he stepped outside. Today, he intended to check out from the Yun Ammon Hotel, as the exorbitant fee of $85,000 for a single night was rather painful for him at present. Although there was still a considerable amount in his account, he could not afford to be extravagant. Upon arriving at the hotel and completing the checkout procedures, he was gifted a lunch voucher. He ate a modest meal before hailing a taxi, heading straight to the Maserati dealership where Mu Qianqian's car was located. Just yesterday, this little girl had shamelessly pleaded before Mu Shiying, urging him to expedite the repairs on her beloved vehicle. As a result, they had exchanged WeChat contacts. Upon seeing that Mu Qianqian had labeled him as Big Bad Guy on WeChat, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel speechless. This girl truly held a grudge. At the Maserati service center, Mu Qianqian's car was now as good as new. The original parts and bumper were readily available, allowing for a swift repair that was completed in just one day. Lin Yu sent Mu Qianqian a message. Qianqian, do you have class this afternoon? Your car is fixed. Upon receiving Lin Yu's message, Mu Qianqian felt a flutter of joy. With her car repaired, commuting to and from school would be far more convenient, and she would no longer need to trouble her sister. Lingling, can you mark me present for the next class? I have something to attend to, she said to her friend, her voice laced with excitement. A sweet-looking girl, dressed fashionably with twin ponytails, leaned closer to Mu Qianqian, peering at her phone screen with a mischievous grin. Qianqian, something's afoot. I just saw you chatting with a guy. Are you off to find a man? But it's only afternoon. So eager? Oh please, what are you talking about? Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed as she hastily clarified. I'm not off to find a man. I'm just heading to the dealership to pick up my car. Yet inwardly, she couldn't help but murmur, but he's my brother-in-law. However, she refrained from voicing this thought, aware of how quickly the gossip-mongers would twist the tale. Picking up a car? What car could it be? It wouldn't be your little Maserati, would it? Lingling asked, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yes, I had an accident the other day, and my brother-in-law took it in for repairs, Mu Qianqian replied, proudly raising her chin. Brother-in-law? Since when do you have a brother-in-law? How come I didn't know? Lingling wore a look of astonishment. I will explain later. Mu Qianqian spoke evasively, as she did not wish for anyone to know the intricacies of her relationship with Lin Yu, which was indeed rather complicated. After all, it is often said that a half of a sister-in-law's heart belongs to her brother-in-law. Having settled the matters related to school, Mu Qianqian summoned a taxi, hurriedly disembarking and racing into the store. The sharp click of her high heels echoed against the polished floor, producing a crisp sound. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her breathing became slightly labored. Upon entering, she spotted Lin Yu standing beside a car draped in red silk, a smile gracing his face. Did you bring your ID? Lin Yu inquired directly upon seeing Mu Qianqian. Yes, I did. Why? Mu Qianqian replied with a hint of confusion. Pondering, wasn't he agreed that she was merely picking up a car? Why the need for identification? Lin Yu did not respond directly. Instead, he picked up a document from a nearby table and handed it to her. Here, sign this vehicle sale agreement. Mu Qianqian was utterly flabbergasted, glancing down to see the bold words vehicle sale agreement, nearly causing her to faint. She looked up, her face a canvas of questions. Aren't we here to pick up a car? How did it turn into a sale? What is going on? Lin Yu, unable to contain his laughter at her bewildered expression, explained, your previous car, after all, has undergone major repairs and pales in comparison to a new one. I know you and your sister both adore Maseratis. I asked your sister yesterday, and she mentioned she does not need a new car for now. Therefore, as your brother-in-law, I have decided to gift you a new one. I will purchase your old car for temporary use. Mu Qianqian blinked in disbelief, cautiously asking, brother-in-law, you are gifting me a new car? What kind? A Maserati 12, Lin Yu paused, observing her reaction before adding, what do you think? Surprised? Unexpected? Maserati 12. Mu Qianqian felt as though she had been struck by lightning, instantly petrified. The 12. That was Maserati's supercar. Limited edition globally. Even wealth may not guarantee ownership. She had never even dared to dream of possessing one. Her mouth agape, She found herself at a loss for words, her mind a whirlwind, akin to fireworks erupting in chaos. This generous brother-in-law was exceedingly extravagant. This was surreal. She felt as though she were walking on clouds, the unexpected happiness rendering her momentarily disoriented. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her racing heart, stammering, "Brother-in-law, you are not joking, right? 12 must be incredibly expensive. Is this what the world of the affluent looks like?" Mu Qianqian felt as if she were caught in a dream. Having moved into the Tang Chunyi Pin, she had managed to convince herself to remain composed, as the house was not purchased in her presence. Yet now, Lin Yu was offering her a top-tier Maserati supercar. The heart raced uncontrollably, and Mu Qianqian felt as though she was on the verge of suffocation. This was no jest. The car was ready. Lin Yu chuckled, extending his hand to pull away the red silk draped over the vehicle, which cascaded smoothly to the ground. The dazzling yellow and sleek contours of the car resembled a poised cheetah, a Maserati 12. Mu Qianqian felt her legs weaken slightly as she cautiously approached, her fingertips brushing against the cold surface of the car, which jolted her back to reality. She opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, overwhelmed by the thrill that the premium sports car evoked. "Do you like it?" Lin Yu's voice echoed beside her. Mu Qianqian nodded vigorously, rendered speechless by her excitement. Lin Yu produced a bank card and, without a flicker of his eyelid, charged 5 million in her presence. As Mu Qianqian gazed at him, her eyes sparkled with admiration. In that moment, she believed Lin Yu was utterly captivating. "Ding. You have spent 5 million from your card ending in 2678. Ding. You have received 10 million into your card ending in 2678. Account balance, 5 million. Lin Yu glanced at the text notifications on his phone, reflecting that the expenditures on the Mu sisters had indeed increased compared to before, but the results were unmistakable. One must make sacrifices to reap rewards. The wisdom of the ancients holds true. To earn money, one must adopt a steady approach. He walked over to Mu Qianqian and gently patted her shoulder. "So, how about taking the car for a spin?" Mu Qianqian, snapping back to reality, eagerly nodded. Lin Yu handed her the car keys. "Go enjoy a breeze, relax a bit." Taking the keys, she ignited the engine, and the Maserati 12 let out a deep growl. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the accelerator, and the sports car shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. As she experienced the exhilarating speed, Mu Qianqian felt all her worries blown away into the ether, and she couldn't help but cheer aloud. Lin Yu stood still, watching her retreating figure with a slight smile. He dialed a number. "Hello, Mr. Wang. Please reserve another Maserati 12 for me from the Italian manufacturer, this time in red." "Yes, I want to see the car before the beginning of next month." After hanging up, Lin Yu stroked his chin, muttering to himself, "This indulgent feeling is rather delightful." Chapter 43, Vehicle Registration, The Celestial Brother-in-Law Mr. Lin, Miss Mu. The paperwork has been completed. You can either take the temporary plates and drive away or accompany us to the vehicle registration office. What would you prefer? The sales manager inquired with a smile, bowing slightly. "Let us go directly to the registration office. It will save us the hassle." Lin Yu replied without much hesitation. This car was intended for Mu Qianqian, and getting it registered promptly would allow her to indulge in it fully. "Very well, we will await you at the registration office." The sales manager tactfully withdrew. "Come on, let us drive to the registration office." Lin Yu called out to Mu Qianqian, who was still in a daze. As he settled into the passenger seat, lost in her thoughts, Mu Qianqian suddenly snapped back to reality, plopping herself into the driver's seat and igniting the engine. The Maserati's 12 cylinders emitted a deep, resonant growl, akin to a beast poised to pounce. With a firm press of the accelerator, the car surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Along the route, Mu Qianqian bubbled with excitement, akin to a child who had just received a confection, reveling in the exhilarating thrust of the supercar. Unable to contain her joy, she exclaimed, "Wow, this acceleration is absolutely thrilling, and the roar is magnificent." Her cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, feeling the wind whip past her ears, her chest rising and falling slightly with exhilaration. The sight was enough to draw Lin Yu's gaze. He couldn't help but admire her figure, acknowledging her undeniable allure. Upon arriving at the vehicle administration office, the striking combination of a beautiful woman and a luxury car undoubtedly attracted a throng of onlookers. A crowd gathered, pointing and discussing Mu Qianqian and the Maserati with fervor. "Who is this stunning beauty? She is both fierce and gorgeous." This car must be worth millions. How enviable. I wonder which affluent family she hails from. If only she had chosen a more ostentatious license plate, it would be even more impressive. Do you think her boyfriend is a super rich heir? Is that even a question? He must be someone extraordinary. Several young men gazed with rapt attention, wishing to be the one seated in the passenger seat. Feeling a bit shy under their scrutiny, Mu Qianqian's face reddened further. Stealing a glance at Lin Yu, she noticed him calmly gazing out the window, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding chatter, which eased her nerves somewhat. While processing the paperwork, the staff couldn't help but steal a few glances at Mu Qianqian, smiling as they remarked, "Miss, this car suits you perfectly. Would you like to choose a more favorable license plate number? We have several consecutive numbers available." Mu Qianqian looked to Lin Yu for his opinion. He waved his hand dismissively. "No need, just pick any. I'm not sensitive to numbers," he mused, thinking to himself that it wasn't his car, after all. Mu Qianqian nodded. "All right, I'll follow your lead. Just choose any." The staff, somewhat taken aback, mused over their indifference to such a fine vehicle. When it came time to select the number, Mu Qianqian casually tapped one, and the screen displayed Magic 678. Wow, what incredible luck! The crowd erupted in astonishment. The consecutive numbers 678, accompanied by the magic designation, were indeed remarkable. This would certainly turn heads, guaranteeing a 200% rate of attention. Mu Qianqian herself was taken aback, never expecting to randomly select such an impressive number. She turned to Lin Yu, who was equally surprised, chuckling. "It appears today is your lucky day. Let us go? It's time to eat. We've been busy all morning, and it's nearly noon. I hardly had breakfast, and my stomach is growling." Lin Yu exaggeratedly clutched his rumbling belly. Mu Qianqian's eyes lit up instantly. Her spirits lifted. "Where shall we dine, brother-in-law? Is there a good place?" As Lin Yu remarked, "Having spent quite some time in the vibrant city of Shanghai, I have yet to truly indulge in authentic local cuisine." "Wow, I know this place," exclaimed Mu Qianqian, her excitement palpable. "I stumbled upon it on a food vlog on Douyin. It has consistently ranked among Michelin-starred restaurants. Their signature dishes include crab roe rice, braised pork, and smoked fish. We must definitely order them later." She rubbed her hands together in glee, resembling a little hamster eagerly awaiting a treat. Observing her eager demeanor, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "Qianqian, it's evident that you're quite the seasoned foodie. Where do you usually dine?" "My sister's company has an internal cafeteria, so she typically eats there for lunch. I've seen her post pictures. The meals look quite delectable," Mu Qianqian responded. "As for me, I mostly rely on the school cafeteria, though I occasionally venture out with my dorm mates for a feast. However, as a student, my budget is limited, so frequenting expensive places isn't feasible." "How much pocket money does your sister provide you each month?" Lin Yu casually inquired. 5,000, Mu Qianqian replied. "That's quite generous," Lin Yu remarked, maintaining a calm exterior while internally lamenting. "When I was in college, my parents only allotted me a little over 1,000 a month for living expenses. To woo girls, I had to take on part-time work. Truly, comparing lives can be disheartening. Well, it's decent. Among my dorm mates, I rank second. There's one whose family is wealthy, giving her 8,000 a month, while the rest mostly receive 3,000 to 4,000, Mu Qianqian explained, a hint of disappointment in her tone. "However, living in Shanghai, my greatest realization is that money never seems to suffice. The expenses are simply overwhelming." Lin Yu thought to himself, this girl certainly knows how to manage her finances. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he smirked mischievously. "How about this, Qianqian? From now on, your living expenses shall be covered by your brother-in-law. I'll provide you with, say, 10 times that amount each month, 100,000. What do you think?" Mu Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. "Brother-in-law, you must be joking. 100,000. Seeing her stunned expression brought joy to Lin Yu's heart. He feigned seriousness, stating, "What? Is that too little? How about 200,000? Quickly." Mu Qianqian waved her hands in protest, like a rattle drum. No. That's more than enough. Brother-in-law, you are too kind. I don't even know what to say." Overwhelmed with excitement, her heart raced as if it were a little rabbit beating rapidly within her chest. "Come now, silly girl. There's no need for such formality with your brother-in-law. Let us head out for a meal." Lin Yu chuckled, tousling her hair as he led her outside. Feeling lightheaded, Mu Qianqian followed Lin Yu, as if walking on clouds. To confirm she wasn't dreaming, she pinched herself, wincing at the pain. Goodness, how generous can a brother-in-law be? 100,000 in living expenses each month. What a remarkable brother-in-law. Am I destined to reach the pinnacle of life? Chapter 44. Dining and Strolling. The prey caught in the net upon entering the establishment. The vintage gramophone serenely spun, filling the air with a gentle scent of sandalwood. The walls were adorned with yellowed photographs, and Miss White Rose, clad in a cheapao, gracefully waved a feather fan. Her soft-woo dialect and melodic hum creating an ethereal atmosphere. Lin Yu and Mu Qianqian chose a window seat on the second floor, outside. The bustling street contrasted sharply with the tranquility within the restaurant. Qianqian, feel free to order whatever you desire. My appetite is hearty. I fear not the abundance. Lin Yu said with a smile, extending the hefty menu toward her. He understood that young ladies often hesitated when it came to ordering, so he sought to alleviate her concerns. Mu Qianqian accepted the menu, her long lashes casting shadows as she lowered her gaze. With a gentle motion, she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, a seemingly trivial gesture that momentarily startled Lin Yu. Armed with a pencil, she meticulously marked her selections on the menu, occasionally lifting her eyes to meet his, only to quickly avert her gaze, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks. After placing their orders, the conversation turned to their university lives. It was then that Mu Qianqian discovered that Lin Yu was, much like herself, a university student. She observed the man before her, handsome and upright, exuding a maturity and masculinity that set him apart from the boys at her campus. This braised pork is divine, Mu Qianqian exclaimed as she lifted a piece of golden brown delicacy, savoring the first bite. Her eyes sparkled with delight as the tender morsel melted in her mouth. Rich yet not overly greasy, sweet yet not cloying. How can it be this delectable? She whispered, akin to a kitten that had stumbled upon a hidden stash of sweets. Waiter, 2 more servings of the braised pork, please. Lin Yu called out, his heart warming at the sight of Mu Qianqian's contentment. Qianqian, order as much as you like, don't worry about waste. The most important thing is to enjoy your meal. Mu Qianqian replied, her cheeks stuffed with braised pork. Her words muffled like an adorable little hamster. How wonderful my brother-in-law is. Not only is he handsome, but he is also so considerate. Today, my little mouth is truly fortunate. Mu Qianqian thought gleefully. No, I must exercise restraint. I cannot overindulge, or my image will be ruined. But it is just so delicious. Her inner conflict raged while her mouth remained busy. Subsequently, they ordered crab meat rice, smoked fish, sautéed pig liver and sauce, stone pot shredded beehive tofu, oil-fried shrimp, squirrel fish, stir-fried eel, and shrimp with plum sauce. With each dish that graced their table, Mu Qianqian couldn't help but emit soft gasps of awe, her eyes sparkling with delight. Lin Yu silently observed her, finding greater joy in her happiness than in his own meal. When the crab meat rice arrived, golden crab meat lay atop the translucent grains of rice, its aroma intoxicating. Mu Qianqian scooped a spoonful and brought it to her lips, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. This crab meat is utterly exquisite. The smoked fish, crisp on the outside yet tender within, struck a perfect balance of sweet and salty. Mu Qianqian delicately picked up a piece, gently blew on it, and then savored it, relishing the rich flavors of the sautéed pig liver, thick with sauce and exquisitely tender. As she indulged, her lips glistened with grease, and she couldn't help but give a thumbs up in approval. After the meal, the table was left in a state of disarray. Caressing her round little belly, Mu Qianqian let out a contented burp, her face flushed with happiness, reminiscent of a satisfied kitten, languid and adorable. Lin Yu watched her, unable to resist the urge to reach out and stroke her charming little head. Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 5,000 yuan. Please proceed to the checkout. The server chimed sweetly. Lin Yu did not shy away from Mu Qianqian. Instead, he walked directly to the cash register and swiped his card. A lengthy receipt was dispensed from the machine, and upon glancing at it, Mu Qianqian nearly bit her tongue in disbelief. Goodness! This meal consumed a month's worth of my living expenses. Come, let us stroll through Yiyuan Garden to aid digestion, Lin Yu thought to himself. Having spent several days in the bustling metropolis, he had admired the nightscape of the Bund, but had yet to explore Nanjing Road South Pedestrian Street. With a lovely companion by his side, it promised to be an enjoyable outing. Absolutely, I adore shopping, Mu Qianqian exclaimed. Her spirits instantly lifted at the mention of a shopping spree. Lin Yu parked the car at a private lot near Nanjing Road, and they began their leisurely wander. Being a lifelong resident of the city, Mu Qianqian navigated the commercial district with ease. As they meandered, 3 hours passed unnoticed, their hands laden with shopping bags. Lin Yu, I truly can't walk anymore. I need to rest, Mu Qianqian declared, spotting a CAF. She gently placed her bags on the ground and collapsed onto the sofa. Utterly drained. Already out of energy? I thought women never tire from shopping, Lin Yu teased with a smile. That's because you are too good at it. 3 hours is too much for me to keep up, she replied, glancing at the mountain of shopping bags at her feet, her expression a mix of joyous concern. Each item was undoubtedly expensive: luxury cosmetics, perfumes, designer clothing, shoes, and handbags, all from renowned brands. Lin Yu, why did you only buy yourself 4 outfits while getting me so many? She questioned. I only need a few to wear. You are a girl, and naturally, you should have more clothes. Besides, purchasing attire for a beautiful girl is a pleasure in itself, Lin Yu spoke sincerely, finding joy in adorning a goddess, which brought both visual delight and a sense of achievement. Lin Yu, be honest, do you have feelings for me? Mu Qianqian boldly inquired all of a sudden. Yes, I like you, Lin Yu replied decisively. Ah, but you're still with my sister. Mu Qianqian lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I want both of you, Lin Yu stated plainly, leaving no room for ambiguity. Mu Qianqian was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such directness from him. Instantly, her face burned crimson, rendering her speechless. The usually carefree girl, surprisingly neither angry nor rebutting upon hearing those words, piqued Lin Yu's interest. This seemed promising. His eyes brightened. This matter would be manageable. When it came to courting, it was merely a matter of offering houses, cars, and gifts. Did you bring your ID? Lin Yu inquired tentatively. Yes, why? You're not seriously contemplating gifting me an apartment, are you? Mu Qianqian responded half-jokingly. Indeed, choose whichever you fancy, as long as it's available in the Magic City. Lin Yu dropped a bombshell. Mu Qianqian's breath quickened, her mind buzzing. Was it truly possible to choose any property in the Magic City? How could she refuse such an offer? She felt as though she were in a dream, a rather unreal dream. Stealthily, she pinched her thigh. The pain proved it was no illusion. Chapter 45, Capturing Qianqian. A fortunate encounter. Lin Yu took out his phone, opened the property listings recommended by Manager Chun, and a dazzling array of options filled the screen. Prices arranged from high to low, leaving one astonished. Go ahead and choose, he said, extending the phone towards Mu Qianqian, his voice laced with a subtle tenderness. Her cheeks flushed as if engulfed in flames. She accepted the phone, her fingertips trembling slightly, her gaze flitting across the screen without daring to meet Lin Yu's eyes. How about you pick a unit in the Tangshini Peen as well? This way, you won't feel jealous in the future, claiming I treat you less favorably than your sister. Lin Yu suggested playfully. No. Mu Qianqian hastily waved her hand, her voice barely a whisper. I don't want to live in the same neighborhood as my sister. I'm afraid she might feel upset if she finds out. She bit her lip, her eyes reflecting a tumult of anxiety and conflict. All right then, take your time to choose. Just let me know which development catches your eye, Lin Yu replied, not pressuring her. He closed his eyes, relishing the faint fragrance that Mu Qianqian exuded, a scent that stirred his senses. As time passed, the car fell into a serene silence, only the sounds of their breathing filling the air. After about half an hour, Mu Qianqian finally returned the phone to Lin Yu, her fingertips still warm. Upon glancing at the screen, Lin Yu saw China Resources Bund 9 lead displayed and instantly comprehended Mu Qianqian's intentions. The sisters would reside in proximity, one near the Oriental Pearl across from the Bund, and the other right on the Bund itself, maintaining just enough distance while being available for each other when needed. After filling the trunk with Mu Qianqian's various spoils, Lin Yu started the engine and headed straight for the sales office of China Resources Bund 9 Li. The sales manager, upon hearing of a significant client's arrival, lit up like a cheetah spotting its prey, exuding enthusiasm that could nearly melt the heart. He pounded his chest, assuring that there was a beautifully furnished 500-square-meter apartment ready for immediate move-in, perfectly fitting their requirements. Like her sister, Lin Yu paid a down payment of 30 million for Mu Qianqian, with the remaining 290,000 monthly installments to be borne by her. Of course, Lin Yu promised her a monthly allowance of 1 million, which meant Mu Qianqian would have a staggering 710,000 at her disposal each month. Upon returning to the car, the atmosphere shifted to one that was subtly charged. Big bad guy, did you also win over my sister in the same way? Mu Qianqian mustered her courage to break the silence. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smirk, tinged with a hint of pride. Indeed. Your sister has a monthly payment of 330,000, and just like that, a monthly allowance of 1 million. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian waved her small fists and lightly pounded Lin Yu's chest, playfully chiding, "You big bad guy. You are too wicked. You are truly incorrigible. Hee hee. This is called financial prowess. What can I say? Both you sisters are so beautiful that I simply cannot resist." Lin Yu replied, swiftly adjusting his seat to recline. Before Mu Qianqian could react, he gently pulled her into his embrace. Their eyes met. Mu Qianqian's gaze was filled with panic and shyness, while Lin Yu's lips descended upon hers, consuming all her resistance. The Maserati sat quietly by the roadside like a dormant beast. Inside the car, Lin Yu's fingers glided delicately over Mu Qianqian's silky skin, causing her to shiver slightly. Outside, passers-by occasionally cast curious glances but were entirely oblivious to the enchanting scene within. After about an hour, Lin Yu, satisfied, helped Mu Qianqian straighten her slightly disheveled dress before carrying her back to the passenger seat. "Hee hee, now you are mine," Lin Yu exclaimed triumphantly, raising an eyebrow and pinching Mu Qianqian's cheek. "Now, my little beauty, shall we head to your sister's house or back to school?" With a dreamy look in her eyes and her cheeks flushed, Mu Qianqian gently bit her lip. "Let's go back to school. I made up an excuse about fixing the car. My sister thinks I'm at the repair shop. I usually stay at her place from Friday night to Sunday." "All right, as you wish." Lin Yu started the engine. "I will return to Jiangnan district tomorrow and will come back to visit you sisters in a few days. Rest assured, your allowance will not be a penny less. I promise to provide you with the life you desire." Upon hearing that Lin Yu would be leaving, a wave of reluctance surged within Mu Qianqian. She leaned forward and planted a sweet kiss on Lin Yu's lips. "Don't forget to think of me," she said, her voice carrying a hint of playful affection. Lin Yu laughed heartily, tousling her hair. "Little enchantress, how could I ever forget you? I would love nothing more than to tether you to my belt and take you with me every day." After indulging in each other's company for a while longer, Mu Qianqian reluctantly drove away towards the school. Lin Yu watched her depart, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He sped off on the highway in the Maserati she had just repaired. Lin Yu felt a rush of urgency. In just a week, not only had he won over Mu Qianqian, but he had also gained her sister, a true double blessing, a profitable venture indeed. "Lu Rian, master, where are you? Jia and I are waiting for your return at the Intercontinental Hotel." "Lin Jia, Lin Yu, you finally got in touch. I missed you." Before Lin Yu set off, he sent a message to Lu Rian and Lin Jia. The two, understanding his intent, had already booked a room early and prepared everything. With the door slightly ajar, Lu Rian and Lin Jia awaited eagerly. Lu Rian had deliberately chosen a form-fitting pair of jeans that accentuated her breathtaking curves, complemented by a white shirt with the second button daringly undone, revealing a hint of allure that sparked the imagination. Lin Jia, on the other hand, donned a youthful white pleated miniskirt paired with a light blue blouse, her long, fair legs captivatingly eye-catching. Together, they presented a striking contrast, one exuding mature charm, while the other radiated vibrant youthfulness, both equally enchanting. As Lin Yu stepped into the hotel lobby, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Pressing the answer button, he was greeted by Lu Rian's slightly playful voice, accompanied by Lin Jiajia's sweet cooing. As the elevator ascended slowly, Lin Yu's heart raced in anticipation. He could already envision the surprise and warmth in their expressions upon seeing him. With a chime, the elevator doors opened. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his collar, Lin Yu stepped out. The moment the door swung open, a fragrant breeze enveloped him. Before he could fully comprehend, he was embraced by two soft bodies simultaneously. "Master." Lin Yu, Lu Rian, and Lin Jia, one on each side, tightly linked their arms with his, affectionately guiding him into the room. Overwhelmed by the delightful embrace, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He looked down at their exquisite faces, one with a sultry glance, the other with a radiant smile. Guests and staff around them turned their heads, men filled with envy and jealousy, while women whispered, their eyes darting between Lin Yu and the two girls. "Wow, this guy is quite fortunate. Two stunning beauties." A middle-aged man murmured under his breath. "Just look at their figures and faces. They must be at least campus queen level. This guy is in for a treat tonight." Someone nearby agreed. Another bold individual whipped out his phone, capturing a photo of the trio and posting it online with the caption, "Damn, talk about being blessed. Two college students. I bet they're going to enjoy a night of double delight." A fashionably dressed young woman gazed at Lin Yu, envy flickering in her eyes. "This guy is so handsome. He looks wealthy too." If only I could be one of those two girls. Please, don't get your hopes up. Such luck won't fall on you, her companion retorted without mercy. Lin Yu paid no heed to the surrounding chatter and gazes. All he desired was to relish this rare moment of tenderness. Chapter 46. The Broadcaster, Goose Goose, Airport Pickup the following morning. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the soft bed, and Lin Yu stretched luxuriously, feeling invigorated from the previous night's escapades. He was not the type to be a scoundrel who would forget his companions after the thrill, while the pleasures of the night were delightful. One must share the joy with all. Lin Yu first sent a WeChat message to Zhang Ting. Darling, I've ordered a new Porsche for you. You can choose the color. Zhang Ting replied almost instantaneously. You're such a tease. Just throwing money at me. But I love it. Kissing emoji. Lin Yu chuckled softly and proceeded to send messages to Su Shui Li Fei and Bai Bing, arranging different gifts for each. Ranging from limited edition handbags to various luxury items, he was determined not to neglect these women who accompanied him. Once this was accomplished, Lin Yu's phone vibrated incessantly. The bank's notification tone ringing out in succession. Your bank card ending in 2678 has received 10 million yuan. Your bank card ending in 2678 has received 10 million yuan. Lin Yu gazed at his account balance, which had swelled to 140 million, and felt elated. Naturally, his goddesses were equally in high spirits, grateful for the unprecedented joy he had bestowed upon them. Not to mention one particularly satisfied individual, who insisted on giving Lin Yu an additional 10 million, claiming it was for car repairs, as her beloved vehicle had endured some damage from last night's vigorous escapades. As Lin Yu contemplated the available balance of 150 million, he mused that this money had come rather easily, faster than robbing a bank. Yet, he reminded himself that this was all hard-earned money, acquired through his own talents. Most people simply lacked such capabilities. Lonely brother, are you there? I'll be arriving in Hangzhou tomorrow, with a flight around 9 a.m. Can you come to pick me up? Lin Yu scrolled through his phone, and a message popped up, the avatar depicting a cute cartoon character, with the alias Ego, a female streamer boasting 1 million followers. A subtle smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips as he thought to himself, this little girl is indeed making her move. Recently, Lin Yu had taken to idling away his time on live streaming platforms. Ego was one of the female streamers he followed closely. She was proficient in singing and dancing and possessed a charming appearance. Lin Yu had been quite generous in her streaming room, often showering her with gifts amounting to hundreds of thousands, totaling over 3 million in the long run. Thank you, lonely brother. Ego's sweet voice echoed in his ears. Privately, she frequently reached out to Lin Yu for chats, her words laced with flirtation, even mentioning her desire to visit Hangzhou to spend time with him. At that moment, Lin Yu hadn't taken it too seriously. After all, he had several female streamers like Ego on his phone. His generous gifting was merely a reflection of her vast fanbase and substantial influence. Did these streamers truly mean what they said after sharing a few flirtatious exchanges? What if they were merely toying with him? Lin Yu was well aware of this dynamic and maintained a clear-headed approach in his interactions, engaging in light banter purely for amusement. However, since Ego had taken the initiative to come, he was open to the idea of meeting her. It would be an opportune moment to see if they could establish a closer connection. Should it succeed, he could lavish her with gifts without restraint. If not, she would simply return from whence she came. Currently, I am preoccupied with courting a goddess and have no time to attend to the trivialities of others. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, Gu Ji's visit to Hangzhou is not merely for leisure. Her guild's contract is nearing its end, and recently, 2 formidable South Korean girl group trainees have joined the guild, garnering substantial attention and acclaim. As a seasoned dance area streamer, Guga now feels unprecedented pressure. To make matters worse, those who once fervently adored her have shifted their affections to the new trainees. Guga finds herself in dire need of a robust supporter, and Lin Yu undoubtedly appears to be the epitome of her ideal choice. During their conversations, she has subtly inquired about his financial circumstances, to which Lin Yu nonchalantly remarked that his wealth is inexhaustible, a statement that Gugu took at face value. This time in Hangzhou, Gugu has thoroughly prepared herself, both mentally and strategically, vowing to secure Lin Yu's affection. The prospect of becoming the girlfriend, even if merely a lover, of the elusive lonely brother tantalizes her. The notion of relinquishing her streaming career in exchange for a life of leisure is immensely appealing. She has even begun to fantasize about waking up naturally each day, indulging in shopping sprees, a thought that fills her with delight. The following morning, Lin Yu finds himself awake unusually early, not for the purpose of picking someone up, but simply to savor a bowl of the much-craved Pianair Chuan. After freshening up and donning a carefully selected outfit, he leisurely drives to a well-known noodle shop, ordering a bowl of Pianair Chuan with extra toppings, relishing the experience. To meet the captivating streamer Gugu, Lin Yu has taken extra care with his appearance. He chose what he considered his most dashing attire, complemented by a fresh haircut at his usual barbershop. Despite the nerve-wracking excitement of meeting a popular streamer for the first time, he aims to leave a favorable impression. After a meticulous styling session, Lin Yu gazes at his transformed self in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. With his stylish haircut, toned physique, and fashionable outfit, he feels as though he could easily stand alongside a star like Cha Eun-woo. After all the preparations, the clock strikes 10 in the morning. Calculating the time, he realizes her flight must have landed. Lin Yu leisurely starts his car, heading toward the airport. Arriving early to greet her is out of the question. He prefers to arrive just in time, allowing for a slight delay without concern. He would rather keep the goddess waiting than the reverse, akin to the sentiment expressed in a famous saying. Of course, such thoughts remain unspoken. Lonely brother, are you there? I've arrived at the airport. Where are you? Good Ji's message arrives. In truth, Lin Yu has been at the airport for some time, but he chose not to loiter at the arrival gate. With a slight smile, he replies, I'll be there shortly. Lin Yu retrieved a magnificent bouquet of meticulously selected blue roses from the trunk, a significant expenditure for him, yet deemed worthwhile for the sake of the performance. Clutching the flowers, he strode confidently towards the arrival hall. Amidst the bustling crowd, a girl with shoulder-length black hair stood, her gaze a blend of curiosity and bewilderment, akin to a lost fawn searching for direction. The gentle breeze caressed her silky locks, causing one side to cascade over her smooth forehead, enhancing her air of mystery. She was dressed in a yellow and white striped off-the-shoulder crop top that hugged her well-developed form, paired with distressed denim shorts that exuded a sense of rebellion, revealing her long, elegant legs encased in black stockings without reservation. This ensemble seamlessly blended youthful exuberance with mature sensuality, making her the center of attention in an instant. Numerous passing gentlemen stole glances at her, some even whistling in admiration. Unbeknownst to her, she compared herself to those around her, feeling a twinge of envy. Such a figure and style were indeed strikingly audacious. Oblivious to the gazes she attracted, she furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly in search of something. Her rounded shoulders and delicate skin glistened enticingly under the sun. The edges of her off-the-shoulder top quivered with her movements, creating a precarious allure that seemed on the verge of slipping yet remained steadfast, adding to her appeal. Her slender waist, easily encircled by a single hand, complemented her full and pert backside, forming a breathtaking silhouette. The legs, clad in black stockings, were taut and elastic, each step taken with grace and confidence, radiating the unique charm of a mature woman, evoking fantasies in onlookers. Lin Yu immediately recognized her as Gugu, her appearance remarkably similar to her online persona, albeit the filters used during her live streams rendered her overly fair. In reality, her sun-kissed skin appeared healthier and more inviting. Are you lonely, brother? Zhao Sherman, or Gugu, inquired as she spotted a strikingly handsome young man with an athletic build and a keen sense of style approaching her with an extravagant bouquet. Upon his arrival, she asked tentatively, her voice laced with surprise and curiosity. Yes, it's me. Lin Yu replied with a smile, presenting the blue roses to Zhao Sherman. My goodness. Lonely brother, you are incredibly young and handsome. I thought you were a successful individual around 40, or at least a small business owner. You can't possibly still be a university student, can you? Zhao Sherman exclaimed, taking the flowers and scrutinizing Lin Yu with disbelief. Chapter 47, Live Stream, Shimon's Astonishment, Congratulations. Host, you have successfully triggered the binding condition. Binding subject, Zhao Sherman. Oh, so Gugu's real name is Zhao Sherman. What a lovely name. Lin Yu felt a stir in his heart, yet his expression remained composed, his smile blossoming even brighter. Haha, as you can see, I am still a junior in college. Ah, so he is a second-generation rich kid. This is even better. Although I have been in the live streaming industry for years and gained fame early, I am only 26. My age is quite fitting. Zhao Sherman thought, her mind racing with possibilities. She gracefully extended her hand. Hello, I am Zhao Sherman, 25 years old. Shall we go? In introducing herself, Zhao Sherman deliberately emphasized her age. She typically dressed in a mature and alluring manner, fearing that Lin Yu might mistakenly perceive her as older, which would be quite disadvantageous. The two walked side by side towards the parking lot, and Zhao Shimon's gaze fell upon Lin Yu's blue Maserati. She blinked and tentatively inquired, "Lonely brother, do you like this type of car? Or is it your girlfriend's? It seems a bit lower in class." Zhao Shiman mused, considering that her usual vehicle was several tiers above this Maserati. Moreover, wasn't the Maserati Quattroporte a favorite among women? Could it be that it belonged to the girlfriend of this lonely brother? Lin Yu could easily discern the underlying meaning in her words. He shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Girlfriend? Where would I get a girlfriend? My own car had a minor issue recently and was sent back to the factory in France for repairs. This one is merely a temporary substitute." "Oh, I see." Zhao Shimon's heart leapt with joy. So handsome, so wealthy, and yet still single. Was this not a stroke of fortune that had landed right in her lap? While she maintained her outward composure, her mind was already calculating how to win over this lonely brother. Stealing glances at Lin Yu, she noted the sharp contours of his profile as he drove. His focused demeanor exuding an air of effortless confidence, as if he had everything under control. This self-assuredness and poise far surpassed that of those second-generation rich kids who flaunted their wealth with smugness. Zhao Shiman felt her heart racing a little faster. She gently bit her lip, silently encouraging herself. "Zhao Shiman, you can do this. Such a splendid opportunity must not be missed. This time, I must seize it." In contrast to Zhao Shiman's thoughts, Lin Yu was intent on securing her affection, eager to conquer one more goddess to level up his system. He was prepared to invest heavily in this endeavor. Lin Yu took Zhao Shiman to the five-star hotel he had reserved in advance for their stay. As Zhao Shiman gazed at the opulent lobby, she was internally astonished, acknowledging that this was indeed the standard of the lonely brother. They enjoyed a romantic dinner in the hotel's revolving restaurant, and as Zhao Shiman admired the dazzling night view outside, her fondness for Lin Yu deepened further. After their meal, Lin Yu suggested they go shopping. Zhao Shiman initially intended to decline, but upon seeing the hopeful look in Lin Yu's eyes, she nodded in agreement. Lin Yu led her to the bustling heart of the city, where the most extravagant shopping mall awaited. As they strolled, Zhao Shiman's gaze was captivated by an array of luxury goods, yet she merely observed, devoid of any intent to purchase. Lin Yu noticed her hesitation and confidently guided her into a renowned boutique, pointing to a dress and saying, "This one is lovely. Why not try it on?" Zhao Shiman hesitated. "Isn't this too expensive?" Lin Yu smiled gently. "No worries. If you like it, just buy it." With that, he called the attendant to process the payment. Witnessing Lin Yu's extravagant generosity left Zhao Shiman feeling both touched and somewhat uneasy. She understood that Lin Yu was making a gesture of goodwill towards her. As evening descended, Lin Yu returned to their hotel room, urging Zhao Shiman to start a live stream. "Hurry, let's go live. I'll support you with gifts to ensure your victory." Zhao Shiman was taken aback. "Lonely brother, what do you mean?" Lin Yu, with an air of certainty, replied, "Did you not come to me for this? Rest assured, we are now a family. I will definitely support you." Hearing this, Zhao Shiman felt a whirlwind of emotions. However, since Lin Yu was so forthright, she decided to accept his offer without reservation. The sunset painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson, and the warm glow bathed the hotel room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Yu stood by the window, watching as Zhao Shiman prepared her phone for the live broadcast. She adjusted the camera and flashed a sweet smile, waving at the screen. "Hello, my darlings, good evening." Her voice was soft and languid, akin to a cotton candy enveloped in honey, sweetening the hearts of her audience. Instantly, a flood of fans flooded into the live stream, and various gift effects began to explode on the screen. "Wow, Goose, you look stunning today. That outfit is incredibly sexy. Love it. Goose, where are you? Is that a hotel behind you?" Zhao Shiman, observing the barrage of comments, replied with a smile, "Yes, darlings, I'm at a hotel." She paused, seemingly a bit shy. "I'm out having fun with a friend." "A friend? What kind of friend? Male or female?" "Goose, you're not in love, are you? Hurry and tell us. We're dying of curiosity." The fans' curiosity was ignited, and the comments flew by rapidly. Zhao Shiman smiled coyly, teasing, "You'll find out soon." She glanced at Lin Yu standing by the window, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Lin Yu, catching her gaze, understood her unspoken request. He approached Zhao Shiman, displaying his phone's recharge page to her. On the screen, the balance column prominently displayed a staggering figure, 20,000,000. Zhao Shiman's eyes widened in disbelief as she gasped. Covering her mouth, She stared at Lin Yu. Did you really recharge this much? Her voice trembled, tinged with unmistakable excitement. Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of ease. It's a trivial matter. He paused momentarily, leaning closer to Zhao Shimon's ear, whispering in a husky, magnetic tone laced with undeniable authority. Feel free to choose the strongest. I'll handle the rest. Zhao Shimon's heart skipped a beat, a rosy hue blossoming on her cheeks. She felt as if a powerful electric current had surged through her, leaving her limbs tingling. She murmured, nodding gently, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Yu's gaze lingered on her face for several seconds, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. He was aware that this woman was utterly captivated by him, taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart. Zhao Shiman turned back to face the camera. Chapter 48. Shimon's Passion, Upgraded Lottery. Dear fans, today we shall engage in something thrilling. Zhao Shiman deliberately paused, building anticipation, then suddenly raised her voice. I challenge the guild's newest trainee, Annie. Annie, the guild's recent darling, was not only stunning but also boasted an impressive figure, quickly amassing a significant fanbase upon her debut. It was rumored that a mysterious benefactor supported her, endowing her with formidable strength. Zhao Shimon's bold move detonated a metaphorical bomb in the live stream. Wow, Goose, are you stirring up trouble? Annie is the hottest newcomer lately. Are you certain you want to challenge her? Go Goose. We support you. The fans erupted in excitement, the comment section flooding with messages. Zhao Shiman glanced at the barrage of comments, her lips curling upwards. What is there to fear? Let us do this. She promptly sent an invitation to Annie. Seconds later, Annie accepted. The screen split in two, showcasing both live streams simultaneously. On the left, Zhao Shiman appeared in a shoulder-bearing top paired with black shorts, exuding a blend of sensuality and maturity. To the right, Annie donned a white dress, radiating purity and sweetness. Each possessed her unique charm, making it difficult to determine a clear victor. The viewer count soared as supporters from both guilds flocked to cheer for their respective streamers. This is akin to a celestial showdown. Both are my goddesses. Whom should I support? Without a doubt, we must support our Goose. Annie is the best. Go Annie. The atmosphere in the live stream became electrifying. As the event commenced, gifts began to shower in abundance from both sides. Zhao Shiman's stream saw a steady influx of small gifts, yet the larger ones were scarce. In contrast, Annie's side was inundated with extravagant gifts. Carnivals, rockets, and spaceships appeared in succession, dazzling the viewers. It was evident that Annie's benefactor had stepped in. Standing proudly, Annie formed heart shapes with her hands, radiating charm. A comment from the opposing live stream caught the attention of Zhao Shiman's supporters. Annie, my brother said victory is assured. Play boldly, you won T lose. Fans who adore Zhao Shiman eagerly opened their wallets. Brother Wong next door gifted 999 beers, while Guardian Goose contributed 100 cheering ducks. And absolutely not spending money sent 20 little hearts. Zhao Shiman glanced at the barrage of gifts, feeling a twinge of anxiety. She was determined not to lose. Turning to Lin Yu, her eyes silently pleaded for assistance. Lin Yu stood nearby, hands tucked in his pockets, appearing to enjoy the spectacle. He observed the unfolding events on the screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as he silently declared, the real show is only just beginning. At that moment, a dazzling golden light erupted in Zhao Shiman's livestream. A massive blue demon flower effect exploded onto the screen, followed by a prominent message. Lonely Brother Gift Streamer Blue Demon Flower 1314. A blue demon flower worth 520, totaling 1314, nearly 700,000. The entire livestream room erupted in excitement. Wow, Lonely Brother has made his move. How extravagant. Fans enthusiastically flooded the screen with comments, and Zhao Shiman's numbers began to soar. On Annie's side, her big brother seemed to panic, frantically showering gifts. Yet, no matter how much he spent, Lin Yu consistently outperformed him. One blue demon flower after another bloomed in Zhao Shiman's livestream, bathing the entire screen in blue. Tonight, Lin Yu forwent the extravagant gifts, opting solely for blue demon flowers, leaving Zhao Shiman exhilarated and dizzy with joy. As Zhao Shiman beheld the constantly rising numbers on the screen, she felt a mix of gratitude and astonishment. This man was truly investing real money. In the end, Zhao Shiman emerged victorious, her triumph unquestionable. The livestream room buzzed with jubilation. Goose, you are amazing. Lonely Brother is formidable. Tonight, we are all guardians of Goose. Zhao Shiman read the comments, her smile radiating sweetness. She stood up and blew a kiss to her fans, a blend of sultriness and playfulness that elevated the atmosphere to another peak. After the stream, Zhao Sherman turned to Lin Yu with a gentle gaze. "Thank you, lonely brother," she said softly, her voice imbued with an indescribable allure. Lin Yu approached her, wrapping his arms around her waist, and leaned down to whisper in her ear, "This is just the beginning." His voice was deep, exuding an irresistible authority. Zhao Sherman shivered, her heart racing with every beat. After the live stream, the two dined at a nearby Michelin 2-star restaurant, and their spirits were high as they indulged in drinks. On the way back, Zhao Sherman became slightly intoxicated, linking her arm through Lin Yu's and leaning against him as they reached their hotel room. "Lonely brother, I really like you," she exclaimed, her eyes dreamy as Lin Yu helped her to the edge of the bed. He set her down gently and went to the bathroom for a quick shower to dissipate the effects of the alcohol. When he returned in his sleepwear, he found Zhao Sherman gazing at him with an entranced expression. Lin Yu moved closer, positioning himself beside her. "Brother, could you please massage my feet? They are so sore, and I am utterly exhausted today." Zhao Sherman, having spent an extensive duration as a dance streamer, is undoubtedly adept at understanding the nuances of male affection. She gracefully removed her high-heeled shoes with her delicate feet and gently rested her fair, tender feet upon Lin Yu's thigh, lightly rubbing against him. Lin Yu, fully aware of her intentions, felt the mutual attraction lingering in the air, unspoken yet profoundly understood. "Congratulations, host, on captivating Zhao Sherman, earning 100 goddess points." "Congratulations, host, on successfully captivating 10 goddesses. The consumption rebate multiplier system has been upgraded." Host: Lin Yu, current rebate multiplier, 100, current goddess points, 400, bound entities, Lu Ruyan, Su Shuier, Li Mingyao, Zhang Ting, Lin Jiejia, Bai Bing, Li Feier, Mu Shiying, Mu Qianqian, Zhao Sherman. Consumption rebate limitations. The maximum monthly rebate amount for the individual is 10 million, for a spending of 1 million, while the maximum rebate amount for each bound goddess is 100 million, for a spending of 10 million. Captivating over 100 goddesses will automatically upgrade the system. The system is indeed impressive. I have truly struck it rich. 400 goddess points? Goodness. In my distraction with the beautiful women, I completely forgot about the lottery system. I wish to partake in the lottery. Understood, host. You currently possess 400 goddess points, allowing for 4 lottery draws. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Before him, a vast virtual screen materialized, adorned with question mark squares, with a red light frame rapidly bouncing among them. This atmosphere was reminiscent of playing a slot machine as a child, though this time, the stakes were not monetary. By the spirits of heaven and earth, Emperor Rian, grant me a grand prize. Lin Yu clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and muttered incantations. Although he typically did not believe in such rituals, he felt compelled to embrace the moment's significance. 1 second, 2 seconds, time seemed to stretch, each moment excruciatingly prolonged. Finally, the red light frame came to a halt on a question mark square, shimmering brightly, revealing a black card. Ping. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a hypnosis card. Hypnosis card, one-time item. Upon using this card on a designated target, you may act as you wish for 1 hour. Those in the know will understand. The item will vanish after use. Cackling with delight, Lin Yu marveled at the treasure akin to those found in Japanese manga. This is undoubtedly a splendid item, a true gem from the system. Mother need no longer worry about my inability to captivate elusive goddesses. Alas, it is but a one-time item, were it permanent. The possibilities would be too wondrous to imagine. Ping. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill Flying Legs. Flying Legs. Characters endowed with the Flying Legs skill can run at extraordinary speeds, far surpassing human limits, while significantly enhancing their reflexes and evasion during the run. This skill is truly a remarkable technique for strategic retreats. There is no hesitation. Simply learn it. No longer shall one worry about being scrutinized. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill of Singing Mastery. Singing Mastery. A character endowed with the skill of Singing Mastery possesses impeccable pitch and rhythm, a rich timbre and expressiveness, exceptional technical prowess, rapid learning and innovative abilities, as well as an extraordinary stage presence and charisma. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill of Dance Mastery. Dance Mastery. A character endowed with the skill of Dance Mastery achieves comprehensive mastery of various dance styles. Exquisite technical execution, perfect rhythm and sense of cadence, unique expressiveness and impact, alongside innovative and improvisational capabilities. Singing and dancing? What on earth is the great Emperor of Smoke doing? The last two draws were undoubtedly unfortunate. My singing and dancing were already quite decent. Mastery is entirely unnecessary. What a loss. Should I perhaps wash my face before the next draw? I shall certainly remember that. However, any skill is better than none. One never knows when one's talents might win over a goddess. Lin Yu consoled himself, for in this day and age, mere looks and financial prowess are insufficient. One must also possess some depth of character. Chapter 49, Class Reunion? Not much interest after a night of revelry. Lin Yu was in high spirits as he departed the hotel, leaving Zhao Sherman to reflect alone. Although Zhao Sherman had not become Lin Yu's officially recognized girlfriend, being his woman was enough to satisfy her. Moreover, Lin Yu had promised to shower her with at least 10 million in livestream gifts each month. Such immense wealth would secure her position as the #1 in the guild, allowing her to focus solely on serving this financial benefactor. Upon exiting the hotel, Lin Yu's phone buzzed with a message. The name Wu Chang appeared on the screen, round and plump, much like the individual himself. Back in high school, Wu Chang had followed him closely, resembling a loyal little shadow. The reason was simple. Wu Chang was honest and had often been bullied. On one occasion, he was cornered by some ruffians from a neighboring class in the restroom demanding money, and Lin Yu had intervened, swiftly handling the situation. From that day forth, Wu Chang regarded Lin Yu as his elder brother. "Hey, Lin Gu, are you free tomorrow?" Wu Chang's voice emerged from the receiver, laced with an undertone of flattery. "What's up, Xiangzi? Is there something you need?" Lin Yu casually queried, his mind racing to ponder which favored companion to indulge that evening. "There's a high school reunion organized by our class monitor, Zhang Liang, and it happens to be on Sunday. Are you going?" "No," Lin Yu replied without a moment's thought. Reunions are merely a venue for boasting and frivolity. They hold no appeal for me. A few close friends gathering is sufficient. He had no desire to squander precious time on such tedious social engagements. "Oh, by the way, I heard that this time the class monitor has invited Lin Xiaodang as well." Wu Chang suddenly recalled, his tone tinged with mystery. Oh, I'm still not interested," Lin Yu replied, his enthusiasm remaining rather lackluster. Has Lin become so remarkable now? Is even the class beauty uninterested? Wu Chang found it hard to believe. Lin Yu pondered. Having encountered myriad situations, thinking to himself, what do I care for a mere class beauty? I've seen school flowers, aunt flowers, sister flowers, and the finest from companies. Can a small class beauty captivate my attention? Yet he replied, class beauty? That's just a thing of the past. Wu Chang responded, well, that's a pity. Brother Lin, it would be a shame if you didn't TCOM. Just as Lin Yu was about to hang up, a sudden spark ignited in his mind. Reminiscent of a light bulb flickering to life. He recalled Li Mengyao. She should be attending the class reunion, right? It seems I must face this courageously. As the saying goes, one should look beyond the monk to see the Buddha. With the system upgrade, I could lavish a fortune on the goddess, potentially earning 1 billion. Previously, I thought a mere 10 million was inconsequential, but now I realize I ought to cultivate good relationships. Xiangzi, I've suddenly changed my mind. Lin Yu shifted his tone. I will definitely attend the high school reunion tomorrow. Please tell me the time and place. Sure thing, Brother Lin. Tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon, Wanhua Hotel. Let us meet at the entrance for support. Upon hearing Lin Yu's decision, Wu Chang immediately perked up. Rest assured, I will be there, Lin Yu affirmed resolutely. After hanging up, Lin Yu stroked his chin, deep in thought. Lin Xiaodang? Oh, I remember now. Even more enchanting than Lu Ruyan. Like a celestial fairy untouched by the mortal realm. No matter, let me first check if the system is linked. If it is, I'll seize the opportunity. If not, I'll let Zhang Liang, that pretentious fellow, curry favor. Either way, I won't be at a loss. The next afternoon arrived swiftly. Lin Yu casually styled his hair and donned a fitted casual outfit before heading out. He had no intention of being the center of attention. His goal was simply to have a good conversation with Li Mengyao, and if the other classmates could engage, that would be fine too. He hailed a cab straight to Wanhua Hotel. At a class reunion, drinking was inevitable. But he wished to avoid being caught for drunk driving and making headlines in campus news. However, the traffic today was exceptionally uncooperative, crawling along like a snail. And Lin Yu's impatience grew with each passing moment. If he arrived late, he could only imagine the teasing remarks from his peers. Hey, Brother Lin, why are you so slow? I've already arrived at the entrance of Wanhua Hotel. Where are you? Wu Chang's iconic loud voice resonated through the phone, making Lin Yu's eardrums buzz. Stuck in traffic. I've just alighted and will be there shortly. Lin Yu glanced at the navigation. 3 kilometers remained to the hotel. And during peak hours, the cars formed a long queue, barely moving. He decisively paid the fare, and with a swift thought, activated his agility skill. In an instant, he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, drawing the attention of passers-by who mistook him for an escapee from a mental asylum. Racing ahead, Lin Yu felt like a gust of wind, leaving the scenery behind him, and this sensation was exhilarating, even more thrilling than driving a sports car. Just in time, Lin Yu dashed to the entrance of the hotel, glancing at the Patek Philippe adorning his wrist, its hands unwaveringly indicating the appointed hour. Brother Lin, did you really run over? Your face is flushed. Wu Chang's plump figure swayed in the distance. This fellow, after several years, had gained yet another layer of weight, the flesh around his belly nearly straining the buttons of his shirt. Indeed, if I hadn't hurried, I would have been late and faced your relentless teasing. Lin Yu clapped Wu Chang on the shoulder, the two of them linking arms, exchanging jovial banter as they made their way inside the hotel. On the 3rd floor of the Wanhua Hotel, within the opulently adorned Zhang private room, crystal chandeliers cast a dazzling brilliance, illuminating each smiling face with extraordinary clarity. Brother Zhang, you have undoubtedly become the most successful among our classmates. I hear you're set to take over your father's company upon graduation. We shall have to address you as Director Zhang from now on. A classmate, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and impeccably slicked-back hair, approached Zhang Zhengliang, a beaming smile gracing his face as he held a wine glass. Zhang Zhengliang reclined with one leg crossed over the other, a Cuban cigar nestled between his fingers, his left hand casually twirling the Rolex on his wrist, exuding the demeanor of a successful entrepreneur. He took a delicate sip of red wine, the liquid swirling in the crystal glass, mirroring his current state of self-satisfaction. Oh, it's merely a small endeavor, Zhang Zhengliang modestly replied. Yet the upward curve of his lips and brows almost reaching the heavens betrayed his pride. Lin Yu was well aware of this man's penchant for presenting one faade in person while maintaining another behind closed doors. Zhang Zhengliang first struck one as genteel and refined, yet in truth, he reveled in flaunting wealth. During high school, he boasted about his exam scores and designer clothing. Upon entering university, he bragged about attending an elite school, showcasing luxury cars, villas, and attractive companions. Having added him as a friend on WeChat, Lin Yu often witnessed his posts filled with extravagant displays of wealth and indulgence. While these ostentatious displays held little allure for Lin Yu, their allure was undeniably potent among the ladies. Director Zhang, you are too humble. Who doesn't he know that you are living in luxury, driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Another classmate, also somewhat portly, adorned with a blindingly large gold chain around his neck, chimed in, his voice raised as if to ensure all could hear. By the way, Director Zhang, why didn't you bring your Rolls-Royce today? We would love to feast our eyes on it. Zhang Zhengliang waved his hand dismissively, feigning modesty. For today's gathering, that car would be too ostentatious. I deliberately opted for a more understated vehicle. With that, he produced an exquisite key pouch from his pocket, pressing a button that caused a large Mercedes key to spring forth with a satisfying click. The pouch itself exuded a sense of luxury. He twirled the key between his fingers like a juggler, then nonchalantly placed it on the table, the Mercedes emblem prominently displayed, ensuring everyone took notice. Director Zhang, your taste is impeccable. A Mercedes is indeed the hallmark of a successful man. This vehicle must be worth over 2 million. We are utterly envious. The surrounding classmates cast envious glances, showering Zhang Zhengliang with compliments and elevating him to the heights of admiration. Zhang, reveling in the attention, seemed to relish this as the true purpose of his gathering. Chapter 50. A resounding slap in the face, the goddess appears. The door to the private room creaked open, revealing Lin Yu and Wu Chang entering in succession. The previously cheerful chatter abruptly ceased, the atmosphere instantly stiffening as if a pause button had been pressed. Zhang Zhengliang did not even lift his eyelids, merely toying with his cigar, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He leisurely brought the cigar to his lips, inhaling deeply, the rich smoke billowing forth and dissipating slowly into the air, completely disregarding Lin Yu's presence. Oh, isn't that Lin Yu? A rare guest indeed. The one who has never attended a class reunion before, yet has graced us with his presence this year. A sharp, sardonic voice broke the brief silence. It was Wang Lily, who, back in high school, often reveled in the spotlight due to her modest charm. Strutting in her high heels, she approached Lin Yu, sizing him up with a disdainful gaze. I heard you were chasing after Lu Rian in college. How's that working out for you? Did the dog end up with nothing in the end? Upon finishing her taunt, Wang Lily covered her mouth and erupted into laughter, several of her close friends joining in with mocking jeers. Before Lin Yu could respond, Wu Chang, unable to contain himself, clenched his fists, ready to retaliate, but was gently restrained by Lin Yu's hand upon his shoulder. Lin Yu lifted his gaze to Wang Lily, a playful smile curving his lips. Oh, you're speaking of Lu Rian? She is now my devoted admirer. Huh. Wang Lily was momentarily taken aback before bursting into even louder laughter. Lin Yu, have you lost your mind, spouting nonsense? Lu Rian would never lower herself to be your admirer. Have you looked in the mirror lately? Not convinced. Lin Yu remained unperturbed, simply responding with a calm inquiry. He retrieved his phone, locating Lu Rian's number and dialing it with ease, activating the speakerphone and cranking the volume to maximum. The sound of the phone ringing resonated sharply in the quiet room. Every breath was held as all eyes fixated on Lin Yu's device. Eager to discover what he was up to, Wang Lily wore a smug expression, arms crossed, awaiting Lin Yu's impending embarrassment. She couldn't fathom that a woman as proud as Lu Rian would ever show kindness to a penniless lad like him. Master, you finally remembered to call me. I've missed you so much. The sultry voice of Lu Rian emanated from the phone, each word dripping with sweetness, as if coated in honey. This voice, familiar to all, was none other than Lu Rian's, the once aloof beauty at school, who dismissed all suitors with a mere glance. How much have you missed me? Do share. Lin Yu's lips curled into a subtle smirk, tinged with a hint of mockery. He purposefully leaned his phone closer to Wang Lily, ensuring she could hear more clearly. Wang Lily's face fluctuated between shades of pale and crimson. She wished fervently for a crevice in the ground to swallow her whole. Just moments ago, she had derided Lin Yu as a sycophant, yet he emerged as the genuine victor of life. How infuriating. On the other end of the line, Lu Rian cooed sweetly, her voice dripping with allure, capable of ensnaring one's very soul. At that moment, the private room erupted into chaos. Did I just hear correctly? Lu Rian referred to Lin Yu as master? This world has become utterly absurd. What stroke of luck had Lin Yu stumbled upon? Could he possibly be a concealed super-rich heir? Impossible. Everyone was well aware of his family's circumstances. The room buzzed with animated discussions, a cacophony of conjectures filling the air. Lin Yu had indeed changed significantly, becoming more handsome, yet he lacked wealth. What could Lu Rian possibly see in him? Several young women whispered amongst themselves, their voices laced with confusion and disbelief. Lin Yu and Lu Rian exchanged sweet nothings for a while longer, during which Lu Rian indulged in flattery, showering him with saccharine compliments that sent shivers down the spines of those present, evoking feelings of envy and resentment. All right, it's time to end this farce, Lin Yu thought, sensing the moment was ripe for conclusion. Yes, master, I shall obediently await your return at home. Lu Rian's voice brimmed with reluctance, reminiscent of a forsaken kitten. After hanging up, Lin Yu surveyed the room, absorbing the myriad expressions on everyone's faces. He approached Wang Lily, a playful smile dancing on his lips, and inquired, so, do you still think I was speaking nonsense? Wang Lily averted her gaze, unable to meet Lin Yu's eyes, her face now resembling the hue of cooked liver. Wu Chang stood frozen in place, turning to Lin Yu with eyes filled with admiration. Lin Gu, have you struck it rich? Brother, I'm still single. Teach me your ways of wooing women. Lin Yu patted Wu Chang on the shoulder, pulling him aside to whisper, for the sake of our long-standing brotherhood, send me your bank account number. Though Wu Chang was puzzled by Lin Yu's intent, he obediently transmitted his account details. Ding. Wu Chang's phone chimed. Your account ending in 4359 has received 1,000,000 yuan. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's phone buzzed with a notification. Your account ending in 2678 has received 10,000,000 yuan. Account balance, 140,000,000 yuan. Wu Chang pulled out his phone, staring at the figures on the screen, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor, his eyes wide as saucers. Lin Yu leaned close to his ear and whispered, this is the secret. Understand? Stay low-key and don't share this. Keep this money. Consider it a gift from a brother for your future bride. Wu Chang nodded vacantly, overwhelmed with emotion, thinking to himself, now this is what true brotherhood looks like. With a single stroke, 1,000,000 was laid down, without so much as a blink. Henceforth, let no one dare to utter a word against Brother Lin. I, Wu Chang, shall be the first to disagree. This favor is more profound than the heavens and deeper than the seas. Regaining his composure, he bowed deeply to Lin Yu and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Lin. This address carried an authenticity and admiration unmatched by any prior moment. He resolved within himself to steadfastly follow Brother Lin henceforth, vowing never to betray this cherished bond. The door to the private room swung open once more, and several more individuals trickled in. Out of the 45 members of their high school cohort, it was said that 39 would attend today, while the remaining 6 had their own respective difficulties preventing their presence. Lin Yu glanced around. Of the 4 large round tables, 3 were already occupied. The boys constituted 60%, while the girls made up 40, a clear demarcation. As the gathering awaited the arrival of all, Zhang Zhengliang dramatically slapped the keys to his grand Mercedes on the table, as if to ensure no one could miss the display. He then produced a box of cordyceps, a broad grin adorning his face as he began distributing cigarettes from table to table. As for the Brazilian cigar he had previously smoked, that was an imported luxury, costing over 3,000, rare even for the wealthy. He typically cherished it, reserving such displays for occasions like this. The boys accepted the cigarettes, igniting them and inhaling deeply, as the air filled with swirling smoke and boasts began to circulate. Meanwhile, the girls engaged in lively chatter, discussing their outfits, handbags, lipsticks, cosmetics, freshly manicured nails, and the latest heart-wrenching historical drama that had recently captivated audiences. Initially, everyone maintained a semblance of decorum, reminiscing about bygone days, recalling past romances and breakups, who confessed love only to be rejected, only to rekindle connections shortly thereafter. Yet, as is customary at reunions, the conversation gradually shifted from the past to the present, and then to visions of the future. Discussing the present and future? That was indeed the domain of certain individuals. Although graduation was still on the horizon, topics inevitably gravitated towards future careers and personal development. Would one dive straight into the workforce, pursue further studies, or bravely embark on entrepreneurial ventures? What kind of car would one aspire to own? How large a home? What sort of partner would one seek, in terms of physical attributes? As the latter half of the third year's second semester approached its conclusion, the impending senior year brought forth the urgency of theses and job hunting. Except for a select few fortunate souls, most felt a palpable anxiety regarding graduation, grappling with varying degrees of apprehension about their futures. The select few referred to were individuals like Zhang Zhengliang, whose parents ran a large publicly traded company, owning multiple villas and a fleet of luxury cars. With savings that seemed limitless, they were not burdened with the struggles that others faced. What was merely a starting point for him was an unattainable destination for many who labored tirelessly throughout their lives. In high school, everyone was still somewhat naive, their social interactions relatively uncomplicated, perhaps unaware of how socioeconomic disparities could shape their realities. However, as the threshold to adulthood approached, having a peer who was the offspring of a corporate executive transformed the dynamics entirely, presenting an invaluable network of connections. Who would not wish to seize such an opportunity? Thus, the focal point of the conversation naturally shifted to Zhang Zhengliang. The classmates began to gravitate towards him, showering him with compliments and flattery, creating an atmosphere that became subtly charged, even tinged with a hint of sycophancy. Particularly, some female classmates exerted every effort to capture Zhang Zhengliang's attention. Their eager demeanor could only be described as obsequious, inducing a sense of awkwardness for onlookers. Of course, there were a few outsiders in the room who seemed out of place. One boy, Lin Yu, whose name was hard to recall, was plump and perpetually munching on snacks since entering, his cheeks bulging as if he were at a buffet rather than a gathering of classmates. His sole aim being to partake in the food and drink, representing the epitome of a glutton. The other 2 outsiders were naturally Lin Yu and Wu Chang. Lin Yu inherently despised such scenes driven by fame and profit, while Wu Chang's only object of admiration was Lin Yu. Others, including Zhang Zhengliang, simply did not pique his interest. Moreover, his previous experience at a gathering made him realize that someone like Zhang Zhengliang only showed enthusiasm for beautiful girls from affluent backgrounds, often lavishly bestowing gifts upon them, whereas for boys, unless they could provide tangible benefits, they wouldn't even merit a glance from him. In this somewhat peculiar atmosphere, the door to the room was pushed open once more, revealing 2 fresh and striking figures. Instantly, All eyes were magnetically drawn towards them. Lin Xiaodong, Li Mingyao. The first to catch the eye was Lin Xiaodong, adorned in a pristine white dress that was both simple and elegant, accentuating her ethereal grace. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, flowing gently over her shoulders, harmonizing beautifully with her fair skin, rendering her a breathtaking fairy seemingly stepped out of a painting. Following closely was Li Mingyao, who opted for a completely different style. She wore a fitted cream-colored long-sleeve top that accentuated her exquisite figure, paired with deep blue skinny jeans that perfectly showcased her long, slender legs. Although her hair was also dark and long, she casually swept it to one side, enhancing her alluring charm. Standing side by side, the two resembled twin lotus flowers, each radiating their unique brilliance. Their beauty was distinct, yet equally captivating. Lin Xiaodong possessed a fresh and refined grace akin to an orchid in a secluded valley, whereas Li Mingyao exuded a seductive allure reminiscent of a thorny rose. Yet, both shared stunning visages and flawless figures, instantly becoming the most dazzling presence in the room. Chapter 51, Mingyao's Confession, the Class Leader's Pretense. Xiaodong, you've arrived. Zhang Tingliang's face instantly lit up with a beaming smile, resembling a tail-wagging puppy as he hurried forward. He extended his hand, attempting to display a gentlemanly demeanor by offering to take Lin Xiaodong's bag. Lin Xiaodong graciously declined with a smile. Xiaodong, please have a seat here. Zhang Tingliang gestured to the spot beside him, his solicitous demeanor reminiscent of a eunuch attending to a master in ancient times. Lin Xiaodong merely nodded slightly, showing no intention of moving closer. Her gaze wandered around the room before ultimately resting on Lin Yu, the only man present whose eyes did not linger on her. However, her recollection of Lin Yu was faint. During high school, she had been the lofty goddess, while Lin Yu had merely been an inconspicuous bystander. At that moment, Lin Yu's gaze collided with Li Mingyao's, and time seemed to freeze. The clamor around them faded away, leaving just the two of them at the center of the universe. He opened his mouth, attempting to shatter the suffocating silence. It's been a while. Lin Yu's voice came out dry, allowing him to hear the rapid thumping of his own heart. Li Mingyao's eyes flickered, her lips pressed tightly together. She responded softly, her voice barely audible above the surrounding noise. This reaction sent a jolt through Lin Yu's heart. He sensed a distinct change in Li Mingyao's demeanor, tinged with a sense of distance, perhaps even a hint of resentment. What could be troubling her? Was she still upset about that night? It seemed unjust, as he had not been the one to instigate events then. Standing beside Lin Yu, Wu Chang observed the subtle tension between the two. His inquisitive nature stirred, akin to a cat catching the scent of fish. He nudged Lin Yu with his elbow and whispered, "Brother Yu, is there something going on between you and Li Mingyao?" Lin Yu shot him an exasperated glance. "Don't pry into matters that don't concern you. I used to see you as a little sister, but now I realize I must confront my own feelings." Li Mingyao's expression brightened at Lin Yu's words, sensing the sincerity behind them. "Then would you let me be your girlfriend?" Lin Yu flashed a gentlemanly and perfect smile. "How about a woman? Let's discuss the girlfriend part later." Upon hearing Lin Yu's response, Li Mingyao understood that he might not have fully recovered from the hurt inflicted by Lu Ruyan. Nonetheless, this answer sufficed, and she leapt into Lin Yu's embrace, disregarding the presence of their peers. Their intimate gesture naturally drew the attention of those around them. Wow, Lin Yu is impressive. Even the goddess Mingyao has fallen for him. Another target to pursue is gone. Fortunately, I still have my dream girl, Lin Xiaodong. A female classmate in the know revealed a little secret with a smile. Actually, it's no surprise they are together, as Mingyao's former close friend. I can tell you she has always had feelings for Lin Yu. So today marks a rekindling of old flames. Zhang Tingliang stood quietly to the side, silently observing all that transpired. Upon witnessing the intimate interaction between Lin Yu and Li Mingyao, a wave of discontent surged within him. In his perspective, any exceptionally beautiful girl in the class was a target exclusively meant for his conquest, and Li Mingyao, with her striking looks and figure, was no exception, rivaling even Lin Xiaodong. Furthermore, as he noticed Lin Xiaodong's gaze occasionally drifting towards Lin Yu, the flames of jealousy within him blazed even more fiercely. Lin Yu's purpose for attending today was to clarify matters with Li Mingyao, and to his pleasant surprise, the situation unfolded seamlessly. As for Lin Xiaodong, who remained unattached, he had lost interest. Nevertheless, being a class gathering, Lin Yu and Li Mingyao chose a table situated farthest from Zhang Tingliang, who, of course, was accompanied by Wu Chang at Lin Yu's side. Soon, An array of delectable dishes adorned their table, a testament to Zhang Zhengliang's generosity. The lavish spread in such a hotel would easily amount to tens of thousands, excluding beverages. The dining atmosphere was vibrant, with everyone toasting to Zhang Zhengliang. Although his two subordinates intercepted the drinks, as his primary focus today was the goddess Lin Xiaodong. Lin Yu, on the other hand, refrained from disrupting the class leader's pretentious display or sabotaging someone else's carefully crafted romantic scheme. As the others reveled in flattery, Lin Yu savored his leisure. Amidst the dining, Lin Yu contemplated surprising Li Mingyao. Initially, he considered transferring money directly, but ultimately decided to purchase a gift instead. Understanding her well, he knew that, coming from a wealthy family, she lacked for nothing material. Thus, a gift embodying his sentiments would surely bring her joy. Xiaodong, this is the latest diamond necklace, valued at 4 million yuan. I had an American craftsman engrave your name on the diamond situated closest to the nape of your neck. I hope you cherish it. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Zhang Zhengliang deemed it the opportune moment to unveil his pièce d'arrestance. He presented a beautifully wrapped box to Lin Xiaodong with utmost gentlemanly grace. Initially inclined to decline, Lin Xiaotong's resolve wavered upon seeing the necklace inside the opened gift box. It was a design she had admired for months, recently released in the United States. Although her family thrived in the restaurant business, providing her with ample living expenses, they would never grant her the means to purchase a diamond worth over 4 million. Adopting a there are plenty of admirers mentality, she resolved to accept the gift, at least for the moment, with the possibility of offering Zhang Zhengliang a taste of sweetness in return. Noticing Lin Xiaotong's entranced gaze upon the necklace he gifted, Zhang Zhengliang felt hopeful and cheerfully inquired, Tang, would you like me to help you put it on? The change in his address made Lin Xiaotong's brow furrow slightly, yet she nodded in acquiescence. Elated, Zhang Zhengliang approached her from behind, delicately fastening the necklace around her neck, all the while stealing glances at the alluring contours revealed by her attire. What an exquisite figure! The atmosphere surrounding her was truly enchanting. Zhang Zhengliang exchanged a knowing glance with his classmates eager to curry favor, who promptly began to extol his virtues alongside Lin Xiaodong. It's merely a worthless necklace. What is so remarkable about it? This fellow truly revels in flattery. Wu Chang, oblivious to the nuances, observed Zhang Zhengliang's arrogant demeanor and, unable to contain himself, grumbled in discontent. Lin Yu remained silent, for the gift he had sent to Li Mingyao was soon to arrive. Chapter 52, Peninsula Hotel, a stunning silhouette. Good day, sir. The items you entrusted us with have arrived. Please verify and sign for them. The door to the banquet hall swung open, revealing 3 individuals. The leader, bespectacled and clad in a sharp uniform, was flanked by 2 burly security guards, emanating an undeniable aura of authority. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement and opened the locked case, revealing a delicately crafted box nestled within. He extracted the box and slowly unveiled a dazzling diamond necklace, its pendant boasting a magnificent stone significantly larger than Zhang Zhengliang's. Ha! Zhang Zhengliang laughed exaggeratedly. Lin Yu, you really are something. To bring a string of counterfeit trinkets from Yiwu's wholesale market. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? Mine costs over 4 million. Can a pauper like you afford such luxury? Lin Yu, unperturbed, merely signaled to the representatives from the luxury goods custodial center. The bespectacled man immediately understood, producing the transaction receipt and documentation, showcasing Lin Yu's purchase invoice and the international certification of the custom-made diamond necklace. He cleared his throat and proclaimed, this necklace is handcrafted, with a total price of 16 million. Mr. Lin has indicated that it is a gift for Miss Li. Miss Li, would you kindly sign here for confirmation? What? This is for me? Li Mingyao gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief. Lin Yu, this is far too extravagant. The other women in attendance displayed expressions of envy and admiration. Who could resist such an alluring display of jewelry? Li Mingyao, too, felt a mix of desire and shock, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the surprise. Please sign quickly, don't just stand there. Lin Yu urged with a smile. Oh. Li Mingyao finally regained her composure and obediently scribbled her name. Your bank card ending in 2678 has received a deposit of 100,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 224,000,000 yuan. The system notification chimed, elevating Lin Yu's spirits further. The representatives from the luxury goods custodial center took their leave, while Lin Yu personally adorned Li Mingyao's fair neck with the exquisite necklace. In the absence of comparison, one might overlook the charm of Lin Xiaodong's previously commendable necklace, which now paled in comparison, rendered almost unnoticeable. Embarrassed, Lin Xiaodong hastily removed her necklace and returned it to Zhang Zhengliang, whose face turned ashen, teeth clenched in frustration. The feeling of losing what he had almost grasped, only to be publicly humiliated, was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. After a while, Lin Yu rose to take his leave, apologizing to everyone. "I'm truly sorry, but I have some matters to attend to and must depart." He reflected to himself that he would never again attend such gatherings. The essence of their camaraderie had entirely changed since graduation. "I have a few billion in business to discuss," he continued, addressing Qiangzi and Mengyao. "I'll be on my way. Do keep in touch." Upon hearing his words, the two were momentarily taken aback. A few billion? Surely he jested. Yet, Lin Yu was not exaggerating. The thrill of receiving 100 million was simply exhilarating, and he was eager to recoup the remaining funds swiftly. In the following days, Lin Yu tirelessly sought out the various goddesses he had been bound to. He lavished gifts of money, houses, and cars with remarkable generosity. The young women, witnessing Lin Yu's financial prowess, were moved to tears, vowing that they would marry no one but him, pledging eternal fidelity. After all, who could resist a man who was not only handsome and wealthy, but also utterly devoted? Your bank card ending in 2678 has received a deposit of 100,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 324,000,000 yuan. Your bank card ending in 2678 has received a deposit of 100,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 424,000,000 yuan. Your bank card ending in 2678 has received a deposit of 100,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 224,000,000 yuan. A total of 1.2 billion. He had truly struck it rich this time. In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, at the Peninsula Hotel, Lin Yu chose not to contact the Mu sisters. He was acutely aware that the pair were exceedingly clingy, and should they meet, he would surely find it difficult to extricate himself. He was in town to attend the Shanghai International Auto Show and to unwind a bit. After all, his damaged Bugatti still lay in the repair shop, lamenting its fate, with repairs expected to take 2 or 3 months. Now, with a fortune of 1.2 billion in hand, his thoughts raced with anticipation. Lin Yu had already secured a reservation as a supreme member at the Peninsula Hotel, in one of its most luxurious suites. Before the auto show commenced, he decided to indulge himself. Upon arriving at the hotel, the receptionist greeted him with a smile as sweet as honey and a voice as melodious as a lark. "Mr. Lin, welcome to the Peninsula Hotel." Lin Yu mused that such exemplary service was indeed correlated with wealth. Being affluent had its perks. The check-in process was swift, and with his bag in hand, he entered his room. After a brief tidying up, he resolved to visit the fourth-floor restaurant to satisfy his appetite. The fourth-floor restaurant of the Peninsula Hotel is renowned as a haven for gastronomes, offering both Chinese and Western cuisines, helmed by Michelin-starred chefs. It is said that a single dish could sustain an average person for an entire month. Lin Yu perused the menu and casually ordered 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetarian, emphasizing a balanced diet. The dishes arrived promptly, beautifully presented and bursting with flavor. Lin Yu savored every bite, and after finishing his meal, he noted that the time had just passed 7 o'clock. Lin Yu meandered through the hotel, ostensibly to aid digestion. Yet in truth, he sought to uncover any delightful surprises within this opulent establishment. As he stealthily rounded a corner, a sudden altercation reached his ears. "Let go of me. I never wish to see you again." A female voice, laced with tears, resonated painfully. "Xiao Qian, you cannot escape today." A male voice retorted with unwavering seriousness, his tone resolute and indisputable. Lin Yu couldn't help but think, this scene unfolds just like a plot from a primetime drama. Am I about to witness a heroic rescue? Peering around the corner, he beheld a sharply dressed man entangled with a woman. Clad in professional attire, and with her long hair cascading down her shoulders, the woman's exquisite silhouette hinted at her undeniable beauty, despite her face remaining obscured. However, the presence of a nearby camera, lighting equipment, and several crew members quickly enlightened Lin Yu to the realization that he was witnessing a film shoot. At the director's cue, the 2 actors commenced their scene, delivering lines and executing movements with commendable authenticity. As time elapsed, the director frequently interjected, offering guidance. Many passers-by, finding the spectacle uninteresting, soon departed, yet Lin Yu remained captivated, finding this far more engaging than the superficiality of a class reunion. The first scene concluded successfully, yet the subsequent one seemed to falter, dragging on for nearly half an hour without resolution. The director, growing impatient, barked at the actress, "If you cannot act, do not vie for the role. You are wasting everyone's time." Upon hearing this, the actress lowered her head, turned, and departed, leaving behind a hauntingly beautiful silhouette. Chapter 53. Binding with Yangmi, nightclub pretense. The following evening, at the Peninsula Hotel CAF, Lin Yu entered and selected a seat by the window, directly facing the Bond, offering an exquisite view. Today, the pianist was a woman clad in a sleek black dress, her figure slender and her hair flowing like a waterfall. The notes cascading from her fingertips varied from crystalline streams to resounding ocean waves, enveloping the CAF in an enchanting ambience. With the International Auto Show just days away, Lin Yu relished this rare moment of leisure, sipping his coffee while admiring the splendid scenery, musing inwardly, the lives of the wealthy seem so remarkably simple yet monotonous. Two individuals entered the CAF, both wearing black masks that obscured much of their faces. They settled in a seat just behind Lin Yu. After ordering coffee, a dispute soon erupted between them, their voices barely audible. However, Lin Yu's keen hearing allowed him to discern their words clearly. "Zhou Jia, that director Zhang is clearly being difficult on purpose. How can he claim my acting is inadequate when I graduated from the prestigious Beijing Film Academy? He even swapped my role. It infuriates me." The speaker's tone was rife with indignation and grievance. Zhou sighed. "Mimi, we all understand. Yet, this circle operates in such a manner. Some individuals possess resources and connections, and they are willing to take risks. What about you? You have nothing yet maintain an air of superiority. How can you possibly compete? In truth, Director Zhang is quite amiable. He has expressed a willingness to offer you an audition for a supporting role, provided you join him for dinner and drinks one evening. Sister Zhou, can't we arrange a proper audition? I truly do not wish to visit the director at night." Yang Mi's voice softened, laced with desperation. Zhou Li's tone grew increasingly cold. "Mimi, the company is not a charitable organization. Supporting newcomers requires both talent and determination. It is not that I do not wish to help you. It is simply that Mr. Yen has lost patience with you. This arrangement was made between him and Director Zhang, and I am merely executing it. I understand the so-called persistence of newcomers like you. But consider this. How many years of youth do you have left? You are already 24. Countless newcomers are vying for their place. Who is Director Zhang? He has elevated many stars to stardom. Which of his works has not been a success? Thus, I advise you to seek an opportunity in the coming days to visit Director Zhang alone in the evening. Though he is a bit older, he is only in his 50s and in good health, and the lights will not matter." Lin Yu listened, his brow furrowing slightly. The implications of this conversation were rather significant. The unspoken rules laid bare. How direct. He could not help but inwardly lament. This industry is truly chaotic. Yang Mi remained resolute. "Sister Zhou, please stop. You want me to accompany that pig? I would rather be an extra." Zhou Li scoffed. "You cannot refuse the toast and accept the punishment drink. Yang Mi, I tell you, Mr. Yen has made his demands clear. You have no choice in this matter. If you do not go, the company will provide you with no resources in the future. You might as well clean toilets or handle logistics. Do not forget the 10-year contract you signed with the company. Can you afford the penalty for breach?" Silence enveloped them. Lin Yu grimaced at the side, realizing just how unscrupulous this agency was, coercing newcomers into submission with contracts and future prospects to serve their own interests. 10 years. How many decades can a female actor boast? Being blacklisted equates to bidding farewell to the entertainment industry. Zhou Li pressed for a few more responses, and Yang Mi's voice dwindled, clearly losing her conviction. Growing impatient, Zhou Li rose, looking down at Yang Mi. "Yang Mi, I will give you one last piece of advice. Your greatest asset is your purity. You have not been touched by men, and that is precisely what Director Zhang desires. Otherwise, why should you be chosen amongst so many newcomers? Reflect carefully. Do not make this unpleasant for everyone. I shall take my leave now." Zhou Li clicked her heels as she strode away, leaving Yang Mi seated alone, her shoulders trembling slightly. Yang Mi rose gracefully, her high heels striking the ground with a crisp sound. She walked past Lin Yu, leaving a faint fragrance in her wake. Initially indifferent, Lin Yu was captivated by her graceful silhouette, realizing that her figure and poise were strikingly reminiscent of the woman he had encountered that night at the Peninsula Hotel. What a remarkable coincidence. Fate. Lin Yu mused, unable to resist stealing another glance. Congratulations, host, you have successfully triggered the binding condition. Binding object. Yangmi. The system's cold prompt echoed in Lin Yu's mind, yet he could not summon any joy. The binding was indeed established. But he had no desire to engage with the entertainment industry. The waters were too deep, and his modest stature would hardly suffice to make an impression. The last time he visited the bustling metropolis, he intended to broaden his horizons, but was thwarted by Mu Qianqian's incident. This time, however, he was well prepared and determined not to miss the allure of this vibrant world. At the bar in the metropolis, the neon lights flickered with an enchanting glow. Hello, handsome. Just call me Xiao Wang. May I ask your surname? A bar promoter, clad in a snug uniform, swiftly spotted Lin Yu. After a quick appraisal of his attire, the promoter's gaze lingered on the Patek Philippe adorning Lin Yu's wrist for a few moments before he donned a warm smile, recognizing him as a potential high-value customer. Serving him well could yield generous tips and commissions. Just Lin will suffice, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Welcome, Lin Xiao. Is this your first time at our bar? Xiao Wang bowed slightly, warmly guiding him inside. Yes, I'm not very experienced. Could you give me an introduction? The music within the bar was deafening, and Lin Yu hesitated to enter, preferring to converse with Xiao Wang at the entrance. Certainly, Lin Xiao. Our bar's seating is categorized by consumption tiers, ranging from 3,000, 5,000, to 8,000. The booths near the dance floor start at 12,000. Xiao Wang elaborated, occasionally glancing at Lin Yu to gauge his reaction. Is there anything pricier? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, casually inquiring, thinking to himself, is 12,000 the highest? Do I seem like someone lacking funds? None higher, Lin Xiao. The booths by the dance floor are our most premium offerings. What would you like to do? Xiao Wang was somewhat surprised. It was indeed rare to encounter someone who immediately asked for pricier options. Then I'll take a booth by the dance floor. By the way, how do I order drinks? Lin Yu nodded, seamlessly transitioning to inquire about the beverages. While maintaining an air of nonchalance, he mentally calculated how to project the image of someone well acquainted with such venues. Xiao Wang promptly understood, presenting a tablet of the latest model, its screen nearly the size of Lin Yu's face, as he handed it over. Eager not to miss a single moment in catering to this esteemed guest, Lin Yu accepted it, casually swiping through the dazzling array of colorful drink images and prices. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, he suppressed his astonishment. He had hardly encountered many of these beverages, let alone tasted them. If this were to be revealed, it would surely be a source of mockery. No, he needed to maintain composure. Lin Yu feigned calmness, tapping the screen lightly while silently reminding himself, stay composed, stay composed. It's just ordering drinks. It's not as if he had never done so before. He cleared his throat and casually gestured towards the most expensive bottles on the screen, saying, let us start with 5 bottles of this one to test the waters, and 3 bottles of that one, which looks quite appealing. Oh, and this one with the unique packaging, let us have 5 bottles of that as well. The only brands he recognized were the luxurious Ace of Spades champagne and an exquisitely expensive whiskey, which he promptly ordered 5 bottles of each with a wave of his hand. Why not? Expensive choices were bound to be excellent. The beverage marketing manager watched in astonishment as Lin Yu placed nearly 300,000 worth of orders without batting an eye. His heart raced, excitement causing his hands to tremble slightly, nearly losing grip on the order form. He reveled inwardly, envisioning the generous commission that would afford him a lavish lifestyle for months to come. After finalizing the drink orders, Lin Yu felt a sense of triumph wash over him. Leaning back on the sofa, he cleared his throat and lowered his voice to speak to Xiao Wang. Oh, find me a few charming young ladies who know how to have a good time. They should be strikingly beautiful, if you catch my drift. He winked, flashing a smile he believed to be suave. Xiao Wang, a veteran of the nightlife scene, immediately understood, his smile blossoming as he nodded eagerly. Understood, understood. Just you wait. Young Master Lin, I guarantee your satisfaction. His heart soared. This was no mere patron, but a veritable deity of wealth. The night's performance was bound to make him the center of attention. He was already contemplating how to best entertain this esteemed guest. Chapter 54. A night of lavish spending with 9 Beauties. Lin Yu's VIP booth was spacious and prominent, directly facing the dance floor, providing a clear view of the swaying bodies. This evening's special guest was a well-known rap artist, whose performance elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Soon, the table was laden with the finest selections of wine. The spectacle of the servers presenting the drinks, coupled with the gasps of discerning patrons, stirred a commotion around them. A heavily made-up woman approached, her surgically enhanced features on full display, and sweetly inquired, "Handsome, may I sit here?" Lin Yu, lacking tolerance for excessive cosmetic alterations, declined firmly. "I'm sorry, but this seat is taken." Xiao Wang, within the bustling social circles of various bars, called out loudly, "Top-tier beauties, single and without companions, have just ordered 300,000 worth of drinks and a prime booth. Top-tier beauties, come quickly." In no time, whether or not they were truly top-tier, groups began to assemble. After refusing several season regulars, the first genuine beauty finally appeared. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" A striking mixed-race woman with long black hair stood before Lin Yu, her exquisite features and tall stature accentuated by a flowing purple sequin dress that highlighted her graceful allure. Lin Yu, quite pleased, raised an eyebrow in invitation. "Please, have a seat. Feel free to enjoy the drinks on the table and order anything you desire." Subsequently, he also selected a youthful beauty with a doll-like face from the influx of stunning women, who introduced herself as a university student. Lin Yu did not neglect the other beautiful women, embracing them on either side as he declared, "Feel free to order whatever you desire to drink today. Just ensure you finish it. There are no limits." His extravagant proclamation instantly ignited excitement throughout the venue. The stunning women, whose purpose was to attract attention and stimulate consumption, were quick to seize the opportunity presented by this generous patron. They enthusiastically ordered the most expensive drink on the menu, the Ermine Martin Louis XIII, priced at 52,888 yuan per bottle. As they indulged in their drinks and took selfies, their joy was palpable. "Young Master Lin, you are truly affluent. And so young and handsome." A glamorous beauty sitting to Lin Yu's right complimented. "Indeed, young Master Lin surpasses those who hesitate for ages before opening a bottle of Ace of Spades," chimed in Annie, a youthful and statuesque university student seated to his left. "Haha, do tell me about the drinking games you have here," Lin Yu responded, thoroughly enjoying their conversation. Upon grasping the concept of the games, he summoned the bar's marketing manager, Xiao Wang, instructing him to procure 1 million yuan in cash. Xiao Wang understood immediately and soon returned with a box brimming with cash, placed before Lin Yu. As he opened the box, the vibrant red notes captured the attention of all the beautiful women. Lin Yu extracted 2 stacks of bills and patted Xiao Wang's chest, saying, "Find me 10 bodyguards for the night at 2,000 each. If order breaks down here, I'll offer 10 million for them to participate in the Paralympics in Paris." Although Xiao Wang was taken aback, the generous tip of 20,000 yuan given by Lin Yu upon arrival made him acquiescent. He promptly set about fulfilling the request. Soon, 10 burly men approached, bowing respectfully to Lin Yu, greeting him. Satisfied, Lin Yu nodded and enlisted Annie's help to stack the remaining 970,000 yuan into a small mountain on the table. He raised his glass, took a sip of champagne, and addressed the 9 beautiful women present. "Let us toast with a glass of champagne. Take 3,000 for yourselves, and distribute the remaining 7,000 as tips to those around. Give it to whomever you please. One by one. Drink a glass of Louis XIII and keep 5,000 for yourselves. The remaining 5,000 should be shared likewise, if anyone wishes to opt out. Now is your chance." The 9 enchanting women were hardly inclined to refuse such an enticing offer. They promptly downed a glass of 3 taels of liquor, then extracted a stack of cash, stuffing half into their bosoms while distributing the rest to those nearby. The surrounding crowd erupted into a frenzy, calling out loudly in hopes of capturing the attention of the beauties. After the money was dispersed, an exhilarating sensation washed over the room. Soon after, the second beautiful woman selected the Ace of Spades champagne, finishing it in one gulp, taking 3,000 for herself, and distributing the remaining funds to those present. As the first round concluded, the pile of cash had diminished by 1 layer. Lin Yu, with a smile, encouraged, "Let us continue." Second round. For the second round, Lin Yu arranged 9 glasses, each filled with whiskey, Louis XIII, tequila, and Ace of Spades. The 9 beautiful women demonstrated remarkable courage in this round, with no one opting for the Ace of Spades, resulting in another 45,000 yuan being distributed among the onlookers. The atmosphere in the venue became even more fervent, with performers on stage momentarily pausing to join in the frenzy for cash. Everyone was fervently capturing the moment on their phones, a scene truly rare to behold. As the third and fourth rounds progressed, by the fifth round, The 9 young ladies were beginning to falter, most opting for spades, which only heightened the excitement in the venue. Someone shouted, "I can't take it anymore. Let me have a turn." The 6th and 7th rounds continued, until the last young woman succumbed, her gaze still hazily fixed on the pile of money, as if yearning for another round. Xiao Wang began to organize the cleanup, and the crowd of spectators gradually dispersed, yet the performance and revelry persisted. Lin Yu sipped his drink and listened to music while mingling among the 9 young women. One of them, in a daze, asked, Lin Xiao, "Do you wish to continue?" Lin Yu chuckled heartily, playfully pinching her cheek. "Continue what? Continue giving away money? I am quite pleased with your performance tonight. Another day, perhaps." It was an exhilarating experience. By the time Lin Yu left the bar, it was already past 4 in the morning, and he felt as if the alcohol had transformed into pure dopamine, filling him with exhilaration. He even began to anticipate the next money-spending extravaganza. Chapter 55. Beautiful Women and Luxury Cars, Verification and Test drives the Shanghai International Auto Show, a biennial grand event. The primary purpose of the auto show is not merely to sell cars, but to enhance prestige and international influence. For many ordinary individuals, witnessing various luxury vehicles firsthand is a worthwhile experience. However, the actual number of serious buyers is quite limited. This time, Lin Yu was not merely there for visual indulgence. He was resolutely intent on purchasing a vehicle, and quite possibly more than one. At the entrance of the auto show, Lin Yu presented his ticket to the security personnel and entered the exhibition hall with ease. Upon entering, he was greeted by a panorama of luxury cars, with rare sights of Koenigsegg's, Pagani, and Lamborghinis, several of which were displayed here. Even entry-level sports cars like the Porsche Panamera and Maserati were relegated to the corners. The sheer abundance of luxury vehicles dazzled the senses. As he ventured further inside, the showcase cars grew increasingly expensive, occupying larger spaces and more prestigious positions. The Shanghai International Auto Show stands out among other national exhibitions not only for its top-tier luxury cars, but also for its exquisite car models. Each model was breathtakingly beautiful, with alluring figures and diverse temperaments, some seductive, some coolly elegant, others innocent or passionately vibrant, leaving spectators spellbound. Lin Yu even spotted a popular star posing in front of a premier supercar. The organizers had evidently invested significantly, spending lavishly to attract visitors with stunning beauty. These models not only possessed striking looks, but also displayed remarkable professionalism, continuously striking various poses in front of the luxury cars with an air of expertise. The more beautiful the car model, the larger the crowd of onlookers. Lin Yu noticed many individuals wielding cameras and smartphones, incessantly capturing the moment. A closer look revealed that the lenses were often focused not on the luxurious vehicles, but rather on the model's fair skin, beautiful features, and long legs. Although both the models and luxury cars were forms of transport, the majority of attendees clearly found the standing models far more tangible than the horizontal luxury vehicles. Lin Yu took a stroll and discovered the presence of an exclusive exhibition area. As the name suggests, this inner sanctum showcased high-end luxury cars. However, access to the inner hall of the Shanghai International Auto Show was clearly not for the ordinary individual. One needed to possess a bank balance exceeding 1 million to purchase a ticket. This approach effectively filtered genuine target customers while regulating foot traffic. Lin Yu promptly presented his Alipay balance to the attendant. Upon seeing the several million in his account, the attendant couldn't help but glance at him several times, silently speculating about the identity of this young gentleman. Such wealth at his age could only suggest he hailed from an affluent family. At the center of the inner exhibition hall, Lin Yu noted the presence of numerous attendees. He couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, in this metropolis, it was not uncommon for individuals to casually present over 1 million in cash. These patrons, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of distinction, were clearly not of ordinary stature. Although the number of vehicles on display was limited, each was a paragon of luxury, an exhibition akin to a martial arts tournament among the finest in the automotive realm. Among the lesser-known brands were Koenigsegg, Mercedes, and Lotus, akin to reclusive masters of martial arts, understated yet impressively capable. In contrast, the more renowned brands like Bugatti, Pagani, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, and Aston Martin shone brightly, resembling the leaders of the martial arts world. Lin Yu's gaze was firmly fixed on a particular Ferrari. Every boy harbors a dream of owning a Ferrari, and this model epitomized the image of a dream companion. Its classic red exterior resembled a blazing flame, while the smooth curves of its body radiated power and wildness. The extraordinarily robust engine and top-tier convertible design epitomized the perfect fusion of strength and beauty. The more he observed, the more Lin Yu felt an urge to sit behind the wheel and experience the exhilarating rush of speed. He was about to step over the barrier to test drive the car when an attendant swiftly intervened, a look of regret on her face. "Sir, this vehicle is of significant value. Therefore, a financial verification is required before you may test drive it. We kindly ask for your cooperation." Lin Yu furrowed his brow, inquiring about the car's price. This is the latest model of Ferrari, with a base price of 150 million. Consequently, a verification of over 100 million is necessary to qualify for a test drive, the attendant explained, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Given the car's exorbitant cost, the organizers were understandably cautious about potential mishaps. Lin Yu pondered for a moment. Realizing the reason for the lack of test drives, it was due to the high threshold for entry. It was only logical. Even a minor scratch could incur repair costs in the hundreds of thousands, impacting resale value. Having come to this understanding, Lin Yu nodded in agreement, recognizing that he met the requirements and had no desire to complicate matters for the staff. "Here is my bank card. Please proceed with the verification." In a crowd of notable figures, the ability to effortlessly present a cash flow of 100 million was indeed a rare occurrence. As Lin Yu expressed his desire to test drive the Ferrari, all eyes converged upon him like a spotlight. Some affluent second-generation heirs, observing the youthful Lin Yu, could not help but ponder, which conglomerate scion is this? I have never seen him before. It is not uncommon for these wealthy heirs to possess a few million, but having a cash reserve of 100 million is akin to scaling the heavens. What is most crucial is that even if they truly had such wealth, they would be hesitant to splurge on such an extravagant vehicle, fearing reproach from the patriarchs of their families and potential expulsion from their homes. The process of verifying funds seemed to stretch on for an eternity. The surrounding heirs and wealthy individuals, short on liquidity, began to murmur amongst themselves. A cacophony of speculation and skepticism rising. Why is the verification taking so long? Could it be that there isn't that much money in his account? Observing his calm demeanor and the Patek Philippe on his wrist, one could hardly believe it was merely for show. Who knows? In this day and age, there are plenty of pretenders. Imagine the embarrassment if he truly lacked the funds. That would be quite a spectacle. Just as the crowd buzzed with chatter, and some began to relish the thought of his potential embarrassment, the verification was finally completed. The chief organizer of the car exhibition approached Lin Yu, his face adorned with a beaming smile, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. With utmost respect, he slightly bowed and gestured invitingly. "Sir, please, feel free to take the test drive." The very individuals who had just questioned Lin Yu stood frozen, mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. "No way. Is this for real? Does this fellow actually have over 100 million in cash flow? Incredible. This is the mark of a true magnate." Chapter 56, Lavishly Indulging in Supercars. Accompanied by Yang Mi after completing the test drive, Lin Yu emerged from the vehicle with a satisfied smile, directly addressing the organizer. "This car is splendid. I shall purchase it." An immediate silence enveloped the scene, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Whether clad in fashionable attire or tailored suits, the onlookers gaped in astonishment, as if they could fit an egg in their mouths. "Excuse me, sir, are you certain you wish to buy this car?" The organizer stammered, his tongue slightly tied, voice trembling. "This is a Ferrari worth over 100 million. It is not a mere cabbage." "Yes, I want this car," Lin Yu reiterated, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. With a crisp chime, the purchase was successfully completed. The atmosphere erupted into a frenzy, as reporters swarmed like sharks sensing blood. Flashbulbs exploded, the sound of shutters clicking incessantly, eager to capture Lin Yu alongside the resplendent red Ferrari. "Mr. Lin, may I ask why you chose to purchase this vehicle on the very first day of the exhibition?" "Mr. Lin, what industry do you operate in? Would you care to share?" "Mr. Lin, do you have any particular sentiments regarding this car?" The reporters clamored, their questions flowing one after another, eager not to miss a single detail. The exhibition organizer stood nearby like a protective hen, cautiously guarding Lin Yu, fearful that someone might encroach upon him. Though he felt a twinge of resistance within, his face maintained a professional smile. Once the journalists had taken their fill of photographs, Lin Yu approached the organizer and said, "Please find a secure place for this vehicle. One car is simply not enough. I wish to explore others." The organizer nearly prostrated himself in reverence, recognizing Lin Yu as not merely a benefactor, but a veritable deity of fortune. He nodded fervently, "Rest assured, I will ensure everything is impeccably arranged. Whatever vehicles you wish to see, just command me, and I shall procure the finest." In his mind, he was calculating the immense potential of this transaction. Securing this deal could lead not only to a promotion, but perhaps even a comfortable retirement. No, he must remain vigilant. This was indeed a golden goose that must not be allowed to escape. Inside the lounge of the Shanghai International Auto Show, the ambience was soft and inviting, infused with a subtle scent of leather. Lin Yu was enjoying a rare moment of tranquility, his eyes closed in contemplation. "Xiaoyang, come over here and meet young Master Lin. He is our esteemed guest, having just acquired a Ferrari. Be sure to treat him well, understand?" The main organizer ushered a young woman into the room, his tone laced with servility. "Young Master Lin, the beautiful guide you requested has arrived. What do you think? If she does not meet your standards, I shall replace her immediately." The organizer bowed and watched Lin Yu with bated breath. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze settling on the girl. She was tall and elegant, her simple white dress accentuating her graceful curves. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, her features refined, exuding an air of purity intertwined with a hint of allure. Her eyes sparkled with a life of their own. "Hello, young Master Lin, my name is Yangmi. I hope I have the honor of serving you." Her voice was sweet and melodic, tinged with a barely perceptible nervousness. This name, this voice stirred something within Lin Yu. Was she not the same girl he had encountered on 2 previous occasions? What a delightful coincidence to meet her here. Maintaining his composure, he replied nonchalantly, "She'll do." "Are you familiar with the cars at the exhibition? Be sure to give a thorough introduction, and a generous tip will follow." Upon hearing this, the organizer beamed with joy. Promptly nudging Yangmi, "Go on, thank young Master Lin." "Thank you, sir. I will give it my utmost effort." Yangmi bowed deeply, her voice laced with excitement and gratitude. Following this, Yangmi trailed closely behind Lin Yu, exploring the exhibit hall filled with luxury vehicles while sweetly articulating the performance, features, and history of each car. She cherished this opportunity, her purpose for attending the auto show clear: to seek a powerful ally who could help her navigate her current challenges. She not only had to repay the substantial penalty imposed by her agency, but also needed to escape the clutches of a scheming boss. To this end, she even leveraged her connections to reach the primary organizer of the car show in the bustling metropolis. With her beauty and talent, finding an ordinary affluent heir would be a trivial pursuit. However, few possessed the strength to genuinely protect her. Lin Yu, with both his financial prowess and commanding presence, epitomized the guardian she envisioned. Moreover, his appearance and physique perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences, stirring a flutter of excitement within her. Yet, she pondered the character of this young magnate. As Yangmi discreetly observed Lin Yu, she noted that although his expression remained impassive, his gaze was intensely focused, occasionally posing insightful questions, clearly not a superficial individual. As she was elucidating the features of a Pagani, a sudden slip threatened to send her sprawling. Quick as a flash, Lin Yu caught her around the waist, steadying her. A subtle scent of men's cologne enveloped her senses, and the firmness of his grip sent her heart racing. "Thank you, Lin Xiao," Yangmi stammered, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "You're welcome. Just be careful," Lin Yu replied, releasing her with a tone that remained unruffled, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. Yangmi gazed at his profile, internally questioning. Why was he so composed? Was it her allure that fell short? No. She resolved to be more proactive. She could not let this opportunity slip away. "Lin Xiao, there's a Bugatti over there. Shall we take a look?" she suggested, pointing excitedly to a sports car surrounded by admirers, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. She had deliberately donned a fitted dress today, accentuating her alluring figure. "Bugatti? No need. I have one myself, and it's nothing special," Lin Yu replied, casting a disinterested glance before shaking his head. Yangmi was momentarily taken aback. A Bugatti was a pinnacle of automotive excellence, worth tens of millions, something many could only dream of owning. Yet, here was Lin Yu, claiming to possess one, seemingly indifferent to its value. A storm of emotions surged within her, and her gaze towards him grew increasingly fervent. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. If she could secure his interest, her future would be worry-free. The international car show spanned only 3 days, and most attendees would leave once their goals were met. Yangmi understood that such chances were fleeting and must be seized firmly. "Lin Xiao, it's nearly noon. You must be hungry," she remarked, her voice syrupy sweet as her mind raced with strategies to pique the interest of the enigmatic Lin Yu. "I know a place with exquisite food. Let me take you there." Without waiting for Lin Yu's response, Yang Mi leaned in closely, affectionately linking her arm with his. Her soft, ample bosom pressed firmly against Lin Yu, and through the thin fabric of his shirt, he could even perceive its remarkable resilience. Lin Yu felt a stir within. This woman was undeniably forward. Yet, he relished the attention. He did not resist, allowing Yang Mi to entwine herself with him as they strolled toward the car exhibition's exit. Chapter 57. The Request for Clarity. How to Repay Lin Xiao. What do you enjoy eating? Traditional cuisine? Cantonese? Or perhaps Western fare? Yang Mi inquired, glancing at Lin Yu with an expectant gaze. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Yu caught sight of her exquisite features, her fullness quivering slightly as she spoke. He playfully teased her. The type of cuisine is inconsequential. What truly matters is the company. At his words, Yang Mi's heart raced, a blush blooming upon her cheeks as she playfully retorted, Lin Xiao, you truly have a knack for jest. I never jest, especially not with beautiful women, Lin Yu replied, suddenly halting in his tracks. He turned to face Yang Mi, looking down at her from his height. She felt a flutter of nervousness under his gaze, instinctively taking a small step back, only to be embraced tightly by his slender waist. Yang Mi's voice trembled as she spoke. Lin Yu leaned down, whispering softly in her ear, tell me, what do you like to eat? His warm breath caressed her earlobe, sending a shiver through Yang Mi, nearly causing her to melt into his embrace. I will defer to your preferences, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Her cheeks flushed to near crimson. Oh, is that so? A playful smile danced upon Lin Yu's lips. Then let us indulge in something special. Something special? Yang Mi looked up, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Lin Yu smiled mysteriously, offering no reply as he wrapped his arms around her and strode toward the parking lot. Passers-by cast envious glances at the pair, murmuring amongst themselves, what a stunning woman. How fortunate to be wealthy these days. The whispers reached Yang Mi's ears, deepening her embarrassment, wishing for a crevice in the ground to hide within. Meanwhile, Lin Yu wore an expression of smug satisfaction, relishing the admiration directed their way. The afternoon sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a tempting sheen upon the elegantly arranged dishes. The waiter discreetly withdrew, leaving Yang Mi and Lin Yu in each other's company. The air was thick with the aroma of delectable food, mingled with an undercurrent of subtle tension. Yang Mi busied herself with her meal, but her gaze frequently flitted toward Lin Yu. She had meticulously prepared for this day. At last, she set her chopsticks down and softly inquired, Lin Xiao, what do you think of me? Lin Yu raised his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. In what regard do you mean? Yang Mi felt a warmth envelop her face, striving to keep her voice steady. In terms of appearance and figure. Am I considered exceptional in the eyes of men like you? Lin Yu set down his chopsticks, leaning slightly forward, his gaze piercing into Yang Mi as if attempting to unveil the depths of her soul. You, my dear, are not merely exceptional. You are truly a rare beauty. A paragon of elegance, charm, and physique, he declared. Yang Mi's heart raced, akin to a fawn in flight. She suppressed her inner excitement, biting her lip, and summoned the courage to speak. Then, Mr. Lin, would you consider becoming my benefactor? My aspiration is to become a star, and I possess the requisite qualities. She hesitantly laid bare her intentions, including the burdensome penalty fees that plagued her. She assured him that, should she attain the status of a leading star, she would repay Lin Yu 100-fold. She refrained from claiming a 1,000-fold return, fearing it might seem overly pretentious. Lin Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he leisurely continued to savor his meal, seemingly indifferent to Yang Mi's words. As she observed him, her heart oscillated between hope and trepidation. Each moment of the meal felt like an eternity. The longer Lin Yu remained non-committal, the more anxious she became. She began to question if she had been too forthright, or if Lin Yu simply found her unworthy of his attention. After a while, Lin Yu finally set down his chopsticks and gracefully wiped his mouth with a napkin before lifting his head to regard Yang Mi with a half-smile. Her heart raced, tension palpable as she felt as though she could hear the thunderous beating of her heart. Suddenly, Lin Yu broke into a broad smile, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. 100-fold repayment? How do you intend to repay me? With your body, perhaps? Do you truly think I am a man and one of women? He paused deliberately, appraising Yang Mi from head to toe, his gaze laced with amusement. Or do you wish to bear me a football team? Yang Mi's cheeks flushed crimson at his blunt yet teasing remarks. She recognized his jest, but found herself at a loss for a retort. Forgive my candor, but your promises are mere empty declarations. They are far too idealistic. Lin Yu stated, his smile fading as his tone turned serious. Becoming a top star in the entertainment industry is no simple feat. 2 years? 3 years? Or perhaps 5 or 10? What if it doesn't materialize? What becomes of the money I invest? Will it vanish into thin air? Moreover, the timeline is excessively protracted. By the time you flourish, the opportunity may have long passed. I might as well invest in several courtyard houses. In a few years, when they are redeveloped, I could simply lounge and count my profits. His words fell upon Yang Mi like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had ignited within her. With each utterance, her complexion paled further, her delicate hands nervously fidgeting in her lap, her knuckles turning white. She felt naivete for believing that her beauty and a few empty words could sway the esteemed heir of the Lin family. The atmosphere grew taut, an awkward silence enveloping them. Lin Yu remained unhurried, methodically continuing to relish the delicacies on the table, as if his previous remarks were mere trivialities. He granted Yang Mi the time to ponder. If she was not prepared to invest something of tangible value, he would simply take his leave, for to him, this meal was merely a diversion. As time slipped away, the dishes on the table gradually dwindled. Yang Mi observed Lin Yu, who was about to reach for the napkin, and her heart raced with urgency, knowing that this luncheon was nearing its conclusion. She realized that if she failed to sway Lin Yu's decision today, she might forfeit a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Finally, with a resolute determination, Yang Mi lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a blend of desperation and an unmistakable shyness. "Mr. Lin, could you possibly share your room number with me? I would like to come and have a heart-to-heart with you tonight." By the end, her voice had dwindled to a mere whisper. Lin Yu felt a surge of elation within, maintaining a facade of composure while deliberately feigning surprise. He mused to himself that the women in his circle were perceptive, grasping the nuances with remarkable ease, demonstrating their potential. "Oh, a heart-to-heart? What shall we discuss? Life aspirations? Or perhaps poetry and prose?" He paused, feigning difficulty as he replied, "But I have a golf appointment this evening." Yang Mi, sensing the urgency, quickly responded, "I can wait for you as long as it takes." Lin Yu, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement. "All right, since you are so sincere, I shall grant you this opportunity. I am staying at the Peninsula Hotel. Remember the room number. This chance is a singular one." The lunch concluded with a satisfactory outcome, with one seeking the other's physical presence to satiate personal desires, while the other pursued monetary gain to pave their path to stardom. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the International Auto Show in the bustling metropolis was alive with throngs of people, and various luxury cars shimmered under the lights. Yang Mi linked her arm with Lin Yu's, exhibiting even greater familiarity than in the morning. She occasionally glanced up at him, her eyes sparkling with sweetness, yet harboring a subtle determination. Perhaps she had already prepared herself internally. Such minor physical contact had ceased to faze her. As they walked side by side, they resembled a pair of perfect companions, drawing the attention of passers-by. "That woman is truly beautiful. What a lucky guy," murmured a man in a baseball cap, his tone tinged with envy. "That guy is incredibly handsome. Why couldn't I have crossed paths with someone like him?" A stylish young woman gazed at Lin Yu's back, her eyes glimmering with admiration. Lin Yu remained oblivious to the gazes around him, enthusiastically leading Yang Mi through the exhibition, eagerly searching for his desired vehicle. "How about this one?" he inquired, pointing at a sleek red sports car. The color is too flamboyant. It doesn't quite suit you," Yang Mi replied, shaking her head. "All right, I shall heed your advice." Lin Yu chuckled, continuing onward. Ultimately, they paused before a uniquely designed concept car. "This one is splendid," Lin Yu exclaimed, captivated by the futuristic design that perfectly aligned with his aesthetic. However, upon inquiring with the staff, he was disheartened to learn that the vehicle was merely for display and not for sale. Lin Yu's spirits dampened, akin to a child who had been denied their cherished toy. "No worries, let us take another look tomorrow. Perhaps new discoveries await us," Yang Mi consoled. "It seems we have no choice." Lin Yu sighed in resignation, deciding to try his luck again the following day. After parting ways with Yang Mi, Lin Yu returned to the hotel. As he entered his room, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Yang Mi. "Lin Xiao, are you there?" He quickly replied, "Yes, I am. Just come up." He jumped out of bed, hastily dressed, and tidied his hair in the mirror before settling onto the sofa to await Yang Mi's arrival. He understood that something significant might unfold tonight. Chapter 58. Reaching an agreement. With excessive force, Yang Mi entered the room, her eyes slightly red, clearly bearing the weight of immense grievances. She bit her lip and divulged her current predicament. The director's harassment loomed like a shadow. Her agent's coercion grew increasingly oppressive. and the company threatened to blacklist her, ensuring she would never rise again. Lin Yu listened quietly, his fingers gently tapping the table. After Yang Mi's quarrel with the agent surnamed Zhou, he had discreetly investigated her company. Unsurprisingly, Yang Mi had stumbled into a meticulously crafted trap. This so-called agency was merely a shell company masquerading under a larger corporation, designed to exploit fledgling actresses like Yang Mi, who harbored dreams of stardom but lacked connections. They painted alluring prospects, orchestrated various social gatherings under the guise of resource exchange, but in reality, they treated these young women as commodities, offering them to directors with peculiar demands in exchange for favors. The company reaped the benefits, accumulating both resources and wealth. And even if these girls eventually awoke to the truth, they could still be extorted for a hefty termination fee. Since you acknowledge me as your benefactor, money is no concern, Lin Yu said, a subtle smile playing on his lips, revealing a hint of amusement. That shell agency you mentioned is nothing but a farce in my eyes. As for Director Zhang, there's no need to worry. I've already set someone to collect evidence of his coercive tactics. If he knows what's good for him, he'll cease his actions. Otherwise, well, let us see who ends up worse off. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi felt her anxious heart finally settle. She looked at Lin Yu with gratitude and earnestly declared, Lin Xiao, I will be yours from now on. However, I have a request. I hope you won't publicly disclose our relationship just yet. This way, I can achieve fame more swiftly, and in turn, better repay you. Lin Yu felt a surge of pride, secretly calculating, you wish to repay me? This debt will never be settled. Investing in a goddess to transform her into a celebrated star is quite the game. Just imagine, in public, the aloof goddess, while privately. Well, the thought is thrilling. He feigned generosity and nodded. Very well, I agree. But remember, opportunities are fleeting. Whether you seize this one depends solely on you. Yang Mi's gaze was resolute, yet her voice quivered ever so slightly. Rest assured, Lin Xiao, I shall not disappoint you. Deep within, she understood there was no retreat. She could only cling tightly to this lifeline. However, whether this lifeline would lead her toward the light or deeper into the abyss remained uncertain. Lin Yu regarded Yang Mi, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Brother Lin, how about I indulge your other desires tonight? Although it was her first time, she vowed to do her utmost, hoping he would show her kindness. Her voice trembled, yet exuded an inexplicable determination, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and anxiety, while a tempting blush graced her cheeks. Lin Yu was taken aback. This seemingly delicate starlet dared to utter such words. He chuckled inwardly, finding her intriguing. He had encountered many assertive women, yet few possessed Yang Mi's blend of innocence and boldness. He relished this sensation, akin to unwrapping an exquisitely packaged gift, never knowing what delightful surprises lay within. He deliberately paused, scrutinizing Yang Mi, as if assessing the sincerity of her words while appreciating her like a work of art. Yang Mi felt a tinge of embarrassment under his gaze but steadfastly refused to avert her eyes, aware that seizing this opportunity hinged upon Lin Yu's reaction. Clearing his throat, Lin Yu shattered the silence, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It's perfectly normal for one to be lacking in skill during their first attempt. You will gradually become accustomed. However, he elongated his words, keeping Yang Mi in suspense, but I am quite discerning. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi's heart raced, and she eagerly inquired, what does Brother Lin prefer? Realizing her eagerness, she quickly added, I can learn anything. Lin Yu laughed heartily. This woman was indeed perceptive. He gently lifted her chin, gazing into her sparkling eyes, and slowly declared, I appreciate intelligence. Yang Mi blinked, seemingly grasping the implication, and a confident smile illuminated her face. As the lights in the room dimmed, only the sound of their heavy breaths and some indescribable, fragmented noises intertwined in the darkness. Congratulations, host, on captivating Yang Mi and earning 100 goddess points. The following day, Lin Yu awoke to the call of his biological clock. He turned over to glance at his phone. It was already 10 a.m. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting golden rays upon the floor. He turned to his side and beheld Yang Mi still lost in slumber, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, her rosy lips slightly pouting, resembling a child reluctant to wake. Unable to resist, Lin Yu pressed a soft kiss to her forehead, the fervor of the previous night still vivid in his mind. Ultimately, when she could no longer endure, her pleas softened with a hint of tears, he graciously relented, also establishing house rules in the process. With this thought, Lin Yu's lips curled into a smug smile. The delightful sensation of having the freedom to indulge in whatever he desired was truly exhilarating. He rose from the bed and called the hotel front desk to order 2 breakfasts. Shortly thereafter, a server wheeled in a cart bearing 2 steaming meals. Lin Yu chose not to awaken Yang Mi, instead relishing the meal alone. It must be said that the talent agency possessed a remarkable proficiency in artist management. The skincare and physique maintenance of newcomers far surpassed that of ordinary girls. He had noticed this the previous night. Not only was her skin exquisitely smooth, but certain areas were impeccably well-groomed, providing an exquisite tactile experience. Having consumed gene-enhancing supplements and a vitality tonic, Lin Yu's physical condition was far superior to that of the average person, boasting an astonishing recovery ability. The modest exertion from the previous night was merely a warm-up for him. Around 10:30, Yang Mi stirred awake, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She was about to inquire the time when her voice emerged slightly hoarse. "Lin Gu, what time is it? Do we need to?" Before she could finish, she caught sight of the bright sunshine streaming through the window and immediately realized it was daytime. With a startled gasp, she hastily pulled the sheets over her face, revealing only her reddened ears, akin to ripe apples. Lin Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter at her adorable demeanor. "Come on now. It's not like you haven't been seen before. Why the shyness? Quickly, uncover your face and get dressed. I've ordered another breakfast from the hotel." As he spoke, he enjoyed watching Yang Mi fumble with her clothes in a delightful state of disarray. Her movements were clumsy, still tinged with the remnants of sleep, igniting a warm sensation within Lin Yu. Once Yang Mi finally donned her attire and precariously descended from the bed, Lin Yu had already called the front desk. "How is your recovery? You should be able to walk, right? Can we go to the auto show to look at cars?" He feigned ignorance, knowing full well the answer. Yang Mi approached him, pouting in a mock display of grievance. "Lin Gu, you were so vigorous last night. Of course, I can't recover so quickly. Can we go tomorrow instead?" Her voice was sweet and slightly whiny, evoking a sense of tenderness. Chapter 59. Yang Mi buys a car, registers a company tomorrow. "I will accompany you to the film set to settle your contract. Just follow my lead. Once that's taken care of, I will register a company in Magic City and arrange for dedicated personnel to assist and nurture you." Lin Yu spoke with an air of ease, as if everything was under his control. A warm sensation surged within Yang Mi, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice laced with a hint of playful reproach. "Lin Gu, you're truly wonderful." Having made connections in Magic City previously, this time he was gaining an exceptional newcomer, and he had finally purchased the coveted Ferrari he had long desired. Lin Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As the end of the month approached, he contemplated the unfulfilled task of financially supporting his newly bound goddess, pondering which vehicle to select for Yang Mi the following day. At that moment, Yang Mi approached with breakfast in hand and settled beside him. The aroma of the steaming food wafted through the air, yet Lin Yu found himself distracted, swept away by impulse, and they soon found themselves entwined once more. An hour later, Yang Mi pouted playfully and said, "Lin Gu, you are too mischievous. I am already full, and this breakfast is wasted." Lin Yu chuckled and teased, "Breakfast cannot possibly match the nutrition of the snacks I provided. Be good and rest well. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the auto show and buy you a luxury vehicle worth millions." Yang Mi's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of $1 million car. She could hardly believe her ears and, overwhelmed with joy, embraced Lin Yu's arm, her exhilaration palpable. The following day, the auto show was bustling with visitors. Lin Yu led Yang Mi directly to the Bentley display. Her gaze was immediately captivated by a bright yellow Bentley, a model limited to just 18 units worldwide and designed specifically for women. Its sleek lines and stylish appearance seemed tailor-made for her. "This one," Yang Mi exclaimed, pointing at the car, her voice trembling with excitement. The show manager and department head had been waiting for this moment, prepared a grand ribbon-cutting ceremony for Lin Yu. Under the flash of cameras, Lin Yu and Yang Mi stood side by side, cutting the ribbon amidst thunderous applause and a vibrant atmosphere. "Congratulations to Mr. Lin and Miss Yang on acquiring their dream car." The manager beamed, personally handing over the car keys. Driving the newly purchased Bentley, Lin Yu headed straight to Yang Mi's former agency. Upon arrival, he sought out the person in charge and bluntly proposed to terminate the contract. Initially, the representative attempted to negotiate a hefty fee, but Lin Yu's commanding presence and sharp rhetoric gradually softened their stance. Employing a mix of firmness and persuasion, Lin Yu ultimately negotiated the termination fee down to 10 million, signing the contract on the spot. Afterward, Lin Yu called Director Zhang. On the other end of the line, Zhang initially tried to argue, But after Lin Yu laid out the stakes, he promptly conceded, assuring that there would be no further harassment of Yang Mi exiting the agency. Yang Mi let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted from her heart. She turned to Lin Yu, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. This man had not only provided her with material comfort, but had also given her a sense of security and support. As the Shanghai Auto Show concluded, a young tycoon named Lin Yu emerged, shrouded in mystery, attracting the attention of many. At this moment, Lin Yu was diligently laying the groundwork for his business empire. He contacted a registration agency and, without a moment's hesitation, invested a significant sum to expedite the acquisition of all necessary permits. Money can indeed open doors, and 3 days later, all paperwork was in order. Lin Yu named his company Limitless Investment Company, Limited, a name that was both straightforward and bold, reflecting his ambition. The company would engage in a wide array of business ventures, its investment reach spanning various industries, poised for action. With everything set, all that remained was to find talent. Lin Yu dialed the number of a headhunting firm and stated plainly, "Hello, I am looking to hire an accountant." On the other end, Zihan was busy organizing information on her computer screen. As a seasoned consultant in the realm of talent acquisition, she found herself inundated with countless similar inquiries each day. "What services do you require?" Zihan's voice was both sweet and professional. "I wish to recruit an accountant for my company," Lin Yu replied. "Could you please elaborate on your specific requirements? Are you looking for an accounting manager, a general accountant, a supervisory accountant, or perhaps an audit professional related to accounting?" Zihan mused internally, thinking, yet another naive small business owner, likely to hang up after inquiring about the price. She had encountered many such clients. Lin Yu, a recent university graduate, was oblivious to the intricacies involved. After a moment's thought, he stated, "I need an accounting manager. The more capable, the better." "Very well, sir. What salary range are you willing to offer?" Zihan inquired. An accounting manager is considered a high-end talent, with an annual salary starting at no less than 300,000. She promptly detailed the various aspects and fee structures associated with recruiting an accounting manager, internally wishing, "Please find an excuse to hang up quickly, from the sound of it. You don't seem particularly affluent. As long as my requirements are met, there is no ceiling on the salary." Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, "Money? That was hardly an issue. The key was whether he could effectively manage the company." Zihan was taken aback. Her hand gripping the phone trembled slightly. "Sir, under such conditions, it will be quite challenging for us to assist you." She suppressed her astonishment, maintaining a tone of professional courtesy. Internally, she scoffed. What a show-off. Claiming there's no salary cap? After working in this industry for so long, she had never encountered such a boastful individual. Realizing that the conversation was becoming convoluted, Lin Yu decided to be more direct. "Where is your company located? I would prefer to discuss this in person." Zihan was startled. Was he serious? She quickly provided her company's address, her voice tinged with a hint of barely concealed anticipation. "The talent acquisition firm welcomes you, Mr. Lin." After hanging up, Zihan promptly began researching Lin Yu's newly registered investment company. However, aside from the freshly registered information, she found almost no details about the firm online. This only heightened her curiosity about this enigmatic Lin Yu. She immediately called her friend, a fellow industry insider, Li Weiwei. "Weiwei, have you heard of someone named Lin Yu? He recently registered an investment company and seems quite affluent." Li Weiwei pondered for a moment before responding, "Lin Yu? I haven't heard of him. However, in this city, there are hidden talents everywhere. Perhaps he is a scion from a prominent family venturing into entrepreneurship. You must seize this opportunity. You might just reel in a big catch." Zihan nodded in agreement, already contemplating how to extract greater value from this mysterious Lin Yu. Chapter 60. The Headhunting Firm. The wild goddess Lin Yu arrived at the headhunting firm according to the provided address. The office building was bustling with activity. A steady stream of hurried white-collar workers coming and going. Observing the throng of people waiting for the elevator, Lin Yu chose to ascend the stairs instead. "Hello. May I inquire if there is an appointment?" The receptionist stood up to greet him. "Yes, let me make a quick call." Lin Yu took out his phone. After concluding the call, Lin Yu casually surveyed his surroundings. The entrance was elegantly decorated, expansive in size, with a series of independent reception rooms arranged in an orderly manner, exuding the aura of a prestigious corporation. Quite impressive, Lin Yu thought to himself, nodding subtly. Before long, a short-haired woman dressed in a brown professional outfit approached, extending her hand for a gentle handshake. Hello, I am Niz Han. May I ask how I should address you, sir? You may simply call me Lin. Please, this way. Mr. Lin. Niz Han led Lin Yu into a spacious reception hall. The hall boasted high ceilings and a minimalist yet tasteful decor, creating a sense of openness that was truly striking. They reached a grand redwood coffee table and sat across from each other. Niz Han elegantly crossed her legs, placing her notepad on her lap, and cleared her throat. Mr. Lin, we typically establish recruitment needs through in-depth communication with our clients, gaining a thorough understanding of the company culture, background, industry, and product characteristics before engaging in a detailed discussion and analysis of the required positions. Oh, I just want to hire an accountant. My company has just been registered, and I am looking to explore various industries. Lin Yu scratched his head, responding earnestly. Niz Han maintained her professional smile, thinking how casually this client approached the matter. She endeavored to maintain a professional tone, asking, Mr. Lin, do you have specific requirements for this accountant position? Requirements. Lin Yu elongated his response, seemingly deep in thought. She must be beautiful, young, and qualified, with ample work experience and exceptional professional skills. As for the salary, we can negotiate, starting at 500,000, directly aligned with the highest market standards. If the performance is commendable, I will even present a generous bonus during the new year, starting at 6 figures. Upon hearing the words beautiful and young, Niz Han instinctively twitched her lips, but upon hearing the proposed salary, she felt optimistic about the prospect. An annual salary of 500,000 didn't seem too far-fetched. She smiled and inquired, Mr. Lin, what specific standards do you have in mind for young and beautiful? This is quite subjective, and we lack concrete measurement criteria. Lin Yu considered her words, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he fetched a couple of photos from his phone and presented them to Niz Han. Here, take a look. These are 2 of my friends. My requirements for the accounting manager aren't too demanding. Just find someone who meets the standards of either of these 2. Niz Han took the phone and, upon closer inspection, nearly froze in disbelief. On the screen were 2 stunning faces, one exuding purity and grace, the other radiating allure and charm, each a breathtaking beauty that was impossible to forget at first glance. Such an extraordinary level of appearance, and the requirements are not too high. Niz Han silently scoffed. Is the world of the affluent truly this absurd these days? Are you genuinely seeking an accountant or a wife? Surely, this is just a way to pass the time with me. She suppressed the urge to hurl her phone at Lin Yu, inhaling deeply to maintain a facade of professional cheerfulness. Niz Han and Lin Yu entered into an agreement encompassing the position, duration, subsequent guarantees, and financial details. Lin Yu glanced over it briefly and promptly affixed his signature. Mr. Lin, please be patient during this period. Typically, the recommendation reports for the initial batch of candidates will be delivered within a week following our agreement, after which we can arrange interviews according to your schedule. Lin Yu stood, shook hands with Niz Han in farewell, and departed the headhunting firm. He tirelessly attended to the minutiae of running his company until nightfall. Hey, ladies, I must take my leave, Lin Yu announced as he approached his Ferrari, where several girls were posing for selfies against the car's front. Wow, so handsome. P.S. like my dream man. Handsome guy, where are you headed? Take us along. The girls chirped excitedly, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. One girl, with cascading waves of hair, exquisite makeup, and dressed in a black off-shoulder fitted dress, paired with Balenciaga stockings and heels, sweetly inquired, clearly the most striking among them. Lin Yu's gaze swept over them before settling on her. I can only take one person, so it will be you. Great, she exclaimed, winking proudly at her companions before sliding into the car. The Ferrari sped away, leaving the onlookers envious. Where to, beautiful? Lin Yu's gaze lingered on her alluring legs for a few seconds. Congratulations, host, you have successfully triggered the binding condition. Binding target, Tian Lu. Let us grab a late-night snack, she suggested, her voice laced with a hint of playfulness. What brand is this car, handsome? It's stunning. Tian Lu feigned innocence, her tone tinged with curiosity. Just a Ferrari, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, though his eyes occasionally darted to her enticing legs. So understated. This car is truly delightful. It feels so comfortable. Tian Lu's hands roamed the interior, seemingly fascinated by everything. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he drove to a newly established park. The park was expansive, and although there were still quite a few people at that hour, the space felt quite open. Lin Yu parked the car and took Tian Lu's hand as they exited. Didn't we say we were going for a late-night snack? Why have we come here? She asked, her hand firmly clasped in his, her body instinctively gravitating towards him. Dining can be rather mundane. I prefer to chat with you. Do you have a boyfriend? Lin Yu's tone was laced with a hint of flirtation. Not at all. I'm so unattractive, who would want me? She replied coyly. What about you, handsome? Do you have a girlfriend? Tian Lu countered, her voice sultry. No, I'm single. Still a pure-hearted virgin, Lin Yu feigned innocence, though his eyes twinkled with mischief. Fate, dear boy, do you think I could be your girlfriend? I feel a special connection between us. Tian Lu nearly pressed her body against Lin Yu, her fragrance causing a stir in his heart. Lin Yu took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her slender waist, giving it a playful squeeze. You are now my girlfriend. Oh, how naughty. Tian Lu responded, her voice tinged with a hint of anticipation. Give me your bank account number. Lin Yu suddenly exclaimed. Tian Lu paused, her heart racing. What was happening? Without further ado, Lin Yu transferred 10 million to her account. Your bank account ending in 2678 has received a deposit of 10,000,000 yuan. Current balance 1,264,000,000 yuan. Tian Lu stared in astonishment at the bank notification, unable to believe her eyes. 10 million? A wave of ecstatic joy washed over her as she tightly embraced Lin Yu. They strolled to a secluded grove, where Lin Yu pulled her into his embrace. Darling, Tian Lu's voice quivered slightly. Congratulations, host, for captivating Tian Lu, gaining 100 goddess points. Afterward, Tian Lu yearned for more tender moments, but Lin Yu had already lost interest. He understood that this willingly surrendered goddess was merely a tool for his financial gain. Rising from Tian Lu's side, he adjusted his attire and left without a backward glance. Leaving her in a daze, reminiscing about the recent events, her cheeks flushed with satisfaction, yet a sense of inexplicable emptiness lingered within her. Chapter 61. Must call him darling. Envy and jealousy today, Lin Yu finally reached out to Mu Qianqian, one of the Mu sisters, but before he could utter a word, she cried out. You big bad guy, I mean, brother-in-law help? I can't even afford to fill up my tank. Lin Yu was taken aback, pondering how she could be so financially strained despite the generous allowance he provided. After deducting her mortgage, she still had 710,000 yuan left. How was she managing? However, he refrained from prying further. After all, he was well off. Without hesitation, Lin Yu transferred 1 million to Mu Qianqian's account, planning to reserve the remaining 9 million to observe her behavior. Ever since the system upgrade, Lin Yu's attitude toward these women had shifted. Those who obeyed received more rewards, while the disobedient were given less or nothing at all. Should anyone dare to betray him, they would not only receive nothing, but also a lesson in proper conduct. After all, he had already bound 13, and there would be more to come. He was not concerned about losing 1 or 2. The transfer was instantaneous, and soon Mu Qianqian initiated a video call. As Lin Yu accepted the connection, he was instantly captivated by the enchanting scene before him, casting aside any lingering doubts. Mu Qianqian, evidently just awakened, sported tousled hair, a bare face, and donned a strawberry-printed pajama set, lazily reclining against her headboard. Despite her lack of makeup, her natural beauty radiated an innocence that was utterly enchanting. You are now mine. How can you still call me the big bad guy? You ought to address me as husband. Be cautious, or I might just confiscate your pocket money. Lin Yu feigned a stern expression. All right, dear brother-in-law, good husband, sweet Lin Gidge, please don't. I promise I won't call you big bad guy anymore. Mu Qianqian pouted playfully, her voice soft and laced with a hint of grievance. Seeing her pitiful demeanor, Lin Yu could not help but chuckle. All right, I am not unreasonable. If you truly wish to call me that, I shall permit it during our more intimate conversations. How annoying. Mu Qianqian teased, yet her eyes glimmered with a flicker of anticipation. Now, Qianqian, do tell me, what has transpired? How have you fallen into such dire straits that you can no longer afford to fuel your vehicle? Lin Yu inquired, setting aside the playful banter. Ugh, don't even get me started. Mu Qianqian began to recount the dismal events of the week following Lin Yu's departure. On that day, she had returned to the Shanghai Conservatory of Music in her Maserati 12, the roar of the engine striking the tranquil surface of the campus like a thunderous hammer. Although her previous Maserati was indeed a luxury vehicle, it had not stirred much commotion in a place teeming with talent. However, this Maserati 12, with its exorbitant price tag of over 20 million, was sufficient to elicit gasps from those self-proclaimed worldly students. As the campus bell, Mu Qianqian was well known throughout the school. And when this supercar made its grand entrance at the school gate, the various gossip groups and forums erupted with fervor, with rumors and conjectures flying about. The four girls in Mu Qianqian's dormitory were unanimously recognized as campus goddesses, all single, which rendered them the most radiant presences on campus. Countless pairs of eyes, both overt and covert, were fixated upon them. In no time, rumors of Mu Qianqian being kept emerged, with various versions swirling about, becoming increasingly outlandish. Unaware of the tempest brewing outside, Mu Qianqian entered her dormitory only to be encircled by her three roommates, akin to a tribunal. Fan Linling, her closest friend, stood at 1.72 meters tall, sporting twin ponytails. Today, she was dressed in her favorite ensemble, a black blazer paired with a short skirt, white cotton socks, and black leather shoes, resembling a character straight out of an anime. She mischievously poked Mu Qianqian's waist, grinning as she exclaimed, well, you told me you were off to get your car repaired, yet here you are with a Maserati 12. Do enlighten me. Exactly. I even signed you in for piano class this afternoon. Now tell us, how shall you express your gratitude? The speaker is Han Jingjing, standing at a height of 1.68 meters, possessing the visage of a pure first love. Her long, light-colored hair cascades over her shoulders, complemented by a pair of transparent framed glasses. And her makeup is meticulously applied, with lips adorned in a luscious red. She dons a light brown figure-hugging dress, her long legs accentuated by black stockings and striking red high heels, exuding an alluring and seductive aura. Despite her innocent appearance, her figure is undeniably captivating, leaving one to ponder how she came to possess such a form. Mu Qianqian gazes at the subtle allure revealed by Jingjing's dress, her thoughts drifting far away. Noticing Mu Qianqian's gaze fixated on her decolletage, Han Jingjing inquired with a hint of confusion, you have one too, albeit smaller than mine. What is so fascinating? Quickly, tell us how we might be thanked. Sisters, spare me. I will arrange something for each of you. Just tell me what you wish to eat. Mu Qianqian promptly pleaded for mercy. Qianqian, we shall not hold back then. Xiao Qing interjected, her hair styled in twin ponytails adorned with white floral hairpieces. Her makeup soft and rosy, exuding an adorable charm. She wore a light, blue-patterned qipao, the first button undone, presenting a sweet, yet classical visage. Having achieved their aim, the trio finally released Mu Qianqian. She began organizing the clothes she had brought, carefully hanging each piece in the wardrobe while extracting outdated garments that she was reluctant to discard to create more space. Noticing the designer labels on Mu Qianqian's attire, Han Jingjing, the wealthiest among them, astutely observed that her clothes were of international renown and her watch appeared quite valuable. Qianqian, isn't that watch of Van Cleef Arpels Alhambra? Upon saying this, Han Jingjing snatched the watch to admire it closely, unable to part with it. Hearing the mention of Van Cleef Arpels, Fan Linling and Xiao Qing promptly gathered around. That watch must be expensive, right? Not too bad, around 100,000. My sister gifted it to me, Mu Qianqian replied, wishing to keep her relationship with Lin Yu under wraps. 100,000. How enviable. I wish to have one too, but my living expenses are so limited, I simply cannot afford it. Let us go. I will treat you all to a meal. Mu Qianqian deftly diverted the topic and headed towards the school parking lot, leading the way with the three trailing behind. She pressed the car key, swinging open the sleek door, turning back to the trio with a smile. Get in. Is this car yours, Qianqian? Fan Linling stammered. Indeed. Lin Yu bought it for me, so it's naturally mine. Xiao Qing exclaimed, wow. A yellow Maserati 12, it's so eye-catching. No car in our school compares. Han Jingjing remarked, Qianqian, you've hidden this well. As the most affluent among the four, receiving a monthly allowance exceeding 10,000, she had always considered herself superior to her companions. Yet, witnessing Mu Qianqian driving a Maserati worth 20 million stirred envy within her, akin to spilling a jar of vinegar. Silently, she opened the back door and entered discreetly. Her thoughts racing, what is so remarkable about it? One day, I too shall afford such luxury. Haha, then I shall sit in the passenger seat. Fan Linling, observing the empty passenger seat, cheerfully exclaimed, let us go. Where does Princess Mu intend to take us today to broaden our horizons? Mu Qianqian, confidently rummaging through her pockets, responded, wow. Is it to that restaurant renowned as the world's first French establishment? The owner is quite generous. Incredible. With a swift press of the accelerator, the Maserati roared to life, leaving the campus in a thunderous rush, much to the astonishment of a group of students. Someone in the crowd shouted, That exhaust pipe must be modified, right? What a spectacle. Chapter 62. A gathering of 4 ladies for dinner, calling out a few more times Qianqian. Is it alright if we post on social media? Fan Linling fiddled with her phone. Having applied filters to her recently taken photos, the effect was simply stunning. She was eager for the world to see her luxurious ride. Of course, feel free to post. But Mu Qianqian deliberately elongated her words, a playful smile gracing her lips. Make sure to capture my beauty, or I want to forgive you. Haha, rest assured, Qianqian. I'll ensure you look like a celestial being. Fan Linling promptly assured. Even turning her phone screen toward Mu Qianqian. What do you think of this one? Doesn't it exude elegance? While driving, Mu Qianqian stole a glance and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You have good taste. In the back seat, Han Jingjing and Xiao Qing leaned forward, chattering excitedly about which photo was more appealing and how to craft captions that would captivate attention. Amidst laughter and joy, the Maserati soon came to a halt at the restaurant's entrance. This establishment, situated in Shanghai's Huangpu district on Zhongshan East Road, exuded an air of opulence from its very location. Having made a reservation in advance, the 4 were promptly escorted inside by a waiter. As they disembarked, the 4 uniquely styled beauties attracted numerous gazes. Fan Linling marveled at the restaurant's decor, exclaiming, "Wow, the ambience is simply exquisite. It resembles a palace." Han Jingjing, glancing around, silently calculated, how much will this meal cost? Qianqian can't possibly be putting on a fade of wealth, can she? Qianqian, since you're being so generous, we shan't hold back, Xiao Qing said with a grin, eagerly seizing the menu. Fan Linling and Han Jingjing quickly followed suit, as if they hadn't eaten in days, eagerly pointing to the menu items. 4 portions of French pearl oysters, 1 serving of black truffle lamb chops, 2 portions of sea bass, and 8 portions of lobster. Watching her friends order with such fervor, Mu Qianqian felt a pang of anxiety. She discreetly glanced at the bill, gasping at the sight of 100,000 yuan. It's worth noting that most of the money Lin Yu had given her was spent on loan repayments, and the living expenses provided by her sister were hardly sufficient for indulgence. With less than 100,000 left in her pocket, dining here would leave her utterly bankrupt. An idea sparked in Mu Qianqian's mind as she swiftly suggested, "Ladies, after our meal, shall we go shopping? I've heard that Chanel has released a new handbag. Let us go take a look together." In her heart, she was calculating something entirely different. Shopping? What nonsense. In the past few days, she would rather die than go shopping again. Suddenly, she recalled that there was a pile of clothes she had not yet retrieved from the trunk. She quickly changed her tune. "Oh, I just remembered. I have so many things left in the trunk. How about we head back to school instead? You could help me bring them up." "Goodness, how much did you buy, Qianqian? Is the trunk overflowing?" Xiao Qing asked curiously. "Not much. Just some new clothes and a few accessories," Mu Qianqian replied nonchalantly. When Mu Qianqian opened the trunk, the 3 were taken aback. The trunk was filled to the brim with shopping bags, nearly occupying the entire space. "Oh my goodness! Qianqian, has your sister struck it rich?" Fan Linling exclaimed. The 4 of them exerted tremendous effort to bring everything back to the dormitory. As soon as they entered, they dropped the bags with a thud on the floor and slumped into chairs, utterly drained, like deflated balloons. Mu Qianqian rubbed her sore arms and recalled how Lin Yu had carried so many items alone while accompanying her for 3 hours. Truly inhuman. After all that hard work, the 3 girls wasted no time and transformed into a demolition crew, tearing open each bag and dumping the contents onto Mu Qianqian's bed. Instantly, her bed was piled high with various designer clothes, bags, shoes, and jewelry, a dazzling array that dazzled the eyes. "Wow, this Chanel dress is mine," Xiao Qing exclaimed, swiftly grabbing a dress and holding it up excitedly. "I want to try it on too." "Me too." The other 2 eagerly joined the fray, each selecting clothes and shoes that fit them, clutching their favorite bags, posing in front of the mirror, and twirling around as if participating in a grand fashion show. However, after indulging in their vanity, they all wore forlorn expressions, reluctantly removing the clothes, for they were not their own. Fan Linling gazed at the mountain of clothes with concern and asked, "Qianqian, with so many clothes, how will your little wardrobe accommodate them? This is just for summer. Winter clothes are thicker. You won't end up sleeping in a pile of clothes, will you?" Mu Qianqian smiled proudly. "Don't worry, Lingling. I have a super spacious walk-in closet. Not only can it hold this, but it could easily accommodate 10 times more." "Just kidding. The 500 square meter luxury apartment at Huaranbund Jiuli has a walk-in closet larger than this dormitory," After all the commotion, the four climbed into their beds, ready to rest. Yet, none could fall asleep. The three roommates were consumed by envy, tossing and turning like pancakes. Mu Qianqian, however, was restless with worry. The thrill of shopping was fleeting, leaving her wallet in ashes. Now, she couldn't even afford gas money, let alone a new wardrobe. She couldn't possibly keep asking for money from her wealthy friend. That would be too demeaning. The following day, Mu Qianqian's phone screen suddenly illuminated, revealing a call from Lin Yu. Uncertain whether it was genuine concern or a lapse in judgment, Mu Qianqian found herself sharing the embarrassing tale of her financial woes with him over the phone. Upon hearing her lament, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into a thunderous laughter, finding her predicament utterly amusing. Clearing his throat, he confidently declared, "Qianqian, you are currently residing in the luxurious Huaran White Angioli, driving a top-tier Maserati 12, adorned with Van Cleef arpels, the epitome of a wealthy and fashionable woman. Can you not strive for more? Your brother-in-law may not possess much, but he certainly has an abundance of wealth. Henceforth, I shall transfer 10 million yuan in pocket money to you and your sister each month. Spend freely, indulge yourself." "What? 10 million? Every month?" Mu Qianqian gasped, nearly leaping from her seat in shock. Rubbing her ears vigorously, she questioned her own hearing. "Brother-in-law, that's far too generous. Even if I were to reserve the entire school canteen, I couldn't possibly spend it all." On the other end of the video call, Lin Yu waved his hand with an air of authority, embodying the essence of a domineering CEO. "Take it. As Lin Yu's woman, you must enjoy only the finest, eat the best, wear the best, and use the best. What is money? If you desire, I shall buy you a mountain, so you can count your riches daily." Overwhelmed with emotion, Mu Qianqian's eyes glistened with tears, her voice tinged with a sob. "Wowu, brother-in-law, you are too kind to me. I am at a loss as to how to repay you." Lin Yu revealed a mischievous grin, hinting at something deeper. "Repay? It's simple. From now on, just call me Dad a bit more frequently and sweetly, and your brother-in-law will be pleased." Dad. Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed, her voice barely a whisper, yet it carried a subtle allure. Chapter 63. Rumors afloat. Acknowledging the relationship. Qianqian, something significant has happened. Quickly, look at the pinned post on the campus forum. Fan Linling's voice was laced with urgency. Upon opening the campus forum, she was immediately captivated by a trending post that exclusively concerned Mu Qianqian. Casually approaching, Mu Qianqian glanced at the screen. The post was filled with various candid photographs of her, complete with detailed descriptions comparing her past and present fashion choices and vehicles. Particularly striking were the last few images, showcasing her driving the Maserati 12, clad in the season's latest luxury attire. Even the Van Cleef arpels on her wrist was thoroughly scrutinized. The original poster had initiated a poll, with a staggering 79% of respondents asserting, "She is definitely being kept." The comments section overflowed with envy and resentment, rife with jealousy. Yet, Mu Qianqian remained astonishingly composed. With an incredibly handsome and affluent brother-in-law who generously provided her and her sister with a monthly allowance of 10 million yuan, she still felt as though she were in a dream, unable to spend it all. What did it matter what others said? Let them stew in envy. Her three roommates exchanged glances, puzzled by Mu Qianqian's nonchalance. Finally, Han Jingjing could no longer contain herself. "Qianqian, how do you feel about this post?" Mu Qianqian pouted and remarked, "This person's photography skills are truly abysmal. They captured me in such an unflattering manner. Are their eyes blind? I am undeniably 100 times more attractive than in this photograph." The dormitory was enveloped in an uncanny silence. It was Fan Linling who cautiously broke the stillness. "Qianqian, you've undergone quite a transformation lately." Although she occasionally felt a twinge of jealousy, the bond among the four was strong, and the other three were reluctant to broach the most sensitive topic directly, mindful of Mu Qianqian's feelings. Observing their hesitant expressions, Mu Qianqian suddenly burst into laughter. "Are you wondering if I've really been taken care of by someone?" After pausing to gauge the faint blush creeping onto their cheeks, she confidently declared, "I am not being supported. I merely have a very, very wealthy boyfriend." The mere mention of the term boyfriend brought a delicate flush to Mu Qianqian's cheeks. After all, such matters were still somewhat difficult for her to articulate. Especially considering that her relationship with Lin Yu was far from ordinary, it was quite evident that he was more than just a boyfriend. Fan Linling's eyes widened in astonishment as she seized Mu Qianqian's arm, shaking it excitedly. "Oh my goodness! Mu Qianqian, you've been secretly dating behind our backs." And here I am, still single, yet to taste the sweetness of love. How could you be so inconsiderate? Xiao Qing leaned in, cradling her hands over her heart. Her expression one of infatuation. Qianqian, do tell, how old is he? Is he from our school? Is he handsome? Do you have a picture? Han Jingjing expressed skepticism. Very, very wealthy. Surely, you're not exaggerating? Nowadays, young men will say anything to win a girl's affection. Suddenly, Fan Linling hit the brakes on her curiosity. Her gossiping spirit ignited. Qianqian, how far have you two gone? Do spill the details. Have you done the things you know of? The three girls transformed into inquisitive reporters, dragging their chairs closer and encircling Mu Qianqian, bombarding her with questions like a rapid-fire barrage. Mu Qianqian felt overwhelmed, especially with Fan Linling's increasingly provocative inquiries, which left her blushing furiously, wishing for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. She stammered, attempting to deflect. Oh, come on. Don't ask me. He.S. just a guy I recently met. He.S. somewhat decent-looking, a bit like Cha Eunwoo. Han Jingjing gasped. Cha Eunwoo? And he's that wealthy? Qianqian, what kind of luck have you stumbled upon? I want a celestial boyfriend like that. Xiao Qing clutched her chest, feigning heartbreak. Why is it that such good fortune doesn't come my way? I'm not asking for much. Just wealth will suffice. Looks can be overlooked. Fan Linling pressed on relentlessly, revisiting the previous embarrassing question. How is he in that regard? Mu Qianqian. The three girls grew increasingly engrossed in the narrative, as if they were immersed in a cliché tale of a domineering CEO falling in love with a Cinderella. Han Jingjing's mind was racing with schemes as she tentatively asked, Qianqian, since your boyfriend is so remarkable, when will you introduce us to him? We sisters can help you vet him. Mu Qianqian, searching for a way to divert the conversation, readily agreed without a second thought. She figured that since Lin Yu was not present, whatever they said was inconsequential, as long as they refrained from pursuing those blush-inducing questions. Lin Yu, are you free tomorrow evening? My roommate would like to meet you. Is that all right? Mu Qianqian sent a message to Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu was embracing Mu Shiying, indulging in a candlelit dinner in a luxurious apartment at Tang Chini Pin. The table was adorned with exquisite French cuisine, emitting an alluring aroma, while the red wine in the goblets swayed gently, reflecting Mu Shiying's radiant visage. The atmosphere was imbued with a sweet and intimate ambience, a reunion long awaited. As Lin Yu's phone lit up, he glanced at the message from Mu Qianqian. A playful smile danced upon his lips as he replied casually, Oh, sure. Let's have a meal together. Ask them what they would like to eat tomorrow. Seafood feast, Japanese cuisine, or perhaps a Michelin 3-star experience. Just name it. Your brother-in-law will treat. Who is it? Mu Shiying, having consumed nearly half a bottle of red wine, had a faint blush adorning her fair cheeks. Her gaze dreamy and her voice laced with a languid charm. Nestled in Lin Yu's embrace, she curiously inquired. It's from Qianqian. She wants me to take her roommates out for a lavish dinner tomorrow night. Lin Yu set down his phone, gently caressing Mu Shiying's silky hair, smiling without a hint of reservation. Oh, Qianqian, Mu Shiying pouted, a playful reproach in her tone. Really, it's rare for you to come to Shanghai, and I wanted to spend more time with you. She sighed, lamenting Qianqian's lack of dedication to her studies, always preoccupied with frivolities. Mu Shiying, who worked during the day, longed to savor her evenings with Lin Yu. Despite the countless riches he had bestowed upon her, enough to indulge for several lifetimes, she remained steadfast in her career. From a young age, she had been ambitious and driven, refusing to be merely an ornament dependent on a man, fearful that such a role would tire Lin Yu and lead to her losing him. It's just a meal, it won't hinder our time together. Lin Yu replied with a mischievous grin, whispering in Mu Shiying's ear, his hands becoming increasingly daring. Mu Shiying playfully shot him a glance, but did not refuse. Under the influence of the wine, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, their breaths quickened, their gazes igniting with fervor, and they found themselves locked in an impassioned kiss. After their tender entanglement, Mu Shiying lay completely relaxed in Lin Yu's arms, drifting into a deep slumber with a contented smile gracing her lips. Turning off the bedside lamp and holding Mu Shiying close, he too succumbed to sleep. In his dreams, he reveled in the ecstasy of being surrounded by beauty. Chapter 64. Nourishing Yin and Supplementing Yang, Competing in Splendor System, I Wish to Draw a Lottery. Lin Yu awoke early, hands behind his head, excitedly calling out to the system. The cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated in Lin Yu's mind. The host currently possesses 200 goddess points and can participate in the lottery twice. A massive virtual screen materialized before him, filled with an array of question mark boxes, while a red outline darted frantically among them, creating a dizzying spectacle. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Nourishing Yin and Supplementing Yang. Nourishing Yin and Supplementing Yang. The skill owner can delay aging and promote longevity after each pleasurable experience. The recipient can heal injuries, slow down aging, and maintain eternal youth. Lin Yu was almost propelled from his bed in excitement, exclaiming, "What a stroke of luck! This skill seems tailor-made for me. No longer will I be troubled by others. Now I can indulge freely." He decided to save the remaining 100 points for the next draw, having learned from his previous experience that fortune requires moderation. With the skill now in his possession, he felt invincible. Lin Yu eagerly rubbed his hands together, yearning to test the newfound power. Just then, Mu Shiying, just awakened and still groggy, was startled by Lin Yu's sudden enthusiasm. What on earth? An hour and a half later, Lin Yu emerged from his room, invigorated and radiating vitality, as if he had shed a decade from his age. Conversely, Mu Shiying felt utterly drained, her muscles and bones nearly collapsing, unable to even get out of bed. With rare free time on his hands, Lin Yu planned to relax thoroughly, especially since he would soon be preoccupied with hiring and purchasing a company building. He reclined comfortably on the living room sofa, watching television while ordering a sumptuous, nutritious breakfast on his phone. "I'm not feeling well today. I'll take a sick day." Mu Shiying, after nearly 20 minutes of rest, managed to regain some strength and shakily descended from her bed. Realizing she had missed her clock-in time, she decided to take a day off to recuperate at home. As she ambled toward the bathroom vanity, she was taken aback by the radiant reflection staring back at her. The woman in the mirror had bright, expressive eyes that seemed to sparkle with life. Her skin was fair and rosy, tight and elastic, exuding an indescribable allure. Unable to resist, Mu Shiying gently touched her now more enchanting face, pondering, could this be the legendary transformation after nourishment? No wonder the ancients claimed that women need to be nourished. The results are astonishing, surpassing any skincare or cosmetic products. After freshening up, Mu Shiying still felt slightly weak in her legs, and she cautiously stepped out of her room, where she found Lin Yu lounging on the sofa, legs crossed, exuding an air of contentment. Noticing her awkward gait, a smile crept across Lin Yu's face. He stood up, approached her, and effortlessly scooped her into his arms like a princess, then carefully placed her on a chair at the dining table. "I ordered breakfast. Let us enjoy it together." Lin Yu spoke as he opened the thermal bag, revealing a delightful array of delicacies. 8 treasure porridge, pumpkin congee, bacon and egg pancakes, succulent steamed dumplings, and eggs, all artfully arranged upon the table. The two sat across from one another, warmly savoring their breakfast. After the meal, Lin Yu thoughtfully called for the property cleaning service to tidy the room and to replace the broken mattress. At noon, they dined together at an upscale Japanese restaurant renowned for its nourishing cuisine, followed by a leisurely stroll in a nearby park. Basking in the gentle sunlight and cherishing their rare moments together, resembling a pair of enamored lovers. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, a silent yet fierce competition was unfolding within Mu Qianqian's dormitory. Having just finished their classes, the girls hurriedly occupied advantageous positions upon entering, embarking on the sacred yet competitive ritual of grooming. 1 hour later, Mu Qianqian was the first to complete her preparations for battle. Clad in luxurious attire, she radiated an even more dazzling vitality that accentuated her already remarkable youthfulness. She surveyed her surroundings with pride, anticipating compliments from her roommates, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before her. Fan Linling, who typically favored a pure and innocent style, had taken it to new heights today. Donning a Japanese high school girl ensemble, her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, complemented by a crisp white shirt and a vibrant red bow tie playfully askew. Resembling a mischievous sprite, the deep blue pleated skirt swayed gently with her movements, while the metallic buckles on her white knee-high socks and black leather shoes glimmered enticingly under the lights, making her appear as if she had stepped out of a manga. Then there was Xiao Qing, who had decided to embrace sensuality to the fullest today. Her low-cut white crop top boldly showcased her slender waist, while her deep blue flared jeans were both simple and sophisticated. The Chanel crystal sandals adorning her feet evoked fantasies that were hard to resist. Lastly, Han Jingjing, known for her youthful appearance, fully capitalized on this advantage. Her black and white lace halter dress, exuding a sweet and spicy vibe, revealed her fair skin across her chest, shoulders, and back, creating a striking contrast with her innocent visage and voluptuous figure, stirring excitement in those who beheld her. What drove Mu Qianqian to near madness was the fact that these three enchanting beauties, already breathtaking in their appearance, were still obsessively perfecting their looks in front of the mirror, showing no signs of halting. What are you all up to? Mu Qianqian felt her intellect faltering as a terrifying thought flashed through her mind, which she quickly suppressed. She was reluctant to believe that her roommates harbored such ulterior motives. Oh, Qianqian, today marks the first public declaration of romance for a little fairy in our dormitory, so we must dress beautifully to support you. Han Jingjing replied without turning her head, her makeup brush never pausing in its work. Fan Linling immediately chimed in, Jingjing is right. Xiaoqing also expressed her agreement, absolutely. It's essential. Hearing this, Mu Qianqian felt that there was indeed some merit to their reasoning. Yet she was determined not to be overshadowed by these three scheming rivals. After all, she was the star of the evening. Thus, she returned to the mirror, meticulously ensuring that she would shine the brightest among all. For girls, for mirrors, for distinct forms of beauty, yet all imbued with the same ambition. An unspoken contest quietly unfolded within the dormitory. Chapter 65. Engaging in Conversation. The three women stunned Lin Yu's red Ferrari glided into the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, a radiant ruby that instantly ignited the campus atmosphere. The deep rumble of the engine seemed to herald the arrival of a prince. The girls paused, their gazes fixated on this dreamlike supercar, their eyes brimming with envy and desire. Wow, this car is absolutely stunning. I wonder which department this prince belongs to. Look, the driver is even more handsome. Whispers of admiration filled the air as many girls began to fantasize about being the fortunate Cinderella. Some even pulled out their phones, snapping pictures in a frenzy, eager to share their excitement on social media. Lin Yu gradually parked his car by the roadside, savoring the attention of the crowd. He rolled down the window, slightly turned his head, and flashed a charming smile, which instantly ignited a chorus of excited shrieks from the girls. Oh my goodness, he smiled at me. I think I might faint. A few bold girls mustered the courage to approach Lin Yu, their cheeks flushed, hoping to obtain his contact information. Lin Yu politely declined them. His reasoning straightforward. The system was unresponsive, and unbound girls were not worth his time. I'm sorry, I have something to attend to. He maintained a perfect smile, his tone gentle yet imbued with an unmistakable distance. Though the rejected girls felt a twinge of disappointment, a greater sense of unwillingness lingered. They exchanged glances, resolutely deciding to remain vigilant, eager to see which fairy would capture the prince's heart. The wait always felt interminable. Lin Yu strolled around the campus for over half an hour, fending off a few more attempts at flirtation, until he finally received a call from Mu Qianqian. Lin Yu, we're ready. Where are you? Mu Qianqian's voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation. I'm just outside your dormitory, Lin Yu replied. At the entrance of the girls' dorm, four uniquely styled beauties stood shoulder to shoulder, resembling a vibrant landscape. Mu Qianqian's opulence, Fan Linling's innocence, Xiaoqing's allure, and Han Jingjing's sweet spiciness each had their own merits, making it difficult to determine superiority. When Lin Yu's Ferrari came into view, all four girls involuntarily held their breath for a moment. As the car door opened, Lin Yu stepped out with his long legs, sunlight cascading upon him as if gilding him in gold. Clad in simple casual attire, he effortlessly showcased his well-toned physique, exuding an irresistible charm with every movement. The three roommates gazed at this boy, more dazzling than any star, as waves of emotion surged within them. They had originally assumed that Mu Qianqian's boyfriend was merely wealthy. But to their astonishment, his striking good looks were equally extraordinary. He was like a prince from a fairy tale materialized in reality. Qianqian, you have struck gold. Han Jingjing murmured with barely concealed excitement. Not just struck gold, it's akin to winning the lottery. Xiaoqing chimed in with a hint of envy. Although Fan Linling remained silent, her gaze spoke volumes. Meanwhile, Lin Yu felt a surge of exhilaration as he surveyed the four captivating beauties before him. The system's notification chimes rang out in rapid succession, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. Congratulations, host, you have successfully triggered binding conditions. Binding target. Fan Linling, congratulations. Host, you have successfully triggered binding conditions. Binding target. Xiaoqing, congratulations, host, you have successfully triggered binding conditions. Binding target. Han Jingjing, is the system really setting me up to enjoy a feast with these four friends? The prospect of winning their hearts alone brings me immense joy. Mu Qianqian, like a jubilant fawn, bounded over to Lin Yu. linking her arm with his and sweetly introducing him. Lin Yu, you're here. Let me introduce you to my dearest dorm sisters. This is the talented Fan Linling. This is the youthful beauty Han Jingjing, and this charming lady is the alluring goddess Xiao Qing. Then, turning to her roommates, she raised her voice an octave. Ladies, allow me to formally present my boyfriend, Lin Yu. Han Jingjing blinked her big eyes and greeted him warmly. Hi. Hello, handsome. Xiao Qing batted her eyelashes, coyly saying, Hello, young man. Fan Linling feigned disapproval while teasingly adding, Wow. So it was you, the rascal, who swept our Qianqian off her feet. Lin Yu thought to himself, How can this be called sweeping her off? Your Qianqian jumped into my arms willingly and with abandon. After a lively exchange of pleasantries, Lin Yu glanced at his watch and remarked, It's getting late. Let's set off. I've reserved a luxurious private room at the Sky Restaurant in the Magic City. We should head out early to avoid traffic. The ladies readily agreed and promptly followed Lin Yu into the car. As soon as the vehicle started moving, Fan Linling couldn't contain herself. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Ha ha ha, it turns out our handsome guy is just as much a fresh-faced college student as we are. I thought you were at least a year older than us. To their surprise, Lin Yu was only 2 years their senior, which left the girls astounded. Soon, the car transformed into a venue for Lin Yu's exclusive interview. The girls, as if a floodgate had opened, bombarded him with a barrage of questions about their remarkably youthful and affluent friend, Qianqian's boyfriend. Lin Yu, unfazed, graciously answered each query, embodying the essence of a true gentleman. I must say, your questions are rather numerous. Lin Yu chuckled as he voiced a playful complaint, then shifted the conversation, declaring that it was now his turn to pose a question. Curiously, he inquired of the lovely ladies, What do you all enjoy doing on weekends? We typically alternate between going out for a weekend adventure and staying in at school, Xiao Qing interjected. Han Jingjing added, Qianqian and I usually return home on Sundays. Since the semester began, whenever we have free time, we have been forming teams to visit the trendy attractions in the bustling metropolis. Unfortunately, there are so many places to explore and delectable foods to savor, and all of this requires funds. There's simply no way to visit them all. At the mention of finances, Lin Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he regarded the young women, gradually articulating, How about this? From now on, I shall take care of your financial needs. Go wherever you wish, purchase whatever you desire, and indulge in whatever culinary delights you crave. When we dine later, do share your bank account numbers with me. I will transfer 1 million to each of you. Mu Qianqian, upon hearing this, felt no surprise whatsoever. After all, Lin Yu provided her with 10 million in pocket money every month. She assumed his generosity towards her roommates stemmed from his affection for her, and she believed that enjoying outings with friends would undoubtedly be more delightful than going solo. However, the other 3 young women were far less composed. 1 million. That was an entire multitude of their living expenses. Their eyes sparkled brightly, akin to the most brilliant stars in the night sky. The way they gazed at Lin Yu transformed entirely. He was no mere boyfriend. He was akin to a human ATM, and a remarkably generous one at that. Though none of them had ever been in a relationship, they were not naive. They had heard tales from classmates and friends about boyfriends who were notoriously frugal, making it nearly impossible to coax them into spending money. Even the more generous ones would only part with a few thousand, or, at best, a couple of tens of thousands. To encounter someone like Lin Yu, who had only recently been introduced to them and was already so lavishly generous, was nothing short of extraordinary. He epitomized the legendary ideal of someone else's boyfriend. Chapter 66. A joyful gathering. The 3 ladies' defenses crumble as the 5 alighted from the vehicle. The combination of 1 handsome gentleman and 4 beautiful ladies instantly became the most captivating sight at the hotel entrance. Passers-by turned their heads, their envious and resentful glances cutting through the air towards Lin Yu like sharp daggers. Wow, this man is incredibly fortunate, dining with 4 stunning beauties. Indeed, just look at the one clinging to his arm, nearly pressed against him. Their relationship must be quite special. Amidst these murmurs, a sour voice floated by. In this day and age, even the finest cabbage is trampled by pigs. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, silently scoffed, Who are you calling cabbage? Unfazed by the chatter, he led the 4 ladies, under the respectful guidance of the waiter, towards the reserved Sky Restaurant. Located on the top floor of the hotel, the establishment boasted panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a breathtaking view of the vibrant metropolis below. Mu Qianqian wrapped her arm around Lin Yu's, while the other 3 ladies curiously scanned their luxurious surroundings, utterly captivated by the opulent setting. As soon as Lin Yu took his seat, he pushed several menus toward the four ladies. Ladies, feel free to indulge. I am famously known as a big eater, so order whatever you desire without hesitation. No need to stick to the set menu. Just order la carte. The ladies opened the menus, their eyes dazzled by the array of culinary delights from France, Spain, Italy, and Germany. However, upon noticing the exorbitant prices, starting at 800 to 900 for disappointingly small portions, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The four women cautiously selected a few dishes, but Lin Yu, glancing at the menu, furrowed his brow at their meager choices. He turned to the waiter and declared, "Bring me 4 portions of your most expensive and finest dishes." The waiter was taken aback for a moment before donning a professional smile. "Certainly, sir. May I ask if you would like any beverages?" With a grand gesture, Lin Yu replied, 2 bottles of Dom Pérignon roast champagne. Bring your finest. Sir, this champagne is priced at 41,998 yuan per bottle. Are you sure you want to? The waiter's voice trembled as she sought confirmation, fearful of having misheard. What? Are you worried I can't afford it? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. And no, sir, you misunderstood. I will arrange it immediately. The waiter hastily bowed and scurried away with the menu in hand. Xiaoqing couldn't help but whisper, Lin Yu, is this champagne very expensive? Not too bad. Just a few tens of thousands per bottle, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Tens of thousands. Han Jingjing nearly spat out the water she had just sipped. Good heavens. How much will this meal cost? Fan Linling was equally astonished. Only Mu Qianqian remained relatively composed, secretly smiling as she thought to herself, this is nothing. Lin Yu's pocket money is substantial. The 3 girls exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and a hint of inexplicable excitement in their eyes. They suddenly felt that being with Lin Yu had opened the door to an entirely new world. Cheers. Wishing all the lovely ladies a delightful meal. Lin Yu observed that the dishes and drinks were nearly all served, prompting the waiter to pour champagne for himself and the 4 ladies. Cheers. The 4 goddesses, looking at the lavish spread before them, raised their glasses in joyful agreement. During the meal, Lin Yu transferred 1 million yuan each to the bank cards of Han Jingjing, Xiaoqing, and Fan Linling. After the enjoyable dining experience, Lin Yu signaled to the waiter for the bill. Hello, sir. The food totals 98,000 yuan, and the beverages amount to 84,000 yuan, bringing the total to 182,000 yuan. Charge it. The ladies had become somewhat immune to Mu Qianqian's extravagant boyfriend. Accustomed to the notion of receiving 1 million yuan casually, spending over 180,000 yuan for a single meal was no longer a surprise. Qianqian, it's all your boyfriend's fault for filling our bellies. Fan Linling teased unabashedly. Mu Qianqian, if you ladies don't mind, I would be delighted to accompany you for a leisurely stroll through the mall to help digest our meal, Lin Yu proposed, seizing the opportunity to indulge in the shopping spree for his newly bonded goddesses. I agree. Xiaoqing was the first to voice her approval. That sounds good. I also want to see what new summer styles have arrived, Han Jingjing feigned modesty. Fan Linling remarked. When it comes to the most prestigious luxury malls in the Magic City, Guijin and Henglong are undeniably essential names. The entire mall was adorned in champagne and light beige hues, exuding an air of opulence and luxury, with the scent of wealth permeating the atmosphere. Ladies, today's expenditures are on me. Feel free to take whatever catches your fancy, Lin Yu declared with bravado, leading the 4 beauties into a frenzied shopping spree targeting top-tier brands like Hermes and Chanel. Mu Qianqian, having experienced grand occasions with Lin Yu, managed to maintain her composure. However, Fan Linling, Han Jingjing, and Xiaoqing were not so steadfast. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, their eyes widened in disbelief, as if they were in a dream, gazing at Lin Yu with starry-eyed admiration. 2 hours later, Fan Linling, Han Jingjing, and Xiaoqing were laden with an array of exquisite shopping bags, clothing, necklaces, shoes, bracelets, rings, earrings, charms, hair accessories, silk scarves, and leather goods, having purchased nearly everything imaginable. Lin Yu was equally occupied, carrying over 30 bags filled with Mu Qianqian's treasures. The trunk and cabin of the Ferrari were filled to capacity, leaving the remaining bags awkwardly piled on their laps. Inside the car, the 4 girls were still buzzing with excitement, chattering incessantly. Qianqian, will your dormitory wardrobe accommodate all these items? Fan Linling casually inquired, clutching a mountain of shopping bags. Who said I'm putting them in my dorm? Mu Qianqian replied with a mischievous wink. Lin Yu, take me to my new home. I need to properly store these treasures. The three girls were momentarily stunned, pondering whether Qianqian had been financially supported, or perhaps she had outright purchased a villa. Lin Yu expertly navigated the Ferrari, swiftly crossing the Rebate Bridge and heading directly to the luxurious Huaran Julie Villa complex on the opposite bank. Once the car came to a halt, the three girls followed Mu Qianqian out, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground at the sight of the grand villa before them. Upon entering, they were further astonished into silence. From Mu Qianqian, they learned that this villa spanned over 500 square meters and was valued at a staggering $1.2 billion. Lin Yu transformed into a diligent porter, swiftly transporting Mu Qianqian's 30-plus shopping bags into her lavish bedroom. Before returning to the trunk to retrieve the spoils of the three goddesses, Mu Qianqian hummed a cheerful tune, blissfully arranging her luxurious items in the wardrobe, as if setting up her own dream kingdom. After touring the villa, Fan Linling, Han Jingjing, and Xiao Qing reconvened in the living room. They exchanged glances, unable to contain their astonishment any longer. I'm envious, truly envious. Fan Linling clutched her pillow, her expression a mixture of envy and resentment. This wasn't merely a boyfriend. It was akin to a treasure trove. Xiao Qing couldn't help but exclaim in agreement. Han Jingjing remained silent, but an indescribable envy swelled within her. Chapter 67. Arranging the bar, sweet interactions. This house is worth at least 100 million. Don't even think about it otherwise. Han Jingjing, as a local of the metropolis, was acutely aware of the exorbitant real estate prices at Huaran 9. Her voice trembled slightly. Though Fan Linling and Xiao Qing were not locals, they understood that property in this city was extraordinarily precious. They both gasped, their minds racing to calculate. In comparison to their modest assets, it felt as though they were merely a drop in the ocean. Fan Linling hailed from a relatively well-off family. Her parents operated a fast food restaurant and had purchased a spacious flat in their hometown city center, which had brought immense joy to their family. Xiao Qing's family, on the other hand, was slightly less fortunate. Both her parents were teachers. Although their income was stable, the presence of an older brother meant that the pressure of future home buying was palpable. As the three women contemplated their circumstances, Lin Yu glanced at his watch and suggested to Mu Qianqian, "It's nearly 9 o'clock. Shall we send them back?" Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian's body quivered slightly. She understood Lin Yu's implication. He intended for her to stay over tonight. Recalling Lin Yu's extraordinary stamina, which she had experienced firsthand, she felt a shiver of apprehension and quickly offered an excuse. 9 o'clock is still early. The nightlife has just begun. Let us enjoy ourselves a bit longer. The three women exchanged knowing glances at Mu Qianqian's coy demeanor, unable to suppress their laughter. They refrained from pointing it out and turned to Lin Yu, playfully asking, "Handsome, where are you taking us tonight?" "We're all good girls who haven't been to those messy places." Their tone carried a hint of mischief and anticipation. Lin Yu recognized that this was not merely a suggestion but a clear invitation. He smiled slightly and replied, "Ladies, how about I take you to a bar you've definitely never been to before?" "Sounds great." The three chimed in unison, their enthusiasm unwavering. Lin Yu mused to himself that these three young ladies seemed to have a budding interest in him. A bar, with its dim lighting, was the perfect setting for his intentions. Meanwhile, in the city's nightlife, Xiao Wang was idly scrolling through his phone when a familiar number flashed on his screen. "Lin Xiao? What a surprise to hear from you. Please, do let me know your wishes." Upon seeing the caller ID, he instantly donned a sycophantic smile, his demeanor more affectionate than with his own father. After all, wealth commanded respect. He began to calculate in his mind. This gentleman was undoubtedly about to spend lavishly again. "Right now, I need you to book the most luxurious private room available and reserve the best table next to the dance floor. I'll be bringing 4 friends. Have the resident singer perform more electronic music, the upbeat variety, and ensure each of them receives a 5,000 yuan tip." Lin Yu was straightforward. "Absolutely, Lin Xiao. I'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly for you. Please call me when you arrive. I shall personally come to greet you." Young Wang readily agreed. "By the way, arrange for 20 bodyguards for me." After hanging up, Lin Yu promptly transferred 60,000 to Young Wang. Upon seeing the funds deposited, Young Wang's heart soared with joy. He set aside 20,000 for his subordinates, while the remaining 20,000 was ample to hire 20 robust bodyguards. As night descended, the vibrant nightlife of the Magic City began to unfold. At 10 o'clock, Lin Yu's crimson Ferrari blazed through the darkness, flawlessly parking in the space reserved by Young Wang. Quick to respond, Young Wang dashed forward and courteously opened the car door. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, stepping out and relishing this exclusive treatment. Following him were 4 enchanting ladies, each with a distinct style, instantly captivating all eyes in the vicinity. Young Wang was left awestruck, his mind racing. Such beauty, such figures. They were like celestial beings gracing the earth. Moreover, there were 4 of them at once. No wonder Lin Xiao required double the bodyguards. Such an entourage was indispensable. Lin Xiao, this way, please. Young Wang regained his composure and respectfully led the way. The 4 ladies exchanged glances, gaining a deeper appreciation for Lin Yu's financial prowess. The 5 of them traversed through the crowd, arriving at a private booth by the dance floor, instantly becoming the center of attention. Numerous self-proclaimed playboys eagerly contemplated approaching them, but upon noticing the imposing bodyguards surrounding the group, they discreetly abandoned their intentions. What would you like to drink? Feel free to order. Tonight, it's on me. Lin Yu generously offered as he handed a menu to Mu Qianqian. The 4 ladies huddled together, gazing at the unfamiliar names of the beverages on the screen, their heads spinning from the options. The prices were astonishing. It was less about drinking and more akin to consuming gold. Lin Yu, we are not very knowledgeable about drinks. Perhaps you could help us choose? Ideally something with a lower alcohol content and a pleasant taste. Mu Qianqian blinked her eyes, presenting the dilemma to Lin Yu. This time, Lin Yu was well prepared, having diligently studied the intricacies of bar beverages. His fingers glided smoothly across the screen, and after careful consideration, he selected the Ace of Spades Pink Gold Champagne and the Dom Pérignon Rose Champagne. Both options were visually stunning and delightful in flavor, perfect for the ladies. And the prices were equally appealing. The bar buzzed with fervent chatter, and the music reverberated loudly. Under Lin Yu's special arrangement, the resident DJ was energetically spinning tracks, and the entire dance floor was nearing a fever pitch. The 4 ladies were swept up in the exhilarating atmosphere, their bodies swaying gently to the rhythm, eager to join in. Before long, 2 toy cars adorned with neon lights slowly approached, one carrying a colossal pink gold champagne bottle, and the other supporting a rose champagne bottle marked with a pink heart emblem, coming to a steady stop before their booth. Wow, that champagne bottle is simply exquisite, Fan Lingling exclaimed, swiftly pulling out her phone to capture the moment. Indeed, the color and design were nothing short of a masterpiece. Xiaoqing could not help but join in, snapping photos from various angles. Although Han Jingjing maintained a sense of decorum, she too succumbed to the temptation of her phone, quietly taking several pictures while contemplating what captions to accompany her posts on social media. Mu Qianqian, however, displayed little interest in the bottle itself. Her attention was more captivated by the wine's flavor. After all, she had been treated to many delightful experiences by Lin Yu. Xiao Wang smiled faintly as he picked up the corkscrew, and with a loud pop, the champagne was opened. The delicate, pink gold liquid flowed gracefully into 4 tall glasses, shimmering like liquid rose gold under the lights, exuding an enticing glow. Cheers. This champagne has a low alcohol content of only 12.5, so you should find it quite manageable, Lin Yu announced as he raised his glass. The 4 young women breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the alcohol content. They rarely indulged in alcohol, let alone spirits, and this was just perfect. Hey, Lin Yu, why aren't you drinking? Mu Qianqian inquired, noticing that he had poured himself a full glass of Red Bull, her brow furrowing in confusion. Oh, silly girl, I still have to drive later. How could I drink? Besides, if you all have too much to drink, who would be responsible for ensuring your safe return? Lin Yu explained with a smile. Oh right, Mu Qianqian exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, finding Lin Yu's reasoning quite sensible. Fan Linling, Xiaoqing, and Han Jingjing also appreciated Lin Yu's thoughtfulness, their fondness for him increasing in that moment. This man was not only wealthy but also remarkably considerate, a quintessential example of the perfect boyfriend. Chapter 68. Returning home intoxicated, all conquered Mr. Lin. This is a small token of my appreciation. I wish you an enjoyable evening. The private room upstairs is ready for you. You may ascend at your convenience to rest, Xiao Wang said, accompanied by another server, as they adorned the table in the booth with an array of exquisite snacks and fruit platters before respectfully withdrawing. Wow, so many delectable treats, Fan Linling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of such a lavish spread. This fruit platter is extraordinarily exquisite. It resembles a work of art, Xiaoqing remarked, picking up a piece of cantaloupe cut into the shape of a little rabbit, unable to contain her admiration. Although Han Jingjing said nothing, her eyes betrayed her as she quietly grabbed a delicate pastry and savored it with delight. Mu Qianqian, on the other hand, picked up a strawberry and offered it to Lin Yu. Here, try this. It's incredibly sweet. Lin Yu opened his mouth with a smile, taking a bite, and teasingly remarked, not as sweet as you. Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed as she playfully shot him a glare. Fan Linling, Xiaoqing, and Han Jingjing observed the sweet interaction between the two, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. This unexpected display of affection caught them completely off guard. The black truffle champagne, pink gold, and Dom Perignon Rose were both fruit-flavored champagnes, sweet on the palate, with bubbles dancing on the tongue as if tiny sprites were performing. The four young women praised the drinks, sipping delicately and relishing the rare feeling of mild intoxication. Suddenly, Fan Linling noticed numerous individuals around them raising their phones. Cameras aimed in their direction, as flashes erupted in quick succession. She was somewhat puzzled and tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve. Lin Yu, why are so many people taking pictures of us? Lin Yu smiled faintly and casually replied, these 2 bottles of champagne are worth nearly 300,000. 300,000? Fan Linling exclaimed, nearly spitting out the champagne in her mouth, while the other 3 women stood frozen in astonishment. 300,000 could be a down payment on a house or a decent car for an ordinary person, and yet, here they were, merely gazing at 2 seemingly innocuous bottles of champagne. They finally comprehended the sentiments of the onlookers. This was not mere drinking. It was akin to consuming gold. In an instant, their glances towards the glasses in their hands transformed, becoming cautious, fearful of spilling even a few drops. After all, that was money. As time passed, the effects of the champagne began to take hold. Mu Qianqian was faring moderately well, her cheeks flushed and her gaze dreamy. Han Jingjing, despite her efforts to maintain composure, swayed slightly. Fan Linling had already begun to babble incoherently, clutching Mu Qianqian's hand and repeatedly calling her sister. The most unfortunate was Xiaoqing, who had completely lost consciousness. Sprawled across the table in a stupor, Lin Yu glanced at the time, sensing it was about time to leave. If they lingered any longer, these girls might not make it out in one piece. Although there were private rooms upstairs, he felt uneasy. Home was undoubtedly safer. It's getting late. Let me take you all back, Lin Yu said as he stood up. Mu Qianqian and Han Jingjing nodded, while Fan Linling mumbled an incoherent agreement. And Xiaoqing remained unresponsive. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Yu first lifted Xiaoqing, who was as limp as a rag doll. Then he supported Mu Qianqian, allowing her to lean against him. Han Jingjing managed to walk, albeit unsteadily, her steps as light as if she were walking on clouds. Xiao Wang, could you please assist me with Linling? Lin Yu called to Xiao Wang, who was standing nearby. Xiao Wang promptly stepped forward, steadying the swaying Fan Linling. The 4 of them, in 2 trips, finally managed to board Lin Yu's Ferrari. Thank you for your hard work. Come again next time. Lin Yu waved at Xiao Wang, and with a press of the accelerator, the Ferrari's engine roared like a poised cheetah, vanishing into the night. Xiao Wang watched the departing Ferrari, unable to suppress his admiration. It's so good to be rich. All 4 of those girls are stunning, far from the cookie-cutter influencer types. Where did Lin Xiao find them? Tonight, Lin Xiao must be going all out. He shook his head and turned back to the bar, ensuring everything was in place. After all, the main event of the evening had yet to commence. By the time they returned to Mu Qianqian's villa at the Huaran Bund, it was already past midnight. Lin Yu looked at the 4 girls, who were all leaning precariously, and smiled helplessly. Under the influence of alcohol, their cheeks glowed with a rosy hue. Their eyes glazed over, and their usual reserve and wariness had completely evaporated. Lin Yu skillfully carried each of them into the bathroom, where warm water washed away the lingering scent of alcohol and their weariness. Mu Qianqian, still in a daze, mumbled, Lin Yu, you are truly wonderful, while Fan Linling clung to his arm, calling out indistinct names. Xiaoqing and Han Jingjing remained relatively quiet, silently shedding tears. Whether due to the effects of alcohol or memories of sorrow, one could only speculate. After settling the 4 on the large bed in the master bedroom, Lin Yu gazed at their slumbering faces, a wave of inexplicable satisfaction swelling within him. Congratulations to the host for subduing Han Jingjing, earning 100 goddess points. Congratulations to the host for subduing Fan Linling, earning 100 goddess points. Congratulations to the host for subduing Xiaoqing, earning 100 goddess points. The system's notifications chimed in succession, yet Lin Yu paid them no heed. He adeptly changed the sheets, having performed this task for the 14th time, moving with the efficiency of a seasoned caretaker. Alas, having too many goals can be a burden, he mused to himself, quickly replenishing some nutritional supplement. for the night's exertions had indeed been considerable. Once everything was in order, Lin Yu reclined on the bed, enveloped by the warmth and breath of the four young women, and fell into a deep slumber. That night, surrounded by the intoxicating blend of their youthful fragrances, he slept exceptionally soundly. Chapter 69, Negotiating Terms. Complete sponsorship. Sweet moments are always fleeting, and morning arrived before one could blink, the clock striking 9. Han Jingjing was the first to awaken, her body aching as if trampled by a truck. Glancing down, she was taken aback to find herself in an indescribable position, nestled among her three close friends in Lin Yu's embrace. What on earth is happening? Han Jingjing lamented inwardly, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. She attempted to rise quietly, but her body refused to obey. Any movement sent sharp pangs of discomfort coursing through her. Resigned, she opted to remain in her feigned slumber, her heart racing like a startled rabbit. Moments later, Lin Yu and Mu Qianqian stirred awake. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Mu Qianqian sat up groggily. Upon realizing the scene before her, she froze for a few seconds as memories flooded back, the wild events of the previous night overtaking her mind. Lin Yu, you scoundrel! Mu Qianqian felt utterly aggrieved, tears welling in her eyes. She seized a pillow and hurled it at Lin Yu, but the feeble effort was akin to a mere tickle to him. Ah, Qianqian, stop hitting me, or your husband might just fall apart, Lin Yu teased with a grin, pulling Mu Qianqian into his embrace. She struggled half-heartedly for a moment before ultimately surrendering. Gently, she pounded her fists against Lin Yu's chest. But the tears could no longer be contained, spilling forth. Perhaps due to the commotion, Xiao Qing and Fan Linling began to awaken in succession. Their reactions mirrored that of Han Jingjing. First shock, then embarrassment, and ultimately, they could only bury their heads in the blankets, feigning sleep with flushed faces. Lin Yu gazed at the adorable sight of the four young ladies, his heart brimming with joy. He opened his arms wide, embracing them tightly, and softly inquired, "My dear ones, are you all awake? Did you sleep well last night? You big-headed ghost. Scoundrel." "Oaf!" the three young ladies exclaimed in unison, before simultaneously raising their delicate fists to rain playful blows upon Lin Yu. Mu Qianqian, watching Lin Yu with concern, quickly interjected, "Sisters, be gentle, don't break him." "Humph. Breaking him would be for the best, so he doesn't harm other girls," Han Jingjing retorted, visibly irritated. Lin Yu chuckled, not evading their playful assault, allowing them to vent their frustration. Once they had tired themselves out, he adopted a serious tone, saying, "I will freshen up and prepare some breakfast. We can eat and chat. I will provide you with an explanation." After they had all expressed their feelings, Lin Yu assisted each of them to the bathroom. Mu Qianqian's new residence boasted 3 private bathrooms and 1 communal one, conveniently accommodating the 4 of them. Lin Yu unlocked his phone and ordered the finest breakfast delivery from nearby. Approximately half an hour later, the delivery arrived. Mu Qianqian, recovering more quickly, was the first to take a seat at the dining table. The other 3, after completing their morning routines, shuffled into the dining room like 3 injured kittens. Lin Yu evenly distributed the 5 breakfast portions onto the plates. The breakfast was lavish, featuring milk, eggs, crispy bacon, toasted bread, fruit, and vegetable salad. Oatmeal with fruits and nuts, soup dumplings, boiled corn, and honey lemon water. "Wow, so many delicious dishes," Fan Lingling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Foodie." Xiao Qing and Han Jingjing simultaneously cast disdainful glances her way. Observing their playful banter, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He picked up a sandwich and handed it to Mu Qianqian, saying, "Qianqian, have something to eat to settle your stomach." Mu Qianqian accepted the sandwich, taking small bites. Lin Yu then served the other 3, stating, "You should eat as well. Only with full bellies will you have the strength to judge me." "Humph. Who wants to judge you? We will simply execute you," Han Jingjing declared fiercely, then opened her mouth wide to take a substantial bite of the soup dumpling in her hand. "All right, let us not be angry anymore. Since you are now mine, I shall secure you the wealth and honor for the rest of your lives. I cannot promise everything, but I guarantee you will never lack for food or clothing. Anything you desire, you shall have. Except for a marriage certificate, I can provide everything else, so feel free to ask." Mu Qianqian and Mu Yaxian had already experienced Lin Yu's formidable financial prowess, and thus had no doubts. However, her 3 roommates remained somewhat skeptical, as such extraordinary fortune seemed almost too good to be true. Lin Yu observed the expressions on the faces of the 3 girls and discerned their thoughts. He continued, "Jingjing, Lingling, Qingqing, my capabilities are beyond your imagination. Therefore, each of you will receive the same treatment as Qianqian. What do you think? Upon hearing Lin Yu address her so affectionately, Han Jingjing felt an unexpected thrill rather than any aversion. She had tacitly accepted her relationship with him. Taking a deep breath to maintain her composure, she inquired, Lin Yu, could you elaborate? Each of you will receive a luxurious mansion valued at 100 million, along with a car, a prestigious watch, and luxury goods of your choosing. Additionally, I will provide each of you with 5 million in pocket money every month. Lin Yu added thoughtfully. He cast a glance at Mu Qianqian, sharing a knowing look, then turned to the other three girls with a smile. At once, Mu Qianqian understood the implication of Lin Yu's gaze. He was subtly instructing her not to reveal the disparity in their allowances. A sense of satisfaction washed over her, knowing she and her sister received 10 million each month, while her three friends had only 5 million, which instilled in her a peculiar sense of superiority. The three girls were utterly stunned by Lin Yu's propositions. This was not merely a matter of support. It was akin to sustaining a goddess. No wonder Mu Qianqian willingly followed Lin Yu. Any girl would find it impossible to resist such temptation. They would likely not only accept but even pay to be in such a situation. Who would be foolish enough to oppose financial gain? Which naive benefactor would spend a modest sum to support a university student, especially with an additional 5 million in monthly allowances? An astronomical figure indeed. Fan Lingling was the first to regain her composure. She threw her arms around Lin Yu's arm, playfully exclaiming, Lin Yu, you are truly wonderful. From now on, I am yours. If you direct me east, I shall not go west. Xiaoqing quickly echoed her sentiments, stating, Lin Yu, I will listen to you from now on. Although Han Jingjing did not express her excitement as overtly, she blushed and nodded in agreement. Then it is settled. I will transfer this month's pocket money to you. Everyone should take the day to rest and rejuvenate. Tomorrow, please take a leave of absence. I will accompany you to handle the transfer of ownership and secure the properties. As for the cars and other items, we can choose those later. Discuss amongst yourselves what type of house you prefer and which car you have in mind. And let me know. I have some matters to attend to today, so I will take my leave for now. See you later. With that, Lin Yu rose and exited the room, leaving the four girls animatedly discussing their promising future. As soon as Lin Yu stepped beyond the villa's threshold, the atmosphere at the dining table became palpably tense, akin to the stillness before a storm, suffocating in its intensity. Mu Qianqian bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice quivering slightly. How could you all? I regarded you all as my dear sisters, yet you conspired behind my back. Initially, her intention was to share this sweetness solely with her sister, but now, with three unexpected rivals emerging, her emotions swirled within her like a tumultuous concoction of flavors, sour, sweet, bitter, and salty. However, if she were to discover that Lin Yu was surrounded by 15 women, she would likely erupt on the spot. Fan Linling and Mu Qianqian, the closest of friends, felt a pang of guilt upon seeing her distress and lowered their heads, unable to meet her gaze. Xiaoqing resembled a child who had erred, silent, and with her head bowed, her face etched with regret. Only Han Jingjing maintained her distinctive composure, leisurely retrieving nail polish from her bag and meticulously applying it, as if the world around her were of no consequence. Are we not good sisters, dear friends? Han Jingjing inquired lightly, her voice soft yet resonant, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. That was once true, but now who can say? Mu Qianqian pouted, resembling a petulant little girl, adorable yet tinged with a hint of grievance. Well, even if it was true before, shouldn't good sisters share blessings and bear difficulties together? Just as I often treat you to the culinary delights of the city, visiting various trendy establishments? Three pairs of eyes fixated intently on Mu Qianqian, further unsettling her already wavering stance. She wished to protest, yet words eluded her. Han Jingjing, with a piercing gaze and resolute tone, retorted, if your bond is so strong, why did you not share this splendid opportunity with us? Do you intend to hoard it all for yourself? At her words, Fan Linling and Xiaoqing felt an immediate sense of agreement with Han Jingjing. Their prior guilt and unease evaporated, replaced by a righteous indignation. Mu Qianqian internally lamented, what is happening here? If I were to drag the three of you into this, would I not become a madam? Moreover, how can one simply declare sharing? Her mind was a chaotic tangle. The fury she had initially intended to unleash now entirely dissipated, leaving her utterly defeated. Noticing her dismay, Han Jingjing's lips curled into a subtle smile of triumph. She approached Mu Qianqian and gently embraced her. All right, Qianqian, Do not be upset. We four shall always remain good sisters, dear friends. Let us cherish one another and be each other's warmth. Fan Linling and Xiao Qing quickly joined in, and the four of them embraced tightly, as if to dissolve all misunderstandings and barriers. After a prolonged embrace, they reluctantly parted. Since there are no objections, let us heed Lin Yu's suggestion and promptly search for a residence. Han Jingjing proposed. Indeed, indeed. The other two beauties responded eagerly, their faces once again aglow with excitement. They each harbored their own plans, selecting homes on the outskirts of the city, yet not within the same neighborhood. This arrangement not only facilitates independent action, but also averts unnecessary friction. After all, no one wishes to encounter too many stumbling blocks on the path to winning affection. The following morning, Lin Yu, accompanied by Han Jingjing and the others, promptly headed to the real estate center to complete the purchasing formalities. The property certificate would take 3 days to be issued, and Mu Qianqian was eager to return, especially since her sister was arriving that evening. Thus, Lin Yu led the four back to the dormitory. Meanwhile, Mu Shiying arrived at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, visiting her sister while bringing along 2 jars of her mother's homemade spicy pickles. After parking her car, she gracefully walked towards Mu Qianqian's dormitory building. Students passing by could not help but glance her way. With her tall stature and alluring curves, she exuded the essence of a sophisticated woman, captivating onlookers. Qianqian, I'm downstairs. Come down to grab it. Mu Shiying called her sister. Sister, I'm fine, just twisted my ankle a bit. A couple of days of rest will suffice. Mu Qianqian descended, though her gait appeared somewhat awkward. Instantly, Mu Shiying perceived her sister's condition. As someone who had experienced similar situations, she quickly grasped what had transpired. Upon noticing Lin Yu trailing behind, a surge of anger ignited within her. How dare he take advantage of her own sister? Lin Yu, however, remained unfazed, stepping forward to wrap his arm around Mu Shiying's slender waist, whispering in her ear, "It's far better for your sister to be with me than to be lured away by those dubious individuals outside. Besides, look at you now. Do you truly have a better option than me?" Mu Shiying's expression shifted between hues of green and white, and after a moment of internal struggle, she sighed as if resigning to her fate, linking her arm with Lin Yu's in silence, her anger dissipating. "Ah, Sister Ying is here. Come up and sit for a while," Fan Linling exclaimed, peering out from the upper floor with enthusiasm. Mu Shiying handed the jars of pickles to Lin Yu, enlisting him as a porter, while she supported her sister as they returned to the dormitory. Upon entering, Mu Shiying was met with an even more dire situation regarding her sister's roommates, each limping in a manner that made her whirl around and shoot Lin Yu a fierce glare. This scoundrel, as if it weren't enough to ensnare both of us sisters. He dragged Qianqian's roommates into this too. Fury and sorrow surged within her heart. When she saw Lin Yu flash her a peace gesture, she angrily shrugged off his arm and turned to leave. Yet Lin Yu calmly remarked, "Think it through. If you walk away, you'll lose everything." Mu Shiying hesitated, sensing the threat woven into his words. Observing his gentle, open arms and hearing his soothing voice, "All right, let us not sulk. It would be much better for all of us to coexist harmoniously as Qianqian's dear friends." As Mu Shiying gazed at this instigator and then at her sister and her friends, a tumult of emotions swirled within her. Reflecting on Lin Yu's words, she ultimately restrained herself. Given her own predicament, perhaps it was indeed a prudent choice for her sister and her roommates to be with him, certainly preferable to encountering unreliable men. Mu Shiying lightly bit her lip, silently cursing. This damned fellow has us completely at his mercy. Yet, it is indeed true. He has us utterly ensnared. Chapter 71. Affectionate and celibate goddess in the eyes of Mu Qianqian and her 3 roommates, Mu Shiying had always been the epitome of an aloof goddess. A paragon of career excellence, radiating an aura that kept strangers at bay. They looked up to her, striving in secret to one day become as independent and confident as she. But now, Mu Shiying resembled a docile little kitten, nestled beside Lin Yu, exuding an air of dependency that utterly shattered their worldviews. The 4 young women exchanged glances, their minds racing with thoughts. Thank goodness we didn't foolishly board Lin Yu's ship. Otherwise, we might be drowning in regrets by now. Lin Yu, oblivious to their inner musings, waved his hand grandly and established a WeChat group, adding all 5 women. The group name, Affectionate and Loving Family, was quite flamboyant. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Lin Yu commenced his brainwashing speech, embodying the charm of a successful entrepreneur. "Sisters, follow me, and I assure you a life of luxury." Chanel, Hermes, buy at will. Villas, sports cars, yachts, everything you desire. Want to be a wealthy lady? Just stick with me. The more he spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. Even dropping a bombshell. I plan to charter a private island, and the 6 of us will live a blissfully unrestrained life. Han Jingjing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unable to restrain herself, Brother Linyu, does that island have Wi-Fi? If not, I'm not going. Of course it does. And it's Starlink, superb connectivity, Linyu declared with grandiosity. Fan Linling, however, was concerned about another matter. What about food? We can't be eating seafood every day, can we? Fear not. I will hire a Michelin 3-star chef to cater to us 24/7. Whatever you wish to eat, just say the word. Though Mu Qianqian and her other 2 roommates remained silent, their hearts were already bursting with joy. They exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging, indeed. Following Linyu is a wise decision. Mu Shiying observed Linyu bragging and felt a mix of amusement and annoyance. This guy truly sees himself as a king now, doesn't he? Yet, seeing her sister and roommates filled with such hopeful anticipation, she could only shake her head in resignation. Well, it is what it is. What else can be done? They can only proceed down this path together. Mr. Lin, we have identified a suitable candidate to meet your requirements for the accounting manager position. If it is convenient for you, we can arrange an interview. Ai Zihan's competent voice came through the phone, having meticulously selected the best candidate as per Lin Yu's request. I am available now, Lin Yu replied decisively, glancing at his watch. Great. Please come to our office, and I will notify the candidate to arrive promptly, Ai Zihan responded. Lin Yu hung up the phone, igniting the engine, as the sports car emitted a deep growl, heading towards the headhunting company. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue found herself squeezed within the bustling subway of the magical city when she unexpectedly received a call notifying her of an interview. All right, I'll be there shortly. In about half an hour, her voice carried a note of both excitement and anxiety. She hurriedly disembarked at the next station, preparing to transfer lines. Numerous gentlemen around her were captivated by her presence, and even as she departed, their gazes lingered reluctantly on her retreating figure. Lin Qingxue hailed from a single-parent family, her mother having toiled tirelessly to raise her. From a young age, she exhibited a remarkable sense of responsibility, diligently studying and achieving outstanding results. After graduating from the accounting college of the magical city, she skillfully navigated her way through challenges, earning her certifications. For a young individual just embarking on their career, an annual salary of 500,000 is indeed quite substantial. She brimmed with aspirations for the future, should her boss prove to be amiable. She would undoubtedly dedicate herself wholeheartedly to her work. Upon arriving at the headhunting company, Lin Yu waited for a brief moment. To pass the time, he decided to engage in a couple of draws. System, I wish to draw, he silently commanded. All right, host. You currently possess 400 goddess points, allowing for 4 draws. The system's cold mechanical voice echoed. Draw twice for me. A massive virtual screen appeared before Lin Yu, adorned with a plethora of question-marked squares, as a red light frame darted rapidly among them. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Eye of the Workplace, Beginner. Eye of the Workplace. Activate this skill to gain a preliminary assessment of an individual's work capabilities. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a card. Loyalty card. Cooldown period, 24 hours, loyalty card, a permanent card type item. When used on a designated target, the target will remain unwaveringly loyal to the user, never betraying them. This was indeed a stroke of serendipity. Just as Lin Yu pondered how to manage the company he was about to establish, these rewards arrived at the perfect moment, filling him with delight. At that moment, the door to the reception room swung open and Lin Qingxue entered. Upon seeing the interviewer seated across from her, a youthful and handsome gentleman, she was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the company she was interviewing for was founded by a wealthy second-generation entrepreneur? However, this could work in her favor. Communication would likely be easier among peers, allowing her talents to shine. Lin Yu, upon noticing Lin Qingxue, felt a spark of recognition. The beautiful woman stood tall, measuring at least 1.7 meters, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her delicate features, understated makeup, and deep brown professional attire accentuated her competent aura. Clutching a black handbag and adorned with an exquisite watch on her wrist, she epitomized the attire of a workplace elite. She seemed as though she had stepped straight out of a television drama, embodying the essence of a stoic goddess. Lin Yu discreetly activated the Eye of the Workplace on Lin Qingxue. Character, Lin Qingxue. Appearance, 96 figure, 94 gender. Female, virgin, single, suitable professions, accountant, finance. Professional manager. Career potential, 5 stars being the maximum. Loyalty, 0, maximum value is 100. Annual best accounting manager candidate. With such beauty and physique, she is undoubtedly the ideal choice for roles like a female teacher or lawyer in adult films. Her captivating presence instantly evokes a sense of desire. As a personal accounting secretary, you are undoubtedly the one. In Lin Yu's heart, joy blossomed, yet he maintained a facade of composure. Hello, I am here to interview for the accounting manager position at your esteemed company. Lin Qingxue shyly reminded Lin Yu, noticing his gaze upon her. Ah, greetings. I am Lin Yu, the founder of Chuangxiang Wuxian Investment Company, Limited. What salary do you expect? Lin Yu was aware of her prestigious educational background and thought that a salary of 500,000 might not suffice to satisfy her. Chapter 72, The First Employee. Renting an office. The annual salary of 500,000 offered by your company is already quite generous. Initially, I had considered trying my luck at the Big Four. However, upon reflection, there is no need. Mr. Lin's company is the perfect haven for me. Lin Qingxue was a discerning individual who understood the gravity of her decisions. Though the Big Four had a renowned reputation, the competition was fierce and the path to advancement was lengthy. Each year only granted one promotion, making it a 4 to 5 year ordeal to ascend and another 3 to 4 years to reach the managerial level. By that time, she would be well into her 30s. Even if she ultimately became a manager, the annual salary would hover around 550,000 to 650,000. She could not afford to wait that long. She yearned to earn money swiftly to purchase a home, allowing her mother to enjoy life without hardship. Seeing her agreement, Lin Yu's heart soared with elation. He had indeed struck gold. He promptly signed an indefinite labor contract with Lin Qingxue. An indefinite labor contract, in essence, is a secure job. As long as one does not commit a grave error, the company cannot terminate employment, allowing one to work until retirement. Lin Qingxue felt a flicker of doubt. This boss is overly generous. Could he have ulterior motives regarding me? And Zihan, who observed the scene from the headhunting company, believed that Lin Yu had lost his senses. Such generous treatment and an indefinite contract were not something to be casually bestowed. These were typically reserved for loyal employees who had dedicated over 10 years to the company. This young man must be rather naive, she thought. Lin Yu, unfazed by the opinions of others, directly activated the loyalty card on Lin Qingxue. Loyalty card successfully used. Target, Lin Qingxue, current loyalty, 0-100. Haha, got it. A beautiful accountant with exceptional qualities and capabilities is now secured. The next step is to find an office building. Lin Yu harbored grand ambitions. If Oda Nobunaga's aspiration was to unify Japan, and Cao Cao's ambition was to unite wives, then Lin Yu's dream was to establish a commercial empire entirely managed by women under his command. Every goddess possesses unwavering loyalty, and even when jealousy arises, conflicts ensue, or tempers flare, betrayal is never an option. Just contemplating this is exhilarating. Lin Qingxue extended her hand, wishing to shake Lin Yu's in a gesture of gratitude. At the moment their hands clasped, the long-anticipated system notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered the binding condition. Binding object. Lin Qingxue, a wave of joy surged within Lin Yu. This sensation was akin to completing a collection in a game, particularly with a full set. He stifled his excitement, maintaining a calm exterior. Lin Qingxue gazed at her youthful, charming, and generous boss, feeling a sense of assurance. Although a hint of confusion lingered, her anticipation for the future overshadowed it. She silently resolved to work diligently, determined not to betray Lin Yu's trust. Mr. Lin, where will our office be located? I can tidy up and officially report for duty tomorrow, Lin Qingxue inquired, filled with eagerness to dive into her work. Previously, to register the company, I had the agent randomly select a location, and we haven't secured an office building yet. How about you accompany me to choose one tomorrow? Lin Yu scratched his head, a touch embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue nearly lost her balance. Buying a building? Choosing one? Was her boss serious? Her mind raced, nearly overwhelmed. Beside her, Zihan was equally astonished, her jaw almost dropping to the floor. In this day and age, are the wealthy truly so capricious? Purchasing office buildings as if they were mere cabbages. Regaining her composure, Lin Qingxue, as a competent accounting manager, knew she must be prudent with her boss's finances. She had no desire to witness the company falter due to her boss's extravagant tendencies. "Mr. Lin," she said, striving to keep her tone gentle. "Our company currently consists of only 2 people. Renting a single office should suffice. Once we expand our team, we can consider a larger space or even a purchase later." Lin Yu pondered her words and realized she had a point. With his current funds dwindling to less than 1 billion, purchasing an entire building in a prime location in the bustling metropolis was indeed a stretch. More importantly, he wanted Lin Qingxue to perceive him as an attentive and considerate employer. "You make a valid argument. Let us rent an office space together tomorrow." Lin Yu readily agreed. "All right, boss, I will prepare to return now." Lin Qingxue sighed in relief and turned to leave the office. "Ms. and I, thank you for your assistance. Let's settle the fees." Lin Yu expressed his satisfaction with the headhunting firm's service. "As long as Mr. Lin is pleased, feel free to reach out anytime." And Zihan beamed. Although Mr. Lin's requirements for employee appearance were excessively high, he was generous and astute, discreetly slipping her a 50,000 yuan tip, including the commission for the service. This deal was extraordinarily lucrative, and Zihan felt a wave of contentment as she contemplated where to treat herself that evening. On the following day, Lin Yu accompanied Lin Qingxue to the Qiangxing building in the bustling metropolis. As they arrived at the entrance, a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit approached them with enthusiasm. "Greetings, may I inquire if you are Mr. Lin? I am Dong Jian, the manager of the Qiangxing building." He bowed slightly, addressing Lin Yu with respect, though his gaze lingered on the Ferrari key in Lin Yu's hand. "This is our general manager, Mr. Lin. The company has just been established, and we wish to lease the top floor as our office." Lin Qingxue stepped forward to introduce. Dong Jian instantly donned a more fervent smile. "Mr. Lin, you possess remarkable discernment. The top floor of our building is truly unparalleled. However, previous prospective tenants were deterred by the price, leaving it vacant since its lavish renovation a year ago. How about I take you up to see it?" Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Dong Jian led them to the elevator, stating, "We have a private elevator that goes directly to the top floor." Upon entering, Lin Yu noted that the buttons were limited to only 2 options, the first floor and the 38th floor. "Mr. Lin, this top floor spans over 3,000 square meters, with renovations costing over 7 million. It is exceptionally luxurious. Once completed, we set the rate at 18 yuan per square meter per day, totaling a monthly rent of 1.62 million. Such pricing is, well, beyond the reach of most," Dong Jian elaborated while observing Lin Yu's reaction. Hearing this, Lin Qingxue's expression shifted slightly, and she whispered to Lin Yu, "Boss, for this price, we could rent Equijin and Zhongxin towers. Shall we consider looking at other places?" However, Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Since we are here, let us take a look first. If it is worth the price, we shall proceed. If not, we will search elsewhere." As they spoke, the elevator arrived at the top floor. With a soft chime, the doors opened, revealing a sight that left Lin Qingxue gasping in awe. The expansive and brightly lit space was adorned with opulent decor, and the floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the vibrant scenery of the metropolis outside. In addition to the standard office areas, the floor boasted a staff lounge, a gym, a game room, and even a shimmering swimming pool. Lin Yu surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. The layout and amenities were impeccable, particularly from the general manager's office. The panoramic view of the surrounding buildings evoked a sense of grandeur, as if one were standing atop a peak, surveying the vast expanse below. "Mr. Lin, just look at this view and the layout. It is truly befitting of your stature." Dong Jian adeptly flattered him, secretly calculating the commission he would earn if this deal were to close successfully. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned to Lin Qingxue. "Xiaoxue, prepare the contract. Let us sign for 1 year." Lin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts racing. The boss truly is unfazed by expenses. To rent such an expensive place without a flicker of hesitation. Upon hearing this, Dong Jian's smile widened, his heart gleeful. It's a done deal. Chapter 73. Accompanying the lady for fundraising, all arranged. Young Master Lin, you are indeed remarkably straightforward. Our esteemed CEO has expressed that, as a gesture of gratitude for your choice of our Qiangxing building, the property fees will be waived every month. Furthermore, should you decide to renew your lease after a year, the exemption will continue. Dong Jian rubbed his hands together, a broad smile adorning his face, his heart brimming with joy at securing such a significant client. Lin Qingxue, upon hearing this, felt elated. Over the course of a year, she would save quite a sum. However, she was not one to take words at face value. Manager Dong, verbal assurances are insufficient. Please ensure that what you just stated is incorporated into the contract. Certainly. Please hold on. I will have a revised contract drafted immediately. Dong Jian scurried off to make the arrangements, anxious not to let this opportunity slip away. Before long, the new contract was prepared, and after Lin Xingxue meticulously reviewed it, confirming its accuracy, both parties affixed their signatures and seals, creating 2 copies. The top floor of Huqiang building officially belonged to Lin Yu. Having secured the office space and recruited his first employee, Lin Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Next, he needed to return and gather funds, as he had yet to provide for the goddesses this month. Before departing, Lin Yu waved his hand grandly, transferring 10 million to Lin Xingxue's personal account, and then, feigning seriousness, remarked, Xiaoxue, consider this a test. Use this money to acquire some assets and recruit trustworthy talents. Make it happen. Lin Xingxue gazed at the 10 million that had just been credited, marveling at her boss's generosity. Such immense fortune had finally come her way. She vowed to execute Lin Yu's instructions impeccably, ensuring she did not betray her boss's trust. Lin Yu drove back to Jiangnan district in his eye-catching Ferrari, humming a cheerful tune. In the days that followed, he transformed into a master of time management, dedicating half of his time to the affluent Bai Bing. Their reunion was filled with passion, as the two became inseparable. Lin Yu spent an entire week indulging Bai Bing. Yet he did not neglect his monthly commitment of 10 million. Seeing her young boyfriend's lavishness and how well he catered to her comfort, Bai Bing, in a fit of joy, invested 200 million into Lin Yu's new company, seamlessly stepping into the role of a board member. Observing this development, Lin Yu wasted no time in using a loyalty card for Bai Bing, cooldown period, 24 hours. With the eye of the workplace, Bai Bing's profile was laid bare. Name, Bai Bing. Appearance, 95. Physique, 100. Gender, female. Partner, Lin Yu. Professional skills, executive manager, expert negotiator, crisis management specialist, insightful decision maker, networking guru, financial strategist. Note: unofficially employed individuals can only display their abilities without suitable career directions. Professional potential, 5 stars being the maximum. Loyalty, 100, the highest value possible. Lin Yu gazed at the array of skills displayed before him, marveling at this affluent woman. Truly, she was a versatile powerhouse. However, Bai Bing is now the CEO of a publicly listed company, which complicates matters. Although I genuinely wish to entice her to join my venture, she may not readily agree. My fledgling company possesses little more than financial resources at this stage, so it is perhaps best to postpone such discussions for the future. In the remaining days, Lin Yu kept himself quite occupied, filling his schedule to the brim. On the first day, he accompanied his childhood friend Li Mengyao to a movie. As night fell, they naturally indulged in a sweet, intimate world of their own. The second day saw him dining luxuriously with Su Shuer and her friend. The trio enjoyed a splendid meal followed by an exhilarating outing at an arcade. And in the evening, well, you can imagine. The third day featured a fierce gaming duel alongside Lu Ruyan and Lin Zhejia. On the fourth day, he purchased a villa worth over 10 million for Zhang Ting and her son in the suburbs, after which the family relished a joyful day at a children's park. The evening, of course, was filled with delight. On the fifth day, he visited a luxury car dealership to meet Li Fei, casually purchasing her an extravagant vehicle, followed by a lavish candlelit dinner that exuded romance. The sixth day involved a flight to the city where Zhao Sherman resided, where they engaged in profound discussions at their hotel. The seventh day saw him transfer funds to the wild goddess Tian Lu, who expressed a desire to meet Lin Yu. Feeling a bit weary and with a sore back, tactfully suggested postponing their meeting, citing his recent fatigue. Finally, Lin Yu accomplished his fundraising goal for the month, amassing 900 million, bringing his total to 18 billion. On the eve of his departure from Jiangnan, he resolved to return to his dormitory to spend time with his roommates. Upon entering room 404, a familiar scene greeted his eyes. The eldest, Li Chong, was fervently typing at his screen, the sound of the keyboard echoing. The third, Wang Peng, swayed to the rhythm with headphones on, muttering incantations as he navigated the gaming realm. The fourth, Zhao Yu, was engrossed in devouring a box of spicy, boneless chicken feet, blissfully unaware of Lin Yu's presence. Clearing his throat, Lin Yu deliberately coughed twice. The trio awoke from their reverie and turned to him. "Old Two, you finally decided to return. Li Chang exclaimed, removing his headphones and enveloping Lin Yu in an enthusiastic embrace. What have you been up to? We barely see you these days. Wang Peng approached, scrutinizing Lin Yu from head to toe. Busy making money, of course. Lin Yu scratched his head, grinning. Really? You? Making money? Don't tell me you've been out charming girls again. Zhao Yu quipped, adjusting his glasses with skepticism. Tonight, I'm treating. Dinner, foot massages, and a complete pampering service. Plus, we'll game until dawn. Lin Yu declared grandly, waving his hand. Are you serious? Li Chang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. Let us go? Wang Peng jumped up in enthusiasm. Is that really appropriate? Zhao Yu hesitated. Oh, come on, Yuzi, stop being so cautious. Old Tu is treating. Do you really think he lacks funds? Li Chang insisted, pulling Zhao Yu up from his seat. The four friends linked arms, laughing and chatting as they exited the dormitory. After a sumptuous meal and a regal massage experience, they ventured to an internet CF, embarking on their final revelry. Old friend, your skills have evidently declined, Li remarked, observing Lin Yu's unimpressive performance in the game. Ahem, just a mistake, just a mistake. Lin Yu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You must win for us. Wang Peng chimed in, joining the teasing. No problem. Just watch me. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and selected Yasuo. The outcome, of course, was a humiliating defeat. Ha ha ha, old friend. Perhaps you should simply lie back and let victory come to you. Li laughed heartily, nearly doubling over. Lin Yu could only sigh in response. As the game concluded and night deepened, Lin Yu retrieved 3 bank cards from his bag, handing them to his companions. Here, brothers. There's some money in these for you to spend. How much? Lu Chang casually inquired. Not much, just 1 million, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. What? The 3 exclaimed in unison, nearly dropping their jaws in astonishment. Did you rob a bank? Lu Chang stammered. What are you thinking? This is hard-earned money. Lin Yu rolled his eyes. From now on, I may not have time to return to school. Take care of yourselves. I've already arranged everything with the school. There are no issues with my graduation certificate. Besides, at this point, graduating doesn't matter much to me. The 3 looked at Lin Yu, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. All right, enough of the sentimentality. If there's anything I can assist with in the future, I will do my best. Lin Yu patted their shoulders and turned to leave the internet CAF. Upon returning home, Lin Yu first transferred 10 million to his mother's bank account. Then, he discreetly transferred 5 million to his father's private account, adding a message. Dad, spend wisely, and don't let mom find out. If she does, just ask me. Chapter 74. The Enchanting Tang Yun. A divorce without children? Having acquired wealth, Lin Yu returned to the bustling metropolis of Shanghai and promptly contacted Niz Han from the talent recruitment agency, seeking her assistance in sourcing new talent. The criteria remained unchanged: female, beautiful, and a touch of serendipity. Yun, I have a significant client, an undeniable diamond bachelor. Would you be interested in coming over to chat? It's been ages since we last met. It would be a lovely reunion. Niz Han immediately thought of her close friend, Tang Yun, and made a call. Sure. I'll bring some delicious food with me. Your kitchen is probably gathering dust, right? Tang Yun readily agreed, fully aware of Niz Han's tendencies as a typical career-oriented individual, somewhat inept in domestic affairs, relying mostly on takeout or the cafeteria downstairs. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Tang Yun arrived, carrying a large bag filled with groceries. Having spent over 500, all of Niz Han's favorites, she drove her red sports car straight to Niz Han's apartment. Ding dong. The door swung open, revealing Niz Han clad in comfortable home attire, her hair casually styled in a bun, her natural beauty shining through despite her bare face. The two arranged the food, filling the table to the brim. It was only then that Niz Han noticed Tang Yun's outfit today, which was utterly breathtaking, a black spaghetti strap top paired with a short jacket, subtly revealing her figure. Upon taking a seat, the dark-hued mini-skirt seemed almost irrelevant, as 2 long, fair legs swayed before one's eyes, inducing a sense of dizziness. Most striking, however, was Tang Yun's profound décolletage, which appeared capable of drowning a man. Tang Yun, seemingly oblivious to Niz Han's gaze, deliberately tossed her voluminous waves of hair, exuding an enchanting allure. I wonder how many innocent young men have fallen victim to your charms in this past year. Niz Han inquired casually, sipping her juice. Oh, don't even mention it. I've changed jobs 3 or 4 times, and everywhere I go, there are those who have their eyes on me, this single matron. It's utterly exhausting. Is being too beautiful truly a curse? Tang Yun remarked, accentuating her bosom and casting a bewitching glance at Zihan, a sight that was utterly captivating. Zihan felt a jolt through her body, nearly spitting out her juice. Her dear friend was indeed a siren, nearly overwhelming even her. Tang Yun's visage was as delicate as a porcelain doll. Beneath her willow-like brows, her doe-like eyes shimmered with an enchanting allure, seemingly capable of speech. Her nose was elegantly defined, and her full lips resembled ripe peaches, evoking an irresistible desire to taste. Her physique was stunningly voluptuous. With a height of merely 165 centimeters, yet boasting an astonishingly curvaceous silhouette, her tiny waist was so petite that one could easily grasp it. A phenomenon bordering on the miraculous. It was no wonder that not only men, but women too felt a pang of inadequacy in her presence. Your figure is such that not pursuing a modeling career would be a grievous waste, Zihan expressed, her eyes inadvertently wandering towards Tang Yun's chest. Modeling? No, thank you. I have no desire to be preyed upon by those greasy photographers, Tang Yun replied with a dismissive pout, clearly unimpressed by the industry. By the way, what is the story behind that major client you mentioned? What makes them so significant to you? Zihan asked curiously. This client is rather unique, Zihan replied mysteriously, a smile playing on her lips. He has but one request. He desires beauty, preferably in abundance. Is this akin to selecting a consort? Tang Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Quite similar, I suppose. After all, the world of the affluent is beyond our comprehension, Zihan shrugged. So what do you think? Are you interested? If this deal goes through, we shall be free from worry for the rest of our lives. Your calculations are rather astute. Are you trying to sell me? Tang Yun feigned indignation. Oh, how could I? I'm merely looking out for you. You've often lamented the lack of suitors, and now, here's a dashing gentleman. A veritable millionaire, delivered right to your doorstep. What could you possibly find unsatisfactory? Zihan hastened to clarify. A handsome man? A millionaire? Pray tell, how handsome? How wealthy? Tang Yun's curiosity was piqued. Handsome enough to leave you weak-kneed. Wealthy enough to have you counting bills until your hands cramp. Zihan teased, her expression playful. Is that truly the case? Do not deceive me. Tang Yun responded, skeptical yet intrigued. When have I ever lied to you? If you doubt me, just wait and see. Zihan promised earnestly. Very well. I shall await the arrival of your handsome gentleman. Tang Yun raised her glass, clinking it against Zihan's. Absolutely. Prepare to be awestruck. As two individuals exchanged a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding lingered in the air. Zihan contemplated the prospect at hand. If this deal materialized, with President Lin's generous nature, a tip of at least 50,000 would be forthcoming, coupled with commissions. Ensuring a handsome sum of 100,000 would grace her accounts. Such a thought filled her with delight. Meanwhile, Tang Yun was troubled by her maxed-out credit card. Although such matters were not particularly daunting for her, ever since her husband's tragic passing in a car accident, she had resolved to remain demure, allowing no other man to touch her. Now, with her close friend recommending such a remarkable boss, indeed, such a splendid opportunity, the weight of her financial burdens seemed to lighten, bringing a wave of relief to her heart. President Lin, I have an exceptional candidate for the position of executive director, perfectly aligned with your requirements. She holds a graduate degree in public administration from Fudan University and possesses an American certification. She has also garnered extensive experience working in a Fortune 500 company. When would it be convenient for you to meet? After dining, the two took a leisurely stroll through the community as Zihan dialed Lin Yu's number. Upon hearing that it was regarding administrative management, Lin Yu immediately declined. In his mind, administrative management was merely about logistics. Such talent could be recruited at will, rendering headhunting firms unnecessary. Zihan felt a surge of disappointment, her mind racing as she suddenly recognized Lin Yu's preferences. As a senior executive in a reputable headhunting firm, how could she have made such a rudimentary blunder? She quickly sought to rectify her misstep. President Lin, don't you have a penchant for youthful beauty? This candidate is indeed young and striking, as this role demands an exceptional level of attractiveness. Lin Yu, pleased with her emphasis, mused that determining the desirability of youth and beauty based on the position was truly a stroke of genius on his part. Well, she may not be youthful per se, but in terms of beauty, she is absolutely breathtaking. I assure you, she will meet your standards. Zihan scrutinized Tang Yun beside her. Tang Yun, upon hearing Zihan imply her lack of youth, playfully pinched her side, casting a mock glare at her friend. Zihan winced but stifled a sound, responding with an awkward yet polite smile. Lin Yu, intrigued by their exchange, thought to himself, this headhunting firm is quite astute. Aware of my preferences, clearing his throat, he feigned indifference and inquired, just how breathtaking is she? How does she compare with those internet celebrities? Zihan reflected, President Lin truly has a knack for comparisons. Internet celebrities? They could hardly be compared to Tang Yun. Organizing her thoughts, she replied, President Lin, internet celebrities are mass-produced. They cannot hold a candle to a natural beauty. Let me put it this way. Once you meet Tang Yun, you will find yourself utterly disinterested in those internet stars. Lin Yu chuckled on the other end of the line, contemplating that Zihan was quite articulate. However, the proof of the pudding lay in the tasting. By the way, what is her age? He casually inquired, recalling Zihan had previously mentioned it. 32. Zihan glanced at Tang Yun, who gave a subtle nod before she revealed the age. 32. She must be married, then. Can she really handle the responsibilities? Lin Yu's interest waned immediately upon hearing this. A married woman, inviting trouble upon oneself, is it not? He had no desire to become entangled in any romantic scandals. Thus, he tactfully declined. Manager and I, as you are aware, our company operates on a 996 schedule and during tight project timelines. A 007, working around the clock, scenario is not unheard of. I fear that this lady may bear heavy family responsibilities, which might hinder her work efficiency. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Who is Zihan? After years of navigating the competitive corporate landscape, she has honed an acute intuition. She swiftly interrupted Lin Yu. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I guarantee she meets all your requirements. She has been divorced for several years and has no children, remaining single throughout. Furthermore, she is exceptionally diligent and responsible in her work, fully capable of adapting to high-pressure environments. Oh, divorced? No children? Capable of handling high intensity? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to two glowing bulbs. This seemed tailor-made for him. With no family constraints, she could dedicate herself entirely to her work, exactly the ideal employee he had always sought. He immediately changed his stance. Ahem, well, manager and I, since you vouch for her, I shall meet her. However, let me be clear. If she fails to perform, I will not hesitate to terminate her employment. Zihan and Tang Yun exchanged glances, both bemused. The swift change in Lin's demeanor was quite remarkable. Just moments ago, he had been dismissive, and now, upon learning she was single, he had made a complete turnaround, revealing his true nature. Mr. Lin, it is indeed getting late. Shall we arrange for you to come tomorrow morning instead? Zihan endeavored to maintain a calm tone. Very well, let us meet at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please have her wait for me in the conference room where we last met. Lin Yu stroked his chin, finding Zihan's suggestion reasonable, and thus he acquiesced. After hanging up, Lin Yu felt a sense of delight. Tomorrow, he would meet this enigmatic divorced lady. What might she look like? Could she possibly bring him some delightful surprises? He rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation. Chapter 75, A Private Conversation. Like a bird nestled close as Lin Yu entered the reception area of the headhunting company, the clock had already leisurely passed 9 o'clock. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately landing upon the figure who had long been awaiting his arrival. After all, as the boss, he occasionally indulged in the privilege of tardiness. A small pleasure in the life of a leader. Their eyes met, akin to two magnets drawn together in an instant. A flicker of surprise crossed both their faces, soon replaced by satisfaction, as if they silently awarded each other high marks in their minds. Congratulations, host, you have successfully triggered the binding condition. Binding object. Tang Yun, the voice of Tongzi echoed in his mind, more exhilarated than Lin Yu himself, as if fearing that this opportunity might slip away. Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am Tang Yun, and I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I never anticipated that the legendary Mr. Lin would be so remarkably youthful and accomplished. Truly a sight to behold. Tang Yun's voice flowed like a gentle spring breeze, imbued with just the right touch of sweetness. With a radiant smile, her eyes sparkled. As if invisible currents of electricity danced in the air, her alluring charm meticulously crafted for this occasion. For this interview, Tang Yun had thoroughly prepared, choosing an outfit that exuded a light maturity, striking a balance that neither aged her nor concealed the allure of her femininity. Coupled with a flawless makeup that took 2 hours to perfect, she emanated an irresistible magnetism, truly a walking embodiment of desire. Mr. Lin nodded inwardly, thoroughly impressed by Tang Yun's exterior attributes. He wasted no time, straightforwardly introducing the current state of the company, as this information would inevitably come to light once she joined. To be candid, my company is still in its nascent stages, operating rather singularly, with only one employee, the accounting manager responsible for finances. Ms. Tang, should you decide to join, please do not feel disheartened, Mr. Lin remarked with a half-smile. Tang Yun pondered for a moment. She had come prepared, having rehearsed various scenarios in her mind beforehand. She turned to her companion, Niz Han, and said, Henin, could you step outside for a moment? I would like to have a private conversation with Mr. Lin. Niz Han was taken aback, her face a canvas of confusion. This diverged entirely from the script they had devised the previous day. According to their plan, she was to remain, providing encouragement and support, yet now she was being asked to leave. However, trusting her dear friend, Niz Han nodded. She offered Tang Yun an encouraging glance before bidding farewell to Mr. Lin and gently closing the door to the meeting room. Once Tang Yun confirmed the door was securely locked, she approached and engaged the lock. The meeting room was well soundproofed, ensuring their forthcoming dialogue remained undisturbed. Observing this, Mr. Lin felt a sense of relaxation wash over him as he curiously regarded Tang Yun, eager to see what she would bring forth. Mr. Lin, I must confess, during my tenure at a Fortune 500 company, my annual salary had already reached a six-figure sum. Moreover, Zihan has likely mentioned that I was previously married to a rather affluent individual, Tang Yun began, her tone imbued with a hint of nostalgia. Yes. Manager Ni has briefed me on these matters. Please continue. Mr. Lin encouraged her to proceed. Regrettably, my venture into high society was short-lived. Less than a year into our marriage, my husband tragically passed away in an accident. As all assets were acquired prior to our union, I received only a modest portion, approximately 5 million, while the remainder was claimed by his family. With the savings I have accumulated over the years, although they may evoke envy in many, they still fall woefully short of my aspirations. At this point, Tang Yun, initially reflecting a hint of regret in her gaze, suddenly ignited with a fervor, as if to incinerate all her unfulfilled desires and yearnings. Her tone shifted, resolute, and imbued with strength. I yearn for change. I crave the power to command my own destiny, and I long to live a life that truly belongs to me. What price do you propose? Lin Yu stated bluntly, eager to delve into the matter at hand. Tang Yun countered, are you speaking in your company's name, or in a personal capacity? She sought to gauge Lin Yu's intentions. Both. You will join my company with an official salary of 1 million annually. As we must maintain financial records, setting it too high could jeopardize future arrangements. As for the personal aspect, Lin Yu paused, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Why don't you tell me how much you desire? Lin Yu's straightforwardness caught Tang Yun off guard. She had initially estimated a personal salary of 5 million annually, which would allow her total earnings to reach 1 billion by retirement. After all, time is relentless, and she could feel her allure gradually waning, leaving her increasingly anxious. Tang Yun stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. At that moment, her expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve, her inner turmoil raging. She recognized this as a rare opportunity to ascend the social ladder, and Lin Yu's appearance was precisely to her liking, should she align with him. The benefits could be mutual. As seconds ticked by, the atmosphere became thick with tension. Finally, as if steeling herself, Tang Yun resolved to take a bold step forward. Without sacrifice, how could one expect reward? She approached Lin Yu, gracefully settling herself onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, and playfully murmured, Mr. Lin, whatever you offer is acceptable. I shall follow your lead. This sudden display of allure jolted Lin Yu, yet he maintained his composure, suppressing his excitement and feigning calm as he inquired, anything is acceptable? Though Tang Yun radiated sensuality, she was a woman of integrity. Widowed for many years, she had remained unscathed by those with ulterior motives. Upon hearing Lin Yu's insinuation, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly nestled her head against his shoulder. Unable to meet his gaze, Lin Yu could no longer restrain himself. He embraced Tang Yun tightly, inhaling the intoxicating scent of her femininity, which left him somewhat exhilarated. Where are you currently residing? Lin Yu suddenly asked, a subtle hint of anticipation lacing his voice. Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question from him. And she replied candidly, I rent a spacious studio in the city center, with a monthly rent exceeding 10,000. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, calculated in his mind, a spacious studio in the city center, given the location and environment, the rent must be considerable. It seems Tang Yun possesses certain standards for her quality of life. However, that is not a concern. Very well. With a grand gesture, Lin Yu spoke with an air of generosity, offering his sincerity. Step into my car, and I shall procure you a house. As for your subsequent rewards, that will depend on your performance. After saying this, he gently patted Tang Yun's head, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. Tang Yun, with her head bowed, responded softly, her voice barely audible. Inside, her heart raced like a frightened rabbit. Was Lin Yu truly so magnanimous as to gift her a house outright? Observing her delicate demeanor, Lin Yu felt an irresistible urge. He opened the car door, inviting her inside. Without hesitation, she settled into the passenger seat. The car began to move slowly, heading towards the city. Chapter 76. Speeding in the car, Tang Yun views properties. This car is incredibly stylish. It's so comfortable to ride in, Tang Yun exclaimed, reveling in the exhilarating push of the Ferrari. The evening breeze brushed against her cheeks, bringing a refreshing coolness that eased her anxious heart. Not bad, right? If you perform well, I might just get you one too. It's not too expensive. Only 20 million, Lin Yu said casually, one hand on the steering wheel. Really? Is that true? Tang Yun's voice quivered, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In her heart, she praised her dear friend and Zihan, thinking how this was no mere golden son-in-law. He was a dazzling, diamond-studded giant among suitors. What impeccable taste he possessed. Lin Yu glanced at her, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. We'll see how you perform. Tang Yun instantly grasped his implication, her fair cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She quickly gathered her long hair and lowered her gaze. Hey. I say, slow down. This car is going too fast. I can barely hold the steering wheel. Lin Yu's voice came out in fragmented bursts. The once smooth ride of the Ferrari suddenly veered erratically, causing nearby vehicles to swerve in alarm, horns blaring in a cacophony of chaos. Beep, beep. Can you even drive? Is this Ferrari so impressive? Wealthy people really know how to live it up, driving like this in broad daylight. The shouts from onlookers, mixed with a variety of complex gazes, made Tang Yun's face redden even more, as if she might bleed from embarrassment. She wished fervently for a hole in the ground to hide in. This was all too exhilarating. Yet, she pressed on. After all, who could resist such a generous suitor? For the sake of a $20 million supercar, she was all in. Half an hour later, a red supercar glided into the underground parking lot of Tang Chini Pin, finally coming to rest in an exclusive parking space. Lin Yu was the first to exit, gracefully circling the front of the car to open the door for Tang Yun. Holding an elegant sunshade, she stepped out, having applied a subtle touch of makeup that accentuated her snow-like skin, making her strikingly beautiful. Prior to their departure, Lin Yu had already coordinated with the local real estate agency, ensuring that everything was perfectly arranged. As I stepped into the spacious and brightly lit lobby, a young man clad in a sharply tailored suit approached me briskly, his face adorned with a professional smile. "Are you Mr. Lin?" he inquired. "Greetings, Zhang Wei." Lin Yu assessed him momentarily and casually asked, "Ah, Mr. Lin, your memory is truly remarkable." "Yes, it is I. You may call me Xiao Zhang," Zhang Wei responded, visibly flattered, nodding and bowing with utmost respect. He eagerly led the way, yet discreetly observed Tang Yun, who stood beside Lin Yu. The moment Tang Yun folded her sunshade and removed her sunglasses, Zhang Wei felt as though a vibrant light had illuminated his world, draining it of all color. His heart skipped a beat and then raced wildly, almost leaping from his throat. This is simply too extraordinary, Zhang Wei thought, an array of thoughts flashing through his mind. Contemplating what might transpire if only he abruptly shook his head, forcibly dispelling those unrealistic notions. No, this is Mr. Lin's guest. I cannot entertain such thoughts. He admonished himself, quickly averting his gaze, resolutely leading the way while fearing any misstep might stir trouble. Nevertheless, he could not suppress a whisper in his heart. Such a beautiful woman. Mr. Lin is truly fortunate. I wonder how he sleeps at night. To mask his inner turmoil, Zhang Wei hastened his speech, enthusiastically detailing, "Mr. Lin, our building is the tallest in Tang Chini Pin, boasting an impressive 44 floors. The apartment you are interested in offers an unparalleled view, surely to your satisfaction." As he spoke, he discreetly gauged Lin Yu and Tang Yun's reactions, silently praying, "Please do not reveal any flaws. My heart cannot withstand a second shock." Lin Yu handed an exquisite key to Tang Yun, who accepted it with trembling fingers. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself and unlocked the door. Wow! Upon entering, Tang Yun was left utterly astonished. Zhang Wei followed closely behind. Commencing his professional presentation, this apartment's previous owner was a business magnate, and the renovations adhered to the highest standards, utilizing imported materials originally intended for personal residence. Unfortunately, unforeseen circumstances led to a rupture in his company's financial chain, resulting in the property being mortgaged to the bank and ultimately auctioned. Observe the layout. For bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 5 bathrooms, and 2 balconies, spanning over 500 square meters. However, Tang Yun could no longer comprehend Zhang Wei's words. Her eyes were overwhelmed by the sheer beauty surrounding her. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows bathed the living room in sunlight, offering an unbeatable cityscape view. The open-concept kitchen and minimalist design exuded luxury and taste in every detail. Was this not the home she had always dreamed of? Feeling as though she were in a dream, Tang Yun could hardly believe the sudden surge of happiness. "This house is truly magnificent," she murmured, her eyes glistening with tears. Lin Yu observed Tang Yun's reaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the effect he desired. "This house is quite splendid. I shall take it," he declared. Turning to Zhang Wei, "Please call the owner and inquire if he can come over to finalize the transfer of ownership immediately." Zhang Wei was taken aback. Having worked in this field for over a year, he had encountered many fastidious clients, treating house hunting like selecting a bride, meticulously assessing options and comparing prices, often resulting in no purchase at all. Yet, he had never seen anyone like Lin Yu, who made a decision with a mere glance. "Sir, are you truly certain you wish to proceed with the purchase? Would you not like to contemplate it further?" Zhang Wei inquired, unsure if he had misheard. "Absolutely. Contact the owner now and inform him that I will not negotiate. I want it immediately," Lin Yu reiterated impatiently, eager to expedite the process and move on to the next step. "Understood, Mr. Lin. Please hold on. I will reach out at once." Zhang Wei, noting Lin Yu's resolute demeanor, dared not ask further questions and swiftly pulled out his phone to make the call. 3 minutes later, Zhang Wei hung up, excitement radiating from him as he reported, "Mr. Lin, the owner stated he is nearby and will arrive shortly, within approximately 15 minutes. "Very well," Lin Yu nodded, leading Tang Yun to the sofa where they settled in to await the arrival. Tang Yun remained engulfed in profound joy, pinching her thigh to confirm the reality of the moment. This was not a dream. She gazed at Lin Yu, her eyes brimming with gratitude and affection. Chapter 77. The Gift of Car and House. A smooth transaction. Once the business was concluded, both parties readily signed the property sale contract. Similar to the Mu sisters, Lin Yu opted to pay only the down payment, providing Tang Yun with a monthly allowance. Naturally, the entire process would take half a month to complete. After ensuring Tang Yun signed the contract and settled the agency fees, he took her for a drive. How can a boss manage to repay over 300,000 monthly for such an extended period? It seems implausible. As they settled into the car, Tang Yun could not resist playfully flirting with Lin Yu, her eyes sparkling. Though her words suggested concern, her heart was elated. The house she had longed for was finally hers. Had her most significant dream and goal in life truly been realized? It felt surreal. "Repay? I will provide you with 5 million monthly for spending. Do you really fear you cannot manage?" he teased, calling her a little money grubber. "Now, let us go buy a car. Choose whichever you desire." Lin Yu savored Tang Yun's sweet words, finding great delight in them. However, he resolved to gauge her performance regarding the allowance. Should she excel and cooperate, he would bestow generously. If not, he would reduce her allowance accordingly. "Is it truly up to me to choose?" Tang Yun's voice grew even more alluring, practically dripping with charm. "Of course. Just pick what you like, and once you've decided, let me know quickly. We shall dine after our purchase." Lin Yu glanced at his watch. "I wish for a Bentley Flying Spur," Tang Yun declared, revealing her long-cherished desire. A hint of nervousness as she discreetly gauged Lin Yu's reaction. "A Bentley Flying Spur? Excellent taste. No problem. Let us go to the Bentley dealership to collect your car." Lin Yu readily agreed. "Wow, you are truly wonderful, boss. You seem even more eager than I," Tang Yun exclaimed joyfully. "I am particularly anxious about the events that follow dinner." Lin Yu suddenly assumed a serious demeanor. Tang Yun's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her fair complexion radiating an enticing glow. With a playful glance at Lin Yu, she felt a rush of sweetness within. "By the way, boss, with your wealth, what does your company do? It wouldn't involve any dubious activities, would it?" Tang Yun inquired, curiosity piqued. "Dubious activities? Perhaps it's more about performing good deeds daily." Lin Yu replied with a mischievous smirk. "How insufferable. Always so unserious." Tang Yun playfully retorted, though her heart felt more assured. "Haha, just teasing you. Rest assured, I am a legitimate businessman." My company has a diverse range of operations. You'll find out in due time. Lin Yu chuckled, leaving a hint of mystery. The car sped away like an arrow, heading straight for the Bentley showroom. Good afternoon, sir and madam. Welcome to the Bentley Experience Center in the Magical City. Are you here to view the cars? The beautiful saleswoman's eyes were fixed on Lin Yu's vehicle, her heart racing, recognizing him as a potential major client. She instantly donned her most charming smile and approached them respectfully. Please take us to see the latest Bentley Flying Spur, Lin Yu said succinctly. Certainly, this way please. The saleswoman led them to a brand new Bentley Flying Spur, commencing an enthusiastic introduction. Sir, madam, this vehicle just arrived yesterday. It is the standard version priced at $2.78 million. The two models beside it are plug-in hybrid versions. The white one is the luxury top model, equipped with a bespoke sports package. Look at this blackened grille. Lower guard, light rings, and tailpipes, all powered by a 4.0 engine. Tang Yun was completely captivated by the white Bentley Flying Spur, unable to take her eyes off it. After the saleswoman detailed its performance, interior, usage instructions, and precautions, Tang Yun eagerly cast a hopeful glance at Lin Yu. Understanding her silent appeal, Lin Yu promptly retrieved his bank card. Let us make the payment. Now, let us sign the purchase contract. Please have a representative accompany me to the vehicle management office for the license plates. You must have some connections, right? I'll need a plate for 300,000, preferably with a nice number. As he spoke, he pulled out a wad of cash from his wallet. The Bentley showroom bustled with activity as the salespeople whirled around like tops. Lin Yu instructed Tang Yun to bring her previous car over and contacted a used car dealer, disposing of her BMW for 110,000. Once all formalities were settled, Tang Yun, with 10 years of driving experience, skillfully maneuvered the car in the space provided by the showroom under the salespeople's guidance. The vehicle management office hasn't opened yet this afternoon. Shall we grab a bite to eat and then return for the plates later? Lin Yu proposed, glancing at the time. Sure, wherever you choose, I'm all ears. Tang Yun sweetly linked her arm with Lin Yu's, the softness of her touch sending a thrill through him. Let us go. I just spotted a Japanese restaurant. Accompany me for a sumptuous Wagyu feast to replenish our energies. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Tang Yun sped along the road in her new car, the wind howling in her ears as it tousled her flowing hair. A stunning young woman in a luxurious sports car naturally drew countless gazes, with some even whistling at her at the traffic light. Upon arriving at a Japanese restaurant, she and Lin Yu settled into a private room that he had reserved in advance, indulging in a lavish dinner worth over 6,000 yuan. The caviar burst delightfully in their mouths, and the Wagyu beef melted effortlessly. At 3 in the afternoon, Lin Yu and Tang Yun arrived at the vehicle management office. After slipping a few packs of Chinese cigarettes to the staff, the approval process hastened significantly, as she beheld the newly registered vehicle adorned with its license plate. Tears of excitement glistened in the corners of Tang Yun's eyes. All right, with the house and car settled, I will transfer you 5 million now. Send me your bank account number, Lin Yu said casually as he settled into the passenger seat. Boss, 5 million is too much. Tang Yun was taken aback. Just 5 million? If you serve me well, I'll give you 10 million every month in the future. Lin Yu replied with a playful glimmer in his eyes. Tang Yun lowered her head, appearing demure and charming. Unable to resist the sight of her in such a captivating demeanor, Lin Yu swiftly moved her to the passenger seat, took the wheel himself, and pressed the accelerator, sending the car racing towards the nearest luxury hotel like a wild stallion. Ignoring the astonished and envious gazes of onlookers, he scooped Tang Yun into his arms and rushed to the front desk to book a lavish suite, carrying her all the way into the room. For hours later, Lin Yu sat contentedly on the only dry patch of fabric by the bed. Chapter 78. The fragrance fades, the beauty perishes. Mado Film and Television, congratulations to the host for subduing Tang Yun, earning 100 goddess points, bringing the total to 300 points. He chuckled. As expected from a powerful woman who has worked in a Fortune 500 company, you handled the tasks remarkably well despite the intensity. Come on, it's almost 8 p.m. Let us go for dinner. He gently nudged the dazed Tang Yun, teasing her slightly. Tang Yun's gaze was unfocused, fixated on the opulent chandelier on the ceiling of the presidential suite, her mind a blank canvas. She even began to question whether her previous marriage had been a mere illusion. The volume of knowledge absorbed today surpassed that of the entire past year, leaving a profound impact. Noticing her lying there, Lin Yu grew concerned that she might catch a chill and rose to head to the bathroom. The luxurious wooden tub soon filled with warm water, and upon his return, he effortlessly lifted Tang Yun, who felt utterly limp and lacked the strength to resist his ministrations. As the warm water cascaded over her body, Tang Yun gradually regained her senses, feeling the warmth of Lin Yu's touch, which flushed her cheeks with color. He meticulously dried her body, enveloping her in hotel towels and bath paper, and then gently dried her long hair with a hairdryer. Were it not for Lin Yu's robust physical condition, he would truly struggle to carry her. After resting for another half hour and downing a can of Red Bull, Tang Yun finally mustered the strength to walk. Lin Yu assisted her in dressing, and the two made their way to the hotel restaurant. Lin Yu ordered an abundant array of dishes, all highly nutritious, including a special pot of old hen stewed with a century-old ginseng. To everyone's surprise, Tang Yun had an exceptionally good appetite today. Usually, she meticulously controlled her hunger to maintain her figure, but now she indulged herself without restraint, savoring each exquisite dish and ultimately finishing a large bowl of chicken soup. "Boss, let us take a stroll to help digest this feast. I've eaten far too much, and I certainly do not wish to gain weight." Tang Yun wiped her mouth with a napkin and said to Lin Yu, her tone laced with a hint of playful charm. Lin Yu readily agreed. Hand in hand, they strolled along the riverside near the hotel. The summer night breeze gently caressed them, and the river sparkled under the moonlight. To an outsider, they appeared as a couple deeply in love, enveloped in sweetness and warmth. Stealing a glance at Lin Yu, Tang Yun thought to herself, "This fellow is quite attentive today, though he can be a bit exhausting." Blushing at the thought, she felt relieved that the night concealed her embarrassment. Lin Yu, sensing her gaze, turned to her and smiled, asking, "What's on your mind? Still savoring the moment?" Tang Yun playfully retorted, "Oh, please," and quickened her pace. Lin Yu chuckled heartily and followed suit. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon them, adorning their figures with a delicate golden hue. Lin Yu gently massaged his slightly aching legs, his gaze drifting to the empty chair beside him as he turned to her. "The house will be ready for occupancy in about a week, and the subsequent paperwork is nearly complete. How about we stay at the hotel for the next few days?" She slightly turned her head, avoiding Lin Yu's gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly. "No, I need to go back and organize my things. There's a lot to move." She paused, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Moreover, I need to find time to decorate the apartment at Tao Chini Pin." Hearing this, Lin Yu assumed she was eager to settle into their new home and nodded immediately. "All right, I'll go with your plan. Do you need my assistance?" No. She quickly waved her hand, raising her voice a bit, fearful that Lin Yu might insist on accompanying her. Little did he know the turmoil brewing within her. He thought she wished to personally craft a cozy nest, which warmed his heart. Yet, unbeknownst to him, she was feeling increasingly anxious. Although the presidential suite was splendid, Lin Yu had been coming over daily, as if it were his own backyard. If this continued, she worried her frail body would soon fall apart. She certainly did not wish to experience the sensation of an untimely demise at such a young age. She cast a furtive glance at Lin Yu, relieved to find him unsuspecting. A small scheme began to formulate in her mind. Once they moved into the luxurious Tangchini Pin, she would possess a legitimate reason to decline Lin Yu's advances and excessive familiarity. After all, a new home necessitates a period of adjustment. With this thought, a subtle smile crept upon her lips, reminiscent of a cunning little cat that had pilfered something savory. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she casually inquired, "Have you been busy these past few days?" Lin Yu, lost in reverie regarding their promising future, was momentarily taken aback by her question. "Not particularly, why?" he replied. "Oh, it's nothing, just asking," she said, her gaze flitting away, unable to meet his eyes. While internally she fervently hoped he wouldn't respond with a "not busy" or offer to assist her. Noticing her evasive demeanor, Lin Yu felt a twinge of curiosity but dismissed it, attributing it to her eagerness to move. He smiled and said, "Once you're settled in, I'll come visit." "All right," she murmured, her head bowed, a hint of relief lacing her voice. As night fell and the streetlights illuminated the path, casting elongated shadows of the two, she walked silently beside Lin Yu, her thoughts already soaring far beyond the earthly realm, contemplating how to establish protective barriers in her new abode to ensure her safety. After bidding farewell to Tang Yun, Lin Yu returned to his hotel, where the sheets had been freshly changed, exuding a delicate fragrance. He sprawled across the plush bed, gazing at the crystal chandelier above, beginning to strategize the future of his company. Earning money? That was secondary. The primary objective was to provide a reasonable excuse for his bound goddess. And there were also 300 goddess points to redeem, perhaps a stroke of luck awaited. With renewed vigor, he mentally commanded, "System, I wish to draw." Acknowledged, host. You currently possess 300 goddess points, allowing for 3 draws. He decided to proceed with 2 draws to see what treasures awaited him. As the words left his mind, the system's cold, mechanical voice echoed, and a colossal virtual screen materialized before him, adorned with question mark squares. A red light frame danced rapidly among them, quickening his heartbeat. At last, the red frame settled on a question mark square, and a document materialized amidst shimmering light. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 100 shares of Madu Film and Television Media. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a script generator. Goodness, what a stroke of fortune. Lin Yu nearly leaped from the bed. Madu Film and Television Media was a name he recognized well. Though relatively new, the company was robust, and their series This Interview is Quite Tough had taken the internet by storm, spanning the realms of interactive gaming, cinema, and film. His spirits lifted. For the company's headquarters was located in Hong Kong, and coincidentally, there was a branch in the bustling metropolis, perfectly positioned for him to pay a visit. Given Madu's capacity to produce such high-quality works, they surely boasted an array of talented directors. It seems that tomorrow I must pay a visit to the Shanghai branch and simultaneously arrange matters concerning Yangmi. Lin Yu stroked his chin, muttering to himself. Chapter 79, Interactive Games. Mother Hao and Yangmi speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just then, Yangmi's call came through. Lin Zhang, it's Yangmi, long time no see. Have you forgotten about me? Her voice carried a hint of melancholy, interwoven with a touch of playful charm. Since parting ways with Lin Yu, Yangmi had spent the money he provided, indulging herself for over a month, releasing the pent-up stress she had accumulated. Lin Yu had promised to arrange for professionals to manage her film company, but over a month had passed without any progress. Unable to contain her impatience, she decided to make the call. "Oh, Mimi, how could you say such a thing? How could I ever forget you?" Lin Yu chuckled lightly, his tone somewhat frivolous. "Come to the Hotel Presidential Suite tomorrow morning. Let us have a thorough discussion about your future. And do remember to wear those outfits I favor. I wish to scrutinize them closely." On the other end of the line, Yangmi's cheeks flushed slightly, her tone turning bashful. "You're incorrigible." Understood, Lin Zhang. In a certain mysterious upper echelon of Shanghai, Lin Yu entered his company's branch. Awaiting him was a well-groomed man with glasses, short hair, and a neatly trimmed mustache. The head of this establishment, Sun Lei. Lin Yu recalled that this individual was a formidable actor and director. His gaze swept across the wall adorned with company posters, showcasing their representative works. Among them, The Interview stood out prominently, flanked by Story of Yinshi Palace, Promotion Record, Squid Game, and Parasite. These posters were visually striking, leaving a lasting impression, almost difficult to behold directly. "Greetings. You must be our new boss, Lin Zhang, who has acquired our company. I am grateful that you have allowed me to continue creating and to fuel my passion." Sun Lei bowed deeply, nearly dislodging his glasses. "Ha ha ha. No need for such formality. Supporting you is only natural." Lin Yu thought to himself, "Support? Hardly. This is all thanks to Brother Tongzi." Yet he replied, "I have seen some of your company's productions. The actors are skilled, the visuals are exquisite, and the scripts are exceptional." This remark struck a chord with Sun Lei, who felt he had encountered a true patron of the arts, his eyes welling with excitement. He quickly invited Lin Yu further in. "Lin Zhang, please this way. Let us discuss matters in the internal conference room." As Lin Yu followed Sun Lei inside, he marveled inwardly. What a fade. The interior is surprisingly enchanting. It appears that those films were indeed produced here, considering this building's first floor spans 1,000 square meters. The internal conference room presented a stark contrast to the exterior. If the outside resembled a model of a conventional company, this space was akin to a rhapsody within an artistic sanctuary. The 4 walls had been transformed into enormous projection screens, continuously showcasing captivating excerpts from the company's works. However, how should one describe those fragments? If the volume were muted and accompanied by some stirring music, it could easily be mistaken for an action film. At the center of the conference table lay an oddly shaped prop. Lin Yu found himself momentarily unable to discern its purpose, only sensing an eerie artistic aura emanating from it. "Mr. Lin, behold, this is the core prop for our next production. What do you think? Is it not sufficiently shocking? It will surely leave the audience momentarily blinded." Sun Lei exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with excitement. Lin Yu felt a twitch in the corner of his mouth. Pondering, this was not a moment of enlightenment, but rather an impending fright. He cleared his throat, striving to maintain the gravitas of his position. Ahem, quite impressive indeed. By the way, who constitutes our primary audience? Report to you, Mr. Lin, our audience is exceedingly broad. From the age of 99 to those just learning to walk. They all represent potential clients. Sun Lei assured, thumping his chest. Lin Yu nearly choked on his own saliva, harboring serious doubts about this fellow's comprehension of the term broad. Ahem. Lin Yu cleared his throat again. A hint of barely concealed excitement in his voice as he inquired, would you be interested in truly engaging in the film and television industry? This question struck Sun Lei like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widened, disbelief flickering across his features, his voice trembling with excitement. Mr. Lin, is that true? I am interested, I am indeed. If you grant me this opportunity, I will never again pursue such trivial projects. Sun Lei was a graduate of a prestigious film academy, nurturing dreams of cinema. Who would wish to create works devoid of merit? Yet, reality was harsh, and he had repeatedly encountered obstacles without finding a mentor. Now, this young Mr. Lin before him shone like a beacon of hope, illuminating his otherwise bleak existence. Lin Yu recognized the yearning in Sun Lei's eyes and nodded, deliberately clearing his throat twice to mask his inner amusement, continuing, Ahem, works like Interview should indeed continue to be promoted. However, I currently have a female newcomer whom I wish to propel to stardom in a short span. Do you have any good ideas? Upon hearing this, Sun Lei sensed an opportunity had arrived. Clutching it as though it were a lifeline, he immediately responded. Mr. Lin, since the tremendous success of Interview, our company has been quite industrious, recruiting a plethora of talent and preparing for a grand endeavor. We are developing a brand new interactive reality game titled Doomed. I am surrounded by beautiful women. Everything is in place, except for one crucial actress, Hao Hao's mother. The requirements for this role are quite high. She must not only be adept in yoga and strikingly beautiful, but also possess ample proportions. Sun Lei grew increasingly animated, as if envisioning the game's explosive success. Lin Yu realized that this role was tailor-made for Yangmi, given that the company was now his. Why not seize the opportunity? Perhaps it would lead to an astounding breakthrough. Moreover, at present, Yangmi remains somewhat of an unknown entity, with only a few thousand followers on Douyin. Thus, seizing this gaming opportunity to amplify her popularity is fortuitous. All right, this character shall be Yangmi, Lin Yu decisively declared. The two were in perfect accord, and Lin Yu promptly invested 10 million in the company under Yangmi's name. This news spread like wildfire throughout the company, igniting a flurry of speculation about the esteemed Yangmi who could inspire such a lavish commitment from President Lin. Chapter 80, Diligently Filming. Friends from the car community extend invitations with financial backing secured. The filming of Oh No, I'm Surrounded by Beauties was swiftly prioritized. Sun Lei, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, immersed himself in the set daily. Armed with a walkie-talkie, he tirelessly directed operations. Lights. Shift slightly to the left. Brighter. Cameras. Zoom in. A close-up. Actors. More natural expressions. Be alluring. Do you understand allure? His voice grew hoarse from his fervent shouts, yet his face radiated unbridled excitement. He recognized the significance of this opportunity. If he could successfully execute this film, he would prove his worth to President Lin. Promotions and salary increases would no longer be mere fantasies. Taking a deep breath, he wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Attention, all departments. Prepare to commence filming. He bellowed into the walkie-talkie. Instantly, the set buzzed with activity. Lighting, camera work, props, makeup, each individual diligently performed their duties in a tense yet orderly manner. Yangmi, clad in a fitted yoga outfit, stood before the camera. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her demeanor. She understood the rarity of this opportunity and felt compelled to seize it, determined not to disappoint President Lin nor herself. With her eyes closed, she recalled the narrative of the script, envisioning herself as Hao Hao's mother, a beautiful, sensual, and captivating woman. Slowly, she opened her eyes, filled with confidence, and bestowed a charming smile upon the camera. Sun Lei, stationed behind the monitor, observed Yangmi's performance with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Indeed, she did not disappoint. Every movement, every expression exuded allure. She was truly a natural actress. He could almost envision the scene of this game launching to resounding success across the internet. Clenching his fist, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Cut. That take is a wrap. He shouted. A wave of cheers erupted on set. Yang Mi exhaled deeply, her face breaking into a relaxed smile. Approaching Sun Lei, she softly inquired, "Director Sun, how did I perform?" Sun Lei gave her a thumbs up. "Perfect. Simply magnificent." He lavished praise without reservation. "Yang Mi, you are undoubtedly the ideal choice for my esteemed mother role." Upon hearing Sun Lei's commendation, Yang Mi felt a sweet satisfaction within her. She understood that her efforts had not been in vain, all to honor the opportunity and expectations bestowed upon her by that man. She turned and walked towards the makeup room, her silhouette illuminated by the lights, appearing exceptionally enchanting. Sun Lei gazed at Yang Mi's retreating figure, displaying an expression of admiration. Indeed, she was a graduate of the Shanghai Film Academy, and her acting was truly commendable. He knew that this woman would undoubtedly become a dazzling star in the future. Moreover, he, too, would gain considerable fame from this formal interactive game. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the intercom once more. "All departments, prepare. Next scene." His voice resonated throughout the set, filled with passion and vigor. Before departing, Lin Yu inquired about the timeline and budget from Sun Lei. After some estimation, Sun Lei concluded that the shooting would take approximately 20 days, with post-production requiring meticulous attention. Potentially taking a month, and a budget of 10 million would be more than sufficient. Lin Yu chose not to disturb further and arranged a luxurious suite for Yang Mi at a nearby 5-star hotel, ensuring her peace of mind during filming. Yang Mi had considerable interaction scenes with the male lead, wrapping up within about a week, which notably lacked any kissing scenes. Upon returning to her residence, Lin Yu scrolled through his phone, engaging in chats with various goddesses. Suddenly, a WeChat friend request popped up, accompanied by a message. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the head of the Shanghai International Auto Show. I need to speak with you." Lin Yu recalled having met this individual at the auto show and approved the request. "What is it? Please, go ahead." Lin Yu inquired directly. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I have a group for Ferrari owners to communicate regularly. You left in a hurry last time and forgot to add you. Would you mind joining?" The organizer sent a message. "All right. Those who can afford a Ferrari are certainly not ordinary people. Adding them would be harmless." After agreeing, Lin Yu was added to the Shanghai Ferrari Owners Club group. System notification, Starry C has joined. "Wow, a newcomer has arrived. Share your picture, share your picture." Excited, group rules, red packet, red packet. "Wow, male gender, is he a handsome young man?" Lin Yu thought, "I won't be posting a face pic. Let us share a body shot instead." Starry C, newcomer seeking guidance. "Please take care of me." Attached photo, 8-pack abs, with pronounced mermaid lines on either side. His bronze skin gleaming healthily under the light. "Goodness. Wow. It's a fitness enthusiast. I can't handle this, run away." The mom asked me why I'm kneeling and licking the screen. "Those abs, that skin, my youthful heart is aflame. How about a date?" The group erupted in excitement. Messages flooding in. "Uft, just a stock photo. Are you trying to fool us?" A sour voice chimed in. Suddenly, a few lackeys began to echo in agreement. Lin Yu, upon witnessing this, chuckled softly. True gold fears no fire. He casually took a piece of paper and inscribed his WeChat ID. Starry C, then posed before the mirror, capturing several angles of his muscular physique, which he subsequently shared in the group. In this latest portrayal, his abdominal muscles appeared more defined, his V-line deeper, and even faint veins were visible, exuding an aura of strength. At this moment, the envious voices vanished entirely, and the female members who had been lurking emerged in droves, showering Lin Yu with enthusiasm. A torrent of praises and suggestive remarks flooded the screen, nearly overwhelming it. Lin Yu's WeChat notifications surged, friend requests pouring in one after another. The alert sounds incessantly ringing. He gazed at the incessant messages on his phone screen, bemused. Could this be called an irresistible charm radiating from his physique? Had he known that such an effect would ensue, he might have pursued a career as a fitness coach and perhaps reached the pinnacle of success by now. Chapter 81. The Supercar Club, accepting the invitation. Humph, so what if he has abs? What's truly impressive is exceptional driving skills. Li Tynan sat in his villa in the bustling metropolis, observing this newcomer flaunting himself in the group, seemingly stealing the spotlight from the women in the chat, who appeared to be increasingly enamored. After some contemplation, Chun Haoran decided to test the waters. He sent 5 random red envelopes in the group, each containing 2,000 yuan. Lin Yu frowned, seeing the screen flooded with messages of gratitude and admiration. He wondered how idle these people must be. He clicked on a few profiles, scrutinizing them closely. This group, named the Car Enthusiasts Club, boasted over 490 members. It looked lively, yet the actual car owners likely numbered only a few dozen. The rest comprised used car dealers, rental services, film applicators, modifiers, mortgage brokers, and various other characters, with many avatars clearly belonging to those in the escort business. Oh, what do I care about their backgrounds? Hundreds of frauds seeking to deceive me? Do they think I am a mere plaything? Lin Yu scoffed, contemplating for a moment before deciding to distribute red envelopes of 20,000 each, splitting them into 100 packets and sending out 10 in rapid succession. The once quiet group instantly erupted as if a deep-sea bomb had been detonated. First, a deluge of messages announcing the receipt of his red envelopes flooded the chat. And moments later, even more extravagant responses followed, with endless expressions of gratitude cascading like a waterfall for a full 10 minutes, each unique in its flair. This display left Chun Haonan on the other end quite displeased. "Nanzi, this newcomer appears to be quite the big shot," remarked his friend Wang Yi, who was also in the group. "I've snatched nearly 10,000 already. Haha, big shot, my foot. He.s. merely putting on a facade." Li Tainan replied through gritted teeth, his irritation palpable as he watched the group continue to lavish Lin Yu with praise, wishing he could send a few red envelopes of his own to regain control of the situation. "Calm down, Nan," I inquired with Mr. Li, who introduced him to the group. "The buyer of the Ferrari at the auto show is indeed him." Wang Yi sent another message. Li Tainan momentarily regained his composure. Both he and Wang Yi had acquired their Ferraris, with prices exceeding 300,000 after customization. While owning an expensive car does not necessarily indicate wealth, the audacious manner in which this individual casually distributed $20 red envelopes suggested that confronting him directly would likely yield unfavorable results. Not all affluent second-generation heirs are foolish. Thus, a composed Li Tainan texted Wang Yi, "Ah Yi, why not add him as a friend and have a chat? If it works out, we could either befriend him or invite him to our club." Wang Yi responded with an affirmative gesture. On the other hand, Lin Yu, after sending out the red envelopes, was inundated with friend requests, which he rejected in droves until peace was finally restored. "Hello, I'm the car owner, and I hope we can share our passion for automobiles." A new friend request arrived. This one seemed somewhat promising. Lin Yu pondered, curious to see how these affluent youths indulged themselves. He decided to accept it, eager to discover the various amusements that those who drove luxury cars might pursue beyond merely courting women. Upon accepting the request, he envisioned the other party eagerly nodding and smiling ingratiatingly. Seeing the approval of the friend request, Wang Yi's anxiousness eased slightly as his fingers swiftly tapped the screen. "Brother, your generosity with those red envelopes is truly eye-opening. After lurking in the group for so long, I've never encountered such extravagance. Just a small gesture. I've just arrived, and it's only right to greet everyone. Consider it a late-night treat." Lin Yu's response exuded an unmistakable air of pride. Such candor. "By the way, I heard that the car showcased at the recent International Auto Show in Magic City was acquired by you. That vehicle is worth over 20 million. Wang Yi continued to play along, his tone infused with just the right amount of astonishment. "Not bad, I suppose. Every man has a Ferrari dream, right? Just bought it for enjoyment," Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Wang Yi's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself, this young man has mastered the art of pretense. Determined to stoke the flames further, he typed, "Brother, are you interested in joining a club for some fun?" Lin Yu replied, "A club? Yes. The club organizes regular activities to foster interaction among members. Participation is not mandatory. Come when you can." Lin Yu inquired, "What kind of club?" "The Magic City Supercar Club." "Of course, it's not mine. I'm merely an ordinary member. The entry threshold is quite high. Let me send you an introduction to the club." Lin Yu opened the image and quickly skimmed through the introduction. Upon viewing the membership requirements, he couldn't help but chuckle, responding directly, "Isn't the entry threshold a bit low? Are there no more exclusive options?" Wang Yi nearly dropped his phone, but fortunately, his temper remained intact, and he patiently replied, "Brother, this threshold is not low at all. Proof of assets must exceed 50 million, and very few across the nation meet this criterion, not to mention including fixed assets like real estate." Lin Yu responded, "All right then. Joining for some fun sounds fine, but the process appears somewhat cumbersome." Wang Yi quickly explained, "This is nothing, my brother. If it's convenient for you, feel free to come over. If not, I can help you fill it out. Just write my name as the recommender. It's quite simple. As for the funding verification, I am confident you will have no issues." Lin Yu expressed that he would visit when he had the time. Wang Yi responded with a gesture, and the two concluded their conversation. Wang Yi let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the spacious leather sofa in his villa, and promptly dialed Li Tainan's number. "Hello, Nancy, it's all settled. This kid said he would come by to join." Li Tainan burst into laughter on the other end. "That's great, brother. Isn't he just full of himself?" Wang Yi couldn't help but retort, "Indeed. It makes my fists itch. I really want to give him a couple of punches." Li Tainan replied, "No worries. The club is about to host a large event. Let him come over then. And we'll introduce him to some big shots so he can show off to his hard-ass content." The thought made Wang Yi chuckle. Hee. It's going to be quite a spectacle. He could already envision Lin Yu making a fool of himself in front of the influential figures, lifting his spirits immensely. After their chat, Lin Yu browsed through various publicly available information about supercar clubs in the country, including details about the Modus Supercar Club. There were indeed many clubs of this type in the country, but they varied greatly in prestige, and the entry requirements were challenging for the average person. A few days later, an exquisitely crafted package arrived at Lin Yu's residence. Upon opening the hard black envelope, he discovered a thick card, matte black with golden embossed lettering that outlined the emblem and name of the Modus Supercar Club. The invitation was thoughtfully designed. Upon opening the inner page, it contained not only the formal invitation to join, but also a notice of an upcoming event. The phrase "Member Internal Track Experience Day" stood out prominently, accompanied by the date, location, and a brief outline of the proceedings. Lin Yu ran his fingers along the edge of the card, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. A track day? That sounds intriguing. He casually tossed the invitation onto the coffee table and scrolled through his phone for a while. Just as he pressed the screen, his phone rang unexpectedly. The caller ID displayed Yangmi. Lin Yu answered the call. "Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin." Yangmi's voice came through the receiver, rapid and excited. "It's going so smoothly. I can finish all my scenes today." Her voice brimmed with energy, laced with a hint of cautious flattery and gratitude. Understood." Lin Yu responded in a calm, unruffled tone. "Efficiency is commendable. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Lin, and the entire crew," Yangmi continued, still elated. "All right," Lin Yu interrupted. "Once you finish filming, take a few days to rest and adjust." The voice on the other end fell silent, leaving only the faint sound of breathing. "The upcoming promotional period will be quite busy, so make sure to recharge," Lin Yu added. "Absolutely, Mr. Lin. I will cooperate fully," Yangmi replied promptly. "Well done. There will be rewards later," Lin Yu added nonchalantly. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin." Yangmi's voice rose again, clearly brimming with delight. Lin Yu chose not to elaborate further and directly ended the call. He tossed his phone onto the sofa and took a sip from his cup. Before long, the screen of his phone illuminated once more, revealing a WeChat message from Wang Yi. WeChat notification sound. "Bro, have you received the invitation? Hee. What do you think? When would be convenient for you to come over and handle the formalities? I'll be there with you throughout." Messages continued to flood in. "By the way, you must come to the Track Day event next week. Many big shots from the club will be attending, along with plenty of beautiful female members. It will be a great opportunity to socialize." Lin Yu observed the words on the screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. Big shots. Beauties? Wang Yi's recruitment tactics remained painfully unoriginal. Meanwhile, in a private club's room, Wang Yi ended his call and smiled at Li Tainan seated before him. "Brother Nan. He has received the invitation. I just nudged him again and mentioned the track day." Li Tainan, holding a glass, gently swirled the amber liquid within. A hint of coldness graced his lips. "What did he say?" "He hasn't replied yet, but I brought up the big shots and the beauties. He loves to act aloof. He'll surely be tempted," Wang Yi replied confidently. "That's all it takes," Li Tainan remarked, taking a sip of his drink. "On the day of the track event, you must ensure he comes. I've arranged a program that will leave a lasting impression. Rest assured, Brother Nan," Wang Yi chuckled, "I will accomplish the task. There will be a spectacle to behold." Li Tainan nodded, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. Lin Yu's phone vibrated once more. WeChat notification sound. This time, it was a message from Tang Yan. "Lin Yu, I've nearly finished organizing my new home and can move in at any time." After a brief pause, another message followed. "However, I've been a bit tired from sorting things out these past few days. My back aches. I'd like to rest for a couple of days first." Lin Yu read the two messages, his fingertip lingering on the screen. She claimed to be finished, but then mentioned her fatigue and desire to take a break. Such subtlety. Was she testing to see if he would urge her or offer to help? His fingertip twitched as he began to type a response. Understood. I happen to need to go to a club tomorrow for some matters, which may delay me for a day or two. Rest easy. And I will visit you once I am done. He clicked send. On the other end, Tang Yun read Lin Yu's reply, her previously anxious heart settling quietly. He did not press her nor show any impatience. Instead, he provided her with a reason to rest. This was preferable. Lin Yu set his phone down, his gaze returning to the black and gold invitation. The Supercar Club of Magic City. Li Tainan, Wang Yi. Track day. Since a trap has been set, one must inevitably see what surprises they have prepared. He picked up his phone and opened the chat window with Wang Yi. His fingers tapped the screen a few times. I will go to the club tomorrow afternoon. The message was sent successfully. Almost simultaneously, Wang Yi's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, quickly answered, his tone brimming with excitement. Brother Nan. It worked. He said he would come tomorrow afternoon. On the other end of the line, Li Tianan's deep, satisfied laughter resonated. Excellent. The fish is on the hook. Prepare a gift for our meeting tomorrow. System, I wish to draw a lottery. Understood, host. Currently, you possess 100 goddess points, allowing for one lottery draw. Let us begin. As soon as the words left his lips, the system's cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Simultaneously, a colossal virtual screen appeared before Lin Yu, filled with question mark boxes. A red light frame danced rapidly among them, quickening his heartbeat. The red frame finally settled on a question mark box, and with a flicker of light, a document materialized. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired God-level driving skills. The following afternoon, a striking red Ferrari came to a halt before a stately mansion on the outskirts of the magical city. The tall wrought iron gates stood firmly closed, flanked by stone walls that extended upward, equipped with surveillance cameras. Two security personnel clad in black uniforms stood at attention at the entrance. This was the clubhouse of the Supercar Club in the magical city. The car door swung upward, and Lin Yu stepped out. Sound of the engine shutting off, almost simultaneously. The side door beside the clubhouse opened, and Wang Yi emerged briskly, a warm smile adorning his face. His gaze swept over the sleek, powerful red supercar, and his pupils contracted imperceptibly before returning to normal. Brother, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you for ages. Wang Yi's voice carried an affected familiarity. Lin Yu closed the car door with a measured calm. Yeah, he replied. What a stunning vehicle. Wang Yi circled the car, exclaiming in admiration, this color, this presence, there are hardly any like it in the entire club. Lin Yu remained silent, merely observing him. Wang Yi, undeterred, gestured invitingly. Let us go inside. I've already taken care of the formalities. It will be quick. Chapter 83, Becoming a Member. Unyielding to bribes, the security personnel verified Wang Yi's identity and opened a section of the heavy iron gate. They traversed the meticulously maintained garden path, entering the main building of the clubhouse. The interior was luxuriously adorned yet tastefully understated, showcasing numerous valuable artworks and racing-themed decorations. The air was infused with a subtle blend of leather and fragrance. Wang Yi led Lin Yu to an office marked with a plaque reading Membership Department. A woman dressed in a professional suit, exuding a competent demeanor, rose to greet them. Young Master Wang, this must be Mr. Lin? She inquired, a professional smile gracing her face. Indeed, Manager Chun, this is Lin Yu, as I previously mentioned, Wang Yi introduced. Manager Chen's gaze fell upon Lin Yu, and she extended her hand politely. Hello, Mr. Lin. Welcome to the Shanghai Supercar Club. I am Chen Si, the membership manager. Lin Yu briefly shook her hand. Have you prepared all the membership documentation? Chen Si inquired. Lin Yu handed over a file folder. Chen Si accepted it and returned to her desk, swiftly verifying the information. As she reached the asset verification stage, she typed a few commands on her computer, and information appeared on the screen. Looking up at Lin Yu, her professional smile transformed into one of genuine respect. Mr. Lin, your qualification review has been approved. We are delighted to welcome you as a distinguished member of our club. Her tone softened, and her demeanor became more cordial. We will expedite the creation of your membership card and related materials and send them to you promptly. The entire process was remarkably swift, evidently due to Wang Yi's prior preparations. Thank you for your assistance. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Not at all, it's my pleasure. Chen Si replied, waving her hand. Mr. Lin, would you like me to show you around the club? No need. I'll just take a casual look, Lin Yu declined. Wang Yi immediately interjected, Manager Chun, you're busy. I can show Lin go around. All right then, Mr. Lin, Wang Xiao, feel free to call me if you need anything. Chen Si stood to see them off. Upon exiting the membership office, Wang Yi's smile widened. Lin Ge, what do you think? Quite efficient, isn't it? Lin Yu remained noncommittal. Come, let me take you to the lounge area. It's lively over there. Wang Yi eagerly led the way. Just as they reached the entrance of the lounge on the first floor, a few individuals approached them. Leading the group was Li Tainan, flanked by two unfamiliar young men. Alongside a middle-aged man in casual formal attire, appearing to be around 50. Upon noticing Lin Yu, Li Tainan halted, a disingenuous grin spreading across his face. Oh, who do we have here? Is this not our extravagant Lin De Lao from the group? His tone elongated with evident sarcasm. What brings you to our humble club? The two young men behind him snickered, their gazes toward Lin Yu brimming with amusement. The middle-aged man scrutinized Lin Yu with a calm demeanor. Wang Yi's smile faltered momentarily, quickly attempting to mediate. Brother Nan, Mr. Zhang, what a coincidence. I just helped Lin Ge finalize his membership. He turned to Lin Yu. Introducing Lin Ge, this is Brother Nan, Li Tainan, a veteran of the club. And this is Mr. Zhang, Zhang Qiming, one of our earliest members, a seasoned car enthusiast. Li Tainan disregarded Wang Yi's introductions, his focus still fixed on Lin Yu. I've heard that Lin De Lao has acquired a new vehicle. He clicked his tongue. What a bold move, purchasing a car worth several million at a whim, unlike us, who must meticulously count every penny. The bitterness and insinuations in his words were almost palpable. Lin Yu finally lifted his gaze, directing it towards Li Tainan, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smirk. Thankfully, it was merely a small sum of pocket money. His tone was unassuming, devoid of any discernible emotion. They were merely enjoying themselves together, which was far preferable to those who regarded a few thousand yuan in red envelopes as a lavish expenditure, a rather narrow-minded perspective. Li Tianan's smile abruptly froze, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated that Lin Yu would retort so directly regarding the matter of the red envelope. And with such unyielding words. You. Li Tianan's face flushed crimson. Beside him, Zhang Qiming cleared his throat, shattering the tension. Haha. It's commendable for the youth to possess such vigor, he remarked, his voice carrying the weight of someone accustomed to authority. Young man, you seem unfamiliar. Where have you been playing with cars before? His tone, seemingly placid, was laced with scrutiny and inquiry. Lin Yu turned his attention to Zhang Qiming, noting the sharpness in his gaze, tinged with a subtle arrogance. Just dabbling here and there, with no particular location, Lin Yu replied inscrutably. I heard from Wang Yi that the club will host a track day next week. He deftly sidestepped the inquiry, redirecting the conversation towards the upcoming event. Zhang Qiming's brows furrowed slightly, evidently displeased with Lin Yu's unorthodox approach. Li Tainan suppressed his rising ire, sneering coldly. What? Are you interested in the track day, Lin De Lao? That's the real deal. It's not merely about having money. Is that so? Lin Yu responded nonchalantly. It will be a good opportunity to witness it firsthand. His demeanor remained composed, neither incited by Li Tianan's provocation nor displaying an ounce of reverence towards the so-called elder. This impenetrable demeanor left both Li Tainan and Zhang Qiming feeling as though they had struck a pillow. Wang Yi, observing nervously from the sidelines, feared an immediate confrontation between the two and hastily intervened. Brother Lin is here for the first time and must be curious about the track. South brother, CEO Zhang. Let us all enjoy it together. It'll be lively. Zhang Qiming cast a penetrating glance at Lin Yu before falling silent and turning to walk into the lounge area. Li Tainan shot Lin Yu a malevolent look, his lips twisting into a frosty smile, before following Zhang Qiming inside. As they passed Wang Yi, Li Tainan whispered in a tone only the two could hear, on the day of the track event, teach him a lesson so he understands the rules. Wang Yi stiffened, hastening to nod and bow. Rest assured, South brother, I know what to do. Lin Yu observed their covert exchange without revealing his awareness and stepped into the lounge area. The space was expansive, adorned with comfortable sofas and a bar, with clusters of individuals scattered about. Some were clad in tailored suits, engaged in hushed conversations, exuding an air of business acumen. Others donned casual attire, their demeanor haughty, accompanied by a cadre of followers. Additionally, there were fashionably dressed young men and women, gathered in jovial camaraderie. Indeed, as Wang Yi had mentioned, it was a place teeming with talent, yet also rife with a mixed crowd. Numerous gazes turned towards him and Wang Yi upon their entrance, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, or sheer indifference. Lin Yu chose a seat by the window, while Wang Yi attentively went to the bar to fetch drinks. He lifted the water brought by the waiter, casually surveying his surroundings. Li Tainan and Zhang Qiming were seated on a nearby sofa, engaged in hushed conversation, occasionally glancing his way. It seemed the preparations for this meeting began at that very moment. Lin Yu took a sip of water. Chapter 84. Tianan's Provocation. The race begins. The sky on race day was draped in leaden gray clouds. Within the confines of the Shanghai International Circuit, the cacophony of revving engines resonated, mingling with the acrid scent of gasoline and the burnt rubber of high-performance tires. Various supercars moved languidly through the maintenance area, their carbon fiber bodies reflecting the dim light, revealing a stark mechanical beauty. Lin Yu drove his striking crimson, entering the designated area. The open-top configuration made this flagship stallion even more ostentatious. Instantly, every gaze turned towards him, as if he were under a spotlight. Whispers floated amidst the engine sounds, and many pulled out their phones to capture images of the rare Ferrari. Wang Yi had been waiting there and, upon seeing Lin Yu's car, approached with a beaming smile. "Brother Lin, your car is simply eye-catching. You've become the center of attention." Lin Yu turned off the engine and unbuckled his seatbelt, smoothly stepping out of the driver's compartment. "It's just a car," he replied nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over the myriad of vehicles and people around him. Porsches, Lamborghinis, and McLarens of top-tier models were abundant, yet the presence of his vehicle remained conspicuously prominent. Not far away, a fluorescent green, heavily modified Porsche 911 had just completed a sprint, emitting the characteristic hissing sound of a pressure release valve as it parked at the entrance. The door swung open, and Li Tynan emerged, removing his helmet and shaking off the sweat-soaked hair, a smug expression on his face. Spotting Lin Yu and the red Ferrari, his eyes flickered momentarily before he approached, flanked by several companions, including Zhang Ting, whom Lin Yu had met previously. "Ah, young Master Lin has arrived," Li Tynan declared, his voice deliberately raised to attract more attention. He circled Lin Yu's car, gesturing theatrically. "Indeed, a fine vehicle." He stopped before Lin Yu, a smirk playing on his lips. "However, young Master Lin, speed on the track isn't solely determined by the quality of the car." He patted the roof of his own modified 911. "I just clocked a time of 1 minute and 48 seconds. Not too shabby." His gaze bore a provocative glint as he continued. "What do you say, young Master Lin? Care to take a few laps and show us if your skills match the worth of this multi-million-dollar ride?" Laughter and whistles erupted from the crowd, reveling in the spectacle. Wang Yi's expression shifted, ready to interject, but a mere glance from Li Tynan silenced him. Lin Yu's gaze remained serene and unperturbed, fixated on Li Tianan's countenance, which was replete with provocation. He understood that his adversary was eager to reclaim his dignity. The humiliation of the red envelope, the verbal retorts, and the accumulated grievances were bound to find an outlet. The racetrack indeed presented itself as an excellent choice. "What? Are you afraid?" Li Tynan pressed on, noticing Lin Yu's silence. After all, a car worth tens of millions. What a heartbreak it would be if it were to get scratched or dented. "Indeed. Brother Nan's skills are among the finest in the club. You must be new here? Don't overreach, just observe." The surrounding jeers grew louder. Li Tianan's smugness intensified, as he perceived he had Lin Yu in a tight grip. "How about this?" He raised his voice. "Let's not say who is bullying whom. We'll race 3 laps. And whoever is slower must bow and apologize to the other in front of everyone. What do you think?" He paused, casting a sweeping glance over the crowd. "And up the ante. Simply apologizing is insufficient. The loser must hand over their car keys to the winner for a day's use." With this wager, the atmosphere ignited instantaneously. A day's use of a car. For wealthy individuals who cherish their vehicles, this was far more exhilarating than a mere monetary bet. And it bore greater implications for their pride, especially when it involved modified cars of such caliber. All eyes turned to Lin Yu, eagerly awaiting his response. Li Tynan crossed his arms, chin raised, exuding an air of assured victory. He possessed absolute confidence in his modified race car and years of experience on the track. A subtle smile finally played at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth. He needed an opportunity to assert his authority, and this conveniently presented target was perfect. "Since young Master Li is so enthusiastic, let's indulge in this little game." Lin Yu spoke, his voice soft yet clear enough for everyone to hear. His prompt agreement momentarily rendered Li Tynan speechless, and the surrounding clamor briefly ceased. Wang Yi opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from intervening. "All right, you've got guts." Li Tynan quickly regained his composure, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. "Let us not waste time. Let us go now." The staff swiftly cleared the racetrack. 2 cars, one red and one green, lined up side by side at the starting grid. The deep growl of the engine contrasted sharply with the high-pitched roar of the other. In the stands, the rest area, and at the doors. All eyes were riveted on these two vehicles poised for the race. Zhang Ting stood at the railing of the building, his brow slightly furrowed as he observed Lin Yu on the track. Beside him, a tall woman clad in a fitted white racing suit, who had appeared out of nowhere, stood elegantly. With sunglasses obscuring much of her face, only her finely sculpted jawline and rosy lips were visible, exuding an aura of coolness and mystery. Zhang Zong, who do you think will win? The woman inquired, her voice melodious and crisp. Zhang Ting turned to glance at her, responding with a steady tone. Li Tainan is quite familiar with this track, and his modifications are commendable. The young man, despite his impressive vehicle, was overly impulsive. Victory on the racetrack cannot be achieved solely through sheer horsepower. The woman remained silent, her gaze fixed on the track. The starting lights extinguished. Like arrows released from a bow, the two cars shot forward in an instant. With a more aggressive tuning and Li Tianan's precise timing at the start, he gained a slight advantage, leading by half a car length as they approached the first turn. A grin spread across Li Tianan's face. This was the outcome he sought. He aimed to utilize his extensive experience and fierce driving style to completely dominate this oblivious newcomer. He wrenched the steering wheel, the tires protesting sharply as the rear of the car slid slightly, approaching the limit as he entered the apex of the turn. However, in the rearview mirror, a flash of red followed closely behind, like a relentless specter. Its entry into the turn was astonishingly smooth, devoid of any extraneous movements. The tires merely whispering against the asphalt while the front of the car pointed precisely towards the apex, accelerating out of the turn with remarkable swiftness. Inside the cockpit, Lin Yu's focus was unwavering. His godlike driving skills had long been activated. Every angle of the track and each fluctuation in friction coefficients resonated clearly in his mind. To him, Li Tianan's racing line was riddled with flaws. In pursuit of speed, he had sacrificed too much stability. Chapter 85. Ruthlessly Unraveling. Yang Mi's filming concludes as they approached the first straight. The engine of the 12-cylinder roared with terrifying intensity, the hybrid system engaging instantaneously. The speedometer climbed frantically. In the blink of an eye, the red Ferrari caught up to the fluorescent green Porsche, now racing side by side. Li Tianan's expression shifted. He had not anticipated the opponent's acceleration to be so formidable. He pressed the accelerator firmly, striving to maintain his position before the next turn. The subsequent series of bends became Lin Yu's stage for performance. Each brake point he selected was impeccably timed, and every turn of the steering wheel was executed with precision. The car maintained perfect balance throughout. He did not force an overtaking maneuver. Instead, he adhered closely to the rear of Li Tianan's vehicle like a shadow. This pressure began to bead sweat on Li Tianan's forehead. He could sense that his opponent's driving skills exceeded his expectations, characterized by a calm precision devoid of any flamboyance, yet breathtakingly swift. As they crossed the halfway point of the second lap, they entered the track's most renowned high-speed combination of spiral turns. This section posed a significant challenge to both the vehicle's downforce and the driver's courage. Li Tianan gritted his teeth, aware that this was the crucial moment to either widen the gap or be overtaken. He opted for a relatively conservative yet safer outer line. Just as he entered the turn, Lin Yu made his move. The red car suddenly darted toward the inside line. It was an exceedingly narrow space, almost impossible for overtaking. Madman! Li Tianan's pupils constricted. He instinctively attempted to close the door, but it was already too late. Lin Yu's swift adjustments to the steering wheel, coupled with the masterful coordination of the accelerator and brake, allowed the car to glide perilously close to the inner edge of the track. The tires screeched against the road shoulder, emitting a sharp, jarring sound and sending a few stones scattering. The vehicle swayed slightly at the limits of control. Yet Lin Yu regained stability in an instant. Exiting the turn, the Crimson Spectre had seized the lead position. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The spectators in the stands, the technicians in the pit, and even Zhang Ting and the enigmatic woman held their breath. This overtaking maneuver was thrilling, utterly inconceivable. Boldness accompanies skill. With Li Tainan left behind, Lin Yu faced no further obstacles, unleashing the full potential of his vehicle. Each bend widened the gap further. The fluorescent green Porsche rapidly diminished in the rearview mirror, until it appeared as but a mere speck. On the third lap, crossing the finish line, the red Ferrari surged past the finish line with an undeniable lead. The roar of the engine gradually subsided, leaving only the residual warmth of the tires on the track. In the pit area, silence reigned. Everyone was left stunned by the brief, yet spectacular duel, particularly the textbook-level maneuver of overtaking on the inner edge of the spiraling turn. Moments later, Li Tianan's car finally crossed the finish line, trailing behind. He came to a halt, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles pale. His face was ashen, his eyes filled with disbelief and humiliation. He had lost, thoroughly and without contest. Lin Yu parked the car, opened the door, and stepped out. Once again, all eyes converged on him, but this time filled with awe and admiration. Li Tianan also opened his door, stumbling slightly as he approached, his head bowed. Unable to meet Lin Yu's gaze or the penetrating stares of those around him, Wang Yi stood nearby, holding his breath. Pets must be honored. Lin Yu's voice, calm and unassuming, broke the silence. Li Tianan stiffened, suddenly lifting his head, his cheeks flushed. Under the gaze of the crowd, he clenched his teeth, reluctantly bending at the waist. "I'm sorry, Lin Xiao, I lost." His voice was dry, laced with unmistakable humiliation. Straightening up, he fumbled in his pocket for the car key emblazoned with the Porsche crest, extending it toward Lin Yu, his fingers trembling slightly. Lin Yu accepted the key. Just as Li Tianan prepared to turn away from this place of shame, Lin Yu weighed the key in his hand and casually tossed it. The key arced through the air, landing precisely back in Li Tianan's palm. Startled, Li Tianan instinctively caught it, staring in disbelief at Lin Yu. "The car will not be borrowed again," Lin Yu declared. "Li Xiao, should you wish to play next time, I am always ready." That nonchalant remark struck like a silent slap, delivering a harsh blow to Li Tianan's pride. To kill, one must also strike at the heart. Li Tianan gripped the key tightly, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word, ultimately retreating to his vehicle with a pallid visage. A subdued chuckle echoed around him. By the railing, Zhang Ting gazed intently at Lin Yu's receding figure, his expression intricate. "It seems we have all underestimated him," he murmured to himself. Beside him, a woman clad in white removed her sunglasses, revealing a stunningly serene visage, her lips curling into a wry smile. Quite intriguing. Lin Yu disregarded the myriad of gazes around him and turned towards his room. The scrutiny he faced was intense, probing, and reverential, yet he remained indifferent. The clamor of the racetrack faded gradually, leaving only the faint crackle of a cooling engine. His phone vibrated in his pocket. The screen illuminated, displaying the name, Sun Lei. Lin Yu swiped to answer. "Lin Xiao," Sun Lei's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. "Miss Yang's scenes were all wrapped up this afternoon." Lin Yu acknowledged. "The results." "Lin Xiao, the outcome is simply remarkable. Miss Yang possesses an extraordinary aura, high comprehension, and an exceptional presence on camera. Her role is undoubtedly the highlight of the entire game. Many takes were seamless." Sun Lei paused before continuing his report. "We have initiated comprehensive post-production, with special effects, editing, voiceover, and program optimization all progressing in tandem. I assure you, we will deliver a masterpiece." "Understood." Lin Yu's voice remained steady. "Proceed as planned, quality is paramount." "Got it," Sun Lei responded crisply. "Miss Yang has immense potential and is exceptionally dedicated. This collaboration has been exceedingly pleasant." Lin Yu ended the call. As night deepened, in a presidential suite of a five-star hotel in the Magic City, the air was thick with a refreshing scent of post-bath cleanliness, mingled with a hint of subtle intimacy. Yang Mi, wrapped in a bathrobe, sat on the edge of the carpet by the sofa, leaning against it with a cup of warm water in hand. Her long, dark hair still retained a slight dampness, cascading casually over her shoulders, accentuating her exquisitely delicate features, which appeared even more fair and enchanting. A lingering blush graced her cheeks, and her eyes held a languorous and satisfied glimmer. Lin Yu reclined on the sofa, idly toying with a finely crafted lighter, the metallic casing clicking crisply as he opened and closed it. He did not smoke. He merely savored this moment of tranquility. Chapter 86, Diligent Efforts. Stealthy warm-up, how do you feel about wrapping up? Lin Yu broke the silence. Yang Mi turned her head, her gaze shimmering with laughter. "It's quite extraordinary. This is my first experience shooting such an interactive piece, and Director Sun is wonderful. He taught me so much." She paused, adding, "though it is a bit tiring." Lin Yu set down the lighter and picked up 2 file folders from the coffee table. "Congratulations on completing your shoot." He extended the folders towards her. Yang Mi received them with a hint of curiosity. The first document bag felt slightly heavy in her hands, its texture firm and sturdy. She opened it and extracted a neatly bound document. The cover was embossed with golden letters. Shanghai Starshine Performing Arts Training Center Comprehensive Advanced Performance Study Course Contract. Yang Mi's fingers momentarily paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. She glanced up at Lin Yu, remained silent, and then lowered her gaze to open the second document bag. Inside lay a thick stack of printed paper. Script, Sunshine in the Alley. With a line of smaller text below, writer, anonymous. This script had been generated by a script generator Lin Yu won through a points lottery. Yang Mi turned to the first page, swiftly scanning the character descriptions and the story synopsis. It was a small art film script set in an old neighborhood, revolving around neighborly warmth and personal growth. It was neither a grand commercial production nor a formulaic hit. Yang Mi set the script down and looked up at Lin Yu once more. This time, her gaze was no longer curious. Instead, it was imbued with a complex and inscrutable emotion. She had initially thought that Lin Yu's invitation to film a game might be a fleeting whim or merely a way to satisfy a sense of novelty. Afterward, perhaps he would offer her some money or luxurious gifts, and that would be the end of it. Yet, the two items before her were entirely different. One was an authentic professional training contract from one of the leading institutions in Shanghai, carrying a hefty price tag. The other was a bespoke script, evidently crafted with care, designed for newcomers to hone their acting skills and build their reputation. This was not merely a pastime. A sudden pang of emotion struck her nose, and her eyes involuntarily filled with tears, blurring her vision. She blinked forcefully, attempting to stave off the moisture, but it was a futile effort. Lin Xiao? Her voice quivered slightly, barely concealing her emotions. The game is merely a beginning, a stepping stone. Lin Yu leaned back on the sofa, his tone calm. Sun Lei mentioned you possess great potential, but there is a distinction between formal training and self-taught methods. To advance further along this path, you must establish a solid foundation. He gestured towards the course contract. This training will benefit you greatly if studied systematically. Then he pointed to the script. This project is a small production. I will ensure the director and team are well organized. Familiarize yourself with it, and after the course ends, you will join the crew. Focus not on box office returns, but on delivering a heartfelt performance and establishing your character. Yang Mi lowered her head, her shoulders subtly trembling. After a few seconds, she lifted her gaze, her eyes red but sparkling with an extraordinary brightness. She looked at Lin Yu, refraining from expressing excessive gratitude, simply nodding earnestly. I understand, Lin Xiao. Her voice carried a solemnity. I will not disappoint you. In that moment, something that had long been suspended within her finally found its grounding. This man had not only offered her an opportunity, but was also paving the way for her future. The sensation of being taken seriously and having her future mapped out was far more touching than any jewel or luxurious attire. Lin Yu observed the light in her eyes and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. This can be regarded as an investment, a promising venture that requires both patience and guidance. In the ensuing days, Lin Yu returned to his regular routine, managing affairs with the goddess. Over at the company, Lin Qingxue was performing remarkably well, having established a team that made significant strides in the financial sector, which once again earned Lin Yu's admiration. He was also keeping an eye on the subsequent developments of the Game Over. Sun Lei's team was operating with remarkable efficiency, working tirelessly. The editing room was ablaze with light, as the staff meticulously adjusted the transitions and visuals of each interactive node on the screen. The preliminary edited segments of the game revealed astonishing results. The image quality was excellent, the design of interactive options was ingeniously crafted, and the entertainment value was abundant. Notably, Yang Mi's portrayal of the character Haoma Lin Liqing was particularly compelling in several key scenes, embodying a perfect blend of tenderness, playfulness, and sensuality. That yoga shot was undoubtedly a highlight. Xiao Wang, responsible for testing, pointed excitedly at the screen. In the footage, Yang Mi donned form-fitting yoga attire, gracefully stretching her body in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, her curves accentuated as sunlight bathed her in a soft halo. Sun Lei, observing the scene, nodded in satisfaction. We need to design several more branches for this interaction, allowing players more choices. Meanwhile, Tang Yun, having recuperated for a few days at the luxurious Thompson Riviera that Lin Yu had purchased for her, found herself unable to contain her restlessness. On her phone screen, she hesitated before clicking on Lin Yu's WeChat profile. After several attempts at composing a message, she ultimately sent, Lin Yu, what have you been busy with lately? A few seconds later, she added, I'm home alone and feeling a bit bored. Her tone carried a hint of trepidation, along with an unrecognized flicker of anticipation. Lin Yu's phone chimed. He glanced at the message on the screen and tapped a few times before replying. There's a lot going on at the company. A new project has just launched. Stay comfortable. and let the housekeeper know if you need anything. I'll come to see you once I'm done with this busy spell. The message was successfully sent. Lin Yu set down his phone, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Patience is key. Timing is everything. In the online realm, in a corner of a gaming forum, a post quietly emerged. Title: Suspected leak of internal testing footage from Game Over. I am surrounded by beauties. Who plays Haoma? Come and take a look. The content of the post was simple, featuring a video clip of less than 30 seconds. The footage displayed Yangmi in her yoga attire, performing stretching exercises in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The video quality was not top-notch, slightly blurry, resembling a phone recording. Initially, the post garnered little attention, but soon, several active users clicked on the video. Wow, that figure is incredible. Is this game footage or live action? The effects are so impressive. The real question is, who is this actress? She looks familiar, but I can't place her. Haoma? Lin Liqing? The casting is brilliant. Her aura is simply captivating. Seeking the full version. Seeking the actress's name. This yoga action has brought me to a state of bliss, my friends. The discussion has begun to simmer, although the scope is modest. Curiosity regarding the identity of the actress in the video has quietly ignited. Chapter 87 of the game has launched, and Haoma has become a sensation. The game has gone live without fanfare. A notification illuminated the phone screen as Lin Yu swiped it open, glancing at several mainstream gaming platforms. In the new game recommendations section, he found a cover featuring several female protagonists, with Yangmi prominently displayed. The sales figures were rather unremarkable, as expected. Real-life interactive games remain a novelty in the domestic market, and acceptance will take time. He casually closed the page, not overly concerned. However, Sun Lei was unable to contain his anxiety. Early the next morning, Lin Yu received a call from him, the background noise chaotic and infused with a sense of urgency. President Lin, doesn't this data seem a bit off? We've done our promotion and the pre-launch was solid. How come there's been so little buzz since the launch? Calm down. Lin Yu's voice conveyed no turbulence. Let the dust settle for a while. The quality of the game is there. Word of mouth will take time to cultivate. Keep an eye on the back end and report any anomalies. After hanging up, Lin Yu rubbed his temples. Sun Lei was still a bit inexperienced, but it was understandable. He had wagered nearly all his assets and hopes on this project. In the following days, the data remained lukewarm. Only sporadic discussions began to emerge in niche gaming forums and player groups. Wow, this game is quite interesting. A real-life version? The graphics are impressive, and the girls are all quite attractive. That actress playing Haoma Yangmi? She's quite captivating. Lin Yu occasionally glanced at these comments, most of which were focused on gameplay and aesthetics. Until the first batch of players completed all endings, the tide began to shift. I finished the game. It's addictive. The female characters are well developed, and I'm struggling with decision-making. Highly recommended. The storyline is better than expected. It's not just about eye candy, and the immersion is strong. Haoma, my Haoma, who designed that yoga segment. Come out and take a bow. The term Haoma began to appear with increasing frequency. Soon after, various edited clips and memes began to circulate wildly on the internet. Screenshots of Yangmi in fitted yoga attire, executing various challenging poses. She expressed a mix of helplessness and allure in the game, uttering the line, "You child, who could possibly resist Haoma? I just want to give Haoma a home." For Haoma, I'm all in. The meme was born, spreading like wildfire. When Lin Yu reopened the gaming platform, he was taken aback by the suddenly soaring sales figures. Oh no, it had surged to the top of the bestseller list, leaving numerous major titles in its wake. Major gaming media and self-media outlets have swiftly responded, vying to report on the sensational phenomenon. The interactive Game Over has ignited the market. From obscurity to the pinnacle of success, the allure of Haoma has swept across the internet. Is the triumph of Game Over a mere coincidence or an inevitable outcome? Yangmi's personal social media account has witnessed a meteoric rise in followers, skyrocketing from a few thousand to over 1 million overnight, with numbers still climbing. When her manager called, his voice was nearly overcome with excitement. Mr. Lin, it's exploded. Completely exploded. The phone is almost breaking from all the calls from me. Interviews, endorsements, film offers. We've received cover invitations from several top-tier magazines. Steady now, Lin Yu replied calmly. Sift through the offers. Don't accept everything. I will coordinate with Mado to chart her path. Understood. Understood. After hanging up, Lin Yu chuckled and shook his head, realizing this was just the beginning. The entertainment industry is indeed so pragmatic. The difference between fame and obscurity is vast. Sun Lei's call soon followed, devoid of anxiety, filled instead with elation. Mr. Lin, we've made it. Armado Films has truly succeeded this time. Ha. In the background, deafening cheers and music resonated. Who dares to say our productions are beneath notice? Mr. Lin, from now on, Lao Sun, no, our entire Mado will follow your lead. Well then, let's prepare a celebration banquet, Lin Yu instructed, and we can also begin planning the next project. Absolutely. I'll ensure it's splendid. With the game's success, it naturally attracted opportunists. Some astute gaming companies had already initiated similar projects. In the film industry, several individuals were eyeing this lucrative opportunity. Attempting to poach Sun Lei, and Yangmi recruitment agencies reached out to Sun Lei through various channels, offering double the salary and elevated positions. Some film companies sought to engage Yangmi's manager, promising better resources and prospects. All this information promptly reached Lin Yu. He remained unfazed. The loyalty card produced by the system was quite formidable. However, even without utilizing the loyalty card, Lin Yu held firm in his belief. Given this success and Lin Yu's subsequent resource commitments, Sun Lei's loyalty was assured. As for Yangmi, her potential alone, coupled with her gratitude for being recognized, would suffice to ensure her wise decision. Moreover, Lin Yu possessed subsequent scripts and resources. Could others attempt to lure them away? They were merely dreaming. Lin Yu accessed the system interface, employing the script generator. With a subtle thought, an input box appeared. Keywords: business warfare, urban espionage, beautiful female agent. Generating. Please wait. A radiant glow enveloped the screen, and moments later, a notification emerged. Script urban infiltrator generated successfully. Lin Yu's consciousness delved in as he swiftly browsed through the synopsis of the script laid out before him. The narrative commences with a meticulously orchestrated corporate acquisition, unfolding at a pace that leaves one breathless. Subsequently, the plot hints at an international money laundering syndicate, with the female protagonist, an elite agent from a corporate investigation firm, stepping into the fray. The screenplay's intricate design is remarkably clever, weaving multiple threads of evidence that run parallel, accompanied by a series of unexpected twists. The brutal realities of corporate rivalry seamlessly intertwine with the thrilling suspense of espionage. The action sequences are depicted with crisp precision, devoid of unnecessary embellishments, showcasing lethal maneuvers and cutting-edge technology. Particularly noteworthy is the character of the protagonist, Nightingale, whose portrayal is a masterstroke. Ostensibly a financial analyst, calm, professional, and meticulous, she covertly embodies an extraordinary agent of unparalleled skill and cunning. The script endows her with an exceptionally complex inner conflict, balancing the coldness of her profession with occasional glimpses of human vulnerability, resulting in a richly developed character arc. This screenplay is truly exceptional. Lin Yu can't help but exclaim, produced by a top-tier system, it is indeed extraordinary. Its quality would stand out even in Hollywood. Chapter 88, the premiere script. Tang Yun's new home. Hello, Mr. Lin. Sun Lei's voice radiates his characteristic enthusiasm. Lin Yu, he replies with a steady tone. I have a movie script of the highest caliber. There is a brief silence on the other end. The script is titled Urban Infiltrator. Lin Yu continues, a corporate espionage theme. Begin the preliminary preparations on your end, focusing on sourcing suitable directors, someone experienced, capable of handling grand scenes. Sun Lei's voice suddenly elevates, brimming with excitement. A film? Mr. Lin, are you going to produce a movie? A top-tier script? That's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Rest assured, I'll handle the director resources. I'll reach out immediately. I'll scout both domestic and international options to ensure we find the most fitting one. As for funding isn't an issue, Lin Yu interjects. Let us establish the framework first. We'll discuss financing once the director is secured. Understood. Understood. I'll guarantee the completion of the task. Sun Lei's voice is filled with determination as he promises. Lin Yu acknowledges with a grunt and hangs up. Sun Lei's execution capability remains reliable. Madu Film and Television cannot merely settle for producing interactive games and family-friendly films. Cinema is the true battleground for establishing a reputation and expanding profits. Urban Infiltrator warrants a significant investment. Meanwhile, at the Starlight Performing Arts Training Center in the Magical City, in a physical training classroom, Yangmi, clad in a simple practice outfit, with sweat dampening her bangs, diligently follows her instructor's commands, adjusting her posture with utmost precision. Her gaze is focused, devoid of any distractions. During a brief respite, She retrieves the script titled Sunshine in the Alley, flipping through its pages, which are densely annotated in various colored inks, character sketches, background analyses, emotional touchpoints. She understands that the opportunity bestowed by Lin Yu is not merely a game or a training course. The script, those lines, performed with sincerity, embody the weight of the characters. She cannot, and will not, disappoint. Lin Yu's phone screen illuminated, revealing several images that loaded. They were sent by Tang Yun. Her new home at Tangchun Yipin was nearly arranged. The living room was spacious, with a floor-to-ceiling window showcasing the nightscape of the magical city. The bedroom exuded warmth, adorned with champagne-colored bed linens. In one corner, a yoga mat and some compact fitness equipment were neatly placed. The photographs were taken with care, the composition and lighting meticulously considered. A message appeared. "Mr. Lin, would you come over when you have time?" It carried a hint of inquiry, a touch of invitation. Lin Yu tapped the screen lightly, extinguishing it. A faint smile graced his lips. He would go directly, without a greeting. He wished to see her when she was alone. In her true essence, the black sedan glided out of the garage, merging into the flow of nighttime traffic. Lin Yu held the steering wheel with one hand. His gaze calmly fixed ahead. Tang Yun was an astute woman, perceptive, and fully aware of how to leverage her advantages. The residence at Tangchun Yipin served as a reward for her recent endeavors, and it signified a clear message. Now, with her sending photographs, she aimed to solidify the nature of their relationship. The vehicle smoothly entered the underground parking of Tangchun Yipin. The exclusive elevator ascended directly to the desired floor. The elevator doors slid open silently, the polished marble floor reflecting his silhouette. Approaching the familiar door, Lin Yu raised his hand and knocked softly. Knock, knock. The sound resonated distinctly in the quiet corridor. A faint rustling came from within, followed by the sound of slippers sliding across the floor. A few seconds later, the lock turned, and the door opened a crack. Tang Yun's face appeared, still glistening from her recent wash, her hair casually gathered at the back, clad in a delicate, dusty pink silk robe. Upon seeing Lin Yu standing outside, she was momentarily taken aback. Her eyes widened for an instant, quickly followed by a wave of unexpected fluster. "Mr. Lin?" Her voice carried a note of uncertainty and surprise. What brings you here?" Lin Yu remained silent, merely observing her. Tang Yun swiftly regained her composure, her cheeks flushing a gentle pink, and she shyly stepped aside. "Please, come in, come in." She instinctively adjusted the collar of her robe, an action imbued with a hint of bashfulness. Lin Yu stepped into the foyer. A delicate fragrance wafted toward him, a blend of body wash and the unique scent of a woman. The apartment was indeed well decorated, warm and elegant. It echoed his personal taste while bearing Tang Yun's distinct imprint. On the coffee table lay an open fashion magazine, accompanied by an exquisite aroma diffuser, releasing tendrils of fragrant smoke. A cashmere blanket was casually draped over the armrest of the sofa. In the corner, the yoga mat was spread out, alongside 2 small dumbbells. It is evident that she is rather content here. Tang Yun closed the door and hurried over to his side, her head slightly bowed. "You didn't give me any prior notice. I am unprepared," she said, her voice delicate and tinged with playful reproach. Lin Yu removed his coat and casually handed it to her. She promptly accepted it, carefully hanging it on the nearby coat rack. Lin Yu moved to the center of the living room, surveying the surroundings. "It is well arranged," he remarked lightly. A smile instantly illuminated Tang Yun's face, her eyes sparkling. "I'm glad you like it." She approached the bar and deftly began to brew coffee. "What would you like to drink? Coffee or tea?" "Just water," Lin Yu replied. Settling into the sofa, his body relaxed against the soft backrest. Tang Yun soon returned with a cup of warm water, placing it on the coffee table in front of him. Then, she awkwardly sat beside him, maintaining a small distance. A subtle tranquility enveloped the air. Lin Yu lifted the cup to his lips, taking a sip while his gaze rested upon her. The robe she wore accentuated her exquisite curves, her freshly bathed skin radiant and smooth, glistening with a dewy sheen. She unconsciously twisted the hem of her robe, revealing her inner unease. Lin Yu set down the cup and leaned slightly forward, wrapping his arm around her waist. Tang Yun stiffened momentarily, then softened, leaning into his embrace. Her cheek pressed against his chest, allowing her to feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "What have you been busy with lately?" Lin Yu's voice resonated above her, deep and laced with a hint of languor. Tang Yun nestled a little closer, seeking a more comfortable position. "Oh, nothing much, just exercising, reading, learning floral arrangements, and tidying up the house," she replied, her voice soft and content. Lin Yu's hand glided slowly along her smooth back. Have you considered finding something to occupy your time? What would that be? Tang Yun lifted her head, blinking at him. Didn't you tell me to rest well? One cannot remain idle indefinitely. Lin Yu's fingers paused momentarily. Over time, one tends to become lethargic. Tang Yun chuckled lightly, a hint of dependence in her tone. With you around, I fear nothing. Her arms encircled his waist, drawing herself closer. The tenderness lingered for a while. Lin Yu then stood and casually strolled around the room. Shall you give me a tour? Of course. Tang Yun immediately sprang to her feet, her face alight with excitement, akin to a child showcasing her cherished toys. Chapter 89. 2 days in Suzhou. For girls for company, she led Lin Yu through the living room and into the bedroom. The master suite was spacious, featuring a separate walk-in closet and bathroom. The bedding was from her favorite brand, soft and inviting. The closet was filled with various garments, many newly acquired. The tags still intact. On the dressing table, a splendid array of skincare and cosmetic products is meticulously arranged, reflecting the owner's exquisite taste and indulgence. Next, we enter the study, a modestly sized yet elegantly appointed space featuring a desk, a chair, and a wall-mounted bookshelf. The shelf holds a limited selection of books, predominantly fashion magazines, art albums, and a few best-selling novels. A laptop sits atop the desk, its screen dimmed. The decor is quite pleasing. Lin Yu's gaze drifts to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, where the dazzling nightscape unfolds before him. He chuckles softly, having invested considerable effort into this ambience. A languid sense of satisfaction permeates the air as Tang Yun nestles into Lin Yu's embrace, her fingertips absent-mindedly tracing circles on his chest. The reunion after their brief separation is imbued with a tender intimacy. Once we've rested enough, let us head to the office, Lin Yu suggests. His voice slightly hoarse yet remarkably clear. Startled, Tang Yun lifts her gaze, her eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. All right. Lin Yu exhales deeply, leaning back in his chair as the fatigue from days of preparing for the company washes over him like a tide. This intense pace has indeed drained his energy, prompting him to massage his temples while fleeting images of charming faces dance in his mind. It is time to unwind and recharge with Mu Qianqian and the others. He recalls Mu Qianqian mentioning that although he has provided each of the 4 girls with their own properties and ample spending money, these astute young women have chosen to band together, opting to live in shared quarters. During his absence, they ventured out together, relishing their youth, while occasionally Mu Shiying would join them for some fun-filled escapades. This close-knit dynamic has alleviated many of his worries. With the loyalty card in effect, their affections remain singularly focused on him, instilling within him a unique sense of tranquility. With this thought, Lin Yu retrieves his phone and sends a message announcing his impending arrival. Almost instantaneously, he receives their excited responses. Carrying a modest amount of luggage, Lin Yu arrives at Mu Qianqian's residence. He unlocks the door with his fingerprint, and a chorus of cheerful laughter fills the room. As he steps inside, the scene before him dissipates much of his weariness. In the spacious living room, 4 vibrant young figures are playfully entangled, cushions strewn across the floor, evidencing a recent playful skirmish. Mu Qianqian, with keen eyes, is the first to spot him. She exclaims with delight and, like a light-footed fawn, leaps into his arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and playfully declaring, "Brother-in-law, you're back. Qianqian has missed you dearly." The warmth of her presence envelopes him, and the sweet fragrance of youth wafts through the air. At this moment, the actions of the other 3 in the living room come to a halt. Han Jingjing is in the midst of tickling Xiao Qing, while Fan Linling is doubled over with laughter at their antics. They glance towards the doorway, where the 2 are locked in a tight embrace, a flicker of complexity crossing their expressions. Han Jingjing let out a huff, inwardly grumbling that her brother-in-law was no longer solely hers. Nevertheless, she wasted no time and rushed over, squeezing herself into Lin Yu's embrace from the side, muttering with discontent. "Hey, Qianqian, you're being too domineering." Fan Linling and Xiao Qing exchanged glances, also unyielding as they approached. Fan Linling wrapped her arms around Lin Yu from the other side, while Xiao Qing, though slightly shy, pressed tightly against his back, her small hand clutching the hem of his shirt. Lin Yu found himself bemused by this sudden onslaught of affection, swaying slightly before finding his balance. The mingling of 4 distinct, delicate fragrances enveloped him, making him feel as though he had descended into a soft garden of blossoms, ensconced by 4 beautiful schoolgirls, each charming and particularly clingy. The tender touches on his arms and the cheerful complaints in their chattering voices filled his ears. Gazing down at the radiant faces nestled in his embrace, all fatigue dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of joy that nearly spilled over. He couldn't help but chuckle, his hands awkwardly attempting to soothe the eager heads that seemed to want to hang on to him. All right, I'm back now. Are you all missing me? Or have you conspired to set a trap for me? Both. Han Jingjing tilted her face up defiantly. Mu Qianqian nuzzled against him, her voice softening. Of course we missed you, super missed you. Though Fan Linling and Xiao Qing remained silent, the glimmer in their eyes and their tighter embraces spoke volumes. Feeling the weight of their affection, Lin Yu's heart ignited with warmth. The five of them discussed their travel plans for the weekend, after which the four girls began to prepare for their respective tasks. The next day, Lin Yu's luxurious car glided smoothly into Suzhou, akin to a vibrant splash of color on a traditional ink painting. As the door swung open, Mu Qianqian, Fan Linling, Han Jingjing, and Xiao Qing emerged gracefully in their Suzhou silk kipeos, instantly illuminating the ancient streets. Their kipeos accentuated their elegant figures, some exuding grace, others radiating vivacity, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding garden scenery. Lin Yu, dressed casually, appeared nonchalant, yet the subtle presence of his Patek Philippe watch whispered of distinction. He strolled along the cobblestone path with the four women, drawing the attention of passers-by. This dazzling assembly, a handsome man accompanied by four enchanting ladies, seemed like characters stepped out from a painting. Ah, so being handsome allows one to do this? A voice, tinged with envy, floated from the crowd, one man with four stunning companions. Immediately, another replied, laced with admiration and a hint of resignation, handsome? Take a closer look. That watch, Patek Philippe. Those clothes, Ralph Lauren. The trousers, Armani, and the shoes, Gucci. This is what you call financial prowess. Do you understand? Without such means, do you think these four ethereal beauties would revolve around him? As they spoke, they gestured towards Lin Yu. Mu Qianqian and her companions naturally caught snippets of the discussions around them, yet they merely exchanged knowing smiles, unperturbed. Fan Linling playfully winked at Lin Yu, mouthing the word wealthy. Lin Yu responded with a grin, undeterred by the gazes of onlookers, continuing to elucidate the exquisite layout of the gardens and the history of the elegantly arched eaves. After exploring the refined and graceful Suzhou gardens, the group proceeded to the Nanjing Confucius Temple. By the banks of the Qinhuai River, the flickering lanterns cast enchanting shadows as the sound of paddles echoed softly. They indulged in local delicacies. The duck blood vermicelli soup was delectable, and the plum blossom cake was soft and sweet. The four women savored the moment, with even the figure-conscious Han Jingjing unable to resist indulging a little more. Observing their satisfied smiles, Lin Yu felt an extraordinary sense of contentment. Chapter 90. The Presidential Suite. Enchanted morning light as night fell, they settled into the presidential suite that had been reserved in advance. The room was astonishingly spacious, adorned with luxurious yet tasteful decor. Shedding her exquisite qipao for a comfortable silk nightgown, the group casually gathered on the soft carpet, sharing amusing anecdotes and photos from the day. Lin Yu opened a bottle of red wine, pouring half a glass for each person. In the air, the rich aroma of the wine intertwined with the faint fragrance emanating from the silk nightgowns, creating a pleasantly intoxicating ambience. Leaning against the sofa, Lin Yu's gaze swept over the four captivating women before him. Han Jingjing's charm, Mu Qianqian's elegance, Fan Linling's gentleness, and Xiao Qing's serenity. All were enchanting in their own right. A profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him, akin to being submerged in warm water. The silk nightgowns accentuated their graceful curves, their skin glowing under the light, each possessing their own allure. Han Jingjing, the boldest among them, playfully gazed at Lin Yu, her voice soft and sweet with a hint of mischief as she moved closer, expressing a need for a massage after their long walk. Mu Qianqian, not to be outdone, nestled beside Lin Yu on the other side. Without uttering a word, she offered a glass of red wine to his lips, her bright eyes reflecting an undeniable intimacy, silently declaring a special bond. Fan Linling held her phone, her fingertips gliding across the screen, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Yet her gaze often drifted towards Lin Yu with a hint of bashful anticipation. Xiao Qing, quieter than the rest, subtly adjusted her posture. Inching closer to the center of the sofa, her clear eyes shimmering under the light, imbued with a hint of allure. Lin Yu chuckled inwardly at this subtle competition. He remained impartial, wrapping an arm around both Han Jingjing and Mu Qianqian's shoulders. All right, everyone has worked hard today. Let us rest early. His tone was gentle yet commanding, leaving no room for refusal. He deftly shifted the conversation, commenting on the day's photos, occasionally eliciting peals of laughter from Han Jingjing, exchanging knowing glances with Mu Qianqian, and offering reassuring looks to the slightly reserved Fan Linling and Xiao Qing. The underlying tension was effortlessly diffused by his lighthearted demeanor, restoring a harmonious atmosphere. The hour is late. Shall we take a look at our campsite for the evening? Lin Yu rose, gesturing towards the bedroom. Curiosity and excitement flickered in the girl's eyes as they followed in his wake. Upon opening the bedroom door, gasps of astonishment erupted in unison. The bed, unimaginably vast, adorned with pristine, soft bedding, exuded an alluring aura beneath the warm glow of the lights. My goodness, this bed is quite extravagant, was the first to leap onto it, rolling joyfully on the plush mattress. Mu Qianqian and the others gathered around, caressing the silky sheets, their faces aglow with wonder. The enchanting ambience of the room intensified with their laughter and exclamations. Lin Yu stood at the bedside, watching their playful antics, a deep smile forming in his eyes. As night fell into a serene stillness, the neon lights of Nanjing outside flickered, sketching the contours of urban splendor. Inside the bedroom, the lights had long been extinguished, leaving only the faint glow filtering through the window. The rhythmic sound of even breathing intertwined, creating a tranquil nocturne. Beneath the silk duvet, the warmth of skin brushing against skin spoke volumes in silence. Lin Yu, with eyes closed, experienced an unprecedented sense of tranquility and spiritual fulfillment. The first rays of dawn penetrated the heavy curtain seams, casting mottled shadows upon the opulent carpet. Lin Yu opened his eyes, gradually regaining consciousness. Beside him lay four soft bodies sprawled in various positions, their faces serene and peaceful in slumber. Rested her head upon his arm, Mu Qianqian curled up in his embrace, while Fan Linling and Xiao Qing nestled on the other side. They resembled scattered pearls, each radiating a unique luster, his most treasured collection. Reluctant to disturb their beautiful dreams, he rose quietly and dialed for room service, softly ordering a sumptuous breakfast. Before long, the gentle sound of the service cart's wheels graced the carpet. The rich aroma of coffee, the enticing scent of toasted bread, and the mouth-watering fragrance of fried eggs and bacon wafted through the air, awakening the keenly sensitive. It smells heavenly, she murmured, rubbing her sleepy eyes and sitting up drowsily. Soon after, Mu Qianqian stirred, her nostrils flaring, drawn by the enticing scents. Fan Linling and Xiao Qing followed suit, awakening with the languor and slight bewilderment of just roused slumber. Are you awake? Come and enjoy breakfast. Lin Yu called with a smile, gesturing to the lavish spread. The girls, now fully alert, gathered around the dining table, still adorned in various sleepwear. Their hair tousled, yet exuding an endearing charm of homely laziness. Wow, how bountiful! Fan Linling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the abundant feast. We were exhausted yesterday. This is just the energy boost we need. Had already taken a piece of bacon, shoving it into her mouth, mumbling, where shall we go today? How about we visit the Zhang Garden this morning? I've heard it's quite exquisite, Mu Qianqian suggested, sipping her milk delicately. How about visiting the Nanjing Museum this afternoon? I have a keen interest in history, suggested Fan Linling enthusiastically. And in the evening, shall we experience the painted boats on the Qinhuai River? Xiao Qing inquired softly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Certainly, the night view of Qinhuai is not to be missed. Lin Yu affirmed with a smile, solidifying their itinerary. Zhang Garden, the museum, and the Qinhuai boat ride were all clearly arranged. The atmosphere at the dining table was warm and harmonious, filled with the lively chatter that breathed life into the moment. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating their youthful faces, and everything felt utterly delightful. Just as the discussion about the beauty of Zhang Garden grew fervent, Mu Qianqian subtly brushed her toes against Lin Yu's calf beneath the table. He paused momentarily, glancing down to meet her gaze, which was infused with a hint of pride and affection, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. This small gesture rippled through the tranquility like a stone cast into a still pond. By the way, Lin Yu casually wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin and remarked, "There's a chance we might encounter some acquaintances during our time in Nanjing." As his words settled, the laughter around the table momentarily faltered. Han Jingjing, intrigued, pressed for details. Acquaintances? Who? Fan Linling and Xiao Qing also cast curious glances his way. Only Mu Qianqian regarded Lin Yu with a thoughtful expression, a glimmer of subtle inquiry passing through her eyes. Yet, Lin Yu refrained from providing a direct answer, merely smiling mysteriously. You'll find out in due time. He left them with a suspenseful hint, adding an element of unknown anticipation to their journey. The sun shone brightly. The aroma of breakfast still lingered, and a new story seemed to be quietly brewing. Chapter 91. An unexpected encounter at Zhang Garden, ominous signs inside the hotel suite. A scene of bustling beauty unfolded. In front of the mirror, Han Jingjing meticulously applied her eyeliner, her gaze flitting with precision. She had chosen a sharply tailored white dress, exuding a strong sense of fashion. Mu Qianqian preferred a gentler style, donning a water blue modified qipao that accentuated her snow-like complexion and orchid-like elegance. Fan Linling was vivacious in a bright yellow athletic ensemble, radiating youthful exuberance. Xiao Qing, serene and composed, wore a soft lotus-pink long dress. The four girls, akin to the blossoms of the four seasons, each blossomed with their unique beauty. Lin Yu leaned against the door, admiring them in his high-quality casual attire. His gaze swept over each of them, filled with appreciation and a sense of possessiveness. Are we all ready? He asked, his voice laced with amusement. Yes. The girls chorused in unison, their eyes sparkling with expectation. Their destination for the day was the esteemed Zhan Garden, often hailed as the premier garden of Jinling. As they traveled towards Zhan Garden, the atmosphere within the vehicle was relaxed. Sunlight danced between the city's towering edifices, casting shimmering patches of light. Upon arriving, the ancient entrance greeted them. Stepping into the garden, the clamor of the outside world faded away, leaving only serene tranquility. Winding paths led to secluded spots. The rockeries were lush, and the waters of the pond crystal clear. The exquisite elegance of Jiangnan Gardens was vividly showcased in this enchanting locale. The pavilions and towers are beautifully arranged, their flying eaves and curled corners hidden among verdant trees. This place was once the residence of Suda, a distinguished figure from the Ming dynasty. At that moment, Lin Yu's voice resonated, imbued with a hint of magnetism. It later became the administrative office of the Jiangnan province during the Qing dynasty. He strolled forward, casually narrating the historical anecdotes of the garden. From architectural styles to tales of renowned figures, he spoke with ease. The girls listened intently, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Mu Qianqian softly remarked, "My brother-in-law knows so much." Han Jingjing nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "He is like a living encyclopedia." Lin Yu smiled faintly, relishing this admiration and reliance. Knowledge, at times, possesses an intangible allure. The group of five, a striking ensemble of handsome men and beautiful women, attracted countless glances wherever they went. Murmurs of admiration and envy surrounded them. That man is so handsome. Are all four of those girls his girlfriends? Impossible. Just look at his demeanor. The girls were equally enchanting, each possessing her own unique charm. Truly, they seemed to be the winners of life, an envy beyond reach. Some even couldn't resist the urge to sneak a photo. Lin Yu, without turning his head, merely caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. A cold, sharp gaze was cast toward the photographer. The individual flinched, almost dropping the phone, hastily concealing it. Daunted by Lin Yu's imposing presence, which exuded a silent yet formidable aura, Fan Linling stuck out her tongue. "So many people are watching us." Xiao Qing felt a bit uneasy and leaned closer to Lin Yu. He reassuringly patted her hand, maintaining a composed stride as they ventured deeper into the garden, where the scenery grew ever more exquisite. They passed through a corridor and navigated around a rugged rockery. Ahead, a group of young people approached, about 7 or 8 in number, surrounding a central figure. The leader, in his mid-20s, donned flamboyant attire, an ostentatious display of designer labels that appeared somewhat gaudy. His face bore an air of arrogance, his chin slightly elevated, unmistakably the scion of a wealthy family. Accompanied by several sycophantic followers, he indulged in servile flattery. As the two groups converged in the narrow corridor, the rich heir's gaze was immediately drawn to the 4 young women beside Lin Yu. His eyes roamed over them with unabashed scrutiny, brazenly appraising them. He surveyed Xiao Qing's gentle demeanor, then flitted over Fan Linling's vivacity, swept past Mu Qianqian's elegance, and finally lingered on Han Jingjing, whose modern attire today was particularly striking. His gaze bore a scrutinizing and invasive quality that made one uncomfortable. Han Jingjing's brows furrowed slightly, a visible distaste crossing her features. Instinctively, she turned her head away, drawing closer to Lin Yu, her arm unconsciously tightening around his. This subtle gesture did not go unnoticed by the others. One of the young followers with dyed yellow hair observed the scene unfold. He immediately jumped out. eager to restore his master's dignity. With a nonchalant attitude, he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yu, his tone flippant. Wow, buddy, you're quite the charmer. Surrounded by so many beauties. Can you handle them all by yourself? How about lending one to us for some fun? His words were exceedingly crude and disrespectful, laden with brazen provocation. The atmosphere abruptly thickened, and nearby tourists turned to observe. Fan Linling's expression darkened, ready to retort, while Han Jingjing's face flushed with indignation. Yet Lin Yu raised a hand, gently restraining Fan Linling. He wore no semblance of anger, his demeanor as tranquil as a still lake. However, his gaze suddenly turned frigid, akin to ancient ice. A mere glance directed at the blonde lackey conveyed an unspoken depth, icy and imbued with an invisible yet immense pressure. It was as if a great mountain had suddenly descended upon the blonde's heart. He felt a constriction in his breath, his heart racing painfully. The words he sought to utter lodged in his throat, leaving him utterly speechless. His complexion paled instantly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In reflex, he took a step back, his eyes darting away, too fearful to meet Lin Yu's gaze again. Lin Yu did not spare him a second look, as though he were merely swatting away an annoying fly. This silent confrontation was as swift as a flash of lightning. Onlookers witnessed only Lin Yu's piercing gaze. The previously arrogant blonde was rendered mute in an instant. The intensity of Lin Yu's presence was truly astonishing. The leading rich heir's expression soured. He clearly hadn't anticipated such assertiveness from Lin Yu. The fact that his lackey was intimidated by a mere glance left him feeling humiliated. However, he refrained from immediate retaliation, merely scrutinizing Lin Yu coldly, seemingly attempting to discern his status from his attire. Yet, clad in casual wear of exceptional quality, yet lacking any overt distinction, Lin Yu remained inscrutable. The rich heir, unable to gauge his depth, wore a grim expression. With a disdainful snort, he chose not to press further. As they brushed past one another, he muttered under his breath, "Kid, I'll remember you." Though his voice was low, it carried an unmistakable threat. Lin Yu's stride remained unbroken, appearing oblivious to the remark, as he continued forward with the four women, as if nothing had transpired. It was only after they had moved on, their figures disappearing behind the rockery, that Fan Linling huffed indignantly. Those people are truly detestable. Their words were so unpleasant. Han Jingjing, still shaken, patted her chest. That leader's gaze was terrifying. Xiao Qing whispered in agreement, "They don't seem like good people." The most observant among them, Mu Qianqian, looked to Lin Yu, softly inquiring, "Brother-in-law." That person seemed unfriendly. Lin Yu's lips curled into a playful smile. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon his face. "Just a petty clown," he replied casually, tinged with a hint of disdain. However, perhaps he might add a touch of amusement to this journey. The words, spoken with an air of nonchalance, brought a sense of reassurance to the girls, as if the mere presence of Lin Yu rendered all troubles insignificant. The beauty of the Zhang garden remained undiminished, filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Yet, the earlier incident rippled through the atmosphere like a stone cast into the heart of a lake, heralding that the turmoil might have only just begun. A flicker of barely perceptible coldness flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. The familiar face he anticipated had yet to make an appearance. Instead, he encountered a swarm of oblivious flies, which proved fortuitous, offering a chance to stretch his limbs. He took the hand of Mu Qianqian beside him, continuing their stroll, the warmth radiating from her fingertips both delicate and comforting. Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly as she obediently followed his lead. The exploration of Zhang Garden continued, with pavilions, bridges, and flowing waters presenting picturesque scenes at every turn. Lin Yu's occasional explanations still drew admiration from the girls, yet the earlier conflict cast a lingering shadow over the atmosphere. Han Jingjing no longer exuded her previous vivacity, while Xiao Qing remained closely tethered to Lin Yu's side. Only Fan Linling appeared carefree, quickly captivated once more by the enchanting scenery. Mu Qianqian, however, seemed pensive, her gaze occasionally drifting to Lin Yu's profile. She harbored a nagging feeling that matters would not conclude so simply. The rich second-generation's gaze was anything but benign, and Lin Yu's final words carried a weight of their own. This journey to Nanjing was destined to be anything but tranquil, evoking in her a blend of anxiety and an inexplicable anticipation to witness how Lin Yu would navigate the impending storm. Chapter 92, Nanjing Museum. Collision and disdain. As the afternoon sun relinquished its scorching intensity, it transformed into a gentle glow. The solemn Nanjing Museum stood majestically, its colossal columns supporting the weight of history's dome. The air was thick with the essence of ancient artifacts, quiet and profound. Stepping into the exhibition hall felt akin to traversing a corridor of time. The austere sheen of bronze vessels, the subtle warmth of jade artifacts, and the ink's elegance in paintings ignited the girls' curiosity, allowing them to momentarily forget the discomforts of the morning. Han Jingjing paused before a collection of advertisements from the Republic of China era. Her interest peaked. Mu Qianqian became absorbed in the porcelain gallery, her fingertips nearly grazing the delicate glaze. Fan Linling was captivated by the digital exhibition, her laughter echoing through the interactive displays. Xiaoqing quietly admired the ancient garments, the pale lotus pink of her long dress harmonizing beautifully with the robes in the display cases. Lost in her reverie, her steps unconsciously slowed, creating a slight distance from the others. Lin Yu trailed behind, his gaze softened as he observed them, finding solace in their burgeoning interest in culture. This journey was not merely a sojourn through scenic landscapes, but rather a nourishing experience for the soul. As they transitioned into the Republic of China exhibit, the ambience shifted dramatically. The antiquated streets, the signs of time-honored establishments, and the models of rickshaws enveloped them, immersing them in the vibrant atmosphere of Nanjing a century ago. However, this nostalgic ambience was swiftly shattered. A familiar clamor arose not far ahead. It was the very group encountered earlier in the morning at the Zhang Garden. Leading the pack was the affluent heir, Wang Jingze, who had changed into an outfit still adorned with ostentatious designer labels. He leaned casually against a faux post office counter, his gaze flippantly scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Lin Yu and his companions, a malevolent smirk crept across his lips. It was evident that they were deliberately waiting for this moment. A few lackeys lounged about, obstructing the narrow passageway. Wang Jingze pretended to admire the vintage photographs on the wall, yet his eyes remained glued to Han Jingjing. TSK, such a figure, such grace. It would be a pity not to pursue a career as a star. His voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for those nearby to overhear, revealing his unmasked frivolity. Han Jingjing's expression hardened, and she disdainfully turned her head away. Fan Linling widened her eyes in anger, clenching her fists tightly. Mu Qianqian furrowed her brows and tugged at Han Jingjing's arm. Observing this, Wang Jingze's grin widened. He deliberately shifted his body, completely blocking the already narrow path. His gaze turned toward the somewhat isolated Xiaoqing, scrutinizing her intently. Xiaoqing felt uncomfortable under his gaze, instinctively wanting to retreat. Yet behind her stood Lin Yu, while the way ahead was obstructed. Biting her lip, she summoned her courage, and a faint yet clear voice emerged. "Please, let us pass. You are blocking the way." Wang Jingze paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Oh, this little sister looks gentle, but her temper is quite fierce. I senti it?" He appraised Xiaoqing from head to toe, his eyes becoming increasingly lewd. What was the point of associating with such a seemingly insipid pretty boy? Wang Jingze lifted his chin slightly, exuding an air of arrogant superiority. "Why not join me, young Master Wang? I can assure you a life of indulgence, where you can have whatever you desire." No sooner had he spoken than he reached out, attempting to tilt Xiaoqing's chin in a lewd and insulting manner. Xiaoqing gasped in shock, instinctively recoiling. Han Jingjing and Fan Linling shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Yet someone was quicker than them. A fleeting shadow darted past. Crack! A sharp, dislocating sound echoed, sending a shiver down one's spine. Lin Yu had somehow arrived at Xiaoqing's side, his hand striking out with lightning speed, expertly grasping Wang Jingze's outstretched wrist. His fingers tightened like a vice, applying sudden force. "Ah!" Wang Jingze let out a piercing scream, his face draining of color and turning as pale as a sheet. A searing pain radiated from his wrist, as if it were about to be crushed. Lin Yu's gaze was as frigid as the eternal ice of the polar regions. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, the temperature plummeting. "My woman, do you think you are worthy to touch?" His voice was low, yet it carried a chilling malice and absolute authority. Each word pierced Wang Jingze's heart like a dagger. He trembled in agony, cold sweat instantly soaking his forehead. The surrounding tourists were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, casting curious glances. The museum security guard noticed the commotion and hurried over. Wang Jingze's entourage was initially taken aback, but soon regained their composure. The boy with yellow hair, suppressing his fear, shouted with a false bravado, "Let go of young Master Wang. Do you dare to touch him? Do you know who he is?" Another follower, bolstered by courage, echoed, "Our young Master Wang is the scion of the Wang Group. Have you ever heard of the Wang Group? It's a large publicly listed company." Lin Yu's lips curled into a faint, almost cruel smile. with a slight flick of his wrist. He discarded Wang Jing's hand, as if casting away a repugnant piece of refuse. Wang Jing staggered back a few steps, clutching his painfully throbbing wrist. His complexion an unsettling mix of green and white. His gaze towards Lin Yu was filled with terror and resentment. Lin Yu, however, paid him no mind, leisurely retrieving his phone from his pocket. The screen illuminated his calm features with a soft glow. The Wang Group? His tone was indifferent, tinged with a hint of casual curiosity. I've never heard of it. He then raised his eyes, his gaze playfully sweeping over Wang Jingza and his entourage. Was it truly the case that a mere heir of a publicly listed company could act with impunity in this city of Jinling? Did they require his assistance to ascertain who truly held power here? Suzhou lies to the north of the Magic City. Bai Bing had mentioned that her family resided in that vicinity. It was a place of refined women, nurtured in the elegance of their surroundings. Thus, in the face of Wang Jing's provocation, Lin Yu felt no trepidation regarding his opponent's lineage or wealth. As for a physical confrontation, he was confident he could handle them all. The composure and tranquility Lin Yu exuded, coupled with the confidence and energy that seemed to reach the heavens, sent a jolt of unease through Wang Jingza, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. This man was certainly no ordinary individual. Had he truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle, a force he could not contend with? Wang Jing's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he beheld Lin Yu's slender fingers gripping the phone, momentarily rendering him unable to utter further threats. Chapter 93. The Call for Reinforcements. Qinhuai's painted boat before Wang Jingza. Lin Yu dialed Bai Bing's number. Sister Bai, is there a formidable Wang group in Jinling, Jiangsu? Could you assist me in uncovering their background? Bai Bing replied, you need not investigate the Jinling Wang family. I am well aware. My family's real estate business in Jiangsu is substantial. To be precise, it is the Wang Real Estate Group, and while it pales in comparison to our Bai family, it can be considered a second-tier player in Jinling, primarily bolstered by a few old connections in Jiangsu. What trouble have they stirred for you? Lin Yu responded. There's a lad named Wang Jingza who has been seeking trouble and even threatened to send someone to teach me a lesson. Bai Bing chuckled on the other end of the line. I will ensure this matter is resolved for you. Not long after, Wang Jing's phone rang amidst the standoff. Wang Jingza received a call from his father, who unleashed a torrent of scolding upon him, outlining the gravity of the situation. He warned that if Wang Jingza did not promptly apologize to the other party, his father's business would suffer significantly, potentially leading to bankruptcy. A misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. After the call, Wang Jingza almost lunged forward, forcing a smile upon his face that was more grotesque than tears. Brother, Mr. Lin, it is I who am blind to the greatness before me. I have foolishly offended you and your esteemed companions. I am utterly disgraceful. I will slap myself. As he spoke, he actually raised his uninjured left hand, poised to strike his own face. With a soft sound, Lin Yu raised his hand to halt Wang Jing's action, coldly stating, there is no need for self-punishment. Take your entourage and leave. Do not let me see you again. Wang Jingza felt as though a great weight had been lifted. He dared not linger even for a moment, nodding vigorously, yes, yes. We shall leave at once. We promise never to appear before you and your companions again. With that, he hurriedly beckoned his equally stunned companions, clumsily pushing through the crowd and fleeing around the corner of the exhibition hall, leaving no parting words behind. The once arrogant scion of wealth now fled faster than a rabbit. The security guard, intending to inquire further, recognized the gravity of the situation and wisely halted, casting a complex glance at Lin Yu before silently retreating. The crowd that had gathered to watch gradually dispersed, leaving only Lin Yu and the four girls. Wang Linling was the first to break the silence, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Yu. You were incredible, Lin Yu. You scared me to death just now. Mu Qianqian directly embraced Lin Yu's arm, looking up at him with admiration. Brother-in-law, you are so handsome. That scoundrel was terrified. Han Jingjing snorted, unable to suppress a smile. He ran away quickly, otherwise, he would have surely faced dire consequences. Xiaoqing stood behind Lin Yu, exhaling softly, her cheeks slightly flushed, gazing at his strong silhouette with an expression that bore unspoken trust and reliance. In that moment, he had stood before her like an unassailable mountain. Lin Yu smiled gently, ruffling Mu Qianqian's hair. It was merely a trivial matter. Do not let it affect your spirits. Let us continue our exploration. The sudden altercation was akin to a stone cast into a lake, momentarily rippling the surface without truly disrupting the enjoyment of their outing. On the contrary, Lin Yu's display of strength and reliability instilled a deeper sense of security and trust in the girls' hearts. The ancient ambience of the museum seemed to soften in response. The group continued their tour, the atmosphere once again becoming light and joyful. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson, the five emerged from the museum. The evening breeze, imbued with the unique moisture and vibrancy of the Qinhuai River, caressed their faces. "Come, let me take you to experience the night boat rides along the Qinhuai," Lin Yu proposed with a smile. The night, as dark as ink, blurred the skyline of the ancient city of Jinling. Lin Yu had reserved a beautifully adorned pleasure boat named Moon Dock, which quietly moored at the ferry terminal of the Qinhuai River. The vessel, carved from precious rosewood, featured intricately hollowed window frames and was adorned with tasseled palace lanterns that radiated a soft, warm golden glow. Upon stepping into the cabin, a gentle blend of sandalwood incense mingled with the enticing aromas of food and drink wafted towards him. The interior was arranged with exquisite elegance, the redwood tables and chairs gleaming like mirrors, adorned with sumptuous cushions. On the table, delicate Jiangnan delicacies awaited, accompanied by a pot of fine Huadiao wine. The boatman gently rowed, and the pleasure boat glided silently into the water, sending ripples cascading outward. On both banks of the Qinhuai River, lights sparkled brilliantly. The eaves and corners of wine houses and tea pavilions obscured in the interplay of shadows and light, outlining an ancient, yet thriving silhouette. The sounds of silk and bamboo instruments, along with laughter and chatter, floated across the water, as if transcending time. Xiao Qing, Fan Linling, Han Jingjing, and Mu Qianqian stood by the railing, the evening breeze tousling their hair and skirts, their eyes reflecting the vibrant river scenery, momentarily entranced. "It is truly beautiful here," Xiao Qing murmured, her voice laced with a hint of enchantment. Lin Yu raised a celadon wine cup, offering it to them. "A beautiful scene deserves exquisite wine. Do savor this huadiao." As several cups were consumed, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Fan Linling, unable to handle her liquor, developed a charming blush on her fair cheeks, her eyes glistening with a watery allure, enhancing her delicate and playful demeanor. She leaned gently against the boat's railing, gazing at Lin Yu with a smile playing at her lips. Mu Qianqian, the most spirited of the group, was swept up by the rhythmic sounds of the oars and the flickering lights, her senses slightly intoxicated. Suddenly, she cleared her throat and began to hum a passage from the Kunku Opera Peony Pavilion, her voice melodious and clear, resonating with an enchanting quality. Originally, the vibrant colors bloom everywhere, yet all this beauty is entrusted to broken wells and crumbling walls. Her voice was pristine, each note perfectly controlled. And though it was merely a solo rendition, it possessed a unique charm, showcasing her exceptional talent. Even guests from nearby pleasure boats were drawn in, casting curious glances, some even offering quiet applause. Han Jingjing, though more reserved than Mu Qianqian, held her wine cup, listening intently, a smile dancing in her eyes. Lin Yu watched them with a smile, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. The night on the Qinhuai, accompanied by such beautiful companions, was indeed a delightful experience. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered. Not far away, an equally ornate pleasure boat erupted in a cacophony of escalating disputes. A coarse male voice, tinged with impatience and veiled threats, could be faintly heard mentioning terms like contract, penalty, and Mr. Tang. Initially, Lin Yu paid little heed, assuming it was merely routine commercial banter. He casually glanced over, but his gaze suddenly froze. In the dim light, a familiar figure came into view. It was Tang Yun. She was dressed impeccably in a tailored white suit, her long hair pinned up, yet her expression was far from her usual composure. With furrowed brows, she was engaged in a heated argument with a middle-aged man, whose face was marred by excess, adorned with a gold chain, exuding an air of barely contained fury. The middle-aged man exuded arrogance, leaning forward as if to point a finger at Tang Yun, his words growing increasingly vile. Tang Yun's situation was evidently dire. She seemed ensnared in a commercial dispute, with the opposing party advancing menacingly. Lin Yu's brow furrowed instantly. He whispered to the four women beside him, "Please wait a moment." He then gestured to the boatman, indicating the pleasure boat where Tang Yun was situated. "Approach." The boatman understood, adjusting the bow of the vessel and gradually steering towards the rowdy pleasure boat. Chapter 94. The Business Confrontation. Lin Yu's tactics. The two boats were merely a few feet apart. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Yu lightly pressed his toes against the railing of his own boat and agilely leaped onto the deck of the opposing vessel, landing steadily beside Tang Yun. The sudden turn of events stunned both parties involved in the dispute. Tang Yun, astonished, turned her head to see Lin Yu, her eyes first flashing with disbelief, followed by a wave of reassurance. The burly middle-aged man was interrupted and erupted in fury. "Who the hell are you? Where did you come from?" Lin Yu did not even glance at him. His gaze was fixed on Tang Yun's slightly pale countenance. He then extended his hand, naturally draping it over her trembling shoulder, gently shielding her behind him. His gesture was imbued with an undeniable sense of protection. Only after that did Lin Yu slowly turn his head, his icy gaze locking onto the middle-aged man, his voice low yet laced with an imposing chill. "This lady is my friend. If there are matters to discuss, address them with me." Lin Yu refrained from mentioning that he was her employer, both to allow Tang Yun to stand her ground, and because the newly established real estate company, Detong Real Estate, was essentially a hands-off venture for him. The middle-aged man found himself momentarily daunted by Lin Yu's aura, momentarily forgetting his anger. He instinctively glanced behind Lin Yu, where four stunningly beautiful young women from another pleasure boat were curiously observing them, the opulence of that boat rivaling his own. The sudden appearance of this young man and his entourage began to unsettle the middle-aged man. Tang Yun leaned against Lin Yu, feeling the stabilizing strength of his arm, her taut nerves finally beginning to relax. The flesh on the middle-aged man's face twitched as he scrutinized Lin Yu. He attempted to maintain his previous bravado, but his voice involuntarily weakened. "Who are you? This is a matter between us." Lin Yu's arm around Tang Yun's shoulders remained firm, even more resolute than before. His gaze was calm yet profound, inducing a chill in the middle-aged man's heart. "Now, it is a matter between you and me." Lin Yu's tone was indifferent, devoid of emotion. The middle-aged man, known as Mr. Zhang, hesitated, his eyes flickering as he re-evaluated Lin Yu. Young, poised, and accompanied by a boat of such luxury, particularly with those four exquisite women who were clearly not within the reach of an ordinary man. Could he possibly be one of the elite young masters from Jinling that he was unaware of? Zhang, having navigated the business realm for many years, possessed a certain discernment, and his demeanor softened instantly. "Sir, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. I was discussing business with General Tang." Lin Yu turned his head slightly and quietly inquired of Tang Yun beside him. "What exactly is happening?" Tang Yun, feeling the warmth and strength emanating from his arm, experienced a slight calming of her racing heart. She inhaled deeply, her voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. "General Zhang wishes to unilaterally amend our previously signed land cooperation agreement, demanding that the Tang Real Estate increase its investment. Otherwise, he will resort to certain measures." Though she refrained from specifying what those measures entailed, the underlying threat was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's gaze shifted back to General Zhang, his eyes sharpening with intensity. "General Zhang, a contract, once signed, must be honored. This is the principle. To alter the terms at the last minute and employ underhanded tactics is rather unbecoming. Would you not agree?" His tone remained casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet, every word struck General Zhang like a hammer, piercing through to his core. Beads of sweat began to form on Zhang's forehead, and he stammered in defense. "Mr. Lin, you do not grasp the situation. The market is rapidly changing, and we find the original terms exceedingly difficult to uphold. If General Tang does not increase his investment, this project will inevitably fail." He attempted to shift the burden of responsibility onto the market and Tang Yun. A faint, cold smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips. "Is that so? Yet, I have heard that General Zhang has been quite active in the southern part of the city lately. Are you perhaps seeking financial support from General Tang to cover the funding gap there?" Using the potential risks of one project to coerce a partner was a clever but unscrupulous strategy. With just a few words, Lin Yu had laid bare General Zhang's true intentions and schemes. Zhang's complexion turned ashen, as though he had been stripped bare. Lin Yu's words were evidently not unfounded. How could he possibly know about the developments in the southern region? That was a matter Zhang had only recently begun to plan in secrecy. Who exactly was this young man, possessing such astute insights? Ignoring the astonishment written on Zhang's face, Lin Yu continued calmly. "I own a small investment firm called Dingyue Capital. Recently, we have been exploring several real estate projects in Su Province. Thus, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding the market conditions." General Zhang, playing with fire, especially on another's turf, was indeed a precarious venture. Dingyue Capital? Zhang's mind raced in search of familiarity, but he found none. However, this did not prevent him from sensing the immense pressure emanating from Lin Yu's nonchalant tone. The mention of strategic moves in Su province was anything but mere bluster. Cold sweat trickled down the sides of Zhang's face, soaking his collar. He had initially perceived Tang Yun as merely a competent professional manager, perhaps with some connections. But he never anticipated her association with such a profound and inscrutable figure. Was it worth it to offend someone of such caliber for the sake of immediate gain? The answer was glaringly obvious. Mr. Lin, you have imparted a valuable lesson. I have been foolish and short-sighted. General Zhang's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. His face now a mask of regret and trepidation. The contract. We shall adhere strictly to the original contract. There shall be no alterations. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused to General Tang earlier, and I ask for your understanding, Mr. Lin and General Tang. He even slightly bowed, adopting a humble posture. Lin Yu no longer regarded General Zhang, but instead turned his gaze towards Tang Yun, his eyes softening somewhat. General Tang, do you believe this approach is acceptable? At this moment, Tang Yun's heart was tumultuous, her gaze toward Lin Yu filled with complex emotions. There was gratitude, astonishment, and a hint of feelings she herself could not articulate. This man always seemed to descend like a deity precisely when she needed him the most. She nodded gently. It is acceptable. We shall proceed according to the original contract. Only then did Lin Yu wave his hand dismissively at General Zhang, as if shooing away a fly. Since General Tang has consented, let it be so. Remember your words. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I, Zhang, shall certainly keep my promise. General Zhang hurriedly assured, fearing Lin Yu might have a change of heart or pursue further inquiries. On another boat, Mu Qianqian widened her eyes, whispering, Wow, brother-in-law is so impressive. Just a few words and he scared that fat man so thoroughly. Fan Linling also wore an expression of admiration, her sparkling eyes filled with wonder. Han Jingjing crossed her arms, the corners of her mouth slightly curled, yet her gaze remained fixed on Lin Yu. Xiao Qing observed more keenly, noting the expression in Tang Yun's eyes as she looked at Lin Yu. Beyond gratitude, there seemed to be something else that stirred her heart. Lin Yu disregarded General Zhang and gestured to Tang Yun. Everything is settled here. You may now handle the follow-up. He then turned, lightly tapping the edge of the boat with his toes, gracefully leaping back onto his own moonlit vessel. The entire process flowed seamlessly, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the girls aboard his boat. Tang Yun stood at the bow, the evening breeze tousling her long hair. She watched Lin Yu return to the boat, filled with laughter and chatter, observing him converse with the girls, a smile of apology gracing his face. An indescribable sensation washed over her, a blend of tranquility and a hint of melancholy. Upon returning to his boat, Lin Yu smiled apologetically at the four girls. I apologize for the delay. I ran into an old friend. Mu Qianqian immediately leaned in. Brother-in-law, who was that sister from earlier? Her large eyes sparkled with curiosity. Fan Linling and Han Jingjing also turned their attention, clearly equally intrigued by the question. Xiao Qing remained silent, quietly watching him, awaiting an answer. The night over the Qinhuai River remained enchanting, yet the atmosphere aboard the boat had subtly shifted. Chapter 95, Reassurance and Night Conversations, Inviting Shurying. The boat gently turned, departing from the brief conflict. Inside the cabin, the previous clamor seemed to have been whisked away by the night breeze, leaving behind an air of delicate tranquility. The flickering lanterns cast shadows upon four exquisite faces, each harboring their own thoughts. Han Jingjing embraced herself, her cheeks slightly puffed out, her gaze wandering elsewhere. Mu Qianqian unconsciously twisted the edge of her garment, her eyes flickering uncertainly. Fan Linling lowered her eyelids, gazing at her intertwined hands, a hint of melancholy hidden within her tranquility. Xiao Qing remained composed, her eyes fixed on Lin Yu's face, filled with curiosity. Lin Yu settled back onto the cushioned seat, acutely aware of the stagnant undercurrents in the air. He lifted his teacup, gently caressing the smooth rim, delaying his words. The water rippled gently, while the lantern light cast elongated, fragmented reflections on the river's surface. Breaking the silence, he spoke softly. The Tang general from earlier is one of my subordinates. She is in charge of Detong real estate, which is facing some difficulties. The other party wishes to breach the contract. His tone was candid and unguarded, as if merely recounting a commonplace event. The girls listened intently. A flicker of jealousy, born from instinct, rippled through them like a stone cast into a lake, creating gentle waves. Yet soon after, a deeper, more steadfast emotion surfaced. It was an almost unconditional trust and affection that quietly smoothed the ripples away. Though they may not comprehend the intricacies of business dealings, they undeniably believed in the man before them. They trusted his judgment and his attitude towards them. Han Jingjing could not suppress a light scoff, breaking the tranquility. Humph, that woman-esque gaze towards you is anything but innocent, quite blatant, in fact. Her words were straightforward, tinged with a childlike possessiveness. Mu Qianqian and Fan Linling instinctively turned their eyes towards Lin Yu. Xiao Qing's gaze, however, held a more scrutinizing quality. As if evaluating Lin Yu's reaction, Lin Yu chuckled, setting down his teacup and playfully pinched Han Jingjing's puffed cheeks. The touch was soft, imbued with the unique elasticity of youth. Rest assured, in my heart, you are the most important, irreplaceable. His gesture was natural, his tone imbued with a reassuring certainty. His gaze swept across each face, tender and focused. He offered Fan Linling an encouraging smile and directed a comforting look towards Mu Qianqian. Finally, he turned to Xiao Qing, his eyes sincere. Meeting his gaze, Xiao Qing nodded slightly after a few seconds, her doubts dissipating. Fan Linling's cheeks flushed, shyly lowering her head. The glimmer in Mu Qianqian's eyes transformed into a smile of reassurance. Han Jingjing, having her cheeks pinched and hearing those words, could not help but smile. Yet she still feigned stubbornness. You know how to read the room. The atmosphere within the cabin became relaxed and harmonious once more. The boat docked, the night deepening. The splendor of Jinling shimmered in the distance, akin to scattered stars. The group returned to the presidential suite of their hotel. The luxurious and spacious setting insulated them from the clamor of the outside world. After each had bathed and donned comfortable silk robes, they lazily gathered in the living room. The soft glow of the crystal chandelier illuminated their youthful, captivating faces. Lin Yu reclined on the sofa, casually leafing through a magazine. The girls were scattered around him, some sitting, some lounging, creating a heartwarming tableau. He set the magazine aside, his gaze gently encompassing them. Did you enjoy this outing? Very much. Mu Qianqian interjected eagerly, her eyes sparkling with delight. Fan Linling and Han Jingjing nodded earnestly. A gentle smile graced Xiao Qing's lips as she remarked, "What a unique experience." Lin Yu responded with a smile, engaging in light conversation with them all. He treated each person with equal regard, meticulously attending to everyone's needs. This feeling of being cherished and valued enveloped the girls with warmth. They gazed at Lin Yu, their eyes reflecting pure dependence and satisfaction. Outside, the night was as dark as ink, while the room was filled with tender warmth. Their journey through Jiangnan was nearing its conclusion amidst the sounds of oars and the flickering lights along the Qinhuai River. Plans were already made for their return the following day. A faint sense of parting lingered in the air, accompanied by an unfulfilled longing. Time passes so swiftly. Mu Qianqian sighed softly. I wish we could have enjoyed more. Han Jingjing pouted. Observing the reluctance etched on their faces stirred something within Lin Yu's heart. This time was rather rushed. Perhaps we could venture further next time. He proposed enticingly. How about a tropical island, basking in the sun and feeling the sea breeze? The girl's eyes instantly sparkled, ignited like a burst of stars. An island? Really? Fan Linling asked with delight. Wow, I want to go. I want to wear a bikini. Han Jingjing exclaimed, waving her arms excitedly. Mu Qianqian and Xiao Qing also exhibited expressions of yearning, their eyes brimming with anticipation. The earlier melancholy was swiftly overshadowed by new aspirations. Watching their exuberance lifted Lin Yu's spirits as well. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the lingering fragrance of the girls. As he watched their car fade into the distance, a week of lakes and mountains felt like a sweet dream, gradually fading away. The soft sensation of Mu Qianqian's parting tiptoe lingered on his lips, along with Han Jingjing's bold embrace, Fan Linling's cool fingertips, and Xiao Qing's shy yet determined gaze. Each memory flitted through his mind. Lin Yu settled into the driver's seat, igniting the engine. The low rumble of the sports car heralded the end of their holiday. The tumult along the Qinhuai River seemed merely an interlude. Upon returning to the bustling metropolis, the atmosphere in the Dingyue capital office was starkly different, characterized by efficiency and intensity. The brand new workspace exuded a sharp aura of capital. Lin Yu occupied the principal position, facing Tang Yun and Lin Qingxue, one the administrative director and the other the accounting director. A small meeting regarding the company's initial structure and talent reserve was underway. President Lin, while the foundational team is being established swiftly, we face a significant gap in mid to senior management, particularly in project leaders who can operate independently. Tang Yun succinctly pointed out the core issue. Lin Qingxue added, the current personnel can manage day-to-day affairs adequately, but to support rapid expansion and multi-line operations, we are indeed stretched thin. Lin Yu tapped his fingers lightly on the table, pondering for a moment. Staffing was indeed a concern. He needed individuals who could integrate swiftly and were utterly reliable. He picked up his phone and directly dialed a number. Shurying. As the call connected, Lin Yu's tone carried a casual familiarity. I have recently opened a new establishment and am in need of a formidable individual to command the scene. Would you be interested in lending your assistance? There was a brief pause on the other end of the line. Lin Yu continued. Haven't you always felt constrained by the previous platform? Here, the stage is ample enough for you to unleash your full potential. Mu Shurying fell silent for a few seconds before a crisp and decisive voice responded, Yes. When do you need me? The sooner, the better. All right. I will proceed to handle my resignation this afternoon. Mu Shurying's agreement was swift and resolute. A smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips. You're quite straightforward. Rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly. A special reward awaits your return. On the other end, Mu Shurying seemed to let out a soft hum before ending the call without further words. Upon placing his phone down, Lin Yu noticed that Tang Yun and Lin Qingxue were observing him with inquisitive gazes. He merely smiled in response, offering no explanation. One critical talent issue had been resolved. Lin Yu turned to the two of them. Qingxue, you will take the lead on subsequent recruitment and team integration. Tang Yun, initiate the preliminary coordination for the Su Province project. Understood, Lin Qingxue nodded. Tang Yun replied, All right. With the meeting concluded and subsequent matters delegated, Lin Yu rose to head towards the rest area within his office. After days of relentless activity and a minor incident the previous night, he deemed it necessary to take a moment for himself. By 4:30 in the afternoon, employees in the office began to leave in succession. The day's work had come to an end, and a relaxed atmosphere permeated the air. Tang Yun tidied her belongings and approached Lin Qingxue's desk. Qingxue, do you have any plans for the evening? Shall we try that newly opened king crab feast? Lin Qingxue looked up and smiled. Sounds great. It's a perfect opportunity to unwind. Chapter 96. Discussing collaboration. Qingxue agrees the two women walked side by side towards the elevator. The spacious, exclusive elevator on the top floor descended smoothly, its metallic walls reflecting their delicate, yet slightly fatigued faces. In the brightly lit underground garage, Lin Qingxue deftly settled into the passenger seat of Tang Yun's Bentley Continental. Tang Yun started the car, smoothly maneuvering out of the parking space, the deep rumble of the engine echoing in the vast underground. As the vehicle gradually exited the garage and merged into the evening traffic, silence enveloped the interior. Tang Yun gripped the steering wheel, her gaze fixed on the shifting neon lights ahead, while her mind inadvertently wandered to the night view of the Qinhuai River and the figure standing at the bow, shielding her from all storms. The facade of the king crab feast was understated yet luxurious, and within, it revealed a world of wonder. A massive king crab, claws poised, showcased its considerable worth within the aquarium. The server guided the two women to a window-side booth with an excellent view. Tang Yun took the ordering tablet, casually flipping through a few pages before looking up at Lin Qingxue. What would you like to eat? Please, don't hold back. Lin Qingxue chuckled. You decide, Sister Yun. I'm not picky about seafood. Tang Yun, not one to be modest, confidently relayed a series of dish names to the server. 1 5-pound baked king crab, please. 2 Boston lobsters, steamed with garlic and vermicelli. 6 New Zealand rock lobsters, served as sashimi. Thick slices of bluefin tuna belly. Half a dozen French Guillardeau oysters, complemented by a bottle of Junmai Daijinjo sake. The waiter diligently noted the order, while Lin Qingxue listened to this extravagant array of gourmet dishes and fine wines, secretly astonished. This meal could easily equate to several months' salary for many. The dishes were swiftly delivered, a feast of golden, crispy crab, vibrant and plump lobster, translucent rock lobster sashimi, delicate pink tuna belly, and chilled oysters, all arranged lavishly on the table, exuding an irresistible aroma. The two began to savor the exquisite flavors brought forth by the finest ingredients. The sake, upon entry, carried a refreshing hint of rice fragrance. After a few cups, the atmosphere became noticeably more relaxed. Lin Qingxue picked up a luscious piece of tuna belly and, seemingly casually, inquired, Sister Yun, are you his official girlfriend? Tang Yun, elegantly disassembling a crab leg with her crab claw, paused momentarily, as if weighing her words. She then raised her gaze to Lin Qingxue, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes, followed by a resigned shake of her head and a light laugh. Official? How could that be? As a divorced woman, I possess enough self-awareness. Her tone held a hint of self-deprecation, yet it did not come off as humble. Lin Qingxue set down her chopsticks, her curiosity thoroughly piqued. She recalled the car Tang Yun drove and the rumors surrounding the multi-million-dollar duplex in the Thompson Riviera, unable to resist pressing further. But if not, why would the boss gift you such expensive property and vehicles? That is no trivial sum. Oh, that. Tang Yun took a sip of sake, her expression remaining unremarkable, as if discussing an ordinary transaction. Perhaps it is because I agreed to be his woman. However, dear Qingxue, do not think I am the only one. She dabbed her mouth with a napkin, leaning slightly forward and lowering her voice, sharing a secretive tone. Let me tell you, my boss is quite energetic. Just the other day in Jinling, I saw him accompanied by 4 stunningly beautiful young women, all top university students. TSK, what a sight. Tang Yun gestured, continuing, moreover. Judging by their attire, from head to toe, all designer brands, a single watch on their wrist could easily purchase a decent car. I estimate the money he spends on each of them is no less than what he has invested in my apartment and car. Can you fathom how wealthy he is? It's beyond my imagination. Lin Qingxue was utterly stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Tang Yun. Her mind buzzed. Tang Yun's words struck like thunder, shattering her previous vague speculations and hidden thoughts. 4. And all were female university students? Moreover, they were so favored? She instinctively began to compare. As for herself, the boss seemed to treat her well, showing considerable trust at work, with a generally gentle demeanor and occasional concern. Yet, precious gifts? Aside from her regular salary and bonuses, she had not received any particularly extravagant gestures. She couldn't help but examine herself. Could it be that her allure was insufficient? Yet, gazing at the enchanting Tang Yun before her, she believed her own beauty, figure, and abilities were not lacking, and she even possessed the youth that Tang Yun had lost. Why, then, was there such a disparity in their treatment? A vague sense of grievance and resentment quietly spread within her heart. She lifted her wine glass and downed the remaining sake in one gulp. Her throat burned, yet her heart felt icy. Tang Yun, perceiving her expression, suddenly inquired, "What kind of person do you think he is? What does he care about most?" Lin Qingxue, momentarily bewildered, raised her head. She found herself at a loss to answer the first question, but a faint answer began to form in her mind regarding the second. Tentatively, she ventured, "Women? It seems your intuition is quite sharp." Tang Yun casually complimented Lin Qingxue. "And what do you think his attitude towards money is?" "He seems to care little for it. As if money is merely a tool for pursuing women, and he is quite generous in spending on them." Lin Qingxue pondered before responding. Tang Yun nodded, saying, "Then how many women do you think a young, wealthy man like him, who is willing to spend lavishly on women, would have clamoring to be his partner?" "Countless." Lin Qingxue understood Tang Yun's implication and nodded in agreement. "Sister Yun, what exactly are you trying to convey today?" Lin Qingxue steadied her emotions and gazed intently at Tang Yun. Observing the swift change in her expression, Tang Yun understood and no longer beat around the bush. "Qingxue, I want to share something heartfelt with you. You see, in our line of work, there are many paths to ascend. Some rely solely on their abilities, trudging step by step, enduring hardships to build experience and achieve results. Yet, there are others who know how to leverage their strengths, finding the right support, and thus can progress more swiftly." She paused, her gaze sweeping over Lin Qingxue's youthful and exquisite features. "There are many roads leading to Rome. Would you prefer to navigate thorns and push through a crowded, arduous path, or seek a more convenient route to reach your destination ahead of others? Of course, you may also choose to forego Rome altogether and remain content with your current situation." Lin Qingxue fell into silence, her fingers tightening around her teacup. Tang Yun continued, her tone bearing a hint of harsh reality and a trace of barely discernible self-mockery. "As for me, I feel that my age is no longer an advantage. I cannot compare to your youthful vivacity. What I can rely on is this relatively beautiful face, a bit of work experience, and a pair of discerning eyes, as well as knowing how to make my boss feel at ease and satisfied. However, these will ultimately not serve as a long-term strategy." She shifted her tone, looking at Lin Qingxue with a more sincere intent to draw her in. "But you are different. You are young, beautiful, a graduate from a prestigious university, and your capabilities speak for themselves. It is as if the heavens have bestowed upon you a bountiful gift. With such excellent resources, if you add a touch of cleverness, the future is boundless." Lin Qingxue's heart raced. "What you mean is my meaning is that we should join forces." Tang Yun's voice lowered, imbued with an alluring power. "You and I can collaborate seamlessly, ensuring the company is managed with precision, alleviating our boss's concerns, while also providing him with comfort and satisfaction in other aspects. In this manner, our position within the company will be as steadfast as a mountain. No matter how the company evolves or how many newcomers emerge, our foundation will remain unshaken. She observed the struggle and contemplation flickering in Lin Qingshue's eyes and added, Qingshuo, you are an intelligent person. You must understand that once one has experienced the best, returning to anything less becomes impossible. Lin Yu Chuangxiang Investment Company, Limited is akin to a treasure trove, and we stand on the precipice of opportunity. Shall we simply watch as others seize the moment or risk being displaced in the future? Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by faint breaths and the distant sound of silk and bamboo music. Lin Qingshuo lowered her gaze, watching the tea in her cup ripple, her heart a tempest of emotions, struggling to find tranquility. Tang Yun refrained from speaking further, patiently awaiting the girl's decision. She had observed Lin Qingshuo for some time and recognized the resemblance to her younger self. Both were career-driven women who would undoubtedly hesitate to relinquish the chance to work with such a remarkable and generous boss. When conversing with an astute individual, merely outlining the stakes will lead them to make the right choice. As anticipated, Lin Qingshuo did not keep Tang Yun waiting for long. She suddenly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with determination, and asked, Sister Yun, tell me, what should I do now? Tang Yun smiled subtly and began to clandestinely discuss their next steps with Lin Qingshuo. Chapter 97. Willing to follow you. Two women playing chess. The following evening, the ambience in Tang Yun's apartment was warm and inviting. As Lin Yu rang the doorbell, he envisioned a relaxing home-cooked meal. When the door swung open, Tang Yun greeted him with a radiant smile, stepping aside to let him in. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar figure seated on the living room sofa, Lin Qingshuo. He paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. Qingshuo is here too? Indeed. I invited Qingshuo to sample my culinary skills, Tang Yun replied, guiding him inside and casually taking his coat. Boss, please have a seat. The dining table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, and Tang Yun emerged from the kitchen bearing a steaming plate of freshly steamed grouper, its aroma filling the air. It just came off the stove. Enjoy it while it's hot, she encouraged the two. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat delicate. Lin Yu noticed that Lin Qingshuo seemed different today. She spoke little, occasionally glancing at him with a gaze that held a depth he could not quite decipher. A blend of inquiry and resignation. This left Lin Yu feeling a peculiar restlessness, unable to grasp the underlying sentiment. Meanwhile, Tang Yun navigated the dinner with ease, occasionally serving Lin Yu and engaging Lin Qingshuo in light-hearted discussions about work, skillfully maintaining a facade of harmony. After the meal, the trio relocated to the spacious leather sofa in the living room. The television played a city comedy, yet none were truly absorbed in it. Tang Yun poured a glass of red wine for both Lin Yu and Lin Qingshuo, and she lifted her own glass, gently swirling the liquid within. She glanced at the somewhat reserved Lin Qingshuo beside her, then turned to Lin Yu, her peach blossom eyes narrowing with a knowing smile. Boss, the reason I invited you today, aside from expressing my gratitude for your unwavering support, is to discuss something else. She deliberately elongated her words. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, awaiting her continuation. Setting her wine glass down, Tang Yun leaned in slightly, her voice low yet distinctly reaching their ears. Qingshuo has come to a realization. She is willing to follow you and be your woman. Lin Yu instantly turned his gaze towards Lin Qingshuo. There, he witnessed her beautiful egg-shaped face flushing crimson, even the roots of her ears blushing with embarrassment. The fingers gripping her wine glass turned pale from the pressure. She seemed entirely unprepared for Tang Yun's forthrightness. Her ample bosom rising and falling with rapid breaths, the curves accentuated by her fitted white shirt, captivating in their allure. She did not refute Tang Yun's declaration. Instead, she quickly cast a glance at Lin Yu before immediately lowering her eyes, fixating on her lap, as if trying to bore a hole through the fabric. Lin Yu's heart raced, followed by an indescribable thrill swelling within him. He looked at Tang Yun with unmasked admiration. This Tang Yun was becoming increasingly adept at her endeavors, not only being considerate herself, but also assisting him in drawing the cool beauty closer. He stifled his surging emotions, shifting his body closer, extending his arms, and without hesitation, he pulled both Tang Yun on his left and Lin Qingshuo on his right, seating them on his thighs. With the warmth of two beautiful women enveloping him and the distinct fragrances of each wafting around him, he contentedly closed his eyes. Lin Qingshuo's body instantly stiffened. As rigid as wood, her hands awkwardly suspended in the air, ultimately resting gently on Lin Yu's sturdy arm, biting her lower lip in shyness. Unable to utter a single word, she could feel the warmth and strength radiating from his arm, along with the faint scent of aftershave, all of which left her flustered, her cheeks aflame. In contrast, Tang Yun appeared far more at ease. She nestled against Lin Yu's shoulder, her smile enchanting, her red lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, a hint of lazy hoarseness in her voice. "Boss, are you satisfied with this gift? How do you plan to reward me?" Hearing her words, Lin Yu chuckled deeply, the sound resonating within his chest, yet he did not respond immediately. Observing his meaningful smile, Tang Yun suddenly recalled something, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue as she playfully nudged him, chiding, "You're quite the rogue, boss." After dining, Lin Yu wasted no time. He picked up his phone and directly called the sales manager of Tang Pin. Moments later, he arrived at the sales office lobby with Lin Qingxue, where Manager Chun had already been waiting, his demeanor respectful to the point of subservience. "Mr. Lin, please this way." Manager Chun led the pair to the lounge area, skillfully retrieving a tablet. "Here are the available spacious flat layouts for your review, sir, and this young lady." The screen displayed a series of opulent floor plans and real photos, each exuding the luster of wealth. Lin Qingxue took the tablet, and as her fingertips brushed against the cold surface, she involuntarily shivered slightly. She swiftly scrolled through the pages, her gaze pausing for a few seconds on a unit marked at over 400 square meters, seemingly intrigued. Lin Yu glanced over and shook his head decisively. "This is too small. The layout lacks spaciousness. If we are to purchase, let it be one comparable in size to Tang Yun's." He turned to Manager Chun, instructing, "Please list the largest units you currently have for her to choose from." "Understood, Mr. Lin," Manager Chun responded promptly, filtering out several penthouses and expansive flats, all of which were the largest and most scenic units available. Lin Qingxue glanced at the figures on the screen, often exceeding 500 or 600 square meters, her heart constricting as if gripped by an unseen force, racing uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, her fingers hovered hesitantly over several options, ultimately landing on a nearly 600 square meter flat, with an excellent view directly facing the river. "I'll take this one," she said, her voice slightly ethereal. "Good choice," Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, then retrieved a card from his pocket and handed it to Manager Chun. He also pulled out his phone, adding, "This is a 200,000 yuan tip for your efforts. Expedite the process. I need it done urgently." Manager Chun accepted the card with both hands, and upon hearing the amount of the tip, his professional smile brightened immensely, his eyes nearly squinting with delight. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. I truly appreciate it. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is handled perfectly and as swiftly as possible." Seeing Manager Chen eagerly rush off to handle the paperwork, Lin Qingxue's mind buzzed. Had she truly just been gifted a property worth over 100 million? It felt like a dream, and the generosity of her boss towards his employees utterly shattered her previous perceptions. "All right, dear Qingxue, the house is settled," Lin Yu said, draping an arm over her shoulder, his warm breath brushing past her ear. "Tomorrow, let Tang Yun accompany you to look at cars. I'll transfer 20 million to your account. Purchase whichever you desire without reservations. The remaining funds shall serve as your pocket money." As he spoke, a notification of the 20 million transfer nearly simultaneously pinged on Lin Qingxue's phone. Staring at the long string of zeros, her limbs felt weak, almost as if Lin Yu was half leading, half escorting her out. "Where are we going?" Lin Qingxue's voice was faint. "To Tang Yun's house," Lin Yu replied lightly. "Some matters require her to teach you first." Reflecting on the ambiguous hints from Tang Yun's phone call, a knowing smile crept onto his lips. Perfect timing. "We can play a game of Ludo together." At Tang Yun's home, on the soft, plush bed in the bedroom, Lin Qingxue's cheeks flushed crimson, her breath quickening, her gaze evasive. "Sister Yun, could you please not watch from the side?" "I can't," Tang Yun replied, propping herself up on the edge of the bed, her hands supporting her chin, her eyes glimmering with interest and understanding. Lin Qingxue succumbed to her injuries and fainted. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Tang Yun gazed at the unconscious Lin Qingxue, shaking her head in quiet lamentation, remarking on the cruelty displayed, devoid of any sense of cherishing beauty. Before her words could fully escape her lips, she felt a sudden tightening at her waist, as Lin Yu forcefully pulled her towards him. "Have you had your fill? It's your turn now," Lin Yu's voice commanded with an undeniable authority. Chapter 98. A graceful resignation, slapping the lecherous man. Recently, Mu Shuriying's days at the company had been particularly stifling. That corpulent man, Yan, who flaunted his title as vice president, always seemed to have his gaze glued to her like a fly, frequently taking liberties under the guise of work, his words laced with lewdness, making her feel nauseous. Unfortunately, this man was the second in command, and emboldened by his position, he grew increasingly unrestrained. She had contemplated resistance, but her initial decision to stay was driven by a desire to prove her worth beyond being a mere ornament, unwilling to relinquish that ambition easily. However, the olive branch extended by Lin Yu changed everything. The thought of finally being free from Yan's harassment lifted the weight of frustration that had long burdened her heart. That lascivious fat man, he ought to take a good look in the mirror before setting his sights on someone like her. The audacity of a toad aspiring to eat swan meat was utterly laughable. Her resignation letter had long been prepared, neatly tucked away in her bag, awaiting the moment she could present it on the president's desk later that afternoon. Yet, before she departed, it was essential for certain individuals to understand that Mu Shiying was not being cast out. Rather, she was choosing to no longer squander her time in this place. Today, she would confront Yin with a resounding slap in the face, declaring her worth. Mu Shiying approached the safe in the depths of the room, inputting the code with care to retrieve a velvet box. Inside lay a Patek Philippe 5260 watch, its 18-karat rose gold case adorned with a dazzling array of 109 colorful step-cut sapphires, totaling 557 carats, shimmering enchantingly under the sunlight. This exquisite gift was Lin Yu's way of compensating for the blood he had taken from her sister, Mu Qianqian, a compensation exceeding 30 million. As her fingertips grazed the cool gems, her heart swelled with mixed emotions. Lin Yu was undeniably domineering, yet astonishingly generous. She fastened the watch around her delicate wrist, its weight instilling a newfound confidence within her. Next, she spent considerable time in her wardrobe before finally selecting a black silk velvet slip dress by Dior, a fabric of superior quality, impeccably tailored. Standing before the mirror, Mu Shiying found herself momentarily entranced. The dress beautifully accentuated her graceful curves, the black velvet contrasting strikingly against her fair skin. However, the generous assets she possessed seemed to elevate the straps to an almost provocative height. Would it be too revealing? She furrowed her brow and turned around. The woman in the mirror was stunning, exuding an aura that commanded respect and deterred intrusion. So be it. This was precisely how it needed to be, ensuring that Yan's lascivious gaze would be abundantly clear about how utterly undeserving he truly was. Mu Shiying lifted the corners of her lips, grasped her car keys and handbag, and, donning her high heels, confidently strode out of her home. She ignited the engine of the Maserati, a portion of which was compensated by Lin Yu, and sped towards the company. Today, she intended to deliver a performance of remarkable brilliance. "Miss, hello? May I ask?" The receptionist halted mid-sentence, gasping in astonishment as her eyes widened, nearly dropping the folder in her hands. Was this truly the same Mu Shiying, who usually donned conservative business attire, clad in an audaciously tailored black gown? She liberated her figure, previously hinted at by her professional garb, revealing breathtaking curves. Her makeup was exquisite and radiant, while a luxurious watch adorned her wrist, encrusted with diamonds and gemstones, reflecting light that could nearly dazzle the eyes. The necklace around her neck and the pendants on her earlobes were no less than extravagant treasures. This attire surely cost more than a fraction of her year's salary. Mu Shiying reveled in the receptionist's astonishment, a subtle smirk playing at her lips that conveyed both pride and a hint of aloofness. She raised her chin, her 10-centimeter heels clicking assertively against the polished marble floor, the sound crisp and commanding as she made her way to the CEO's office. The door to the chairman's office was ajar, having just concluded a high-level meeting. Several vice presidents and department heads were tidying up documents, preparing to depart. Mu Shiying symbolically rapped her knuckles 3 times, and without awaiting a response, boldly pushed the door open. Instantly, all eyes in the conference room converged upon her, the air seemingly frozen for a moment, before an involuntary gasp echoed throughout. The Mu Shiying, typically seen as a beautiful yet conventional professional, had transformed entirely today. The overwhelming aura of her beauty and opulence left even the seasoned executives momentarily dazed, particularly as her figure, enveloped in the black gown, captivated many gazes. Yin Gang, the vice president who had long harbored covert intentions towards her, appeared nearly spellbound, his throat involuntarily bobbing. Amidst the mixed reactions of awe, confusion, and scrutiny, Mu Shiying remained unfazed, her high heels clicking as she gracefully approached the chairman. She placed a beautifully crafted resignation letter upon the expansive desk with a decisive flourish. Standing at nearly 1.8 meters tall and enhanced by her heels, she towered over the seated chairman, exuding an astonishingly powerful presence. "Chairman, I am here to resign." Her voice was calm and melodious, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. "No. Mu Shiying, what do you mean? The company does not agree." Without waiting for the chairman to respond, Yin Gang abruptly stood, hands braced on the table, his face flushed, his voice frantic and loud, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Mu Shiying slowly turned her head to gaze at Yin Gang, her eyes brimming with unabashed disdain and contempt. "Is this a matter for you to discuss?" The chairman has yet to speak. The chairman, an elderly gentleman nearing his 70s, was momentarily taken aback by Mu Shiying's attire, but quickly regained his composure. He looked up at her, his tone relatively gentle. "Xiaoying, what is the matter? You were doing well. Why the sudden departure?" "Chairman," Mu Shiying turned back, a cold smile gracing her lips. "The reason is quite simple. Yin, that toad, has been relentlessly harassing me these past few months, dreaming of something beyond his reach. I refuse to entertain it any longer." You're talking nonsense. Mu Shiying, do not slander me. Produce your evidence." Yin Gang shouted, his face flushed with agitation as he pointed a trembling finger at her. With a light chuckle, Mu Shiying retrieved her mobile phone from her designer handbag, swiftly opening a video file and turning the screen towards the chairman. Despite the bright office lighting, Yin Gang's greasy visage and his suggestive, provocative remarks were unmistakably clear, the audio piercingly jarring in the otherwise quiet conference room. Yin Gang's complexion turned ashen. He had never anticipated that Mu Shiying had installed surveillance in his office, capturing such incriminating evidence. His finger trembled as he pointed at her. Mu Shiying put away her phone and raised her wrist, adorned with a multi-million-dollar Patek Philippe watch, deliberately flaunting it before Yin Gang, the brilliance of the diamonds stinging his eyes. "Take a good look, Vice President Yin," she said with a scornful tone. "This watch is worth over 30 million. Do you think you are worthy of harassing me?" At that moment, not only Yin Gang, but also the other executives regarded Mu Shiying with newfound respect. This was no mere resignation. It was a display of triumph akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. The chairman, seasoned and astute, grasped the situation instantly. Noting Mu Shiying's confident demeanor and elegant attire, it was clear to him that she had ascended to a remarkable height, one that was likely quite exceptional. He sighed and waved his hand dismissively. "Xiaoying, your performance in the company has always been commendable, and we have all taken notice. Since you have decided to leave for personal reasons, I will not insist upon your stay. You have my approval. Please proceed to the HR department to complete your formalities. Let us part amicably." "Thank you, Chairman." Mu Shiying offered him a flawless, impeccable smile. As she turned to leave, she paused momentarily beside the pale-faced Yin Gang, slightly tilting her head, extending her index finger and thumb to form a gun gesture, her lips curling into a brazen smirk. Without a backward glance, she strode away in her high heels, leaving behind a room steeped in silence and awkwardness. Upon reaching the Human Resources Department, the process of her departure was remarkably smooth. No one dared to create any trouble. As Mu Shiying gathered her few personal belongings, she spotted her colleague, Wang Xiao, with whom she usually had a cordial relationship. She casually pulled out 1,000 yuan bills from her bag and handed them over. Xiao, please take care of these for me and treat everyone to afternoon tea." Wang Xiao gazed at the crisp 1,000 yuan note and then at the resplendent attire adorning Mu Shiying. With a hesitant demeanor, she accepted the money, murmuring, "Sister Ying." Mu Shiying patted her shoulder, offering no further words, and with her bag in hand, she strode confidently out of the company doors where she had dedicated over 2 years of her life, departing in a luxurious vehicle. Chapter 99. The Hungry Wolf Pounces. Two women meet upon returning to Tang Chunyi Pin. Mu Shiying kicked off her expensive high heels, the shoes rolling twice across the floor. She exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over her, dissipating the tense, aggressive energy that had enveloped her in the company's conference room. Approaching the bar, she poured herself a glass of water. The icy liquid slid down her throat, providing a refreshing relief. The exquisite Patek Philippe watch on her wrist sparkled under the light, and as she glanced at it, a subtle smile crept onto her lips, momentarily brightening her mood as she recalled Yin Gang's ashen face. Just as she was about to retreat to her bedroom to don something more comfortable and fully unwind, the door lock clicked, and Lin Yu entered. His gaze immediately settled on Mu Shiying in the living room. lingering on her meticulously chosen outfit that radiated confidence for several seconds, his eyes igniting with a fervent intensity. Before she could utter a word, Lin Yu stepped forward, irresistibly sweeping her off her feet. "Hey, you," Mu Shiying exclaimed, her words abruptly silenced. 2 hours later, Mu Shiying felt as though she had been disassembled and reassembled, every joint in her body aching. She forced herself to the living room, seeking sustenance to replenish her strength. "Ying, you're awake?" Lin Yu's voice drifted from behind, laced with a languorous satisfaction. "Come, let us go out for a nice meal to celebrate your liberation from hardship." Instinctively tensing at first, she relaxed upon realizing they were merely going out to eat. This man's energy was nearly inhuman. She turned, sauntering towards him, and entwined her arm with his, leaning her weight against him. "Where shall we dine?" Her voice was still somewhat hoarse. "Jingua is nearby. Let us find a pleasing restaurant in the mall," Lin Yu suggested. "All right, just give me a moment to change," Mu Shiying replied, releasing his arm as she made her way to the bedroom. Before long, she emerged in a relaxed ensemble, a white Gucci shirt adorned with a minimalist brand logo paired with light blue denim shorts that showcased her long, slender legs. Complemented by pristine Nike sneakers, she appeared refreshed and vivacious, a stark contrast to the commanding presence she had exuded earlier. "Shall we walk over? It's not far. Just enough for a leisurely stroll," Lin Yu smiled, proposing the idea. The earlier exertion was considerable, he added. "Sounds good. A stroll would be nice." Mu Shiying nodded in agreement. As the two individuals walked side by side out of the residential complex, the afternoon sun shone perfectly, accompanied by a gentle breeze. They had not ventured far when a deep, powerful engine roar approached from the distance. A brand-new Bentley sped past them, making a graceful turn towards the entrance of the underground parking lot. "Really, do you need to drive for just a few steps?" "How lazy," Lin Yu murmured, watching the taillights vanish. He was all too familiar with that car. Who else could be behind the wheel but Tang Yun? "Wow, Lin Yu, did you see that? The one driving just now seemed like a super gorgeous beauty." Mu Shiying had only caught a fleeting glimpse of the figure in the driver's seat. Yet that brief encounter was enough to leave her in awe. Unacquainted with Tang Yun, she was simply appreciating beauty, feeling a hint of mischief as she gently nudged Lin Yu with her elbow. "Is that so?" "I didn't pay much attention," Lin Yu replied, touching his nose. His gaze lingering on Mu Shiying's arm wrapped around his, feeling the soft pressure of her embrace. "I was preoccupied with enjoying special services." Mu Shiying followed his line of sight, noticing how her arm was snug against him, accentuating her femininity. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a disapproving glare. Lightly scolding, "You're being inappropriate." Amid their playful banter, they reached the entrance of the mall and prepared to ascend the escalator. "Lin Yu, look ahead. That's the beauty who drove the Bentley," Mu Shiying exclaimed, her keen eyes quickly recognizing the fashionable figure swaying ahead. Lin Yu remained silent, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he quickened his pace, assuming he was finally interested in getting a closer look at the beauty's face. Mu Shiying hastened to keep up. However, to her astonishment, Lin Yu approached the beauty from behind and raised his hand, delivering a sharp smack to her pert backside. Mu Shiying's eyes widened in disbelief as she halted in her tracks. In broad daylight, publicly acting lewd. The beauty, startled by the sudden contact, turned around with a hint of annoyance, but upon realizing it was Lin Yu, her irritation dissipated. She playfully rubbed the spot he had smacked and complained in a teasing tone. "Oh, be gentler. That hurt." Then, to Mu Shiying's utter astonishment, Lin Yu effortlessly wrapped his arm around the beauty's slender waist. To her surprise, the stunning woman did not resist. Instead, she intertwined her arm with Lin Yu's other arm. Leaning affectionately against him, the familiarity of their actions evident. Standing rooted to the spot, Mu Shiying finally processed the scene unfolding before her. She rolled her eyes dramatically at Lin Yu's back. Goodness, so she is one of his women. He was just pretending not to know her, acting as if he hadn't seen her at all. How infuriating. "Yin, this is Mu Shiying, who will be starting work tomorrow." Lin Yu wore a relaxed smile as he introduced the two women. "Ying, this is Tang Yun, currently the administrative director of my company and also the general manager of our subsidiary, Detong Real Estate." He proceeded to introduce Tang Yun to Mu Shiying, intentionally emphasizing her dual roles. Mu Shiying glanced at Tang Yun, who responded with a polite yet slightly scrutinizing smile. Having just weathered a storm in her professional life, Mu Shiying, though ultimately vindicated, instinctively regarded women in high-ranking positions, especially those in close proximity to Lin Yu, with heightened awareness. She perceived that Tang Yun held not only a prestigious position, but also regarded Lin Yu with a demeanor that suggested a relationship beyond mere hierarchy. Director Lin. General Manager Tang. Mu Shiying acknowledged with a courteous nod, only to momentarily furrow her brow in subtle concern. Unable to suppress her thoughts, she leaned closer to Lin Yu and whispered, perhaps it would be best to keep work and personal life separate? This might not be advisable. Recalling the office troubles she had just escaped, she felt that such entangled relationships inevitably posed risks. Tang Yun, having overheard her words, observed Mu Shiying's earnest and cautious expression with a slight smile playing at the corners of her lips. She was all too familiar with Lin Yu's modus operandi. His venture into business was not solely for profit. Tang Yun's gaze shifted between the two, revealing a blend of understanding and a hint of playful intrigue. All right. Lin Yu seemed oblivious to the underlying implications of Mu Shiying's words, or perhaps he simply did not care. He extended his arms and naturally drew both Mu Shiying and Tang Yun closer, as if to foster familiarity from the outset. From now on, you both are my women. Here, we don't adhere to rigid distinctions between public and private matters. What matters most is harmonious coexistence. Understood? He then declared, enough standing around. Let us find a place to eat. I'm absolutely famished. With an air of audacity, he surveyed the nearby restaurants while flanking the two beautiful women.